Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific...
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker...
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
It sucks to be a white American. Now hold on, give me a chance, let me explain. I want you to think of the kind of person who would put on a White Lives Matter sticker on the back of their Ford pickup. Why do they do that? Is it all racism? Well, yeah, but I think it goes a lot deeper than that. White Americans basically have no culture, not in the same way we see other people. And we white people, we know this inherently, and it scares us. We know we have our regional cultures, our cities, our sports teams, and families all give us our regional culture, but being white basically means nothing, or generally at least nothing positive. White people throughout American history are almost always seen on the side of the oppressors. Not all white people, but most of us. And this sucks to learn. It's even harder to internalize. And it's why white people usually don't accept this, because it makes us feel a deep sense of guilt. I think it's why white people say nonsense like, I can't be racist, I have black friends. Sure, you probably don't see black people as objects, but you're refusing to accept the role our people have had in their oppression. That guilt we feel is our responsibility for the actions of our ancestors. It's why white people refuse to say that black people deserve reparations, because it admits our guilt. But black people deserve reparations. It just makes sense logically. You can sue someone for scratching your car, but black people can't sue the American government for the enslavement of their people. My people are arresting and deporting Mexican families from this country. Think about that. We are telling people that they are not allowed on the land we stole. Let's go a step further. White people stole a sacred land site from the people indigenous to this land and then carved 4 white people's faces on it, most of which were slave owners. I mean, Mount Rushmore is a place that we look at and we're like, oh, cool, giant faces. But to other people, it's a giant form of oppression. And admitting that and coming to terms with that sucks. We suck, dude. My people really and truly suck. Not all of us contributed to this oppression, but we are all a part of it. And this will mostly sound like virtue signaling. It will mostly sound like, look at how rough we are. But there is a reality to admitting this guilt and being honest with it, because white people are afraid to do this. And we're afraid to admit it because my people are weak. White people are weak. We have power we have given ourselves and put down the cultures that are stronger than us because we know that we're weak. If white Americans were oppressed the same way black, native, or Mexican American people are, we would crack like glass. Our culture and identity as white people is so meaningless that we do everything in our power to keep other people down so that we don't break from having someone else on top. I think that's why you see white Americans championing white pride, not just out of ignorance or racism, but it's because they are scared. They're scared to come to terms with their guilt, scared to admit they're wrong, and terrified to acknowledge that we may have all the societal, economic, and political power, but as a people, we are weak. But this isn't the way it has to be forever. I have hope that one day my people will finally take responsibility for what we have done. I hope that we'll collectively accept our role in the oppression of our non-white brothers and sisters and finally take action. And it will take the action of us white folks. It's not just non-white people that have to fight for their rights. It's us too fighting for them, because our cross to bear is being born white. Being born with the skin color of the oppressors means that we have to fight to be nothing like them. We're not near that right now. America is in a tumultuous stage where it very much does not feel like white people are acknowledging where they went wrong. But I want to have hope, and I refuse to accept that one day justice won't prevail. Collectively, we can all shed the shadow of oppression and share this place together. And that's the message I want to end with. I want to be hopeful that one day oppression will be something taught in history class, something that we don't have to see ourselves in. That's what I hope. Anyway, I want to be optimistic in the end. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
There is a reckoning in the air, and the illusion is cracking, because for centuries, America has sold itself as the land of free, as the beacon of hope, and as the promised land. But behind that patriotic promise, there is a haunting truth, a truth that white Americans are now waking up and they have started confronting it, that America is no longer the land of free, that America was built on a stolen land with stolen labor, and that black folks now deserve reparations.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Sorry I'm late. I just pure overslept. I was up kind of late last night trolling in T's chat. We had, if you look at the title of the show, I was trolling someone on T's panel last night who fit this description, and got to sleep later than I thought, and consequently woke up later than I wanted to. And I gave up alarm clocks years ago. So, if I oversleep, let an old man oversleep. So this particular video just made me hoot. It's like the Afro Judy, she's like an African Tokyo Rose. She strikes me as just kind of sinister. And the white people actually speak truth. It's just that they sound so whiny when they tell the truth. However, it is truth, and there are many anti-black blacks in this John Galt universe who actually will not like what these white people say because they're pro-white. So, but I find it funny. I think the white people are definitely telling the truth. It's just kind of hard and squeamish to hear them tell the truth. So I'm enjoying it. I bet a lot of the anti-black blacks and white shades in the audience are squirming, though, and I'm enjoying you squirming.
Country was not built on freedom. It was built on theft, genocide, slavery, and silence. The land we live on was stolen, ripped away from Native people through war, betrayal, and the violent erasure of entire cultures.
Now, this white truth is really low, but the volume's up as high as it'll go. Her white truth just is like low key.
This land wasn't discovered, it was taken. Then this country marched south and stole half of Mexico, Texas, California, Arizona, and New Mexico. That land wasn't empty. It was alive with history, with people, with deep indigenous roots.
You think she's going to cry?
Native Americans share that blood. And now this country dares to call their descendants illegal on the land that was theirs first. And while land was being stolen, millions of black people were stolen too. Enslaved, brutalized, forced to build a country that never intended to see them as human.
I was in CT's chat trolling yesterday. I just had a good old time trolling in people's chats, and it's gotten to be so common now. People don't even like tell me to shut up anymore. They just kind of participate. You know what? I'm so damn predictable when I get in people's chats these days. They just go, "Oh, hey, Stan, I got to do something about that. I got to up my game." However, I had several people in CT's chat, black and white. Their response to black people were stolen and brought to America. Their response was, well, black people had slaves too. The Iroquois nation had slavery. And I'm just like, damn, y'all are dumb. You really don't get the point now, do you? You know, did the Iroquois build a 250-year-old nation on slavery? People, people, it gets so frustrating. I don't know whether high school education is just this bad in America that people don't get points, or that people actually think that, well, everybody had slavery in history. That really is an argument. Well, motherfuckers, I'm not a high school history teacher. I don't have to give you a fucking A in the class just because you put two words together that had sentence structure and verb tense agreed. It's a dumb argument. And this white lady is kind of wee mealy mouthed as it is, and in low key and low volume. She's telling the truth. And the answer that the Iroquois had slavery too just makes your history teachers, Mr. Cross, laugh. You get an F. And even if you're black and you write that down, I'm going to give you an F because I'm not a DEI history teacher.
The wealth of this nation, its railroads, its cotton, banks, White House, was soaked in the black blood and sweat. And still the system works to keep them down.
See,
silence,
we have black blood.
to punish, to erase. And today, this country is still being built on the backs of the brown, the poor, the undocumented, farm workers who can't afford the food that they harvest, mothers crossing borders to keep their children alive, laborers doing the hardest work for the lowest pay, while being called a burden by the very people who benefit from them. I may not carry that history in my blood, but I refuse to look away. Because the truth is, America was never built by the powerful. It was built by the oppressed, by the people whose names never made it to the textbooks, by the ones this country tried to forget. But we remember. We remember because silence is a choice. And I will not choose it. Not now, not ever. Not while native land is still stolen. Not while black lives are still under attack. Not while immigrants are hunted, caged, and dehumanized. And not while injustice reigns, here or anywhere. I don't speak for anyone, but I will speak with them. Stand beside them and fight for what's right. Because I know this. We are the people, and we won't be silent.
America has always promised freedom, freedom of speech, freedom of justice, freedom of opportunity.
I cannot believe she's
But
sincere.
ask any Black American,
What's
ask any
Nigerian for
marginalized
Tokyo Rose?
communities, or ask any indigenous group in the United States, the answer will be different. They talk of freedom. Freedom when the entire communities are overpoliced, underfunded, disenfranchised. Freedom when the justice system protects properties more fiercely than it protects the Black lives. Freedom when wealth, education, housing, health are still defined by race and zip code. America was built on the land taken
Zip
through
code.
bloodshed. From the Trail of Tears to the broken treaties and mass displacement. The indigenous nations were systematically erased from their homelands, and now, generations later, the land is still being mined, polluted, and profited from when the indigenous families are being considered to be the most marginalized communities in the United States. Right now, some of the white folks are finally waking up and admitting the fact that they were told to ignore
The
that
white
America
folks are
was
waking
safe
up.
and the land was never freely theirs. That America is the land of freedom and that black folks don't
So we have a bunch of Rip Van Winkles in America? Not hardly there, Afro Judy.
deserve reparations. I know the truth is so hard to escape, but these white folks have decided to wake up and admit that truth.
America's identity is not freedom. If you're always going on and on about how America is the greatest country on earth because it's so free and we're always trying to spread freedom, you need to calm down. America is and has always been about two things: profit and white supremacy. When I say this, I'm not trying to be ungrateful of the privilege I have having grown up in the United States. It's the wealthiest country on earth. And I know that there are plenty of countries around the world that have horrible human rights offenses, genocides, poverty, famine, corruption, and so on and so forth. But America is not about freedom, and we have pretended to be about freedom for the entire lifetime of this country. When I think about the Pledge of Allegiance that I was forced to recite in elementary school, middle school, high school, every day, every morning, looking at a flag, placing my hand over my heart and pledging my allegiance to a country that I didn't really know that much about. We have whitewashed our history and our modern politics and our impact on the world right now so much that most people who get educated in this country have no clue what dark, evil shit we get up to. The FBI archives are publicly available. You can go online and read all about the nasty shit that they did, the relentless spying they did on people that were protesting through the 1960s and 70s, and look at Iraq throughout the 20th century, and then the invasion after 9/11. Look at Israel and Palestine. We're driven by two things: profit and white supremacy. Those are the bottom lines. From the very beginning, when this country was founded, for equality for every person, yet we had slaves that built our economy. For the first 90 years of this country, for the next 100, Black people still did not have full rights and citizenship recognized by the government. We can't even ask to use ranked choice voting in our elections because the current politicians and the political parties are so entrenched in exchanging money for policy and perpetuating the two-party system that leaves the rest of the country, 90% of people, completely fucked by an endless cycle of capitalism. It's all about profit, and it's all about white supremacy, both at home and abroad. And I'm so sick of the way that the United States media and education completely whitewashes that. We can't even have a conversation about communism and socialism because everybody in this country is so fucking scared of those words. They have no idea what they mean. Remember McCarthyism? I mean, how can you have a country that says that it is a free country when you literally have a ringleader blacklisting other politicians just...
Now I have to say two more observations since I woke up trolling. I personally think that I say stuff like this all the time and nobody ever takes me seriously because I'm Black. Now that white people are saying it, maybe the anti-Black blacks and the white shades in this space will take it seriously now that their beloved white people are admitting. The other thing is this sincerity almost reminds me, if you've ever seen videos of Hanoi Hilton hostages, you know, they would put these prisoners of war, the North Vietnamese would put these people on TV confessing America's sins. This is what that reminds me of. It's like these people, you know, are coerced. There's like Viet Cong off to the side where you can't see them, basically saying, if you don't admit America's sins, we're going to torture you. But in this case, the sins are real. It's just these people need to say it with a little bit more spine. It's hard to believe that they believe this, even though they're telling the truth.
by uttering a word. And that fear of communism and socialism is absolutely still present today. We're so stuck on capitalism and this greed for profit.
Oh yeah, that happens all the time, CK.
It will keep us locked in this cycle of raping the earth and exploiting working class people and keeping everybody else divided through the mechanisms of white supremacy.
Oh wait, speaking of white people, that these people are talking about, these young people are talking about the white shades, like this dude. Now, this dude, Be Brave and Think, says America is a place where peasants live like gods. Say anything you like, you just cannot deny that, folks. Peasant live like gods. Well, if you have to call them peasants, then they're probably not living like gods. If they were living like gods, we would call them gods. This young woke white boy is talking about his parents, who are likely like this dude who spouts bullshit that peasants live like gods. The reason peasants are living like gods is because your white betters don't want you to riot. They'll give you some peanuts, just so you are happy enough to write drivel like this. Your white masters want you to think you're living like a god so you don't storm their gated communities. Peasant. The peasants are writing this shit.
I'm so sick and tired, and I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of watching the politicians and the leaders fight in every way they can to keep this country exactly on the path that it is. Anyway, that's my hot take for the 4th of July.
400 years of slavery, a century of Jim Crow, decades of redlining, voter suppression, and even economic exclusion, and still no national apology, no systemic repair, no reparations. But now the tides are turning across the United States. Some of the white folks are finally waking up and admitting the fact that they owe the black community, not just emotionally, not just symbolically, but they owe them financially. That the black folks in the United States deserve reparations. And you guys, reparations are not charity, they are justice. And this is what the black folks have been demanding for years and years. If these white folks finally are waking up and admitting that
And I kind of agree with what you have to say here, CKJ3. I think that if you have basically squandered all your chances, like, I guess you could call it a white privilege to be able to be a do nothing and still, get on here talking about how you're living like a god. It's just a waste of whiteness, to be honest. I bet Afro Judy here wishes she had some white privilege.
the black folks really deserve reparations, then it's appealing. And in fact, I've watched several videos of the white folks now speaking up. They demand change in the United States. They're coming to realization that America was seized, that it was no longer their free land, that they have been always told to ignore it for years.
What's up, CKJ3? I'm sorry. What's up, SKC? Hey, I think the repeated concept that is failing is this concept that peasants live like gods. It's like no matter how many times you try and make yourself feel better that you're living like a god, you're really not. You are living like a peasant. It's just the difference is if you do that comparative sociology that weak-minded losers love to do, comparing yourself to Chad is really not a fair comparison. You compare apples to apples, and the apples to apples comparison is that there are peasants that are not living like gods. The point is not to live like a god. The point is to live like a human being. I don't really get that peasanty point that we live like gods. Well, you know what? Maybe that's what the pastor at your Baptist church told you.
Participated in building the United States. Right now, they are being deported to strange lands, the lands they know nothing about. Even the Chinese who participated in building the railways in the United States, they don't have free access, free re-entry to the United States. They must have visa for them to enter the United States, and you will not stay there for long. You must have legal documents that allows you to stay there. America has always sold itself to be the beacon of hope, to be the promised land, and majority of the people have always admired the United States. And now that the very own citizens are fleeing to other countries, that their country is no longer safe, there is a political breakdown. People are scared of their lives. People are scared of their families. The economy is getting high each and every day. It's so expensive. Everything is skyrocketing. And yet, the current government promised that it's going to make America great again. That it's going to make America the land of freedom. And yet, the freedom of voices is no longer there in the United States. So many voices are being silenced. Americans don't have that opportunity to air out their voices freely without being silenced. We have seen this several times. You remember the other time there was a TikTok ban because Americans were speaking up. They were speaking truth, and truth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I missed. I was muted. I was just saying that Afro Judy here, our African Tokyo Rose, what you should add and maybe she didn't think of this, is the reason if America is failing, it's failing because there are too many be braves in the white demographic and not enough actual smart white people. Over the 250 years, white America has gotten to a point to where you need someone like Donald Trump to make you feel better and to basically, bully America into thinking it's living like a god. It's really not. It's, by American standards, you keep hearing how kids are not doing as well as their parents. That means they're not doing as well as their parents, and eventually they will not be living like, quote, gods, because they're raising a generation of be braves. Be braves raise kids who are be braves. That is why America needs to be convinced that it's great. That is why Donald Trump is president. A bunch of fucking be braves elected him president to whisper sweet nothings about how superior they are and are living like gods, while he is literally firing them all from their cushy government jobs. This is hilarious. And be brave, keep chirping, like the little white birdie you are. People believe that they're living like gods for sure.
Hearts, and that's what they really don't want. They don't want these people to speak the truth. They want to silence them. And when these white folks are waking up and realizing that this is what the black folks have been enduring for years, they don't only have to speak up. They must have to show action in their community that they are ready for change, that they are ready to let the black folks have the reparations that they have been demanding for years. And guys, you know what? In a time of rising division, these truths are not guilt, it's a responsibility.
Look at her smiling. This
and
is hilarious.
acknowledging without action is like a whisper in the storm. It's a time you move from recognition to restitution, from silence to solidarity, because the truth is simple. Until justice is done, there is no real freedom for anyone in the United States. People really want America to be the America they used to know before, not the current America, because currently we are witnessing an empire falling in real time. So,
Hear
guys,
that, be
let me know
brave?
what you
Be brave. The African Tokyo Rose is telling you the truth. America is failing in real time. And I actually kind of agree with her. White America needs to figure out how to get the be braves out of the way and actually kind of get back to, even I will say that, back in the day, I rarely met a be brave spouting about how great he is while reading on a 6th grade level. So Tokyo Rose of Africa is kind of telling the truth. If we keep these be braves and we keep listening to them, America is going to wind up in a tiny outhouse, a custom built outhouse. And in the meantime, we do have Vivek Ramaswamy telling truth about how America worships mediocrity. I think he was on to something, quite frankly. And look how he pissed the be braves in America off. They basically canceled Vivek Ramaswamy because he held up a mirror to be brave. So anyway, Tokyo Rose is actually pretty much done here. I found this video fascinating. How sad the young white people were telling the truth about America, and how this Afro Judy, the Tokyo Rose of Nigeria, or wherever it is, I bet this video was actually made in Nigeria, telling us how America is a failed empire. This was worth getting up to talk about. And I just can't tell you how amused I am. So anyway, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button out there. We're always light on likes. So like this moment of truth, to borrow a phrase. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Make sure that you subscribe to Urban Landlord Clips. This is where, shows like this get clipped up into bite-sized nuggets. Make sure that you subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel at Stanley Cross 6000. I have done 0 output this week and may not even get to. I had some things lined up and just been kind of busy because I am going to be in Savannah next week. So, slowly but surely, I got to get prepared for that. So let's move into the news. And my only saving grace is that the show was already prepped. So I just basically woke up, made coffee, and came right here since I'm so late. So again, I apologize, but old men sometimes oversleep. So we're going to get into a bunch of Trump stuff here, but I want to preface it with this. I guess it's more or less an opinion piece, kind of summarizing the week so far in Trump news. Immigration, Epstein, Ukraine. Trump's moves royal MAGA base. Now, I've been kind of talking about this for the last month. Trump's polls are really low. And you know what? He keeps upping, the stuff to distract folks away from how unpopular, apparently even his base is starting to slip a bit. Says here, White House officials concede there's unrest in the MAGA ranks, but say it doesn't seriously threaten Trump's support. Well, Trump is Trump's biggest support, so why would the Be Brave peasants threaten their Lord and Savior Donald Trump? As long as Donald Trump says it's okay, then it's okay.
You're listening to Immigration, Epstein, Ukraine. Trump's moves royal MAGA base. A news story written by Natalie Allison and read by an AI-generated voice. Even as President Donald Trump celebrates the passage of his sweeping legislative package, frustration and anger have roiled some of his most loyal supporters, who fear he is going back on promises crucial to his MAGA movement. Trump is advocating a new policy that would spare swaths of migrant workers from deportations. Top administration officials, who long promised to expose hidden truths about Jeffrey Epstein, the wealthy child sex offender who died in 2019, suddenly conceded this week that they had nothing more to share about the case. And Trump said he would send more weapons to Ukraine, just days after leading MAGA figures cheered the Pentagon's decision to halt the shipments. I will tell you right now, MAGA has never been in more turmoil than the last 72 hours, said a person close to Trump, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the sensitive situation. White House officials disputed the idea that the unrest in MAGA ranks seriously threatens Trump's support. Trump's apparent decision to avoid deportations of migrants working on farms, at hotels, and potentially in other industries, tops the list of issues that have caused prominent MAGA influencers to sound the alarm. I got myself into a little trouble because I said I don't want to take people away from the farmers, Trump said at a rally last week in Iowa, before announcing that legislation was underway to protect some migrants from being thrown out pretty viciously in his administration's worksite immigration raids. Trump acknowledged that serious radical right people in his political base may not be quite as happy with the initiative. He added that he thought they would ultimately understand. Trump's comments led to intense public pushback from MAGA figures, including Stephen K. Bannon, Trump's former campaign strategist and White House advisor, and Charlie Kirk, the head of Turning Point USA, who warned about plans to offer amnesty to some migrant workers. Tuesday morning, as Trump was shown social posts from MAGA influencers decrying his recent comments, he took issue with the amnesty claim. What are they talking about? Trump asked aides upon seeing the posts, according to a person with knowledge of his private remarks. I never talked about amnesty. He repeated that in public later in the day during a cabinet meeting, but acknowledged that a new initiative is underway to protect some workers. There's no...
Hey, let me pause this right quick. Y'all take a look at the screen here. This says you better get off the white stuff. I'll make you look real bad, Stanley. Who the this dude thinks he's a little trailer park Trump here. Motherfucker, you don't tell me what to do. Look at little trailer park Trump here. Dude, you better go take a shit. You better go take a shit in your little outhouse. The fuck? Dude, I rarely even watch your show anymore. Do your worst.
Amnesty, Trump said, responding to a reporter's question. What we're doing is getting rid of criminals, but we are doing a work program. White House communications staff plastered Trump's no amnesty remark across social media within moments of his speaking. A senior White House official, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss the migrant worker program still being developed, dismissed unfounded and baseless rumors about the plans. No new legislative proposals are being drafted, the senior official said, despite Trump's statement at the Iowa rally that legislation was being worked on. The administration is now working to streamline our existing visa programs to make sure they're more efficient and that farmers have what they need, the official said. Trump is realistic about the fact that native-born American workers are unlikely to fill all the agriculture jobs currently filled by immigrant laborers, the White House official said. He wants farmers to retain their workforce, and he wants to make it easier for them, the official said. At the cabinet meeting, Labor Secretary Lori Chavez de Remer referred to a new Office of Immigration Policy that her department has launched to help employees secure visas for workers. The president in recent days has been under sustained pressure from donors over the migrant worker situation, fielding phone calls from wealthy industry leaders and acquaintances who are worried about being able to keep their workers, according to 3 people with knowledge of the conversations. Those calls recently have outnumbered the conversations Trump has had about immigration with top MAGA leaders, those people said, speaking on condition of anonymity to discuss private conversations. Now that his signature bill has been passed, some of the donors told Trump it was time to moderate policy on deportations and ensure that businesses that rely on immigrant workers continue to function. Trump has also heard from Joe Rogan, a podcaster with a massive following of young men who endorsed Trump in the 2024 election, a move that Trump's political aides credit with helping to bring younger voters to the president's coalition. Rogan has discussed immigration policy with Trump and pushed him to back off deporting workers who have not committed crimes, according to a person with knowledge of their conversations. Rogan and Dana White, a friend of Trump's who is CEO of the Ultimate Fighting Championship, had dinner with the president on June 30th, according to a third person with knowledge of the meeting. Rogan's staff did not immediately respond to a request for comment. President Trump is fulfilling his promise to the American people to carry out the largest mass deportation operation in history, said Abigail Jackson, a White House spokesperson. There will be no amnesty, only deportations of the violent, criminal, illegal aliens that Joe Biden welcomed into the country. Jackson added that Trump is more popular amongst the Republican base than any Republican was at this time in their administration, and that passage of his One Big Beautiful Bill fulfilled multiple campaign promises. But a person involved in the MAGA pushback against the migrant worker carve-out, speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss the policy's potential ramifications, said Trump would soon find out there is no real way to thread this needle and keep both sides happy. It's a tug of war between the donor class and his base, the person said. It's an existential threat to the coalition. If you even float in any serious way amnesty, by that name or any other, the base will revolt. The administration's inability to make good on promises of new revelations about Epstein has also upset some MAGA figures. Over the weekend, the Justice Department announced that its investigation had come up with nothing new to say about Epstein's case, undermining years of conspiracy theories that some administration officials had previously pushed. Some right-wing figures have accused the federal government of a massive cover-up to protect powerful associates of Epstein who may have abused teenage girls. They have also questioned the official account of Epstein's death in custody, which was ruled a suicide. During the cabinet meeting, Trump criticized a reporter's question about Epstein, saying the case was no longer important. "Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years," Trump said. "I can't believe you were asking a question on Epstein at a time like this. We're having some of the greatest success, and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration." Despite Trump's dismissal, conspiracy theories about Epstein have been a major concern among a subset of his vocal supporters. White House staff on Monday strategized to try to keep the fallout to a minimum. The president's own attempt to show support for FBI Director Kash Patel and Deputy Director Dan Bongino faced pushback from some of his supporters on Truth Social. Some MAGA voices, including pro-Trump commentator Laura Loomer, called for firing Attorney General Pam Bondi. Loomer also called for Agriculture Secretary Brooke Rollins' ouster over the migrant worker proposal. As someone who voted for the president, campaigned for the president a lot, I'm not attacking the president, but I think even people who are fully on board with the bulk of the MAGA agenda are like, this is too much actually, Tucker Carlson said about the administration's Epstein memo in a taped conversation he posted Tuesday. I'm saying that with love, and I hope that they're listening, because I think this threatens to blow up the whole thing. Multiple White House officials dismissed such warnings, noting that polling does not show the Epstein case to be anywhere near the top issue animating voters. They also pointed to the Trump administration's work to drive down prices and bring an end to various foreign conflicts, among other recent policy victories. If people want to leave Donald Trump, he was the founder of the MAGA movement. He sacrificed more than any person who's ever run for office in our nation's history. He almost lost his life twice, gave up his successful business, fought off more than 130 indictments, was threatened with imprisonment to lead our country. Over a conclusion provided by the Department of Justice over Jeffrey Epstein, that does not seem like a rational choice, the senior White House official said. A second White House official, also speaking on the condition of anonymity to discuss internal deliberations, told the Washington Post that although there will always be topics that Trump supporters disagree about, the president's loyal base will not stop supporting him as a result of the Epstein investigation. They're not going to hang up their MAGA hat and call.
I'll have to say that that list of all the things that Trump has done for us, it almost sounds like a mass. You know, God gave up his only begotten son, Donald Trump, so he could help us heal and make America great again. This is so sad. And it's almost getting time to say, I told you so. Oh, Donald Trump is just out of fucking control. and listen to who is influencing his administration. Tucker Carlson, Laura Loomer. I keep saying that MAGA is a populist, is an oligarchy dressed in flannel shirts. These guys keep throwing the Be Braves of the world, you know, a little bit of, hey, we're not going to tax your tips. We're not going to tax your overtime, but we're going to continue these tax cuts for the rich. We're going to give you just enough of a tax break that you get to go out and build a new outhouse. And you know what? You'll be happy with that little outhouse. Oh, this is so funny.
Call it a day, the official said, referring to the critics as a vocal minority. By no means are the loud people on X an accurate representation of the nearly 80 million people who voted for the president, the official said. The heartburn about immigration and Epstein comes on the heels of warnings last month from several prominent MAGA figures against striking Iran on behalf of Israel. When Trump ultimately did order an attack against Iran's nuclear sites, the objections from his base were muted, in part because the president said the U.S. military would not be involved in a drawn-out conflict. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's visit to the White House this week raised eyebrows among some in the Trump's America First coalition, who remain skeptical of the United States intervening in other countries' wars. Bannon, who hosts the daily War Room talk show popular with the MAGA base, urged his audience on Tuesday not to curl up in the fetal position, but to continue to push Trump to do what they elected him to. Let's not say, oh my God, he's going to war in Iran. He's getting sucked into Ukraine. He's pushing amnesty. It's Epstein, yes. It's all of those, and maybe more. That's fine, Bannon said. You're in the Fight Club. And in the Fight Club, what do? We fight.
The Fight Club. Oh man, this is so hilarious. I'm loving it. And to continue in this vein, unhappy with Putin. Now, Trump and Putin, I thought they were just gonna, I just always wanted to go get a room, guys. But apparently, Trump is learning just who Putin is. Trump and Congress moved closer to Ukraine. That's going to make the MAGA base thrilled.
You're listening to Unhappy with Putin. Trump and Congress move closer to Ukraine. A news story written by Michael Birnbaum and Dan Lamoth, and read by an AI-generated voice. After half a year of White House skepticism toward Kyiv and friendliness toward Moscow, President Donald Trump and top Republicans have shifted course, with the White House preparing to send additional weaponry to Ukraine and Congress moving to enact tough new sanctions on Russia. The change this week came as Trump's frustration mounted over Russian President Vladimir Putin's unwillingness to engage seriously in discussions about an end to his war on Ukraine. Trump vowed last year that he would move quickly to halt the conflict, but has been unsuccessful. A senior White House official said Wednesday that the president had now agreed to some Ukrainian requests for military aid based on a detailed list that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky handed him last month when they met in The Hague. On Capitol Hill, House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican Louisiana, and Senate Majority Leader John Thune, Republican South Dakota, said Wednesday that they will try to pass legislation this month that would give Trump the ability to impose sanctions on buyers of Russia's energy exports. "We're looking at Ukraine right now and munitions," Trump told reporters Wednesday ahead of a White House lunch with African leaders. The vow came a day after Trump expressed uncharacteristically tough public anger toward Russian President Vladimir Putin, declaring that the leader throws a lot of bulls. "He's very nice to us all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless," Trump said at a cabinet meeting. Trump and Putin spoke by phone Thursday. Afterward, Trump's rhetoric toward the Russian leader sharpened significantly. "There's a general frustration that it's just not moving as quickly as possible, and that maybe pushing in one direction will help pull them to the negotiating table," the senior White House official said. The official spoke on the condition of anonymity to speak candidly about internal discussions. At NATO, the Ukrainians were asking for very specific things, and the president granted some of those things, the official said, declining to offer specifics about which weapons had been approved. Zelensky has long sought additional Patriot air defense missile systems, which he says are key to defending Ukrainian cities and critical infrastructure from Russian bombardment. Since Putin's phone call with Trump on Thursday, Russia has hit Ukraine with some of the fiercest barrages of the war, including 728 drones on Tuesday into Wednesday, a record, according to Ukraine's Air Force. The future of U.S. military aid for Ukraine was called into question last week when, after a Pentagon review of U.S. military stockpiles and aid across the world, the Defense Department flagged some types of weapons that had been flowing into the country. Officials planned to pause some assistance because the weaponry was needed for other U.S. priorities, officials said last week. The White House said last week that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth had signed off on a decision to halt some but not all military aid. The senior White House official said Wednesday, however, that the weapons shipments were never formally paused and that the aid continues to flow to Ukraine. A Defense Department review of weapons shipments to Ukraine began in June, after Hegseth signed a memo following consultation with White House officials and other Pentagon officials, including Elbridge Colby, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, a senior defense official said Wednesday, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue. The memo did not call for any specific outcome and did not call for a pause on munitions deliveries, the official said.
Yeah, we will go ahead and pause it here. Basically, this taco thing that they're talking, it's kind of Trump's tactics, something about Trump always chickens out. I don't know. I don't know what to say, but I think the biggest beneficiaries of the taco is Putin. Putin's just doing what the hell he wants to do.
Putin, undeterred by Trump's words, escalates his war against Ukraine. This article is by Anton Troyanovsky and Paul Son, and read by an automated voice. President Vladimir V, Putin of Russia, is brushing aside President Trump's professed disappointment
AI keeps saying the V
and is pushing ahead in Ukraine with
Vladimir
renewed
V.
intensity,
Putin is
having
the fifth.
already
But I'm
priced in the
starting to think that's
possibility of new U.S.
actual what he is. He's
analysts
King
and people
Vladimir
close to the
V.
Kremlin said. The Russian leader is convinced that Russia's battlefield superiority is growing and that Ukraine's defenses may collapse in the coming months, according to two people close to the Kremlin, who insisted on anonymity to speak candidly about sensitive diplomacy. Given Russia's ongoing offensive, they say, Mr. Putin views it as out of the question to halt the fighting now without extensive concessions by Ukraine. He will not sacrifice his goals in Ukraine for the sake of improving relations with Trump, Tatiana Stanovaya, a senior fellow at the Carnegie Russia
That's right,
Eurasia
Trump.
Center, said.
Who is Trump?
Mr. Putin's recalcitrance highlights a stark reversal from some expectations earlier this year when Mr. Trump came into office and aggressively pursued a rapprochement with Moscow, having pledged on the campaign trail to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. Mr. Trump's friendly approach to the Kremlin and an Oval Office shouting match with President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine seemed to offer a rare opening for Mr. Putin. Mr. Trump's clear sympathy for the Russian leader, many Russians hoped, could yield sanctions relief, Western investment, arms control deals, and favorable geopolitical realignment in Europe. All Mr. Putin needed to do, it seemed, was accept a Ukraine ceasefire that would have allowed Russia to keep the territory it had already captured. But Mr. Putin wanted more. As Russia has gained on the battlefield, and Ukraine has struggled with a dearth of men to defend its front lines, Mr. Putin's military ambitions have only increased. As Mr. Trump makes his frustration with Mr. Putin known, it has become clear that Mr. Putin is prepared to risk his relationship with the US president in service of what has emerged as his overarching goal after 40 months of full-scale war, achieving Ukraine's capitulation to his demands. Mr. Putin's determination to keep up Russia's onslaught, coupled with escalating bombardments, led up to Mr. Trump's most recent outburst of frustration with Mr. Putin on Tuesday. Despite 6 phone calls between the two leaders since February and 2 rounds of direct talks between Russia and Ukraine in Istanbul, Russia has only escalated. "We get a lot of bullshit thrown at us by Putin, if you want to know the truth," Mr. Trump told reporters. "He's very nice to us all the time, but it turns out to be meaningless." Mr. Putin has tried hard to be nice. He has pitched the White House on business deals like mining rare earths, or taking a stake in Russian gas supplies to Europe. He offered Russia as a neutral Middle East mediator, even as Mr. Trump was preparing to bomb Iran, Russia's closest ally in the region. He has continued to shower Mr. Trump with public compliments. "He's a courageous man, that's clear," Mr. Putin said of Mr. Trump at a news conference in Belarus late last month. But the one thing Mr. Putin has not done, as Mr. Trump acknowledged on Tuesday, is offer meaningful concessions on Ukraine. At the Belarus news conference on June 27th, Mr. Putin said he recognized Mr. Trump's frustration, referring to the president's recent acknowledgement that the war in Ukraine was harder to end than he had thought. "That's how it is," Mr. Putin went on. "Real life is always more complicated than the idea of it." The Kremlin spokesman, Dmitry Peskov, reiterated that sentiment in comments on Wednesday, and played down Mr. Trump's harsh remarks about Mr. Putin. "We are taking this calmly," Mr. Peskov said. "We expect to continue our dialogue with Washington and our effort to repair our seriously broken bilateral relations." Mr. Trump, the Kremlin spokesman added, has a, quote, "fairly tough style in the phrases he uses." Mr. Putin has been prepared for Mr. Trump's patience to snap, according to the 2 people close to the Kremlin. He has understood, they said, that Mr. Trump could eventually implement new sanctions after 6 months.
Let's translate that. What they're really saying is Putin doesn't give a fuck about Trump. He's going to do what he wants to do. And he is playing Trump like a fiddle. He's been prepared for Trump. He's been prepared for Trump to lose his cool and to snap. Oh, this is hilarious.
Months in which the administration has issued no new sanctions against Russia related to its invasion of Ukraine. Putin really values and is investing in a personal relationship with Trump, Ms. Stanovaya said. But at the same time, he never had any illusions about how American policy toward Russia might develop. And the Russian leadership has always prepared for the worst. So far, the US president's sanctions threats against Russia have proved empty. Neither has he signaled a willingness to ramp up military support in a way that would change the battlefield balance. And European countries don't appear to have the capacity to do so on their own. One of the people close to the Kremlin said that Mr. Putin expected to still be able to make a deal on sanctions relief with Mr. Trump when, at some point in the future, the Russian leader finally is ready to end the war. Putin is very rational to some extent, said Stefan Meister, a Russia expert at the German Council on Foreign Relations in Berlin. If there are no increasing costs from the other side, why should he change his behavior? Mr. Putin's goals in Ukraine go well beyond maintaining control over the swath of Ukraine that his troops have captured. He wants the NATO alliance to commit not to expand further eastward and roll back its infrastructure. He also wants Ukraine to adopt a neutral status and cap the size of its military, in addition to protecting the use of the Russian language under Ukrainian law. And he has continued to insist that Ukraine withdraw its forces from territory that he claims to be part of Russia, frustrating a Trump administration that had expected Mr. Putin to accept a ceasefire at the current battle lines. Mr. Putin has been pleased with his interactions with Mr. Trump so far this year, the two people close to the Kremlin said. The leaders' talks themselves have represented a breakthrough for Russia, ending 3 years of diplomatic isolation by the Biden administration. But Mr. Trump has refused to play along with the Kremlin's effort to put the improvement of U.S.-Russia ties on a separate track from ending the war in Ukraine. The American president also hasn't offered a diplomatic path to the kind of far-reaching victory that Mr. Putin seeks. A deal that would give Russia a renewed sphere of influence in Eastern Europe in exchange for peace in Ukraine. If, of course, we ended up in a situation where Trump could and wanted to give Putin everything on NATO, weapon installations in Europe, infrastructure, and so on and so forth, I think Putin would be much more flexible about Ukraine, Ms. Stanovaya said. But that's not an option today.
Hey, Slick Rick, funny you should mention Solid Snake. That was the other highlight of Here for the Tease show last night. Snake spazzed the fuck out. It was amazing. It was so bad they tossed him from the panel. And you know, T and Mo Love, you know, they're generally pretty tolerant. You know, they're tolerant of more but bad behavior. But when you start pissing Mo Love off and she's starting to tell you about your old ass, oh, it was hilarious. It was worth staying up late. Solid Snake got his ass handed to him by Mo Love. It was just, it was funny. Yeah, you're right. So you're right, Slick Red. It was amazing. Y'all better stop fucking with T. Not y'all, but you know, the Solid Snakes of the world. Oh, it was hilarious. So you know, I can't wait for him to make his appearance in this chat. Oh, I'm gonna roast that motherfucker. He let Mo Love roast his dumb ass. So anyway, onward and upward with Trump's approval ratings. Big beautiful bill plunges underwater.
President Donald Trump's newly signed One Big Beautiful bill is facing strong public backlash, with new polling showing that his approval rating for the sweeping measure has dropped underwater just days after he signed it into law. According to new YouGov/Economist polling, conducted July 4th to 7th among 1,528 adults, a majority of Americans, 53%, say they strongly or somewhat oppose Trump's budget, compared to 35% who support it. Opposition has climbed by 10 percentage points since April, when the plan was unveiled. For comparison, after Trump's first-term budget passed in 2017, public opinion was split by a slightly narrower margin of 41% opposed to 28% in favor. Why it matters. Trump signed the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, OBBBA, into law on July 4th. The bill's controversial provisions include cuts to Medicaid and increased immigration enforcement funding. What to know? Other polls have also revealed widespread opposition to the bill. A Quinnipiac poll conducted June 22nd to 24th found that 55% of Americans oppose it. A Fox News survey from June 13th to 16th put opposition even higher, at 59%. Meanwhile, a KFEF poll from June 4th to 8th showed the strongest pushback, with 64% saying they disapproved of the legislation. YouGov's polling revealed some insight as to why. It showed that 52% of Americans, 80% of Democrats, and 22% of Republicans believe the federal budget deficit will increase as a result of the bill. Just 11% think the deficit will stay the same, while 19% believe it will decrease. And when asked how the budget will affect everyday Americans, 52% said they expect it will hurt the average American a lot or a little. Only 28% think the plan will help, while 9% say it won't have much impact. Slightly fewer respondents, 42%, believe they and their immediate families will be personally hurt by the budget, while 24% expect to benefit and 18% think it won't affect them much. The Congressional Budget Office estimates the bill would add $3.4 trillion to federal deficits over the next 10 years, but Republicans and the White House dispute the figures. Medicaid in the crosshairs. One of the biggest flashpoints is the bill's projected impact on Medicaid. 67% of Americans expect it decrease funding for Medicaid, while only 6% think funding will increase. Republicans are far less likely than Democrats to expect cuts. 49% of Republicans anticipate cuts compared to 87% of Democrats. According to new estimates from the nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, the bill will cut roughly $1.1 trillion in health care spending and result in 11.8 million people losing Medicaid health insurance over the next decade. Like Medicaid, SNAP will also undergo funding changes. Under the new law, the federal government will continue to fund SNAP, but states will now have to share some of the cost if their payment error rate is 6% or higher, starting in 2028, 2 years after the next midterm elections. States with a very high error rate of 13.34% or more can delay the cost sharing for an extra 2 years. But the poll shows that support for cutting major social programs remains low. Very few Americans back reducing or eliminating funding for Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, or SNAP. The largest share in favor of any cuts is 20% who support reducing SNAP. By contrast, majorities want funding increased for Social Security, 61%, and Medicare, 56%, with nearly...
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and stop it there. Bottom line is I hear a lot of people like Ryan talking about, people not working. I mean, there are always going to be people who don't want to work or who will take advantage of social safety net programs. That's the cost of doing cost of doing business. Bottom line is that if your plans are going to hurt the people who are doing the right things, as well as just to punish the minority who are not doing the right things, you got a loser of a public policy. And that's exactly what Trump is. Trump is so busy trying to satisfy the Tucker Carlsons and the Elon Musks of the world that he's losing the Steve Bannon types. And they're trying to stay loyal. But see, the presidency is even bigger than Donald Trump's ego. And he is slowly but surely learning this. And we have only had like 6 months of Trump. We still have 3 years of this stuff left to go. This is going to just get worse. It's not going to get better, folks. So let's move on. More Trump news. Now, I wasn't aware of this. Apparently, Iran has been making assassination threats. So first I've heard of it. So I definitely want to hear this. And, it kind of, I wonder if this is actually not fake news, to be honest.
President Donald Trump on Wednesday responded to comments made by an ally of Iran's supreme leader suggesting that Iran could assassinate him with a drone, while warning that Trump can no longer sunbathe peacefully while at his Mar-a-Lago resort in Florida. Newsweek has reached out to the Department of Homeland Security, DHS, for comment via email on Wednesday. why it matters. Mohammad Javad Larijani, advisor to Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, warned the US president that a small Iranian drone could target and strike the president, as reported by London-based outlet Iran International. Larijani's remarks, even if intended as a joke, add to speculation over possible retaliation by the Islamic Republic against the US for its attacks on Iran's nuclear facilities in June. The US and Iran have had a strained, distrusting relationship spanning more than 4 decades. During Trump's first administration, tensions were notably high after Trump withdrew from the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA, known as the Iran nuclear deal, and the US killed Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, leader of the Quds Force. What to know? On Wednesday, Larijani said on Iranian television, as reported by Iran International, Trump has done something so that he can no longer sunbathe in Mar-a-Lago. He continued, as he lies there with his stomach to the sun, a small drone might hit him in the navel. It's very simple, Iran International reported. The remarks were made in a lighthearted manner during a discussion about the merits of Iranian military technology compared with America's. Iran's drone technology has played a key role in Russia's war on Ukraine, with its Shahid devices devastating Ukraine's infrastructure. Later on Wednesday, Fox News' Peter Doocy asked Trump if he would classify the comments as a threat. Yeah, I guess it's a threat. I'm not sure it's a threat, actually, but perhaps it is, Trump responded. Doocy also asked Trump, when was the last time you went sunbathing? To which the president said, it's been a long time. Maybe I was around 7 or so. I'm not too big into it. Larijani's comments were delivered weeks after Trump bombed 3 Iranian nuclear sites and a day after Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with the US president. DHS has warned of Iranian assassination threats on US government figures, writing in a June 22nd notice. Iran also has a long-standing commitment to target US government officials it views as responsible for the death of an Iranian military commander killed, in reference to Soleimani. Iran's top Shia cleric, Grand Ayatollah Nazar Makarem Shirazi, issued a fatwa, or religious edict, against Trump on June 29th. Recent conflict between Iran and Israel. In June, Israel, which has been embroiled in a war against Hamas in Gaza for over 20 months, killing thousands of civilians, struck Tehran and several other cities in Operation Rising Lion. A campaign it said was meant to preempt a planned Iranian attack and disrupt Iran's nuclear capabilities. Iran, which has said its nuclear program is for peaceful purposes, retaliated, though Israeli defense systems, bolstered by US military technology, intercepted a majority of incoming missile fire, according to Israeli officials. Nearly 1,000 Iranians and dozens of Israelis were killed in the strikes, with thousands wounded in both countries.
Yep, I'll go ahead and stop it here because they're just recapping stuff. I hadn't heard about this, but it doesn't surprise me. I would think that there are all kinds of threats made against U.S. presidents. So, speaking of which, I found this really interesting. Let me see, can I find it here? This actually, for some reason, kind of surprised me. Speaking of assassination attempts, 6 Secret Service agents suspended after Trump assassination attempt. I hadn't thought about it, but I guess Trump wants to keep this in the news. It says here the U.S. Secret Service suspended 6 personnel over security failings during a 2024 assassination attempt on Donald Trump at one of his rallies, in which one attendee was killed and Trump was grazed by a bullet. A Senate report found that security failures and lack of communication within the Secret Service directly contributed to the accident, while a House task force described the attack as preventable. Secret Service director said the agency was accountable for the operational failure and focused on ensuring it never happens again, with agents receiving suspensions ranging from 10 to 42 days. So, you know what? Donald Trump demands excellence that he himself does not deliver. But you know what? That's what tin pot dictators do. They expect a lot more of their quote staff than they will deliver. That is very, very be brave like. Be brave thinks he is above the fray, and that everything he says is a work of genius. You know, for a socialist, he sounds mighty, mighty Trump like. That's why I think my new name for him is going to be Trailer Park Trump. The dude is literally building outhouses and acting like they're Taj Mahals. It's actually, well, I'm going to say it's hilarious, not so much sad. Anyone who talks that much shit doesn't deserve, my sympathy. What's up, dirty dude? How you doing? So, if you're Secret Service or Intel, U.S. intelligence, boy, you best be on your best behavior because Trump is coming after you. FBI launches criminal investigations into James Comey and John Brennan over Trump Russia probe. Talk about a guy who wants to make America great again. He is doing nothing but living in the past. And to be honest, this is all distractions from his plummeting popularity. He's never been popular, but he did have a little bit of a resurgence back in April. But if he doesn't turn it around soon, he's going to be right back where he was 2 years into his first administration. You get 2 good years out of Trump, and then the last 2, it's all going to be, just, people duck and covering from the fallout. So it says here, Department of Justice is reportedly investigating former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director James Comey for potential criminal actions connected to the 2016 Trump Russia probe. The investigations are examining whether Brennan or Comey made false statements to Congress, which is a federal offense, and if they adhered to legal and ethical standards during the probe. The reported investigations follow years of political controversy regarding Russian interference in the 2016 U.S. election and could have far-reaching impacts on intelligence gathering practices and government oversight. All a distraction. Trump needs something. He needs red meat to keep feeding the trailer park Trumps. And you know what? Whether they call themselves socialists or not, we don't believe them. That socialist bullshit is fake news. Yeah, it is. It's exactly that, dirty dude. Oh, wait, you know what? I got something even better. Let's see here. Where is it? Here. Take a look at this. Talk about banana republic. Now we're interfering with banana republics. Trump announces 50% tariff on Brazil in retaliation for Bolsonaro trial. And what the hell? So now we're interfering in other people's judicial processes, threatening tariffs. What kind of fucking tin pot dictator bullshit is this? On Wednesday, President Donald Trump announced a 50% tariff on Brazilian goods, citing Bolsonaro's treatment as an international disgrace and other political reasons. Trump announced a 50% tariff on Brazil, citing Brazil's treatment of Bolsonaro and its handling of his trial as a witch hunt and international disgrace as key reasons. Brazil was the 18th largest U.S. import source with $42 billion. The 50% tariff is the highest announced this week, and the Brazilian real dropped over 2%. In response, Brazil summoned the U.S. charge d'affaires. Trump threatened higher tariffs if retaliation occurs. Economists warn tariffs could worsen inflation and slow growth, while the U.S. administration promises to reduce trade imbalances and restore factory jobs. I just don't get it. Why is it okay to interfere in Brazil's judicial processes, and the American people potentially suffer at the cash register? I don't get the logic. Maybe it's an idle threat, but why is a U.S. president making idle threats would be my next question. So, I don't know. These are interesting times. So, next story, and it's Trump related. Massachusetts bill filed to ban ICE agents from wearing masks. Very interesting. Can they do that? On Wednesday, State Representative Jim Hawkins filed a bill to ban ICE agents from wearing masks during arrests, co-sponsored by Carlos Gonzalez. Following public concern after masked ICE agents detained Rumesa Ozturk in March, Massachusetts lawmakers filed a bill to ban officers from wearing masks to rebuild trust. The bill bans ICE officers from covering their faces on duty, allowing exceptions for health and safety, with misdemeanor penalties for violations. The Massachusetts legislature's mask ban bill is in debate, risking conflicts between police agencies, with ICE yet to comment on the proposal. The Massachusetts bill aligns with federal efforts like the Visible Act, which faces legal challenges over federal authority, highlighting ongoing debates over immigration enforcement transparency. Yeah, this kind of reminds me of it's a conservative county on Long Island that banned masks. And I remember the anti-black blacks and MAGA folks were pro getting rid of masks. And I think turnabout is fair play. It's going to be interesting what Trump's response is. I bet he's going to tariff Massachusetts. So, yeah, Slick Rick. Well, Slick Rick, when is he not? So, let us move on. In Israel, Gaza news, Hamas agrees to release 10 hostages as part of Gaza ceasefire talks, says negotiations are tough. I honestly don't understand what the purpose of even keeping hostages anymore is on Hamas's part. But I'm not an expert on this stuff, so maybe I'll just table that question for now. It says here, Hamas has agreed to release 10 Israeli captives as part of ceasefire negotiations, stating that discussions are tough due to Israel's intransigence. Ongoing ceasefire talks led by Qatar and the United States focus on aid flow, withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza, and permanent ceasefire guarantees. Israeli forces are continuing attacks in Gaza, resulting in significant casualties, including at least 74 individuals killed just yesterday, with over 770 deaths reported at aid sites. I've been commenting that just going out and getting food or medical aid is existential is an existential risk. U.S. President Donald Trump believes there is a good chance of a ceasefire occurring in Gaza in the coming week. Well, at this rate, Trump needs a win. So let's see, what else do we have here? Just a quick follow-up, and I don't even know that I want to do this story, to be honest. Maybe what I'll do is just comment on it and move on. This is a story in the New York Times talking about an experience in some 60-room inn in nearby homes. Mayhem at the River Inn Crossing, a dark of night flood escape. These are people who basically had to get out real quick from this inn And, here's a photo here of water rushing in. So apparently they were really taken by surprise. Says here, Meredith Honig, a video journalist, was staying in her family's house on Mary Mead Drive next to the River Inn Resort on July 4th and witnessed the frantic evacuations. So, here's some photos here of water rushing in, and looks pretty scary. So if anybody wants this story, I can drop it into the chat, but I don't know that it needs to be gotten into. We all know how horrible it was. This is a excuse me, a story. Apparently the FDA is hanging on by a thread here. And I don't know, to me, excuse me, a lot of this attack on agencies like the FDA and NIH and stuff that Robert Kennedy is doing, I just wonder if we're not shooting ourselves in the foot. Getting in, looking at policy, and kind of reining in regulation is one thing, but just wholesale disabling or getting rid of some of these agencies that have been a demonstrable plus for health and safety, just seems to me that, to be honest, it really seems to me that the oligarchs like an RFK are going to wind up being the big beneficiaries. Being able to come in and kind of do what you want to do unregulated just sounds like they're taking us all the way back to the robber baron days, late 19th century, early 20th century. And I think that we are, doomed to repeat some mistakes that we should know better than to repeat. Let's see. This is good news. Supreme Court won't let Florida enforce controversial immigration law. If you recall, Florida basically wanted to ban immigrants from crossing its border, like it was a little country. The U.S. Supreme Court upheld a block on a Florida law that criminalizes unauthorized entry into the state by immigrants, which was ruled by Judge Kathleen Williams to conflict with federal immigration authority. Florida Attorney General James Uffmeyer's appeal was denied with no explanation given by the Supreme Court. The law imposes strict penalties on unauthorized immigrants while exempting those under federal authorization, according to the ACLU. Cody Wofsky of the ACLU stated, the Supreme Court's decision reaffirms that states cannot regulate immigration, emphasizing adherence to federal law. I kind of doubt that. I think Texas skirts that sort of legal opinion all the time. But the thing is they are directly on a border with a foreign country. So, I can see kind of giving them some latitude. And lastly is an essay on the Nobel Peace Prize, which Netanyahu has nominated President Trump to get one. So I think we should listen to this.
The Nobel Peace Prize. Almost anyone is more deserving than Trump. By Joyce Vance. Trump thinks he should get the Nobel Peace Prize. He makes no bones about it. So it came as no surprise when Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu, under indictment on corruption charges himself, announced this week while visiting the White House that he'd nominated Trump. The Peace Prize was created in the will of a Swede, Alfred Nobel, who directed that it be awarded to the person who, in quote, shall have done the most or the best work for fraternity between nations, for the abolition or reduction of standing armies, and for the holding and promotion of peace congresses, end quote, in the previous year. That doesn't sound like Donald Trump to me. Previous winners include American presidents Barack Obama and Jimmy Carter. Elie Wiesel, Desmond Tutu, and Lech Walesa are all Nobel Peace Prize winners. You can find a list of all the laureates here. So, who would you nominate if it were up to you? Surely not Donald Trump. I think we can do better. Sometimes we have to have a little fun in the middle of all of the seriousness. Take a moment to enjoy yourself and laugh with a friend today. We're in this together. Joyce.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't think, I think that, I don't think Donald Trump's going to get the Nobel Peace Prize. I mean, in a way, I kind of hope he does. That'll be the end of the Nobel Peace Prize because we'll know it's rigged. So I want to get on to, I haven't heard this, but it sounds interesting. It's called Who Gets the Most Food Stamps? And this is brought to you by Be Brave and Think, who is Lady Boulet's biggest fan. And probably she is his secret crush also. You know how, Be Brave has jungle fever.
Want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. And y'all, we are vindicated. We are vindicated. I have been saying on this channel for the longest that white America hides behind Black America. They push us out front and broadcast the most negative things about Black people. Any one thing that comes up about Black and white Americans, they're going to give the negative view to the Black American and the positive view to the white American, or won't say anything about white people at all, but definitely going to give you the negative view of Black people. But as the saying goes, what's done in the dark will come to the light. And this time we're talking about food stamps. Now I want to say up front, there is nothing wrong with people receiving public assistance when they need it, because there comes a time when everybody has some kind of crisis in their lives. They may not need food stamps and welfare, but you will need something else, some other kind of help. So there is nothing wrong with it. But the fact that America has used public assistance to demonize Black people and try to tell the world that all of us are on welfare, all of us are on food stamps, all of us are whatever they come up with that presents us in the darkest light, that's what they're going to say. But today I'm talking about food stamps because they've lied about Black people, and everybody in the country thinks that Black people are getting all of the food stamps, all of the public housing, all of the welfare, and everybody else is just out here working hard. So let's look at who's actually getting the food stamps. First, we're going to look at the number one recipient of food stamps.
85% of welfare and food stamp moochers are white, live in southern red states, and vote for Republicans. Go figure. And those same Republicans are trying to take that away from you. And you voted for it. Can't blame the Democrats. This is what you voted for.
Did y'all get that? I'm going to play it again.
85% of welfare and food stamp moochers are white, live in southern red states, and vote for Republicans. Go figure. And those same Republicans are trying to take that away from you. And you voted for it. Can't blame the Democrats. This is what you voted for.
And as quietly as it's kept, this is what a lot of these sundown towns are about. Poor white people, low achieving white people, and lazy white people too. And as quietly as it's kept, this is what a lot of those sundown towns are about. Poor white people, low achieving white people, lazy white people, living off government assistance, but they don't want Black people to know how poor they are. And sometimes they have illegal activities going on. they're running a meth lab or growing marijuana. They're doing things sometimes that are illegal, but they keep it among themselves. But it's a trick to it. Now, before I go over the chart, I asked the co-pilot what ethnic group received the most food stamps in the United States. And this is what the co-pilot said. In the United States, the largest group receiving food stamps, SNAP benefits, is white Americans, who make up about 60.9% of recipients. That might surprise some people given common stereotypes about welfare usage. The program is designed to support low-income individuals and families, and eligibility is based on income, not race or ethnicity. Now, if you would listen to the common thought, you think that Black Americans were receiving the most food stamps because that's what has been programmed into the narrative, that Black people are receiving the most government assistance. So it's a lie. White people make up the largest group of Americans receiving food stamps. So now let's go to the chart.
Dominicans are number one when it comes to taking food stamps in the United States of America, outside of Afghanistan, Somalia, and Iraq. You cannot make this up, people. Puerto Ricans are about to have a field day with this information, man, because for the longest, Dominicans be making fun of Puerto Ricans, talking about they live off the system. Y'all know who y'all are, bro, but the data is in, bro. And to my Puerto Ricans, don't get too hyped now, because y'all right there with us. You know what I'm saying? Now, this is not to shame anybody, man, who's taking food stamps, because at the end of the day, the United States government spends $25 billion every single year. In the course of 4 years, $100 billion, man, giving it to NASA to show us little pictures of planets that we're never going to be able to visit. Talking about, hey, guys, we discovered another one. It's only 27,000 light years away. You know what I'm saying? So let's not trip up on the list. At the end of the day, man, it's hard out here. Whoever got to do what they got to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying? Just make sure you're doing it the right way, man, because Trump is playing with that. You feel me? But yeah, it's actually hilarious. I never thought that Dominicans would have been number one in the Western Hemisphere. Crazy.
So he's right. And I say again, there's nothing wrong with people taking government assistance if they need it. We certainly pay enough taxes that we ought to be able to help the least of these. So there's nothing wrong with it. But the problem that I have is that Black people are the only people in America that have been demonized and shamed for taking public assistance when everybody is getting it. Everybody is on some kind of program. Maybe not everybody in every group, but people from every group in America are represented. There's somebody from every group that's getting public assistance for the fact that we all need help. Everybody is not going to be a millionaire. Everybody's not going to be a great entrepreneur. Everybody's not going to be a superstar athlete or singer. So we have people who need public assistance, but the problem again for me is that you're only going to shame one group of people. That's the problem. So here's the chart. Food stamps by ethnicity. Percentage of U.S. households receiving SNAP benefits. Number 1, Afghan. Number 2, Somali. Number 3, Iraqi. Number 4, Dominican. Number 5, Caribbean. Number 6, Native. Number 7, Puerto Rican. Number 8, Cuban. Number 9, Black. Number 10, Arab. Number 11, Cambodian. Number 12, Haitian. Number 13, Pacific Islander. Number 14, Honduran. Number 15, Armenian. Number 16, Bangladeshi. Number 17, Moroccan. Number 18, Mexican. Number 19, Guatemalan. Number 20, Nicaraguan. Number 21, Ethiopian. Number 22, Jamaican. Number 23, Palestinian. Number 24, Salvadoran. Number 25, Vietnamese. Number 26, Ecuadorian. Number 27, Pakistani. Number 28, Peruvian. Number 29, Colombian. Number 30, Israeli. Number 31, Nigerian. Number 32, Filipino. Number 33, Chinese. Number 34, white. Number 35, Italian. And number 36, Indian. Now, what do y'all see wrong on this chart? They've got white Americans all the way down to number 34, and they're at 8.6 when they are number one. They should have been at the very top of the list, but they have them all the way down near the bottom. So this is the kind of propaganda that you get where white people are concerned. Now, they probably got black people in the right place, but they probably thrown some of those white people in with the black people. So it would look like white people are not getting public assistance because, they work so hard. And all of these people on this list who are getting public assistance should be off the list. If you are not an American citizen, if you came here from another nation, your nationality or ethnicity should not be on this list because you came over here to work, not to get food stamps. The American citizens who are elderly, who are disabled, who have children, that's who public assistance was for. Americans. And all of these people coming over here talking about how hard they work, here they are right here on this list, getting food stamps. They're also getting welfare and they're getting free housing. So y'all can miss us with the lies, but all I say is stop lying on black people. Just stop lying on black people. I don't care who gets SNAP benefits. I don't care who gets welfare. I don't care who gets housing. Because if you're getting it, you probably need it. Just stop lying on black people and stop telling lies about how hard you work and what all you're doing when you're getting food stamps just like everybody else. Okay, y'all, thanks for listening.
Yeah, the one point that I do agree with her is that, the trailer park Trumps tend to like to hide behind per capita instead of actually going to the actual number. 60, white people benefit more by numbers than any other group in America from these sorts of assistance, these social safety net programs. And, basically they demonize everybody else. And I'm not going to say white people in general. I'm talking specifically about the trailer park Trumps, like Be Brave and Think, low class logic. And you know what? It makes you laugh. They are entertainers at root. They're not thinkers. So, that's pretty much my comment. We are fooling ourselves if we don't actually know what's happening in reality, because basically YouTube is not real life. Yeah, well, badass, you would be wiser than most. People love their stats. And you know what? Both are valid. Stats are basically, organizing the numbers into, something that you can give a narrative to. Deacon Dave, you're sounding Be Brave level with all this who blacks consider black stuff. I don't even really know what your point is, but I'm sure there must be one. Usually you're reasonable. So, what is next here? I want to play this video because I'm not exactly sure what it's about. It had an interesting name, and then I'm going to end it with a Wilfred Riley interview on a podcast called Dad Saves America, which is fairly conservative. I agree with almost nothing this dude says. I think he is just Be Brave with a degree. And, a successful Be Brave would wind up being this guy. But let's have a look at this first, because, again, it just sounded interesting. So let's see what we got here. Let's see. This. Oops. I guess I'll just kind of get through this music. But the title of the video is called Big City Mouse. Big City Mouse in Small Town, Mississippi. Well, let me get through this.
So I have 3 books with me. My iPad.
3 books. My kind of gal.
I love all of the decor. Like I love the like cheesy live, laugh, love. Like everything is a vibe. I love like this. This is
Yeah,
so
that's called
pretty.
real wood.
Everything is so nice. I'm in my pajamas. Let me show you guys the books that I brought with me. So I have Piglet by Lottie Hazel.
Piglet.
Honestly, this book seems really good. It says outside of a child.
Where's her oh, there's the tattoo.
Piglets, rather pleased with how her life's turned out. And an up and coming, I can't read, it's late. Basically, it's about.
Oh, is that what that called? That's what that's called. I thought it was just a nose ring. You know that it's a septum ring. Interesting. Is she barrel bellied? I haven't looked below her chin. There, Deacon Dave. Tell me about her body.
And it's like a few days before her wedding. I don't know. I definitely judge a book by its cover because I definitely picked this up because of how the cover looked.
Look at that little bookmark thing.
We have Lisa Joel, The Family Upstairs. This is about like a girl. She's like an orphan.
Well, she's definitely not reading literary fiction.
Dying. And she gets like this house, like her family ends up passing a house down to her. And she's like, oh my God, like this is my other family, like my biological family. And then like shit just gets like really weird. And I'm currently reading it. I'm chapter 14. So I'm like in the process of reading it. I read 1 chapter on the plane and fell asleep. So let's see how much we can get done tonight. Maybe 1 or 2 chapters. And then this is a book that I've already read. So I have 2 bookmarks in here. The first bookmark is where I originally stopped reading it. And the second bookmark is where I have started to reread it. And the reason why I want to reread this book is because I realized this is the book that got me into reading, period. So I was like, okay. And it made me obsessed with reading. So I was like, okay, let me reread this because I remember really, really, really enjoying this book. So I want to get back into it. Like, I loved this book so much. I was annotating it. And I normally don't do that for books anymore, but when I tell you, I'm annotating. I even drew a little, I was into it. And I want to annotate again because that's I don't know, I love annotating, adding it. I feel like it really personalizes a book. It makes it your book. I know if anybody were to ever read this book, they'll be like, what the hell? They'll be like, what is this girl talking about? And then we have my journal that I had to bring with me that I will most likely be writing in tonight.
I wish she'd turn her volume up.
I am going to switch my bags. I'm going to put all of my things in here. Oh, here are my pens. I was looking for my pens. I was like, where are my pens at? So these are all the colors that I brought with me because I don't know if I want to.
Let me make one quick comment on Dave's comment. Deacon Dave says, we have reached the part of the show where Stanley views his B-dub of the day. Now, I am 60 years old, and I'm probably one of the oldest people on the show today. I guess Be Brave is older. I never for once thought growing up in Savannah, Georgia, back in the 70s and 80s, that I would ever have to defend liking black women. We have gotten to a point to where if you like black women, then you get snide ass comments from, red pill motherfuckers. Of course I like black women. I was raised by one. Why wouldn't I? Well, Slick Rick, you know what, Slick? I didn't know you were older. But the bottom line is there's nothing wrong with liking a black woman. And you know what? Yeah, I did marry a black woman, but it wasn't really a color choice. I just liked my wife. Had she been black, I would have probably married her just as willingly. So for all you people who want to roast people for liking black women, you all are the weird ones, not the people. I just like women in general. I notice color, but to me, the color is kind of an enhancement. People are who they are, regardless of the color. And there's no shame in liking black women. They're Deacon Dave. You need to keep your weird quirks to yourself and stop projecting them onto normal black men.
Okay, Piglet.
And with that, I will drop the link. Anyone who wants to come up and defend themselves, I'm well rested and ready to roast.
Have you ever tried your absolute hardest?
I'm not exactly
to be
sure what the
positive
purpose of
and
this
to look
video
on the
is.
bright side
Hey,
of
Ignat, how you
things?
doing?
That was me this entire fucking trip. Okay, I
So I
know
guess
how
this is
my
about
belly can
her
get
and her
and my
3
belly
books.
can get, and honestly, this was probably the most quiet I have ever been in my entire life. Headphones
She
in
should
my
continue
ear,
the trend.
only listening to music, like truly, honestly, just minding my business and looking out the window.
Why is she even in Mississippi?
Besides that, we did go to a mall and they had a Charlotte Russe, and I have not seen a Charlotte Russe in Los Angeles in years. So I was like, oh my God. And they honestly had quite a bit of cute things. And I feel like if I was in a better mood, I probably would have picked up a little bit more, but I wasn't really in the best of moods. Then we went to Applebee's, and oh my goodness, don't ever go to Applebee's. This was like the worst food I've ever had out there. Like, I don't even know why we even went to Applebee's. Like, that's not a Southern staple.
I don't know,
Anyway,
some
at this
woman's
point, we were
video
kinda
about
just trying to
being
find
in
something to
the
kill
South,
time.
I
So we
guess.
just went to Five Below and like looked around, and I got a few snacks and some like chargers, because the chargers that I had were just weird. But yeah, today was just
She's
kind of a
buying
very
candy.
uneventful day. But I mean,
That's
it's
not
a
a good
small
look,
town in
ma'am.
Mississippi, so you can't really expect much.
Ooh, nice
can
house. That's the one thing that I love about the South. You can get a decent looking house, decent sized house for, nowhere near as much as the same house in the North. So that is the one thing we got is style or lifestyle and quality of life.
Hi, we are back from going out. I'm sure I did like a little montage or whatever the case is,
Montage,
but
big
I will
word.
give you guys a little haul of everything that I got. We went to Five Below. I honestly didn't get anything exciting in here. Like just candies. Literally just like little snacks. And then I got this. It's the Lightning to USB-C, and then I got this charger right here. And the reason I got that is because I have one for my Like I have a lightning one, but it doesn't charge well. It charges really slow. And it is used with this brick. And it sucks. Like it sucks. And
What's up, Dave? Have you come up to roast black women?
No, not at all. No, I'm just got a few
you
minutes.
come up
That's
to
all.
roast me?
I just think sometimes with the way you say things is just it throws me off.
Why is
So
it
the women that raised you, it's nothing wrong with being sexually attractive.
I had one mother. My mother raised me along with my father. And quite frankly, it's my father who set the kind of example. You know what? I'm sure that I learned, to appreciate black women watching my father appreciate my mother. And I've got a sister, who was raised more in my peer group. And then I've got a brother who's quite a bit younger. So, I mean, I grew up in a household where, black women were treated like human beings for starters and appreciated as well. So I don't have the weird quirks that a lot of folks in this particular sector have about women. I expect women to be women. I expect women to be human. And I don't think women are lesser than men. I think they're different than men. Different might not be, the same thing as lesser. It doesn't necessarily have to be. We both bring things to the table, and we should appreciate what we as black men and black women bring to the table, period. Black women are this or black men are that. That's all just boring bullshit. And I see Solid Snake is in the chat. Solid
I was gonna
Snake.
tell him don't come up, Snake. After that.
I think Mo Love handed him his "You Ain't All That" papers. So I don't need to do it. But the bottom line is this shit going back and forth, this quote war between the sexes in this black sector, whatever you want to call the sector. I'm with SKC on this. It is so goddamn boring. Literally the same themes come up day in and day out. Black women ain't shit, black men ain't shit. It just does not seem, the day doesn't make a difference. It's going to be the same thing.
No, that
Solid Snake, they weren't having fun with you last night. They were serious. So playing it off like we were having fun, nah, that's not the impression I got. They were not having fun with you.
Why don't you just roll the clip?
Yeah. What last night? What this clip?
Yeah, so that way you could point out if he's missing any social cues or anything like that.
Oh, I don't ever watch old shows. Every now and again, like if it's like a worth watching, like this is an old show, it's not live. I
just find it's kind of interesting. You got two people with different opinions of what happened. There's two sides to the story.
Care. Look, I don't.
And then there's the truth.
Solid Snake probably doesn't even remember last night. So why should I care? Why should I care about his opinion?
Snake.
It's not going to be a sober opinion.
That's a solid dude, Solid Snake. But now that you loaded up the cart, I think that sometimes you build the straw man that I have to defend myself against. But I didn't say nothing of what you said as to why I have an issue, or if I do have an issue.
That's the other thing. That's the other thing.
You cast an aspersion, one hell of a one.
That's the other thing that people, dude. I didn't say you said it. I'm translating what you said into something either pithy, roasty.
Oh, okay, okay. All right,
what you said was worth me roasting. That's really the upshot.
I looked at my brother's situation and I looked at my situation. So he got a woman that reminds him of his mother, because people say that a lot. Oh, I want a woman that reminds me of my mother. I'm like, why would you want a woman that reminds you of the first 18 years you lived with and told you what to do? And like, that's
Okay,
part
well,
of.
you're remembering all the negative stuff.
That's
You
not
know,
even
mothers,
negative. I want
mothers,
something
mothers.
unfamiliar.
There's a reason why babies love mothers. Have you ever thought about that?
Well, I'm not.
Um,
I'm not trying to be, say it has to be one way or the other. I'm just saying I don't want something. If I'm going to live with it for the rest of my life, I like for it to be interesting instead of knowing what the expectations are, based on some past experience. I don't know, some
but you
ancestral
you
shared
have no clue.
whatever. I don't
You
want. I
have
don't. I'm
no
not into that.
clue. You have
I
no
don't flip
clue
tarot
about
cards to
what you're
get my
saying.
outcome.
You have
I
no
do.
clue what you're saying.
You don't know where I'm going with this, and you're just trying to jump to the
you're
end because
going.
you don't like
You
the
are
life and you're a
literally,
talker.
dude. You are
It
going
can't
in
be
one.
LeBron and
You are
Kobe
going
on the same
in
court. It'll
one
never work.
big manospheric circle, back and forth.
No, you like
Circular
to
logic.
hog the mic, and you don't want
I
nobody
want,
else to
well,
create the
motherfucker. I'm the
narrative.
host. I am the host. I'm supposed to hog the mic.
Hogging the mic, ball hogging. You want no, it's cool. I don't think that because I'm saying one thing it means something else. It means exactly what
Oh,
I'm saying.
no. I'm sorry. Am I twisting your words? That's on purpose. I'm
I know.
twisting it and having fun with it. I love taking your words, twisting them beyond what you meant, just so I can laugh. That's
You
literally my
don't think I
purpose.
know that's what you do as much as I come up here?
Well, all I have to say is I don't generally have preconceived notions about black women. Now, again, I was listening to T's show last night, and you know what? Things have changed. And I will say not necessarily for the better, but I also know that the more normal people don't hang out on YouTube panels. And
That's
that's
true.
including me. I'm not that normal either. But the real normal people are out living lives that don't necessarily include YouTube panels, not to the degree that we're on these panels. So
YouTube is on as long as I'm stuck at work.
What do you think I said last night that triggered him so bad?
Dude, you know what? Yeah, no, look, Mo Love, I'll find the link, or somebody can find the link and I'll drop it. I have no plans on going back to watch it. I was there. I don't need to replay it.
No, you was. You was in the chat.
You stepped over the line, and you know what? Mo Love said you stepped over the line. Goodbye, motherfucker, and tossed you off the panel. That's what happened. And you know what? When Mo Love is telling you about yourself, you know you done fucked up.
Oh, they just so spoiled.
Oh, and you know how it all started? Solid Snake started attacking me. He started going off on Stanley. And you know what? My darling friends who happen to be black women weren't having it. That's what
That
happened.
has nothing to do with why they weren't having it.
You dared to come after me, and they kicked your ass off the panel. That's what happened.
That's silly.
Oh, it was hilarious.
I know.
Mella, how you doing? You put a video in the back. What's up with the video?
Mo Love, yeah, they do protect you. As far as the video in the back, it's regarding the real ID and the enforcement that's scheduled for 2027. I believe May 5th or May 7th.
Yeah, after they've deported everybody who needs it.
Yeah, it's an orchestrated. Yeah, it's a whole orchestrated deal to eventually evolve into this whole social credit system that China is currently practicing.
You know what? I have that fear myself. We are slowly but surely, with
it's coming.
With Elon wanting to put chips in people's heads. When you go for a job, apparently these days they go and they look at your social media. I think you're probably right. We are moving towards that social credit score sort of deal.
Yeah, so the video is not necessarily to be featured on big screen here right now. It's just
Well, I'll look at it and
in
do
your
it on
spare
tomorrow's
time.
show.
Yeah, in your spare time. I hope you think it to be as impactful as I have found it, because I didn't know dates. That was my thing. You know, I've been hearing about the real ID, but I didn't know the dates as well as the intricate theory.
Now, which bill is this a part of? You know?
It started with the Patriot Act, and it's evolving. It started from the Patriot Act, and it's evolving. You know, they're putting lettuce, sauce, pickles, tomatoes, and onions on the Patriot Act. And so now what we have to anticipate is the enforcement of what's called the Real ID. And what's so really scary about, not scary, but intimidating about it, I guess it is scary, but what's intimidating about it is, how can I say this? Apparently, a person won't be able to navigate as comfortably as we do now. I'll just put it that way. You know how you're able to go to the grocery store and buy something with your little debit card or cash? Show your real ID first.
Let me make a quick comment here to Brian Nichols. Once again, this anti-black MAGA far right knee-jerk reaction. The Patriot Act was not created or thought up by liberals or feminists. Know your history, son. And Elon Musk is currently not a liberal or a feminist with wanting to put chips in people's head. So I think you might want to not be knee-jerk MAGA here. And then as far as this video goes, I skipped ahead a little bit. It is getting boring, but there's some shots coming up here that I know Deacon Dave will appreciate.
Yeah, it's a black woman. We're totally entertained.
Here is a black woman trying to look good for some future man, which she obviously doesn't have right now, but she's trying hard to get one. And I think there's some body shots that Deacon Dave should see.
The barrel? You take that thing out of her nose, she might be 2 points higher.
That's not a good looking lady.
You know what? She's not doing it for you.
Was she the one need a man? I'm married. I'm just saying.
Not a good looking lady.
Yeah, but you are allowed to explore, right?
Yeah, I am. But Mella, she's not that bad. She's not that bad. I mean,
Are you serious?
She's salvageable. She take that goddamn thing out of her nose. She'll be all right.
Salvageable.
No, man.
Like she's a wreck.
And that's a wreck. That's a
Yeah,
wreck.
Mella, you worse. She worse than me. Stanley ain't got nothing to say to you, Mella.
You know what? I always have something to say to Mella.
Well, I'm
You
not
let
a
her-
guy, so I understand the need to put, your thing in any hole that's available. But
That's not
You
what
know
we
what?
do, Mella.
Funny-
It's a
funny
lot
you
more
should-
thought
that
into
was
it
not
than
a
that.
good looking woman.
Mella,
That was not.
funny you should make that point. There were several people on T's panel last night who were kind of saying the same thing. It's like the subject of steakhouses came up, and this one dude DS is going on about he's not taking, basically he's saying he's not taking some woman out to a steakhouse unless she has given it up. And somewhere in the conversation, Mo Love or T asks him, well, if she's doing everything you want her to do and she's giving it up, will you take her to a steakhouse? And he was all magnanimous, like, sure, I'll take her to a steakhouse. Now, here's the deal. And notice the title of the show, The Dumb Things YNs Say. It is directly because of T's show last night. I put this in her comments, like, damn, the dumb things YNs say. Like, a steakhouse is like the pinnacle of of going out to a restaurant.
Isn't that sad?
Motherfucker, I'm
Isn't that
like,
sad?
how is a steakhouse? I mean, you know what? I almost wouldn't want to date a woman who's asking to go to a steakhouse. I don't want to sit here and watch you eat a big ass hunk of meat.
It's
I don't find
rough out there.
that.
It's rough
I
out there
don't.
because a lot of guys think that because they're showing you food that they have good intentions to just not what do they call it, pump and dump you or something like that. And I've learned all this online. Like, there are people with nefarious intentions. They want to be satisfied and they're willing to negotiate. Apparently,
Well,
that
I'm just
negotiation
trying to.
includes going
What
to a
is the
steakhouse.
fascination with
Apparently,
steakhouses?
that's part of, apparently that's a part of the negotiation amongst these people. Apparently.
Hey,
I'll buy
Stanley,
you a.
this is
I'll
what you
buy
wanted
you
me
a
to see
good
right
juicy
here.
steak if you give it up.
Yeah, there's $100 and some. Is this the body you wanted me to see?
Yeah.
That's not
Hold on one sec
attractive.
here.
That's not attractive. I'm not. See, this is what I don't understand about these women that show themselves. Right? You got to bring it. You
Thank you.
don't keep putting it in our view.
Hold on one sec.
Stanley
want
doesn't seem to
pretty
care
to
about
really be
that. He
pretty.
don't care about that.
I
She
want
said as
pretty
long as
to
she
really be
black.
pretty. She got to be pretty.
Nah, she just got to
This
be
woman
black
not
for Stanley.
Okay, again, I don't usually get accused on this channel of being a simp for black women. It's refreshing.
Oh my God, stop it, bro! I'm here every day. I'll be in the
Well, you're
clouds and
here
I'll be
every
like,
day, but
Stanley's on his shit.
Ugly
I
people
get
make me uncomfortable.
usually I get shit for who I married.
And that's just a fact. Ugly people make others uncomfortable.
All right, drop Mello.
Ugly people need to know their place. Like,
wow.
Stop trying to pretend like you're not
Oh my
ugly.
God.
I can't wait.
serious.
I can't wait till you cam up.
They need to go hide somewhere.
You live by the beauty, die by the beauty.
Mello must be the shit.
You gotta admit.
She must be.
You gotta admit where you are in life. And I've had someone ask me, why is it that you quote unquote talk so much? And
I was probably the one who asked you that.
no, it wasn't you. But you most likely are one of many. And I actually went back and introspect, in an introspective way. And
well, I respect you for that. Not many people do that.
When you are told that, oh, she's so cute. Oh, she's so pretty. Oh, she's so, when you're given all these compliments, unfortunately, people want to hear what you have to say so that they can further gauge whether or not there's an enhancement to what they're looking at. And so that's how I learned oratory skills, out of pressure. It's quiet as it's kept. I enjoy stitching some new creation. I enjoy, doing a lot of, just tidy, dainty things to myself. And I don't need to communicate to people. It's not a need for me. Where it became something that I had to exercise and feverishly exercise, it was because I was expected to say something because I am attractive. And it's unfortunate, but it's true. When you can't just be pretty by yourself, you got to actually say something. And so you got ugly people out here that are saying something as if they're pretty and they're not. And that pisses me off.
A woman's
let's see.
A woman's value is in her beauty.
Let's see what this pretty person has to say.
Is that what you're saying, Mella? A woman's value is in her beauty?
I don't know. I just want them to be like baggy on the legs.
Looks matter, honey. Looks matter.
What do you think, Dave?
I
I think she could lose the weight. She needs carnivore and she needs to run.
Yeah, she needs to walk around the block a while. You know what I'm saying?
You know what?
But,
I want to.
but
I don't
depending
even
on
want
how
to hear
lonely you
yours.
are, you would take her out to a steakhouse, wouldn't you?
You know what? Now let me
See, these
also
men,
make the
they
point.
screw practically anything,
Well, she's been to a steakhouse or two.
especially after the crack era. Yeah,
Mella,
especially
Mella,
after the crack era. These men will screw anything.
Mella, you're on the menu
Come
too.
on, Bella.
Mella, you're an option on the menu too. So
With
Bella
standards.
tearing it up this morning,
With
guys.
standards.
she's awful today.
With standards. Okay, I'm gonna take my personality and rein it back. I just wanted to
No.
contribute
I
that
like it.
video.
Keep it going.
The real ID enforcement is coming to a state near you. Be aware so you don't get caught up. Okay? I'm going on mute because I have to get my day started, but I'm going to be listening and check in periodically. Is that all right, Stanley?
Okay. Fine
Okay,
with
thank
me.
you so much. Thank you kindly.
I think that this particular, sure, but you know what? I also realize as you get older, let's say your standards expand, not necessarily get lower. However, the next video I show up is going to kind of speak to the point that Brian Nichols is making here. She could use some time up off the couch reading and get out into get some fresh
That's
air.
not like you, Stanley.
As my
Oh,
mother
Lord.
used to say.
That's not like you.
You
My
don't know me
glasses.
that well, Dave. I
Well,
like
Stanley, how old is
I
this
like
chick?
outdoors. I like women who like to get outdoors.
How old is this
What I
this
can't
woman?
figure out, I have no clue. I don't really care.
If you had to guess,
What early 30s maybe. I
she
can
don't.
say this. I just don't get why women wear these middies or whatever they're called when they got a gut. I don't get that. She would do a lot better just wearing a full size shirt.
Because I could tell you why. Because guys still want to hit. It doesn't
You know
stop
what?
some dudes from hitting.
You know what? All I have to say is there's a Be Brave in every trailer park. That's pretty much all I have to say about that. You know what? If I were young, I would be real reticent. I just, it's hard to talk to someone you just met. But I would, you know what I would tell her, and I've done this before. It's like my mother used to say to me, you're going out like that?
Right. Nobody's
It's
telling
like,
her it looks ridiculous.
I have
Yeah,
told,
right.
I've told women, if you're going out like that, you'll be going by yourself. So, men have to have some standards, and you know what? I think steakhouses are kind of pedestrian. Why the fuck would I want to make a big deal out of a steakhouse? Even somewhere like Ruth's Chris is just a steakhouse. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and move on. You know what?
Snake, you going?
I had a video I was going to show about younger women and older men, and
Well, actually, I got to
oh,
go to
look,
work.
Be
I'm on my way
Brave.
to
Look
work.
at Be Brave. He
woke up
came
late.
here. He's got his show, and now he wants to do. Let's see. Stanley admits he lies about what people say for the fun of it. Is that what I admitted to?
Yeah, you kind of
So,
did.
well, you know what? So what if I do? As long as I'm
No,
having
Now I
fun.
got to go to work.
yeah, in the name of having fun, yeah.
Hey, everybody, hit
So-
that like, share, subscribe button, man. Support the channel, man. Support the host. This your boy Silent Snake, man. I got to get out of here, man. I got to go to work. But please hit
Take
the
it
like
easy.
button, everybody.
Have a good one, Snake.
Yeah, man. I got to
Damn,
go to
the
work.
video
man.
that I wanted to show. Let me see, can I figure out where? God damn it! Nope. Damn it. Well, I guess I'm just You know what? I guess I'm just going to show this video.
Hey, JQ, did I call it or did I call it? That barrel belly and the septum ring.
Well, you also said she's salvageable.
Yeah, she is.
So big, it's gonna carry everything.
Not all the way bad. In this state, yeah, but like carnivore diet for 2 months, she'd be all right. She'd be all right.
That's why she went. That's why she went down to Mississippi.
And she doesn't have like lunch lady arms because like once you get that, it's over.
Yeah, I'm just.
Like anything on the front?
She does not have a decent sense of herself.
And then the compartment, which
And you know, to a certain extent, I will agree with the manosphere on one issue that women have been told, you know, it's okay to be you, but no one ever says it's okay to be the best you can be. Okay. I don't know that I necessarily agree with you're okay as you are. Are you or are you? You know, that's an assessment.
Hold on. You say that again. You said they don't say that?
No, they say you are okay as you are.
No,
No
they
one ever
don't.
says, yeah, I hear it all the time. Dude, anytime you hear people going on about body shaming and stuff like that, the implied statement is, hey, I dress this way, not for men, but because it pleases me. Or, hey, this man is body shaming. She's okay the way she is. And they're male equivalents where women do the same thing about men. Okay, are you sure that it's okay to be you as you are now? Okay, no one ever says, hey, it's okay to be the best you can be.
Kevin Samuels actually said that was part of his talking point.
Dude, see, you know, I swear it is so annoying when people just want to be literal when they don't need to be literal. Okay, it's implied if you are being called out for body shaming, it's implied that whoever you're shaming shouldn't be shamed.
Oh, okay. I think I see what you're saying.
Okay, so you know what? Maybe it's not okay to be as you are now. Maybe you should be working towards something better. That is really a you decision. Now, if this girl basically thinks she's fine the way she is, more power to her. But you know, sometimes beauty's in the eye of the beholder. And I think that she is not the best she could be. Now she can agree or not.
big one, right? With the zipper. But then you have a clasp. That's like for one right here. And then there's another clasp, and you can put stuff in the back. So I don't mind that. What I really like are the big, just the one big department. That's all I want. So happy. Tomorrow we're going to the museum. So I'm super excited about that. I cannot wait to show you guys because I love museums. I love art. Like whenever I go anywhere to any new city, I have to go to a museum.
Oh, good God. A solo date to the museum.
Okay. I just walked in to this device. I heard solo date to the museum. Is this ugly girl going to the museum by herself?
Be nice, Malik.
To make
God
herself
damn.
feel better? I'm just, okay. Is this individual embarking upon a field
Every
trip
time
for
she
one?
goes to a city, she says she has to go to a museum. I'm just assuming, again, she didn't say this literally, but I'm making the assumption that she's going to the museum alone.
Okay, so there's nothing wrong with quote unquote dating yourself, right? I mean,
You know what? There's nothing wrong with it until you say you're dating yourself.
well,
Then it
that's the thing.
becomes
It's
a
about
problem.
the tagline, right? It's about the tagline. because
You know what? It's okay to do it. It's not okay to say it.
it's exactly. So obviously she's not accustomed to being adored. Otherwise, she would.
Oh,
Well, maybe
wow,
maybe I'm
that's a
overreaching.
no.
Maybe I'm
Say more.
overreaching.
That is an interesting thing to say. Say
Maybe
more.
I'm overreaching.
No, I hadn't thought of it that way.
When you're accustomed to being adored,
Mhm.
there are certain ways you present what you're about to do for the day's activity, as opposed to using phrases like "I love myself," "I date myself," myself. Like what is understood doesn't need to be said. I'll put it that way. Of course, you're entertaining what satisfies you. Of course. So why are you emphasizing out here? Well, I'm gonna date myself. I'm gonna what's these other phrases these lonely people use? You know, like just really harping on the fact that the person is lonely. It's like it's crazy to me
Hey, Mela,
because there's 7 billion people in the world. Like, you're not lonely.
Well, actually, it's closer to 9 billion.
Okay, fine. Even more. The more the merrier. Ideally.
You don't get divester vibes?
Say what?
Do you
What?
get divester vibes from her?
Wow.
I think she would go for it. Why wouldn't she if she won't?
No. There's a difference between going for it.
Her nose, she's up for whatever.
Yeah. But there's a difference between going for it and actually making it a point. I think she's the type that would make a point.
She's hoping. There's a difference. She's not hunting,
That's funny.
but she is
That's a
hoping.
good one. I'm gonna have to use that one. Okay.
Well, Stanley, these are the people who raised you.
Observations that I'm turning into jokes, people. Okay? Don't crucify me over my opinion. These are just observations used as jokes. That's it.
I think there's someone for everyone though. And I mean, you know what? I think that high definition cameras are not her friend, but you know what? I'm with Dave. She's okay.
Talents, that's the thing. You got to have a talent. What talent?
Well, apparently her talent is being a YouTube creator.
I think Stanley is her type. If he comes out with that,
that's not a talent. That's an endeavor.
No, I don't. She's a little bit too into herself.
no, you would be her type because you wear Izod suits.
Izod, what the fuck is an Izod
And members
suit?
only jackets.
No, he wears the
You know
Izod
what?
slacks and the
I've
button-up
never,
polo.
even when they were popular, I never owned them. I don't like. I never liked members only jackets, to be honest.
We're just teasing.
Museums, I kind of want to wear like a really cute outfit. So I have 2 outfits that I can wear. It could either be like
What I wish she would do is project her voice.
which is literally just like a tank top, this little like
She's gonna wear that?
cardigan thing over it, and it's not like super like.
I think she's gonna make a scarf out of it or a headband or something.
Wait, hold it. I like this shot.
Like casual girl.
Oh, it's a shawl.
Oh my God, that shirt! That shirt emphasizes her stomach, man. If she
Yeah, it
only got
does.
that together, she would be straight. I'm telling you.
Well, you can tell she's lost some weight. The stretch marks on the arm.
Dang.
Something is happening.
Dude, I'm a close observer.
She's got some more effort to make, I guess.
Well, maybe she's
Mela,
in
you-
progress. Maybe she's a work in progress.
Randomly, just like everywhere. Like it just feels so.
You guys could do a book reading
What
day,
is it
Stanley.
that makes her think that she looks good in that tank top? That's what I want to know.
That's why she's not asking anybody. She's in. I guess it's a relative's
Everybody has
house.
a right to be ugly.
Oh my God!
Okay?
No!
Gave us a
No!
show
This is
at
not.
Waffle House.
This part is not doing her
And
any
that's where the
favors.
belly comes from.
She's
Look at
gonna
that.
show the
And look
Waffle
at all
House
those
menu
carbs. Pancakes
after
and biscuits and shit. Look at the carbs.
after showing that shirt, that outfit. Now she's wearing that to the Waffle House.
Waffle House good, quiet as kept.
Okay,
But
you're
don't
not
overdo it.
getting my point, are you, Dave?
Oh, you're missing my pithy comment.
Okay, your pithy comment about Waffle House being good. I'm like, you know what? After I want to know whether that outfit was before or after Waffle House.
Man, she
There's
goes.
a whole lot of bloating going on.
Yeah, she has a poor diet. You can see that in her shape. I mean, the Waffle House ain't
No,
really. It's
believe
not a
it or
healthy
not,
place to eat.
if you know what you're doing, there is a way to eat almost practically anything you want within reason. She doesn't exercise, and we're talking about strengthening your core. That's the
Yeah, I
secret.
agree with that.
That's
I
the
agree with that.
secret. If you know how to strengthen your core, you're not gonna be your abdomen is not gonna be extended like that. Now, when it comes to six packs and stuff like that, then yeah, you need some weight training, but well, not weight training per se, but you need some more detailed training. But strengthening your core doesn't even take much to do.
She don't even have kids, Nella. She got a stomach like that with no kids.
She rolls out of bed hungry, and that's it. That's her ambition, is to say, oh, I had some bacon, pancakes, and eggs, and they put some grilled mushrooms on my hash brown. That's her goal. That's messed up.
Well, she's obviously going to the Mississippi Museum of Art, according to her phone. So I admire that.
That's her
You guys,
excuse as
you already know that I
exercise
love
to
a
walk
museum.
off that
Any new place
carb-filled
that I have to go
breakfast.
to, any new city, any new state,
That's
I
her
have to go
exercise
to
to
a
walk
museum.
through a
I love
museum.
museums so
She should be
fucking much.
exploring her
It's like
knowledge, but
my home,
apparently,
my comfort, my safe space. Like I want to see what type of
man,
artists
listen,
they like. Are you more like
that's
She
her
wa- she like
exercise.
Are you more like
she might like the
art?
curator down there. That's probably why she keeps
Where
going.
are we? What is the vibe here?
What
I can
has she
definitely say
learned?
that
Is she
this
talking about what she's
Mississippi Museum of
learned, or
Art
she's just walking off that
is
breakfast?
definitely a mixture of
I sound real
everything,
judgmental
I
right
guess. I feel
now,
like it was
and I
more
get it, but I'm just
like modern art more than anything.
Nah, I
Kind of
appreciate
like
the commentary, honestly,
not
Mella.
donated, but not bought, but kind of like the museum liked it. They wanted it and put it in there. Like
I could
the
have
little
said it in a
cards,
gentler
the
way.
descriptive
Though.
cards didn't
I
really
think
say
I'm being too
much
harsh
about
on
the
her.
art piece or the history behind it.
She could have been my daughter.
So it's
I
kind
don't
of
think
just
I would
like,
have talked to my
hey,
daughter
look at this
this
really
way,
beautiful piece of art. I mean, which is no problem.
but I would
But
have
I
got
also
her
want to
all the
learn
way
the
together.
history and
I promise you that.
see what the artist has to say about
Like
the
you're not
work.
gonna
But
represent our family like this.
nonetheless, I would
You
definitely go
tripping?
back to this museum. I think it's really pretty. I really loved it. I thought it was cute. Like I thought it was cute. I think it'll be cute for like a first date. It's not too big. You can honestly finish it. If you're really taking your time, you can finish it in like an hour. But if you were kind of just like walking and looking at everything, maybe like 45 minutes, 30, 45 minutes. It's not the biggest museum.
What can you learn in
But you could
35
definitely
to
stretch
40
it out
minutes?
and
She's
turn it
just
into like
using
something
this
cute.
to
But all in
enhance her.
all,
Like, look,
I liked it. I thought it was a vibe.
Well,
she
I mean,
wants
do
to.
you go to art museums? I mean, if you want to learn something, take a
If you want to
curated
learn
tour.
something, that's why I
Uh,
would go to learn something.
I'd go to an art museum if it's unguided, just to kind of appreciate the art. You may or may not learn anything.
Is that right? Like the
Well, I mean, what can I say? I'm more a history museum guy.
Yes, I can
and that are
understand
bought,
that.
not really too much like historical or I don't know, like I feel like the artist cards didn't really explain a lot of things. It was just like donated from da 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 da, bought from da 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 da. But it was
You
really, really
know,
nice. I really
I
liked
bet
it. This is kombucha.
I bet her fantasy is that she would be on a
Oh my
date
Nana.
and her date would
Baby, this
say,
bag.
"Oh, you like that? I'll buy it for you."
I fucking love it.
Well, what's wrong? What's wrong with that?
Because it's a museum.
This is what I have been looking
You
for in a
don't
bag.
do no
Well, I
shit.
mean, a lot of times museums sell
You gotta
prints.
go to a
Whoa,
good
whoa, whoa, whoa,
gallery to
whoa!
do that.
Sometimes museums sell prints of the art. So I mean,
Print?
I don't.
Who the hell wants a
Yeah, why
print?
not? Yeah, well, we're not highfalutin like you. Some of us
Who
are
the hell
poor.
wants a print? Like who does that? A
Today
print?
is the last day in Mississippi, and we're not going to be doing anything special because we have to drive 2.5 hours to the airport. But on the way, we were like, "Oh my God, we should try Fat Burger," because my uncle
Oh my Lord.
kept telling us to do it. And oh no, like I prefer
Here we
In-N-Out.
go.
I don't know. I just feel like it just wasn't anything special. Like I feel like quite a few people kept raving about Whataburger to me. Did I say Fat Burger earlier? Honestly, I don't even know. But it was okay. Like it was a burger, you know. I think In-N-Out is better. On the way to the airport,
God
I
forbid
did
she
read
doesn't
The
show us
Family
the inside of
Upstairs
her
by
burger.
Lisa Jewell. And honestly, I really, really liked it. I am going to rate it a 4 out of 5 stars simply because the beginning is very slow. I've actually fallen asleep quite a few times trying to read the beginning of the book, but once you get past the slow part, baby, it is amazing. It is so amazing. And it honestly got me on this like reading high. Like, I don't know. Like, it was really good. So 4 out of
You
5
hear
stars
that,
for me.
folks?
I
You
would
can get a
definitely
reading
recommend you to
high.
read
Oh,
it.
she's new at
Yay!
this.
I'm so happy to be back in LA.
I see she's new at it. She's got 415 subscribers. She'll get better at it. I have high confidence in her aesthetic. Her aesthetic
Yeah.
will be groomed and it will grow.
And get her while she's young.
Oh, I don't know that she's that young.
She looks like
So,
she's younger than 30.
really, I would say she's early 30s.
Oh, okay.
But that's me, you know. You could be right. I have to watch this. This is real short. American ex-farm worker weighs in, and she's talking about that comment that Brooke Rollins made that you know, as far as getting rid of immigrant farm workers, she's saying people who lose their Medicaid can go work on the farms and take the place of the immigrants.
Watch out, y'all. I've worked on manual field labor crews where most of my coworkers were convicts, and I've also worked with a lot of tech companies on automating farms. And this press conference is incredible because this person hasn't the foggiest clue what she's talking about.
I can't hear it,
And
unfortunately.
the
Sorry.
automated already is. Let's start there. Do we really have a USDA secretary who thinks nobody's ever tried to automate picking fruit? And then we'll talk about the whole tee-hee, we'll just make the Medicaid people work the farms part in a moment. Here's what you need to know. Fruit and vegetables that are hard or going to be processed can be picked by machine. So nuts, carrots, sour cherries for pie filling, berries and grapes that will be dried, tomatoes for sauce, those are already all picked by machine. But fruit and tomatoes that are eaten fresh cannot be automated with current technology. There is no way to pick them fast enough by machine to be commercially viable without bruising them so they rot before they get to the store. And I know this because I worked for a lot of the startups who tried. Having a USDA secretary who doesn't know or care about any of this is completely wild. Now let's get on this whole, we'll just have the Medicaid people pick the crops thing. And let's ignore the whole forced labor is bad issue because everyone who cares about that already knows. Let's focus strictly on logistics. The idea that getting rid of experienced workers who came to this country to work on purpose and replacing them with newbies who will somehow do the same work is a pipe dream. Agriculture deserves people who know and care enough about it to say that. Something that kept happening to me as a white American who worked in manual field jobs, because surprise, there's not a ton of us, but we're out there. It was finding out when I got to a new job that I was one of the only people on the crew who was there on purpose and getting paid. I'd get to work the first day and find out that most of my coworkers were convicts working off a sentence. So they were completely new to farm labor and didn't really want to be there. Part of my job, I was told, was I was supposed to mentor them, show them the ropes. So I spent a lot of my career on the front lines on what a lot of American farmers might be about to experience. So here's what you need to know. Inexperienced people who don't really want to be there and aren't already physically trained will not do good work, even if they want to. They don't know how and physically cannot. This is a pipe dream. This is a pipe dream that Brooke Rollins is selling. Farmers would hire these crews I was on because they didn't want to hire immigrants for whatever reason. And you know what? They were always disappointed with the results. These crews were slow, sloppy, kept breaking stuff because they were clumsy. In the end, because the work was done so slowly, so badly, and the wardens and supervisors all expect a full-time white-collar salary, there was no real cost savings compared to just hiring real workers. That's what people learned. This one crew I was on in Florida had a rotating cast of 19-year-old weed and Xbox kids, been caught on minor drug charges. These were not hardened criminals. They were just gamers. And you know what else? They were super clumsy. They were big kids who had no idea where their feet were. They just kept stepping on all the blueberry transplants that we just planted. Another crew I was on was a bunch of high schoolers who were working off community service for juvie. And this was juvie in the 90s, so everybody smoked. Tobacco is packed with plant viruses that are super contagious to plants. They can be spread just by touch. So don't smoke in the fields is a key farm rule, because you can get the whole field sick doing that. Not only did the juvie crew not know or care, the foreman didn't know or care. That's how janky this outfit was. I hope those fields turned out okay. Now, I don't want to blow any minds here, but agriculture is a real job. It needs to be taken seriously. It takes real skills, knowledge, and people who know and care what they're doing.
Well, actually, of course, I'm going to loop this back to a be brave point. This is the quality of white person we have. People who just basically don't know what they're doing, but they will go out and do, manual labor, expecting, to be paid a lot more than the job is worth. So I just want to make that point. And to me, it's self-evident. So let's move on here. And I think I will end it.
I really like that video. There's something to be said about clumsiness. It didn't occur to me, clumsiness. She mentioned at least 3 times clumsiness. There's no room for clumsiness in certain fields of work. And she's got a good point. There are people that will hire you regardless as to whether or not you're clumsy.
Well, yeah, a lot of these manual labor jobs, they just need, a body to fill a slot to get a job done. That's really the definition of unskilled labor. If you had a skill, Deacon Dave wants to know if we can go back to black women.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Like
Deacon Dave, I appreciate that you are appreciating my training in that, black women are okay. You don't have to be anti-black. It is okay to like black women. So you can take that back to your hood-servative gang. So that is that. Let's see.
this looks like the video I sent to you.
It is the video you sent me.
It's kind of boring, so we can make commentary in segments throughout.
Hold on one sec here.
It's juicy if you're willing to listen.
Well, you know what? Let's continue. I will come back to this, but my algorithm is kind of fulfilling my purpose of just taking all the anti-black blacks in the white shades and just dragging them. After hearing Solid Snake last night, I just got inspired at how fucking toxic some of these people can be. in this
Mm.
anti-black culture war. It just strikes me as hilarious that the people that are calling out blacks for their bad behavior are the very blacks behaving badly. And
Facts.
Solid Snake and John Galt are two of the worst at calling this shit out while being performative of the shit they're calling out.
It's a double standard now, isn't it?
Oh, you know what? It's not even a double standard. I don't think they're even self-aware enough to understand what they're doing. So I'm not going to give them. I'm not going to even give them that credit.
I would go to the VA on a regular basis back in the day, and I've heard the most, unfortunately, a lot of the Vietnam veterans there were whoremongers.
Whoremongers?
And whoremongers.
Interesting.
And although they participated in that debauchery, they had the most critique. One-sided critique. They critiqued how, some crack whore they picked up, or how her breasts were droopy, and how she didn't have her hair smooth and pretty. I was like, you picked up a whore. What the hell were you? As a matter of fact, you were looking for a budget whore, and that's the whole disassociation mentality that some people have. It's like you yourself, not you, Stanley, but there would be someone, it could be a man or a woman, they're soliciting sexual services from someone, and they expect them to be someone of the quality that you have to pay a higher rate for.
Well, how
They're
long ago
disappointed
was
when
this?
they're not. It's like, okay, you trying to get a cheap whore and you
How
want her
long
to look
ago
like
was this?
Beyonce. You crazy.
How long ago was this? Most Vietnam veterans are like
15
well
years
into.
ago. That was at least
Okay,
15
because
years
most
ago.
of them are way too old for that.
No, it was at least, as a matter of fact, I would say it was about 25 years ago.
Okay, well that
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, it was
A
about
lot of them would
25
still
years
be in
ago.
a lot of them would still be in their 50s.
Yeah. And we would sit in these group war veteran, they would say all types of off the wall stuff. That was about 25 years ago. It was hilarious. I miss them. As a matter of fact, one in particular has passed on today. And so I'm kind of in mourning, and I'm using
Sorry to hear that.
comedy to cheer me up about it.
Well, let's hear what this dude has to say.
All right,
This is called Heritage Citizenship, how they're rebuilding the white republic.
Heritage wasn't just another round of nationalist rhetoric. It's a clear articulation of a strategy. And he's laying the groundwork to redefine what it means to be an American by returning us to a constitutional foundation that led to civil war once before. Hey folks, I'm Tad Sturmer, public historian and a scholar of American history.
Hey, Portia.
The speech was delivered to the Claremont Institute, a far-right think tank that, along with the Heritage Foundation,
Hey,
is
Portia.
responsible for much of the ideological scaffolding of this.
The Claremont Institutes are incredibly interesting. If you don't know who they are literally to the right of the Heritage Foundation. There are a lot of the the Claremont Institutes, like legal think tank dudes, were architects of the
I love architects.
the 2020 Stop the Steal movement. Kenneth Cheesebro, who was actually pled guilty to something here in Georgia. And I forget the main architect. It would take me a minute to remember his name. But yeah, these guys are really interesting. And if you ever come across anything written by someone who's a part of the Claremont Institutes, you definitely want to read it. These guys are to the right of the Heritage Foundation.
Especially when it comes to immigration, which is all they really want to talk about. Citizenship, belonging. Their mission is to strip Americanness down to bloodline, down to ancestry, not shared principle. You won't surprise.
And by the way, on CT's show yesterday, Mela, did you tune into CT's show yesterday?
I did not.
Okay, well, you know what?
What
There
did I
were
miss?
people. Well, there were people. Well, this guy's talking about bloodlines. I literally heard of Aaron C. He comes up around here every now and again. Literally, these guys were talking about their 23andMe's and their genetic tests and saying, "Oh, you know, my family goes all the way back to, the 1600s in Virginia." Now, my comment, because I was in CT's chat trolling as well, is like, dude, you got all these deep bloodlines, and you are literally, this is the culmination of 100 years of family family roots in America. It like 400 years of evolution resulted in this. Dude, I would not be on a YouTube panel bragging about how deep my roots are
Yeah,
when
you
you
gotta
got
be careful
when
when
you
you
got
brag
when
about
you
your
got
lineage.
when you got dirt under your fingernails. Don't be talking about your blue blood. Wash your hands and clean
Yeah,
your fingernails.
absolutely.
So I love dragging dudes who, dude, you literally are out on your trailer uh your manufactured home's concrete slab of a porch talking to me about your blue blood.
Yeah, that's people should be careful about that.
And Vance is their perfect mouthpiece, not a thinker, great mouthpiece. In this vision, being born here ain't enough. Agreeing with American ideals, to the extent they can be articulated, ain't enough. No more melting pot. Turn off Schoolhouse Rock. It's all too inclusive. That's post-Civil War thinking, and it threatens the racial and cultural homogeneity they want to impose, or reimpose. Instead, Vance, he argues that being American should be based on heritage. If your ancestor fought in the American Revolution or the Civil War, he doesn't say which side, and we all know he doesn't care, then you have a stronger claim to being American than someone born here today, including, say, I don't know, his wife. These are not deeply reflective people, but they are disciplined in their messaging. And what they're building is a calculated return to the First Republic, which we've talked about before, which we'll talk about again. The one created by the Patriot Republicans, codified in the Constitution of 1787, and sustained until it was destroyed in 1865 by the only thing that could stop it: war, a body count, not collapse, not compromise, not debate, not protest, not reform. It had to be ended by United States soldiers and sailors, white and black, by blood. Even the earliest historians of
Excuse me 1 minute. I want to he makes an excellent point here. For all the people who want to say that, America ended slavery, implying that it was voluntary, oh boy, they get so annoyed when I say it took a fucking war to end slavery in America. Don't be comparing yourself to England or Europe or any other of these countries, because Haiti and the United States, it literally took a slave revolt basically to end slavery. And the reason I say that the Civil War was a slave revolt, it's a narrative that Gerald Horne is kind of putting out, that essentially having Black Americans in the Union was kind of an act of revolt, because former slaves and freedmen in the North were eager to get into the fight. The other thing that's never talked about is how subversive slaves back on the plantation were. Okay, when their masses and you know their white male folk were off fighting for a cause that would really benefit almost no one. You know, they were fighting a 1%ers war. Back on the plantation, slaves were drifting off. They were disobeying orders. They were running off to Union lines. There was a low-key revolt, slave revolt in the South while the Civil War was going off. And you never hear any of these folks talking about it. People really need to study history, and they really need to be, studying people who are reputable historians. History is not just a set of facts. History is almost like statistics. It's interpretation of facts to build a narrative. That's why you may have several different versions of a history of a history of events. People see what the American Revolution, for instance, people see different narratives in what brought about and the results of the American Revolution. And, the other conversation I had in CT's chat yesterday was people who just fucking want to spout out random facts about slavery and American history and all this stuff, who literally don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And I love roasting those motherfuckers. I love it. And I just revel in the ignorance that the white shades and the anti-black blacks want to propagate in their little echo chambers. I love coming in and just roasting their dumb asses.
It's fascinating.
Writing during the Constitution.
Every time I hear someone stupid, I'm almost ashamed to say I get excited, because I wouldn't be performing what I'm destined to do if I didn't dunk on a dummy.
Well, the thing is my main reason for roasting is the information's out there. These history books are not like classified information. I just think if you're going to talk on a topic, you should know something about it, and you shouldn't be depending on what you hear on a YouTube panel. Find a book from the library, or books are cheap, ebooks are cheap, or you can go to a used bookstore, read about what you're talking about at a minimum. But people literally do not want to actually be knowledgeable about the topics. Well, AAE makes a good point. No one reads, and I take full advantage of that ignorance. It is self-imposed ignorance, and you know what? I want you to get mad when I roast your self-imposed ignorance. No one reads. And that's why we have Be Braves. No one reads results in Be Brave, and we have too many Be Braves running this country. Gutenberg Project ebook ID free. Yep.
Opinionated people are not as desired as they would like to think they are. We need facts.
I don't have a problem with opinionated people as long as there's a grounding to it. I mean, AAE, for instance, she and I will go toe to toe with each other because we probably don't agree on much, but I can't say she's ignorant. I just don't agree with her interpretations. But you know what? SKC and I are a good example. I agree with all his interpretation of American history. It makes me laugh. But the one thing I can't say is he is spouting shit off the cuff. The dude has seriously thought about, what he talked about. So I can object to his interpretation, but I can't say I can't say he didn't think about his interpretation.
That's correct. There's a difference.
Framing to make sure that it was an informed approach made that explicit. David Ramsey and his contemporaries described the American Revolution and citizenship in the republic it produced as the exclusive domain of white men. Black people explicitly could not ever be citizens. In the 1790 Naturalization Act, the first federal Congress got right to
Now listen to this
making
part.
it law. Only free white persons could become citizens through naturalization. And Chief Justice Roger Taney, in the Dred Scott decision in 1857, about 65 years later, gave the first republic its most honest expression. Black people, he wrote, had no rights the white man was bound to respect according to the founders. Not because they were enslaved, but because they were black. He wrote for a 6-3 majority. All of the justices wrote their own opinions, but Taney represented the answer to the particular questions that were before them, the number one being, were black people citizens? Taney represented why their answer was no. And why? Because they were descended from different ancestors than white Americans. They lacked a history of freedom. They were by birth and blood outside of what Taney called the political family of the United States. Sound familiar? That's what this regime wants back. And it's making real progress, folks, not just in think tank manifestos, not just in seminar rooms,
political
but in Supreme Court
founding.
decisions and legislative threats. This is the rollback of birthright citizenship. This is the slow erasure of the 14th Amendment. And the Civil War should have ended this debate. That body count should have stood. The 14th Amendment guaranteed that all persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens. It was designed to obliterate the language of the Dred Scott decision. It made possible the multiracial democracy we've only ever half built. But Vance says it went too far. He wants to shrink the circle again. And if you look at the demographics of who fought in the American Revolution and the Civil War, it's no mystery what that means. Heritage citizenship is just racial citizenship rebranded. It's another way to say, if white men are your ancestors, then
Hey, I have to address this because I find this hilarious. So there is someone in the chat called Ragnar who is asking why I'm watching a white dude. Well, you do realize that Ragnar is literally like a Norse god or demigod. I can't remember. So a person who is calling himself after a Norse mythological figure, saying he's from O-Block. Oh, that is hilarious. I appreciate that irony, to be honest. Actually, AAE, the 14th Amendment is intimately bound to immigration in general, illegal immigrants in particular. You need to do better, ma'am. Hit the link. I can educate you.
you're okay. Yeah, there were black patriots, and nearly 200,000 black soldiers fought for the United States in the Civil War. But they don't count in Vance's framework, and the black loyalists erased. But Confederate ancestors, by the way, certainly included. Again, these people are not reflected. Because it's not about service. It's not about being a traitor. It's about blood. It's about building a legal framework that redefines Americanness through whiteness and through nostalgia for a time when it was official policy backed up by the arm of the state. And this isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a declared agenda. It's there. Look it up. Project 2025 lays it out in plain language, and all of these executive orders back it up. End birthright citizenship, dismantle civil rights protections, expand mass deportations, eliminate anti-white DEI programs. And the 1776 Commission, that's their counter to honest history. It whitewashes slavery, diminishes civil rights struggles, and sanitizes the founders to justify building the First Republic all over again. But what's the real problem for them? Well, it's the expansion of rights. From Reconstruction to the Voting Rights Act to Roe and Title IX, it unravels their white male power fantasy. It pushes women out of the kitchen and men into their parents' basements. And now they want the old structure back. That's what heritage citizenship means to them. It's not rhetoric, it's not nostalgia, and it's not just Trump. It's the past, but the past is a blueprint.
Any comments?
I think, as corny as this sounds, I'm reminded of Forrest Gump. And I remember, in the beginning of the movie, while he's sitting there talking to a black woman that's obviously on her way to work somewhere, he's telling him about her. I'm sorry, he's telling her about his lineage, you know, and so the images are that he was named after someone who apparently was the leader of the Ku Klux Klan at some point, and that's how I got my name, you know. I'm just thinking about the insensitivity level, like it's I know that there's this thing called political correctness that apparently is played out for a lot of people, but there is a such thing as triggering someone. And when we are reminded, I'm not saying it's not to be brought up or mentioned, debated, and discussed, when we are reintroduced with the fact that this living document, the Constitution, emphasizes that there are no rights. A black person, what they call, how they refer to us, a Negro, a slave, that there are no rights.
Well, they don't refer to any of that in the Constitution. They call slaves. Hold on one second. They call slaves persons of service. That's how they get around, being specific. And then for humble presidents, that's what the Constitution. That's the language the Constitution uses. Humble presidents, I'll drop that link for you. I'm not going to watch the video again, though I do have another video by him, which we may or may not get to. So go ahead, Mela.
Persons of service. Okay, that's what's in the Constitution.
I believe that's
to describe fundamental Black Americans.
Right. They don't
we put all types of names attached to ourselves. And what I've been trying to figure this out without, obtaining a law degree, a constitutional law degree. Like, I was like, what phrase or word is specifically issued in the Constitution that's specifically designated for what would be called fundamental Black Americans? So you're saying it's called persons of service. That's the phrase?
I believe so. In the Constitution.
I appreciate that insight, Stanley.
Well, that's how they get around saying slaves, basically.
I get this person that's talking about reparations. I'm like, first of all, the English language has a fluidity, and that is part of the problem as to why legislation is so murky when it comes to our specific, dare I say, needs. Like, there's nothing specific identifying. We thought we had something with affirmative action, but what people got caught up with is not understanding that there's ways to manipulate the word minority. It was specifically designed to say Black, and it was introduced in legislation that you can't use the word Black because it's not constitutional. The word Black to describe our people is not constitutional. So they use the word minority, right? And we see where that went. And I'm so glad that I'm on the panel with you today, because I learned something new. That in the Constitution, apparently, what is the distinguishable title for those of us who have ancestors kidnapped and brought here?
Right. Well,
are
I recommend
as those of service. That's
I
okay.
recommend is a primer for the Constitution. I'm a big fan of Akil Reed Amar. He's probably the most famous constitutional scholar. And there are a bunch of others, but he's
Well,
got a
we could
book.
use some
He's got a
constitutional
book that's can't remember the exact
What's the
name, but
book?
it's basically a biography of the Constitution. And I want to play this video, and I'll look up the
The
exact name.
biography of the Constitution.
This is the video. I think it's called The Constitution, a biography, but I'll get the exact name of it. This is my new girlfriend here.
I'm done keeping quiet about this. Just because a man is older and he's single does not make him the problem. Wouldn't he be the
Amen,
problem
sister.
if he's hopping relationship from relationship and rushing into marriage? An older man who's single, he understands and knows what he wants, which gives you even more clarity that he's going to take you seriously once he commits to you. Oh, well, there's a reason why he's single for his age. How much insecurity, baggage, and trauma do you have to assume based on someone's age and relationship status, they're somehow not worthy of love? I don't understand the logic. And this goes for women too. I don't care if she's a single mother. I don't care if she's in her 30s or 40s. The fact that she's willing to wait for the right person, ooh, y'all just say stuff for no reason. Y'all just like to talk shit. But I'm done staying quiet. I'm going to advocate for what's right. This has been on my mind for a while. But life happens, so sometimes I don't get to talk about stuff like this. But stop that shit. Stop trying to sabotage other people's lifestyle because you're upset that they can fulfill and satisfy their own life without needing someone else. But that someone else could also depend on them and be happy with them. If you judge someone based on their age and relationship status and you're like, oh, your character
I think
is
that's
this
the
way
perfect
because
thing to
they're
judge
older and
people on.
single, that is highly
I'm gonna
uneducated.
judge her neck.
Why are you using
That's what I'm gonna
someone?
judge. Does she have a thyroid condition or something? Why is it that her neck is swollen like that? What's going on with her?
Maybe it's a hickey from an older man.
Own personal life
The
choices
whole neck
against
swole.
them.
The
You maybe
whole
want
neck
to
swole.
consider and think about the fact that maybe they're single because they're trying to save up money to provide for their family. Maybe they're single because they want to work on themselves. Maybe they're single because they don't want to lead someone on. Or maybe they're single because they trust that the right person is out there and they're not gonna settle for short-term gratification. You should be concerned if a man's married or in a relationship in his 30s, but he thinks that he rushed the decision while he was in his 20s. If a man can handle being lonely, alone, no matter how old he is, that says a lot about his value and how worthy he is of love because
Oh my
he's not
Lord.
desperate for it. He's not needy.
Where does she live?
I don't judge a man for his age and relationship status. That's ridiculous. It's ludicrous. But that's just what I'm gonna
she's
say.
saying
Stop
that
putting
the
so
guy is
much
45 without
emphasis
children.
and
He shouldn't be
imperativeness
judged.
on someone's age and relationship status. They can be very intelligent. They can be very likable. They can be easy to love, no matter if they're older and single. Subscribe, like, leave a comment. If you guys would like one-on-one coaching, it'll be in my bio.
Okay.
Ooh, she's a coach.
She
I
wants
like it.
people to, yeah, she wants people to be more open-minded and not so judgmental, which is really noble in and of itself. I give her points. However, that next situation, I'm wondering what's going on with her thyroid. That's all.
So, Dirty Dude asked about Ragnar. It might be Ranier. My Norse is not very good. Apparently, Ragnar Lothbrok was a Viking whose life passed into legend in medieval European literature. Ragnar is said to have been the father of 3 sons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to go all into this, but the bottom line is he is a Norse mythological character, and just strikes me as hilarious that somebody supposedly from Oblak would be using a Norse mythological name.
Well, it's not a foreign concept.
And hold on one sec before you go. This is right quick.
Oh, I'm gonna forget.
This is the book.
Never mind.
This is the book I'm talking about. America's Constitution, a biography. It's
I
a
forwarded
little.
to my
It's a
child.
little. It's a little dry, but
It's
this
okay.
guy's considered preeminent as far as because he's not only a lawyer, he's a historian also. So he's a historian of the Constitution and some, things like the Federalist Papers.
Yeah.
He is preeminent.
I
He's got a
found it.
lot of he's got a lot of stuff on YouTube. He has some online law courses. He talks about constitutional law. He's got a ton of videos. And then the other thing, let me bring up this news story right quick. And since AAE wants to talk about the 14th Amendment and immigration and all that stuff, I have a story that's specific for her. It's breaking news. Let me see, can I find it? I may have to. It's breaking news, and it hasn't made the New York Times website yet. So I'm going to have to drop it into. One minute here.
The term you mentioned was they are servants. The servants
It
of
might be.
others.
I thought somewhere in there it says persons of service. Maybe I don't think it was servants, but maybe I'm wrong.
Servitudes.
That could be it.
Persons of servitude.
There's just a breaking story about the 14th Amendment and birthright citizenship. Apparently, let's see if it's in the Washington Post. I just got an alert and somehow or another erased it from my phone. Oh, there it is. So, federal judge places new block on Trump's ban on birthright citizenship. The American Civil Liberties Union sued June 27th after the Supreme Court backed President Trump's request to scale back nationwide injunctions. So this is saying a federal judge in New Hampshire on Thursday placed a new nationwide block on President Donald Trump's efforts to end birthright citizenship, a decision that came 2 weeks after the Supreme Court opened a path for the administration to begin enforcing the order. U.S. District Judge Joseph LaPlante issued the temporary injunction after agreeing to a request from immigrant rights groups to certify a class action suit against the administration on behalf of U.S.-born children or future children whose automatic citizenship could be jeopardized by the president's executive order, lawyers for the plaintiff said. So essentially, that's actually really elegant because the Supreme Court specifically mentioned in the decision, the majority decision, they literally mentioned other pathways like class action suits. So once again, Trump's 14th Amendment birthright citizenship defying executive order has been nationally enjoined. And for AAE, who I haven't seen, she must have escaped. This is literally how the 14th Amendment is intersecting with illegal immigrants. Don't know where you get this stuff from, but I'm always willing to drop a link or recommend a book to educate yourself. So there we go. And then let's get back to the regularly scheduled stuff, which is another, this is my favorite female historian. And you'll have to forgive me, my
Zoran Mamdani is not
okay,
a socialist.
And there's a point here that I'm going to make after she's done on this topic. Well, I'll let her speak. This is Heather Cox Richardson. Literally. No, I'm afraid the article is literally from 11 minutes ago, AAE. I actually subscribe to newspapers, so I get alerts. You are literally wrong. I'm willing to drop the article for you. As a matter of fact, let me go back to the article. This right here says, let me enlarge it for you, because I know you're used to dealing with people like Be Brave who don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I'm not Be Brave. Literally, this article that I'm highlighting, this part here, it literally says 15 minutes ago. The article is not old. The Supreme Court came back with that decision 2 weeks ago. And by the way, when the case was argued, SKC and I listened to it live. I know what I'm talking about. You are chat ratting out there and don't know shit. Ma'am, when you're in my chat, you best know what you're talking about, at least most of the time. Now, mate, you could be joking. Boy. So anyway, this is Heather Cox Richardson, my favorite female historian. And by the way, her Substack newsletter is she makes more money doing a daily newsletter than anyone on Substack. She makes like $1 million a year just from her writing the Substack newsletter. So who says liberal arts, you can't make money with a liberal arts degree?
And he is not a communist. That matters simply because he is a democratic socialist, which is not the same thing as a socialist.
Your mic might be off, Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was roasting AAE. AAE, yes, they restricted use of nationwide injunctions, but they left a couple loopholes. If you do a class action suit, you can de facto have a nationwide injunction. Keep trying, ma'am. You might strike gold at some point. So let's get back to this video.
Socialist or a communist.
So
and
we
I'm
can
gonna lay
hear an
this out here
actually
because a lot
educated
of
woman.
Republican rhetoric for the last 40 years and even before that has centered around the idea that Democrats are communists, and that has really poisoned our political discourse. A communist and a socialist, they have differences within them, but they are people who want the state,
I literally
the government.
have been making this point ad nauseum that all communists are socialists, but not all socialists are communists. Again, it falls on death by uneducated. Wait, hold it, not death. They fall on the deafness is caused by not being educated on the topic that you're speaking about. Therefore, you are incapable of hearing the actual truth.
To take over the means of production so that you have a state-centered economy in which the state determines how the different businesses operate. That is not at all what Mamdani is trying to advocate. And that is a world in which we haven't gone so far that a very few people dictate the terms of our economy. What he is doing is he is picking up the language and the frustration of people who are not served by the current system. And he is calling for a democracy that more fully serves the needs of the American people. And that's not the same thing as wanting to take over the means of production. Now, the reason I just made a big deal about this, because he is, after all, simply the Democratic candidate for New York mayor, the mayor of New York City, which it doesn't have a lot of effect on most of us because he's mayor of a city in which a lot of us don't live. The reason I mention that is because Donald Trump today, Donald Trump being the president of the United States, came out today and said that if Mamdani was elected, that he would consider taking over New York City and then he added on taking over Washington, D.C., because we would not have a communist in charge of any place in America. And what this does is it encapsulates where the parties are and where rhetoric is right now over our political system. That is, the Republicans have insisted since at least the 1980s, but it goes before that as well, that anybody who is advocating a government that regulates business and provides a basic social safety net, promotes infrastructure, and protects civil rights is socialism or communism. And that idea is just simply wrong. It comes in the United States from a much earlier period in 1871, when after the Civil War, unreconstructed white Southerners insisted that letting Black Americans, Black men at that point, vote meant that they would vote for things like roads and schools and hospitals. And those would be used, of course, by white Americans as well as Black Americans. But what they said was those things could only be paid for by the tax dollars that came from people who had stuff. And the only people who had stuff were, after the Civil War in the American South, were white guys who had land. So they insisted that any kind of legislation that benefited ordinary people would require a redistribution of wealth, and that in itself was a form of socialism. Now, that's not what became international socialism at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century, but those who objected to the idea of a government working for ordinary people insisted that anybody calling for that was a socialist, and then after the rise of international communism, a communist. And that has been this like swear word in America against people who want education and want medical things funded and want roads and want, scientific research and want things like that. And the fact that Trump is doubling down on this and saying that Mamdani is a communist, which is what he said today, is a reflection of this older rhetoric. And it also, the fact that he said that he would consider taking over New York City, even if Mamdani is elected, that is in a democratic process, and consider taking over Washington, D.C., shows where the MAGA Republican Party has gotten to, which is that even if a whole lot of Americans want something, if the Republicans disagree with it, it can't be allowed.
Yep, that is a very good point. And I was actually very interested in that. Very interested in the point that Trump will take over a city if, somebody he doesn't like politically, if the people don't do what Trump thinks they should do. Threatening to take over a city is almost a direct evidence of someone who is going full on authoritarian. Circumventing the people's vote is about as un-American as you can be, unless what they're voting for is unconstitutional. Now, the other point I want to make is they will take over a city, but they won't take over a city and help out with, violent crime in the inner city. This is, indirectly making my point about how we racialize crime, because we don't want the crime to be solved. I would support Trump if he said, hey, look, I'm going to go into the hood. I'm going to send the National Guard in there, and we are going to solve the violence problem in the inner city. Now, there are people who would have problems with it, but I probably wouldn't be one of them. So I'm just saying that I do not think people like a Be Brave actually wants solutions. They just want to complain about the problems and be all racial when they talk about the problem. So let's see. Do we want to listen to this?
Public or democracy? First ask, who cares?
Let's see. Don't take the far right's bait, exposing the founders' anti-democracy playbook. I think I'm going to hold on to this one because I want to basically look at this as a long video. And we may not even make it all the way through this, but this is how I want to end up here. This is, I've talked about Wilfred Riley before. I'm going to stop it right here, right quick. Wilfred Riley teaches at Kentucky State University, which is an HBCU, by the way. Now, he is kind of quirky, but pound for pound, he's probably the smartest black conservative, if I have to racialize it. He is actually smart. He actually knows shit. He's a lawyer. He's a social scientist. He's really good with metrics and the data, usage of data when talking about sociological stuff. He is actually smart. And I don't say that a lot about, I don't say that much about black conservatives, but he has my respect even when I disagree with him, and more times than not, I do. The dude is just flat out brilliant, but he is eccentric.
Riley, welcome to Dad Saves America.
Glad to be on the show.
You've got a new book, and then you've got two others, and there are so many things for us to go through in them that I'm excited to dig in. But before I do, just describe briefly kind of what's your current job. So you're an academic. You're at Kentucky State University, correct? So what do you do as a professor?
Yeah, I'm a pretty typical academic professor. I teach at one of the American state universities, what's called a land-grant university. So the Kentucky State would be like Michigan State to Michigan, except a little smaller. It's the second.
I went to Penn State.
I'm sorry?
I went to Penn State. So.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty typical job. I mean, the one thing that makes Kentucky State interesting is that the second Kentucky State U is a historically black college. So this goes back to 1886. The Kentucky legislature wanted to apportion funds for another good-sized state school, but they also wanted a black school. And as I recall, they were asked whether they would fund two colleges, and they basically said, hell no. This isn't a wealthy state, so you're getting this one. Mostly black guys. And that has been a big part of the Kentucky State legacy since. But I mean, as a professor, I teach what's called 4 and 4. Generally, I teach a series of classes each semester. So I teach, American government, constitutional law, the presidency, congressional praxis, that kind of thing. And I mean, you're expected to write, every state U prof is. I've written 4 books so far, which I expect we'll discuss. I'm on at least, I've written a bunch of stuff this year. I'm a columnist for National Review, so I have something like 60 publications. But I've written 3 sort of standard, peer-reviewed, good journal academic articles, or I've been on them. Corey Clark wrote a famous review of academic censorship for PNAS that's been cited a lot. I'm one of the people that was a part of that paper. Bob Moranto, myself, and Pat Wolf wrote, this is actually probably my favorite, a review of the impact of Black Lives Matter on crime, and also an analysis of which police departments actually reduce rates of officer-involved shootings. And that's an interesting paper because a lot of cops have read it, I don't get the feeling that any activists have at all.
Let's dig into that. So what was lay that paper out, because I mean this gets into it gets into a lot of things you talk about around statistics and popular narratives around race and crime, and so this seems like a great place to start.
Yeah, well, that's Bob Moran.
I want to make one quick point here. Look, this is the sort of stuff I love hearing, doing, talking about, thinking about. This is not, going on and on about shit that really does, shit that doesn't actually matter to Black America. And I'm talking conceptually about Black America. This is important stuff. Carmelo Anthony and Diddy are not important stuff unless you're just a Diddy fan. This is meat and potatoes. What I think Black excellence is. And by the way, Ragnar, this guy I think he's mixed race. He I consider him a Black conservative. This is what we need to be doing, and this is what I'm gonna do. And if it means I have 10 people in the chat, but 10 people who are kind of engaged with, some important stuff to think about at least, then so be it. I'm not going to do what I don't want to do. I am going to talk about what I want to talk about, and I will engage with what I think is important. We all get into shenanigans, every now and again, and we, like to have fun with it. But when it comes down to it, Black people need to, Black people can do stuff like this. And I will leave it to the white shades like Be Brave to talk about, whatever it is he talks about. There's a lot of positive stuff going on that Black people are doing, and that's what I want to follow up on.
Robert Moranto, Pat Wolf at the University of Arkansas, and I were interested in, first of all, a lot of the Black Lives Matter research. I'm speaking for me, not my more gentlemanly co-authors, but seemed to just be bullshit. Like, if you looked at it, there was nothing about, like, did Black Lives Matter reduce police shootings? There was one paper, maybe. There was a lot of stuff like Black Lives Matter and its impact on Ben & Jerry's flavorings of ice cream. And by the way, this type of stuff is very, very common. There is a human genetic database that was recently put together by, I believe, the UK. And one of their restrictions is that you can't use it to test, as I recall, whether there are intelligence gaps between racial groups, whether there are athleticism gaps between racial groups, a couple of other things like that. And so people are doing things like looking at the face shape of different ethnic groups. And to me, it's just a matter of time until someone bootlegs the whole thing and people start looking at interesting questions. But the BLM literature was very much along the same lines. And we were interested in a couple of things. Like, one, what was the effect on crime? And two, what do police departments do? This was the focus of the paper, to actually reduce both crime and officer-involved shootings. And we actually found that there are a lot of things that a department can do to reduce violent interactions with the public while still keeping crime low. The biggest one is taking a few rogue cops off the street. Like, we now know that we now know the George Floyd case was more complicated than it was presented for years as being, but the officer involved in that case had something like 4 previous outstanding complaints. One of them wasn't resolved. I mean, that case doesn't occur if you have a New York or Chicago style system where you don't even have to make the guy stop being a cop because of union seniority. You're just the guy that's washing badges or, checking cars into the impound or whatever. All those jobs, you're handing over suspect files in the dungeon of the police department. And if you do that well for 2 years, then you get back on the street. I mean, it was that simple in many cases. Train cops in how to use physical violence below the level of the gun was one. There's a paper by a cop called Teach Cops to Roll that just talks about the impact of martial arts. The thing is, that's incredibly obviously useful, but you have to fund it. There are potential injuries to officers, that kind of thing. But just on and on and on. I mean, we talked about different things you can do. Like, for example, if you draw a gun rather than fire a gun, you could double the length of paperwork associated with that, but not the use of a non-lethal weapon. Like, this is just actual social science. Like, we looked at what worked in departments like the NYPD, which had a very good record. People don't know this, but, well, I'm assuming many people do. But New York, at one point, was responsible for something like 20% perhaps of the murders in the United States. There were years when New York City had 2,100 or 2,500 murders. Even Chicago, I mean, we rarely got up to the 1,000 murder threshold, the second city.
Yeah, you're talking about like probably the 70s and 80s, I would think.
Yes. Yeah, the sort of New Jack City era and the period immediately before that. Yeah, that's exactly correct. And New York City under Giuliani, Bratton, for that matter, David Dinkins, cracked down on crime. There are things like point of sale and point of use restrictions on guns, extremely tough policing.
By the way, Wilfred Riley, I believe, is from Chicago.
Even liberal mayors like Eric Adams often tend to be former cops. So New York now averages about 400 murders a year. So we looked at what they did, and we found that a lot of it was very empirical, very implementable. The worst cities in our study were almost all kind of crooked regional capitals. So you're talking about like Little Rock, Memphis, Jackson, Mississippi. Police departments were often a mix of black and rural white dudes. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that inherently, but like there wasn't a culture of police discipline. The idea was, well, these scumbags have it coming to them. I'm not indicting any of those cities, but I've heard officers comment on the paper and say that, and that's where somewhat expected places like Albuquerque, but that's where you would have very high rates of OIS, officer-involved shootings. You also have high rates of crime in those places, but you don't have a low rate of crime in New York. So the question is, how can you reduce that? The second point of the paper is a lot simpler. What happened to crime under Black Lives Matter? It doubled. I mean, if you want to look at homicide, the black homicide rate went from about 16 or 17 per 100,000. Now that's age adjusted, but in 2012 to 33 per 100,000 10 years later. I mean, that's it. There was a massive increase in crime concentrated among African Americans. Anyone who tries to deny that is essentially just lying.
When you say Black Lives Matter, what exactly are you talking about? And because there's the organization itself.
Right. Well, what Dad here doesn't do, and I don't know whether it's cut or not. I'm curious to know, does Wilfred Riley, as a social scientist, have an idea of why crime went up under BLM? He, just saying that it went up doesn't really do much for the curious minds who want to know. And Dad, the conservative here, I bet doesn't get around to it. I'd be pleasantly surprised if he does.
There's the events after George Floyd's death in 2020. But then there's the organization, I think starts in 2015 after Ferguson. So when you say Black Lives Matter's impact on crime and police, what's the time frame and what's the mechanism there? Like, is it just the message?
Now ask why.
Actual organization doing things in specific places with specific people? Like, unpack that for me.
What I'm referring to, I guess, is the post-Trayvon Martin movement headed by Patrisse Cullors and the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation. So very often when we talk about things, like when I say, I was an activist, and people ask, what does that mean? Do you have a sign? Were you out there on the street? It's like, no, I worked at the lower management level for a group called the Human Rights Campaign, which was retained by another group that we can call the People's Project. And I made an average of $27.58 per hour as a street canvasser who most people thought was a volunteer. Like, that's what an activist is. There are massive organizations that employ these guys for good and ill. Mostly they're very well-intentioned young folks, by the way. But I mean, it's the same thing with BLM. We're talking about a very specific movement, which had a pretty specific goal, which was reducing police stop and arrest rates. So, I mean, that's where you see things like the op-ed. I don't think this was a full editorial, but yes, we mean literally defund the police, running on the back page of the New York Times. So, I mean, during this period, which I would date back, first use of the hashtag is 2013, just after Trayvon Martin was killed. By the way, in a mutually provoked fight with a Hispanic guy. I mean, none of these stories ever turned out to be true. Like, you wish both men were with us today, but this is two guys getting into a fight. One of the guys is losing the fight. He's getting his head slammed against the pavement. He's got a pistol on him. He discharges one shot, probably justifiably. Like, there was no civil rights element to that case at all. That was the beginning of all this. Then we led to Michael Brown. Michael Brown, hands up, don't shoot. Again, we now know that this guy attacked a police officer, Darren Wilson. Michael Brown's DNA was found on the slide and trigger guard of Darren Wilson's gun. the Barack Obama Justice
I'd
Department.
like to say something.
This doesn't mean that
When it
Yes,
comes to
ma'am.
Trayvon Martin and his opinion that there's no civil rights violation, do you agree with that?
I think that I mean, it might have gotten to a civil rights case. I think that George Zimmerman should have gone to jail.
I believe.
And the reason I think that is on that 911 call, they specifically told him, do not follow the suspect. The cops will
Exactly.
handle it.
So he
And
hunted him.
he decided not to follow the instructions. Therefore, I think he's a lot more liable. And as a matter of fact, he was thought to be so liable. It was Pam Bondi who brought the case against him. The current
really?
attorney, the current attorney general of the United States. She was in Florida, and she was the prosecutor who brought the case against him.
Okay, thank you.
Former
Appreciate
working
it.
class kid support any level of police abuse. It's just all these narratives were lies, and they were promoted by pretty specific organizations. And you can track down, as I and others have done. This was a feature in Spiked UK that I wrote that was pretty heavily edited that people contributed to. But I mean, you can track down who these organizations were.
Oh, and for Ignat, I said I don't agree with Wilfred Riley on a lot of things. I do think he's extremely smart, and whether you agree with him or not, you can never say he's going right off the cuff. He will always have data or a substantive narrative to back up his opinion, and you gotta respect a guy like that. And then again, I'm going to reemphasize a point that I keep making. I show things on this show that I find interesting to listen to. I don't always agree with the videos I show. All you need to do is have a good or substantive argument or be some sort of intellectual that I respect, and I will show you. Agreement is not required. Same thing with panelists, by the way.
How much money they took in, how much money they gave out. And the end goal was we need to reduce or remove policing in the USA. So during that period, I mean, if you have an organization that says we need to stop American policing, and during that period, police stops drop 31% and the murder rate surges, I mean, the connection there is not especially difficult to draw. And I mean, it's a problematic one. But one last thing about BLM, by the way, that I don't think most black guys or like basketball playing white allies from the big cities or whatever understand, college kids, is that BLM was not a movement focused on helping the hood if you follow the money. In fact, neighborhood activists like Hawk Newsom, who's a cool guy, have criticized Black Lives Matter very extensively for this. And in the Spiked piece, we were able to pull up where they had sent money. And it was almost entirely like far left gay rights, anti-parenting organizations. Like just wild business, like the transgender travel fund got 6 to 7 figures. And I guarantee you this is true. If you look up Wilfred Riley, BLM.
That is wild.
Yeah. By the way, please, everyone, make sure you hit the like button for me. We're usually a bit light on likes. Please make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. We actually do somehow or another wind up having diverse opinions. Believe that or not. Please make sure you subscribe to the Urban Landlord Clips channel. That's where Portia and John, clip interesting bits from these shows. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. That's my personal channel where I do the occasional video essay on topics that I may or may not find interesting for that matter. And I do clips of the Stanley versus the World show there occasionally also. Please make sure you support the host. I do bring you, whether you believe me or not, diverse opinions. I don't always have to agree with the opinions that some of these videos express. I subscribe 2 newspapers and Substack newsletters and, various subscriptions specifically for this show. So, when I express an opinion, hopefully I have something to back me up. Same thing. I buy books. I buy, all kinds of stuff that I do find interesting. But, I try not to come to this show unprepared, because a lot of my opinions are contra to the anti-black MAGA, white shade MAGA universe. And these opinions are mine. I'm not very performative. And a lot of people, for better or for worse, do say that I'm pretty consistent. So one man's consistent is another person's predictable. That may well be the case. But support the host. We are coming up on the weekend. I'm trying to trade up from Bud Light to Guinness Stout. But, I'm a Bud Light guy. I don't have to have that expensive stuff. So make sure you support the host. And I see that Crawl isn't there. My Cash App is in a banner, which is not scrolling right now. But also make sure you support our executive producer, Portia. She is fresh off the boat from Africa. She got back a few days ago. And so she is always kind of like the angel in the outfield as far as these shows go. So make sure we're supporting her, make her feel loved. And by the way, you know what? I didn't realize this. My brother and his son are over in Japan. I had no clue. I knew they were talking about going, but there is a neighbor of mine, and Mela, you'll appreciate this. I always talk about the neighborhood I grew up in. It was pretty middle class. There was black excellence that I grew up with. Well, my brother and his son are visiting a kid that that my brother grew up with. My brother is quite a bit younger than I am. So a neighborhood kid that he grew up with is a computer guy, and I think he works for Google. And he's been over in Japan for quite some time. So you know what? The black excellence from a neighborhood, 2 little black kids, one my brother, one, a friend of his, are like computer people doing very well in life, visiting each other over in Japan. That is the black world I grew up in. And I will not be hearing a whole lot of negative shit about the black community without hearing what happens and what's happening in the black community that's positive is as valid and is as real as what's going on in the hood. And this is what people like Be Brave and the other trailer park Trumps can't seem to fathom, much to their chagrin, I'm sure. So anyway, enough with this enough with this nonsense. We'll get back to the video, but I do want to point out what you're seeing here is a black guy, mixed race guy, who is at the pinnacle of black conservatism. In my personal opinion, I think he's smarter and more capable and more engaged than Thomas Sowell ever was. I think he's smarter than Glenn Loury. I think he's smarter than McWhorter. I think this guy right here is the smartest black conservative that I know of. And I'm not a big conservative guy, but this guy has got it going on and is very well read. College professor, lawyer, sociologist, political scientist, all that bullshit. This motherfucker does. I will disagree with him, but I'm not going to say he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So anyway, enough praise for Wilfred Riley. I'm not his publicist.
Funding, you'll find not only but people I'm citing. You'll find tax documents. One of them was For the Gwirls, GWORLS, which is again a trans and sex worker performance project, if I recall correctly. Just on and on and on. Like none of them. It wasn't like the Abyssinian Baptist Church of Harlem. I'll tell you that. Like it was a very specific listing of organizations. So yeah, the impact of that, I believe, was a negative impact.
So one of the reasons why I wanted to talk to you about this stuff, and like you've got your book Hate Crime Hoax over your shoulder, which this feeds into, right? These events that get blown up in the media and a narrative forms around them, and they have a big impact on how we talk about our identities. And so the kind of meta reason why I wanted to talk to you and dig into this stuff and learn more from you about what you've studied here is that as a parent, it's very hard to navigate a world filled with narratives that when you poke on them break, especially when they have such a huge impact on your identity. And I guess, how do you think about that? How do you think about what's happening with these stories and why they're happening the way they are? Because what you've just described sounds pretty nefarious. So like creating an organization that claims to be for a thing has impacts that are pretty obviously negative to the people it claims to care about. Like the exact opposite thing. Like if you say Black Lives Matter and the result of what you do is more Black men and women die, that seems bad. So without like reverting to, well, they're just evil and they're twirling their mustaches, what do you think's going on? Like, what do they want to do? You know, what's happening?
I think, well, there are a lot of great questions you asked there. I would distinguish like 2 or 3 things. So first, what should parents do? You should teach your kid tact so he doesn't get into fistfights all the time, or she, but also just what the truth is. Like if you are white, if you're of Caucasian descent, you should not feel guilty about slavery because slavery was a universal practice. That's not even debated. That's just something that is a political.
And this is the crux of my argument with people like Wilfred Riley. Slavery was universal is not an argument when you're addressing slavery in American history. They love to basically universalize it, basically making excuses for American slavery. My problem with American slavery is we have a constitution, saying something like all men created equal. That is my big problem. Why does a country with a constitution like that even have slavery? Slavery was debated at the Constitutional Convention, and the choice was made to compromise. Okay, that is not universal. Like, everybody has slavery, let's keep it. No, that's not how the debate went. By and large, in the Constitutional Convention, they kept it, and the American economy was built on slave labor. African slavery was the engine that drove American economic success. And some of the companies that were successful dealing in slavery, in various ways, are still with us today, especially the insurance companies. So this argument that slavery, was universal is a bullshit point. It is a true point, but when you're being specific about American history, it just does not hold water with me.
Scientist or a historian, everyone knows. The word slave comes from Slav. This isn't excusing white slavery, which actually in the USA was a fairly harsh version of the practice. It's just, I don't think if you're a Slavic fighting man, you get your penis cut off. That's a soft version of the practice either. Slavery.
Even Wilfred Riley is saying American slavery. Let me back that up. Even Wilfred Riley is saying American slavery was particularly cruel.
Comes from Slav. This isn't excusing white slavery, which actually in the USA was a fairly harsh version of the practice. It's just.
That's right. In the USA, it was a fairly harsh version of the practice. Hence, that's why people like me say it was unique in its harshness. Even he's got to admit. So that point about everybody did it, we just did it particularly cruel. I think that is where people like me kind of separate out the American version of slavery from the rest of the world.
I don't think if you're a Slavic fighting man, you get your penis cut off. That's a soft version of the practice either. Slavery was just one of those things humans did to each other. If you lost the war, you were getting on that boat. This was the case for whites, blacks, whoever. It's good we're past that, but that's absolutely something you should teach your kids. So what I would do is find an educational system that suits your family's needs. That could be homeschooling. That could, I mean, in most cities, that's just a Catholic school, by the way. I mean, Chicago has a full-on network of Catholic schools. I mean, that's all.
Oh, by the way, I went to Catholic schools and I don't think like Wilfred Riley. So there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee you're going to produce a bunch of conservatives from Catholic schools.
You need to do. Sister Rosemary is not consumed with guilt about the failures of the West. But that could be a prep school. It could be a good public. It could be whatever. But find the education you need to convey real knowledge, tell your kids real knowledge, teach them enough tact that they'll tell their friends rather than start scuffles at the school by sharing every opinion they have. That's it for that one. But why do these opinions that are so far removed from reality? I think if I really had to think about, they followed a negative premise to its logical conclusion, or they followed an incorrect premise to its conclusion. So this actually, there are two possible explanations. One is that some people are legitimately just hucksters. And I think that that absolutely is true for some people. I mean, like the founder of Black Lives Matter, Patrisse Cullors, I've never met her. She could be a wonderful woman. But, you know, like I was a businessman myself. And, you know, when I see someone bought 6 houses at the end of a capital campaign, you kind of wonder what's going on. You wonder when the SEC or the equivalent in their field. I mean, it was funny. Like one of the houses had a helipad. They were all very, very nice properties.
Ignat, hit the link. Come on up. I think the link is pinned. Which chat are you in? Oh, I'm sorry. Let me drop the link for you, Ignat. So come on up, ask your question. Until you come up, we will go ahead and
except for one in Inglewood, California. All of them, I believe, were in neighborhoods that were something like 85+% white, which was ironic for the founder of a black activist group. So you can have some people that are just out there trying to get money to bring in as much lucre as possible. I think that a more likely result, though, is that people believe something. I mean, we mentioned Marxism, feminism, extreme men's rights activism, so on. This could be anything. Creationism, no offense to devout religious viewers on either of our sides. But I mean, if you believe a premise that's false, 95 to absolutely false, and you follow it logically, you're going to come to faulty conclusions. And this happens all the time. I mean, there's a great argument in the God delusion, and I don't even agree with the thesis of this book necessarily, but Richard Dawkins, the biologist, is talking about why he can debate religion, even though he's not a theologian. And he moves away from Christianity for a minute and gives, if I recall, the example of Hinduism. And he says, the argument that I can't discuss the Hindu philosophy because I am not a Hindu Vedic theologian is absurd. Because I am starting from the premise that people have logic. There's a baseline logical ability, which, and this is my line, but makes juries, interdisciplinary journals, journalism, so on down the line possible. And on the basis of this logic, I conclude that there are not invisible 5-armed blue gods. It's a rude description of a friendly rival faith, but it's a logical conclusion you can come to. So I don't need to hear the best defenses of why some of the gods have 6 rather than 5 arms in order to know I don't believe this. I just don't think it's logically true. But if you follow from the premise that I need to understand Hindu philosophy to disagree with it, and further from the premise that a lot of it might be true, you're going to reach conclusions that are pretty much indistinguishable from those of mainstream Hinduism, if that makes sense. So it's, if you're starting from the conclusion that in the Black Lives Matter case, all disparities between groups have to be the result of racism, for example.
Right.
And I mean, I think this is the big one.
This would be sort of the Ibram X.
Okay, but see, the problem with that statement is you're not discounting that it could be because of racism. Dude, it's a weak argument for a weak audience, apparently.
Kendi math.
Yeah, and I really think this is the big one. Like, and I think Colors believes this. I know Kendi believes this. I've debated him about it, at least online. Robin DiAngelo believes this. If you're starting from the idea that any disparity between any two groups must indicate racism, because the only other option is genetic inferiority, right? Then you have
he's making a
conclusion to come to unless
disingenuous
you yourself are a
argument
vicious
himself.
racist. But that America.
Kendi is not saying all disparities are because of racism. At a minimum, he's saying that it could be, let's check it out, let's figure it out. Okay. The opposite of that would be a Wilfred Riley thing that you know what? The disparities are not because of racism. It's because black people are lazy. That's what the Rileyites. Now, probably not Riley himself, but a lot of people that are in his quote camp think that, hey, there's nothing about racism. Black people are lazy. That's why they're poor. And you know what? A lot of these same people think that, be brave. The white shades are poor because they're lazy too. So at least they're consistent.
Is a very racist system. So how do people come to these nonsensical conclusions that racism is everywhere? Police shootings must be the result of racism, and the only solution is disbanding the police? I guess the praxis would be all gaps are caused by racism. There's a gap when it comes to police shootings. And even though this will damage society, we can't allow a murderous racist gap like this one. Now, I would personally say that from a brutal kind of Roman imperial perspective, sure you can. Like, you absolutely don't double the murder rate because your current system is morally flawed. You must be insane. Crucify him. But many people would disagree with that. And if you begin with the starting assumptions of Black Lives Matter, you get to that point logically, I would say.
I did a video a couple weeks ago, maybe it was a couple months ago, about some of these issues, and I cite one of your articles about sort of a kind of the case for Black optimism.
Okay.
That wasn't the title, but I think that might have been a similar article from Coleman Hughes. But you've written about all the ways in which
Coleman Hughes,
we as a society are not maybe shouldn't be indicted as the most racist country on earth. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, empirically, as a political scientist, the United States of America is one of the least racist countries on earth. I mean, this is not very disputed data. It actually, World Population Review, in my opinion, stopped running this information a couple of years ago during the national mental meltdown following the death of Mr. Floyd because of the implications of this sort of plain fact. But I mean, every year there's surveys where well-trained social scientists, and I'd imagine the major universities of the world, in urban areas that you'd expect to be more tolerant than the average, simply ask people how they would feel about having a neighbor of a different race or caste. Is this something you'd object to? This is totally anonymous. I'll look up the details of the project after the call, but it's very well done. It's universally accepted in my field. And the United States of America invariably is one of the countries where the smallest number of people would object to a neighbor of a different race, religion, anything similar. And this is part of a general pattern, actually, where 94% of Americans support interracial marriage. That's true across whites and blacks. I mean, so on down the line. So yeah, we're not the most racist country in the world. We're one of the least.
I have experienced this anecdotally, which is when you travel, and it's, the ironic thing is when you travel to places like Scandinavia.
Okay.
The kind of like racism that you encounter is so much more overt. It's almost shocking to you.
Yep.
Compared to here in the States, or Japan, which I haven't been to, but I have many friends who've spent time in Japan, and they're like, "Oh, Japan is just it's overt." And it does seem like where you have very homogenous populations, you just tend to have people who are more overtly.
Now, see, he probably won't come to the conclusion that I come to. The reason America may be the least racist country in the world is because of diversity. Okay, the two places, Japan and Scandinavia, this dude is talking about, he used the word homogenous. That is why. If you are out of the ordinary, people, are gonna kind of, notice that you're not just like them. So people like these two want to get rid of diversity. They think diversity is actually harmful. MAGA is trying to basically discourage at least social diversity. They want basically a homogenous white culture that is nationalist. But these guys are basically, saying that homogenous places are very racist, while they are excoriating diversity in the workplace and in schools, etc.
Racist, more overtly like worried and afraid of people that don't look like them. And then you come to America, where we're a melting pot and we're used to getting on a subway or going to a grocery store and seeing lots of different types of people and being okay with it. And yet we have this narrative that we are uniquely horrible, that we were sort of born in 1619. And this is permeating our education system. I know your book, your upcoming book is called The Lies Your Liberal Teacher Told You. And this feels like one of them. This feels like one of those lies that our kids are being told, that we are this uniquely racist country. So that's one example of how we're not. You just ask people around the world, what else should I as a parent help my kid understand about race in America so that they don't fall into this trap?
Well, there are a lot of different points here. I mean, so first, to engage the main thing you said, I mean, yeah, like...
Well, you know how you teach your kid about race in America? Know what the fuck you're talking about. If you are a parent teaching some sort of, historical lesson, know what you're talking about. And that's really all you need to do. You don't need Wilfred Riley's book.
Most nations are far more
Well,
overtly racist.
I'll take that back. There's nothing wrong with reading his book and knowing what his argument, and maybe you agree with him, maybe you don't, but you don't just hand the book to your kids. You basically have to know what you're talking about.
Than the United States. And this isn't just true of white nations, by the way. I mean, so like when you mentioned Japan, the Japanese word for foreigner is still gaijin. I mean, you see this in, anime comic books. Gaijin means foreign devil. And that's extremely, extremely common. The Chinese word for foreigner used for both whites and blacks is guailofan. Excuse my pronunciation, but that means barbarian dog, if I recall correctly.
Wow.
The experience with whites, certainly, probably with black Ethiopians.
Well, that sounds like something Ann Coulter would say. What did she say to Vivek? I would vote for you, but you're Indian. Don't act like America. Right? Don't act like America is so much different.
Or whatever as well would have been foreign warriors that were viewed as a bit below those of the Middle Kingdom, much less its elegant silk-clad diplomats. So, I mean, this is an extremely common attitude. You see this as well in the traditionally, historically powerful Black nations, Arabic nations. I mean, there's a famous meme, you see this on Facebook and Twitter, of an Asian American who went to, I believe, Nigeria to help the local Black population. And when he got there, he found that Nigeria is a rising, top 30 global economy, and that he was greeted with constant racism. So the image in the meme is like all these Black kids pulling their eyes to the side so they can, quote unquote, look Chinese to tease him. It's a whole soccer field doing it. And the guy's like,
I've not seen this.
It's, I don't know what you'd search for to find it, try to think of something politically correct. But I mean, it's just, that is extremely, extremely common everywhere outside of what some people call the weird zone, the Anglosphere, basically. It's partly due to homogeneity, but even in very heterogeneous countries like Mexico and India, people openly refer to each other as backward caste or lazy forward caste. In Mexico, Chino, Negro, Blanco, people's nicknames mean things like Chinaman. So we have, because of a combination of everything from our civil rights laws to post-British Victorian era politeness, to just extreme diversity. We've mentioned some of the cities in the country. We've come past that. And yes, that absolutely should be recognized as something whites, blacks, everyone else sacrificed to do. And so the narrative that comes in counter to that, the 1619 narrative, is primarily false. The reason it's false is not even so much that the things that it says, like there used to be a great deal of ethnic conflict in the USA, are inaccurate. It's that they are kind of the 33 degrees of knowledge that was always associated with foolishness or with the devil in European mythology. The assumption is that someone who is listening won't know that Asia, Africa, Arabia, so on were much worse. That's the great caveat here. We had slaves. Well, everyone had slaves. We helped the world free them. It was the US and the UK that literally armed their navies and blockaded whole countries like Zanzibar to.
Yeah. Which country fought a war? And it took a war to stop slavery in America. Britain did not fight a war to end slavery, especially the Somerset decision, 1792, and England got rid of slavery, if I recall, in 1830, 30 some odd years before America. I bet he's not going to talk about what it took to end slavery in the United States.
In the global trade in slaves. We ended the international slave trade in the USA in 1808. So, I mean,
but we didn't end slavery.
Being aware of
okay, this is the other thing. Hold on one sec. One of the reasons that we ended the slave trade in 1808 is because we had an internal slave trade. Okay, bringing Africans here for slavery through places like Charleston essentially drove the price of slaves down. People in North Carolina, in Virginia especially Virginia, they wanted their slave trade to make money. They wanted the external slave trade ended. There was a whole industry of sending slaves from the northern part of the South to places like Alabama, Mississippi, etc., going west. I bet he doesn't mention that. These people literally depend on people not knowing the full picture. And you know what? The left and the right does it.
Context of what being warts and all means is a foolish approach. Also, a lot of the things said in traditions like that simply are not true. I mean, the idea that the United States began in 1619, slavery didn't begin in the United States until, and I talk about this in Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me, but until almost 50 years after that. I mean, when Anthony Johnson and the first black, Aravistes to the USA got here, they were indentured servants. Slavery hadn't yet been formally implemented as a practice. Slavery, of course, is servitude that you can't leave. But the general idea was that if you were a black servant, just as if you were a white servant, you were going to be in bondage for maybe 10 years. Then you were going to be, you'd lost the war, it was going to suck. But then you were going to be released. You were going to, in many cases, be given some land, and you would have the opportunity to buy both black and white servants. So, I mean, when I mentioned the name Anthony Johnson, the first slave owner in the United States, many people would say, was a black man. He was an Angolan sort of lower chieftain captured by the Portuguese during the incessant fighting that existed for males in particular of every group during this period. He was brought to the United States, brought to the Commonwealth of Virginia. He suffered his time as an indentured servant, which is absolutely miserable for almost everyone in these roles. People weren't actually taught to be blacksmiths or something like that. They were used as essentially enslaved farm labor for the length of those contracts, which are often 23 years. His was 10. But he was then released. He ended up getting married, fighting the Indians with his white neighbors, so on. And the case that settled legal American slavery actually involved another man, I think John Casor, who was his bondservant who tried to run away. And Johnson argued that recalcitrant bondservants should be kept permanently by the people who owned them, as I recall the matter. And so he became, there may have been one or two before him in other states, but the first American slave owner. And we're talking about the 1650s, 1660s here. So the 1619 Project idea itself is wrong. Slavery in its full form didn't exist at that time. And the United States, I'll note, also didn't exist. The USA began in 1776. So we had...
Totally not the point of the 1619 Project. It is the first blacks, that came into the Virginia colony. They were not slaves. They wound up being indentured servants. Basically, slavery became a thing. He's correct. In the 1660s, it was either Maryland or Virginia. I can't remember, but they were both around the same time. The argument isn't that there were not black slave owners. The argument is that it didn't matter if there were black slave owners. Those slave owners probably couldn't vote. They had no political power. Okay, they were unusual enough that Wilfred Riley wants to talk about it on a YouTube interview. That's how rare they were. They come up in some defense of slavery. Black slave owners had no political power. Black people did not have political power. If you were not a slave in black, you were a free black American. And by the way, back then, you were a citizen of a state. You were not a citizen of the United States. There are all kinds of caveats that Wilfred Riley is not getting into, and the devil is always in the details. That there were black slave owners, no doubt. That black slave owners basically had any hand in governance, that is why they don't matter. They were few and far in between. They held no political power. Thanks for bringing it up, but it really doesn't speak to my point or anyone on the left's point.
It's slavery in America from 1776 to 1865. That's it. I mean, it's a shameful, unfortunate block of time, but it's worth comparing that to the entire global sweep of the exact same practice.
No. Comparative culture is bullshit. It has limited value, and the one or two scholars that I know who do like comparative democracy and stuff like that, I just laugh sometimes when I hear the points they're trying to make. How can you be a country that people like Wilfred Riley claim is exceptional, but yet when it comes to slavery, you want to compare it to other parts of the globe? A very inconsistent argument these conservatives want to make.
What should you tell your kids? Which is, I think, your real question. You should tell them all this and more. I mean, I would strongly encourage you to buy what used to be considered just conventional history books, and books in general, from Jared Diamond to Charles Murray, that everyone used to read through about 2010, and have them in a library in your house and just communicate this information. There's not much more to be said than that.
What else have our liberal teachers told us that are lies?
Well, sir, that's a great question. There are about 10 chapters in the book. I usually do these kind of 10 chapter structures that fit together loosely, but I think pretty well. And basically, lies my liberal teacher told me, to answer the question explicitly, each chapter focuses on something that most people now believe. Sometimes I do a statistical analysis. Very often I just look at what the textbooks say, but that is wildly inaccurate. So one such example would be Native Americans were peaceful. They're peaceful people, dances with wolves. They spend all day in making love and growing crops.
Living in balanced harmony with nature.
Well, that actually, even more so than peaceful, I think is a good description of the focus there. Yeah. So that chapter opens with an official Department of Agriculture lesson on Native nations. And they actually say things like this, a la, the Native Americans had no word for want. They never killed an animal out of need or took a fish they did not plan to use, and just on and on and on. A peaceful, harmonious people. This is like a 16-page lesson that's gone out to thousands of schools.
I'm laughing because I know that among the practices for hunting buffalo was to drive entire herds off the edge of cliffs, and this is.
Yeah, it's there's some parts here that are pretty iffy. But the thing is
Very
they
iffy.
they like every all these types of podcasts, including the one I do. You tend to play to your audience to keep them coming back. And I said I do it, but actually that's why I like being in this John Galt space, because almost no one thinks the way I think. So it's very good for roasting people, or just getting in there and countering very bad, ill-researched points.
He's definitely playing to the audience. Yeah.
Right. I would be bored if I got on a more liberal podcast and everybody was agreeing with me. Where's the fun in that?
Before you could refrigerate any meat, so almost all of the dead buffalo that would run off the cliff would just rot. So
Okay, and your point would be what? Okay, the Indians, even if there was meat rotting, the Indian, number one, somebody's going to eat it if the Indians don't. So, the meat's not necessarily going to go to waste. There'll be wolves or somebody to come and eat it. But the bottom line is, for all the waste these fools want to sit here and chuckle about, Indians did not drive the buffalo to extinction.
No,
White
they did
men
not.
did.
That's
So
right. They did it to
this
starve
is
the Native
the
Americans
problem.
out.
This is the problem with these sorts of chuckle points, and what essentially what they're being is Western chauvinists. They want to talk about the problems that Native American cultures might have had. The problem is for all the driving the buffaloes off the cliff, it was the so-called civilized Westerners who drove the buffalo to
Yeah.
extinction.
Yeah, it was brutal. I'm waiting for the Trail of Tears that I would think eventually discuss, because he's going through the chronological history of America. So maybe he'll get to the Trail of Tears eventually.
Maybe.
But continue.
No, I mean,
Sorry.
yeah, they would do that. The only meat you would take would be the tongue and the back hump, because that's apparently the best part of a buffalo, and you just killed 1,000 of them. Yeah, the natives were interesting people, great warriors, fascinating religious tradition, but the idea that they were any better morally than the people they fought is extremely bizarre, and I think could only have been believed in sort of the very recent past. But just chapter after chapter goes through these things. One of the chapters looks at the idea of the Red Scare.
Okay, again, these guys want to do cultural comparisons, and the judgment is that Western culture is superior, apparently. Hey, essentially what they're saying is, hey, the Native Americans and the Africans should thank their lucky stars that the Europeans came over here and liberated them from their savagery. It is a very just it's a creepy argument.
And so the entire question was, were there actually communists in Russia and communist spies in the USA during this time? And to myself or you, that might even seem like an almost stupid, intelligence insulting question. But the answer is yes. I mean, we have a list of papers in political science known as the Venona Papers that look at the Russian agents that were in the United States by name. So Alger Hiss and most of these other people that were protected by entire sectors of the political left were actually Russian spies. And we've known that for 20 years. Dalton Trumbo, as we've gone on making movies and so on, lionizing these guys. So that's a chapter of the book. I do have one chapter. This has already been said extensively on kind of the center right, but I have one chapter looking at slavery globally, and not really gloating about the miserable performance of any of the races. We were all doing this, but just saying, well, one of the first human words was slave. I mean, the Sumerian glyph for man from the mountains, there's a similar word that has man from the mountains with chains around his wrists, again, after some kind of military conflict, and that means slave. So, and there's woman from the mountains, which is a little more explicit, and that means slave as well. So, I mean, one of the first things that we did after encountering other people was to fight them I mean, none of them are all that graphic. It's like they're drawn on clay with reeds at this point. But I mean, like, one of the first things we did after encountering other genuinely different human beings was fight them, take prisoners, take concubines, so on down the line. So to pretend that Western European and American white people invented this over the last couple of hundred years borders on the insane. It's kind of an internalized pathology of guilt. But I mean, there are a number of other chapters. What happened, white flight in the 1960s? What was the real cause of that after Great Society social policy? I also talk about Black and Caucasian family collapse in that chapter. There's another chapter devoted to kind of the lies of today. Are we seeing an epidemic of young men being murdered by police? Are we seeing an epidemic of interracial crime on either side? An epidemic of hate crimes? Is cultural appropriation real? What about white privilege? And then there are 5 more. Each chapter just takes on something that's very popular today, but that has very little evidence supporting it, at least in my opinion.
So there is this thing going on that I don't have an answer for, and I'm curious how you think about it, which is that if you pick up your book and you are the one to drop the scales from the reader's eyes about all of these narratives, one thing you can come away from feeling is that everything is BS, that everything's a lie, that all of our institutions are shot through with liars and crooks and thieves, and that everything is awful, really. Like it's there is like a path to kind of a nihilism. And even if you don't get all the way to being a full cynic, you are still left with a question of, well, who do I trust now? Because all of my teachers lied to me and told me these grand stories on which their entire ideology is based about who's an oppressor and what's the nature of power and reality itself, and they're all sort of lies. How do you think about navigating this world we're in when we are surrounded by so many easily falsified stories from people who claim to be experts and have letters after their names and call themselves doctor and all of that?
Well, I mean, first of all, if you're a professor of gender studies or whatever, you should never call yourself doctor. But I mean, like I think that there are two real answers. One of them, to crib a wiser man than I, or at least a better spoken man than I, is trust but verify. So when you see something in mass media, I mean, and this is a trend you see very much on Twitter or Facebook, where you'll see videos of a guy of one race being beaten up by someone of the other, a cop or 3 black guys or something. And there's a mob of people screaming, happens all the time, every day, they'll get you, don't go outside. Before believing in that kind of nonsense, it's probably a good idea to actually, and I guess this is part of the answer to your question, go look at easily available data and see what reality is. I mean, the national crime rate, it's called the BJS-NCVS, the Bureau of Justice Statistics National Crime Victimization Survey. Anyone who's graduated from college or good high school can figure this out, and you just go online and look it up. I mean, I don't want to volunteer myself for 10,000 unsolicited emails, but for you guys watching this, if you email me, if you find me using my sales techniques and email me, I'll tell you where to find the basic crime data or the basic healthcare data in the USA. Right. So that I think is a big part of the answer. When you see something, you shouldn't automatically believe it, but that shouldn't make you a trust-free cynic either. There are sources you can believe in, whether that's some reliable local media or your intimate partner, or more importantly, the actual data resources themselves. Like, we're not just making up the national crime data. It might be slanted 5% to the left or the right, depending on the president, but it just really is there. And there's a lot of stuff like that. The second thing I would add is just use common sense. So, I mean, very, very often we see like 3-year cycles of bullshit that end with people recognizing what everybody already knew anyway. So like we just saw a big paper on the COVID vaccine that basically said COVID vaccine saved a lot of lives, but boosted myocarditis 600% in young males. And I was like, that exact sentence is what I thought about the COVID vaccine 2 weeks out. Like, obviously it's good for seniors. Obviously it's kept some people alive. Also, obviously you're starting to see people fall over on the pitch. So like, there's an element of just, this seems to be reality. I'm noticing it. why shouldn't I believe that? Unless there's a very good reason not to believe, you should generally accept the evidence of your own Mark I eyeballs and of common sense. I'm actually, before I get back into some examples of this trend, just going to repeat, one of the core ideas of Western thought is that there's this skill called logic. I mean, and as you know, junior professors, we often teach logic 101, ethics 101, American government 101. And using this skill, any country lawyer or homemaker or something like that can serve on a jury, write a letter to the editor of the biggest papers in the country, you know, can do anything along these lines, make shopping decisions that cost $20,000. This just is an ability, decide whether or not to send someone to jail. So when you have this ability to decide to raise your own children to be successes, so when you have this amazing personal ability that almost everyone does, who's a functional taxpayer post-childhood, it's good to rely on it. If you see something that seems absolutely irrational and illogical, like the sentence, some women have 9-inch penises, you should look at that and say, no, that doesn't make sense. And you're probably correct, no matter how many people are speaking against you. But what I'm saying here, to get back to the thought flow of this point, is that very often, after about 2 years of panic, what you'll see is that what everyone knew is revealed to be true. So these studies just kept dropping this past week, right? I mean, there was another one that found that gender-affirming care for kids, quote unquote, doesn't work. The Swedes, the British are pulling back from it. The British closed their god-awful Tavistock clinic. It turns out that if you're an emotionally disturbed 13-year-old girl who has anorexia, making a fake penis out of your leg, I don't know if that would be allowed at that age, but a mastectomy would. That's not going to make you better. You probably should treat the underlying issues, eating disorder, cutting, a parental divorce, whatever those might be. And again, that's something that I think most...
Autism spectrum.
Absolutely, yeah. And I think like every businesswoman, female friend that I have made that point, again, 4 years ago. There are people like Hazel Appleyard on Twitter that have been saying nothing but this for maybe a decade. You know, Watson comes to mind. So we now know that the obvious was true. Like a massive double-blinded study found that the obvious was true. What people who are fighting against the obvious will often do, by the way, is try to stop the study. They'll try to derail it at what's called the IRB level. They'll try to prevent you from publishing it. A lot of the people I've mentioned, like myself and Corey Clark, have been on the receiving end of this kind of thing. Like, oh, look at the names on this. And it's just the most conventional ever breakdown of data in a Stater SPSS spreadsheet. So once it gets through, you generally find that even academic, skillfully put together knowledge conforms to reality. So just hold your ground until that happens, I guess would be another piece of advice. But don't give up on logic, hold your ground until it happens, and find reliable sources of data. If someone asks you what crime is, I don't mean to keep beating this horse to death, I've been talking for a bit, but if someone asks you what crime is, go to the National Crime Report, Google FBI, UCR, and you'll find that Black people are overrepresented, so are whites in the South, but you'll also find that you're not going to be murdered when you walk outside. Don't go on Facebook and say, man, I saw a video. I know what, you know, fill in the gap Hispanics are capable of. That's not reality.
Yeah, I'm going to stop this right here and skip to the closing segment. And if anybody wants to watch this in its entirety, just let me know. I can drop the link.
As you're, what do you work?
This whole video is pretty close to 2 hours, and I'm starting to get bored with it, to be honest. So I will play the end of it, and we may look in on Be Brave show a bit, but I don't think it's going to be anything that's worth. You know, once again, you know, my name is in the title of his show, so I just find it pretty interesting.
Working on right now. What's the next great taboo for Wilfred Riley to smash through?
Well, right now I'm really working on promoting Lies My Liberal Teacher Told Me. I mean, so I've written 4 books at this point, which is not bad. It's kind of getting over the first 2 or 3 that's, well, first of all, it's kind of a silly, arrogant thing to say. I mean, most people aren't university professors or detective novelists, don't write any books at all. But like, it's kind of like releasing a rap or country album. Like many people have done that once, millions, but you then have to sell enough to get to the second. I did that. So then you've got the 3rd major press book. I mean, the first one's a small academic monograph. Yeah, I think that's a fair description. It's literally my dissertation just printed. So I'm talking about that, and I have a lot to do, really. I mean, I teach 3 or 4 classes every semester. I'm a weekly columnist for National Review. I'm actually a little behind on that. I usually submit about 3 weeks out of a month. And so I basically focus on my core tasks. Like, this is the stuff I have to get done, knock that out and then see what else is available. I expect I'll write another book. I mean, and I'd be interested in updating some of Thomas Sowell's work in the past. Like, what does ethnic America look like now, for example? But I mean, all that would require a lot of approval from the big guy and from a publishing house buying it and that kind of thing. So right now, just the book itself and the other things I do.
Do you think college is worth it?
In general, but I think a lot of things can be easily purchased for less than the average kind of up middle class citizen pays for them. So my cars are relatively recent. Your Mercedes. I bought it from a friend who owns a car dealership after some negotiations for more money, like more than $10,000, but not a massive amount of money. It was just, you can look around, you can find dealerships, you can go on pages of ads for vehicles and call people. It's the same sort of thing with any kind of purchase. And I didn't just bring that up to discuss my own life. I'm saying that is a practical reality that I've found applies to virtually everything. And again, that comes from that kind of sales background and also that legal negotiating background, I think. With college, the question is how to make college or how to make education work for you. So, I mean, first of all, if you go to the Army, which is something I'd recommend for a lot of students I have who need some, maybe a little more discipline, whatever, college is free for 4 to 4.5 years. So you're not necessarily going to be in Afghanistan in the heat of the fighting in any particular time. If you do that, you're very likely to be in Germany, something like that, picking up job skills. Then you can come back and decide whether you still need a degree. You can go to community college for generally about $3,000 a year and knock out your first 2 to 2.5 years. So I certainly think that going to college and getting a 4-year degree using practical strategy is worth doing. And there are reasons for that. Like at a typical good college, a KSU or UK down the road, University of Kentucky, Northern Kentucky, certainly, I mean, the level above that with the Ivies, something like that, the networking you can do, you're a member of a Greek organization, you have 50 friends from college, that kind of thing, is going to be very difficult to replicate outside that environment. The learning you're going to do with in-class professors is going to be very difficult to replicate outside that environment. There are online universities and quote unquote universities, but I mean, like half the students you get in college probably don't read now. I mean, I don't think too many people are going to sit down and read, like in my constitutional law class, an 800-page book about court cases from Brett Schneider without, the faculty down in the front of the room. So those 2 things. And then 3, just the college ambiance. What's an RA? What's a keg party? I mean, what does an internship look like? How do you get one? All those things that you're going to need to pass on to your kids, again, in sort of normal up mid life, those come out of the college and grad school experience. So yeah, I think it's worth it, but you should manage your money. You should know what field you're going to go into. That should ideally be something like engineering or one of the harder social sciences if you're on the soft side. Quant political science is certainly employable. There are things you don't need to go to college for, like sales. We were notorious for not hiring people with that background on Salesforce. I mean, we can teach you how to do that in 2 weeks. We'd be more interested in a philosopher or something like that. But for the majority of people, I guess this is a lengthy, it's worth doing, but weigh your financial options. Don't go deep in debt. Know what degree you need.
I ask this of every guest because we're Dad Saves America, and I try to tackle all kinds of big issues that we're facing, as people, but usually through that lens of the country and of our kids. And so how do you think about your role in this American story?
Well, I mean, I don't want to get back to the, I don't believe that our rules are entirely real and so on. But I mean, I think that my goal for my life would quite frankly be, without, hurting people too dramatically, to be as happy as possible. It would actually be quite simple. So I don't have a grand goal. I would like contentment, wealth, the continued development of my writing and artistic abilities, the things most people would like. And that, I suppose, would be my primary goal. And every time we look in actual psychological literature, other than, you know, caring for your wife or fiance, which I also, of course, do, your family, which I also, of course, do, that's the primary goal for most people who are honest anonymously. In my role in this American pageant or something like that, I mean, I think I'm a citizen, and I think I'm in the classical sense of the term, and I think I'm in a privileged position where I can tell the truth a lot. I'm not brutally struggling financially. I have tenure at a college. I know how to do reasonably complex statistical analysis. So if someone says something, even like the things we've been talking about, like black pilots are more likely to kill you, I can check for 50 minutes and see whether or not that's true. So I do feel, to the extent I feel a duty or an obligation to do that. And I guess that would be my primary social contribution.
Well, Wilfred, we've talked about a lot of things, and you are a blast to talk through these things with. So I really appreciate you coming on the show, and I'm looking forward to our next conversation.
That sounds good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, if you're into conservative topics, Dad Says America is for you. I tend to just watch it if he's interviewing somebody, you know, that I'm interested in hearing interviewed. So that is that. Let's see, we have been on here for about almost 5 hours. Let's do some ASMR. This is one of my favorite channels. It's called A Girl with the Dogs. This is her second channel, Girls with the Dogs 2. She's got like 1.25 million subscribers. So people apparently like her and her dog. She's a animal groomer, but she does big business. But we definitely want to watch this.
Leo from when he was just a tiny little puppy. I gave him his first groom. He is obviously fully grown. He's about 1.5 years now. And he is apparently used to being groomed. He gets groomed once a week, or sorry, not once a week, once a month. If you get groomed once a month, you better be very used to this. No, there is nothing wrong with Leo. Yes, he has a blue tongue. That is a signature look of the Chow Chow. They all have blue tongues. So don't panic. He's all good. You're going to be okay? You get groomed once a month and you're this afraid of the water? That's interesting. Now, sometimes groomers say that Chow Chows are dangerous dogs, and they can be dangerous dogs, not because they are just inherently aggressive, but because Chow Chows tend to not give you much warning before they bite you. Their warning signs can be very, very subtle. And sometimes we just don't pick up on them, and they resort to a bite very quickly. So it's just important to pay attention when you are grooming them and keep yourself safe. That's the reason why I am not bathing him in the shower, because the shower does not give me an escape route. I am locked in there with him, and if something goes wrong, I can't really get away. So it's safer for me to do him in the bathtub. This goes for any dog, but especially when you have dogs where you have to be a little bit more cautious than maybe other breeds. Okay, I don't know what your deal is. If you get groomed once a month, you should be very used to this, right? Are we done being crazy? And by crazy, I just mean, oh my God. You shook as soon as you got into the tub before I even put water on you. What is your deal? All right, can we turn? Stop shaking every 3 seconds. Hey, you're being dramatic. Can you turn for me? Oh. No? Okay. Okay, Leo. Okay. It's okay, buddy. Come here. Come here. You good boy? For those of you who don't know or didn't catch it in one of my last videos, I am doing a pet talent show, which will be a charity fundraiser for both a dog rescue and a cat rescue. This fundraiser is going to be completely virtual, so it's going to be streamed live, and I'm actually going to be taking videos that have been sent to me from my subscribers of their talented pets, putting that together in a compilation, and then announcing the winner at the end. Which means if you have a talented pet and you would like to enter the competition, you can go to my website, girlwithadogs.com. You're going to see a tab that says 2025 Talent Show, and you can submit a form asking to be a part of the show. You will be emailed back, asked about your pet's talents and what type of performance you plan to put on. You will have to film this and send it back to me, which means it has to be filmed high quality. You have to have good audio, good lighting. You want to make it like a real performance. That way you can really be a part of the competition, because the winner does get a large monetary prize. We will be asking for donations throughout the live stream for these rescues. And those who enter do have to pay a fee that will be donated directly towards the rescues. So if you're interested, go to my website, fill out the form, and I can't wait to put this all together. It should be really fun. And it doesn't matter what kind of pet you have. So a dog, a cat, a bunny, a bird, a horse, whatever kind of pet you have, you can enter into the show. It appears that you are shedding quite a bit, sir. Are you shedding a lot? So he is losing a lot of hair. I think that he will blow up the shop today. I saw chunks. I saw chunks of fur missing from him, and I thought maybe that's due to the previous grooming.
Wait a minute, the dog is going
Ooh,
bald?
wow.
Some matting, but I'm...
What?
The dog is going bald? She said chunks of fur are missing. He's not just shedding. Like, did she see like clumps? Like, is the dog going bald or some shit? Is she about to explain that he's got mange or something?
No, the dog gets groomed once a month. I think she said she
He's
thought
shedding.
it was clumped.
Okay, so once a month. That's true. So it's been a month, and there's so much shedding that she's expressing it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure I heard it clearly in its full context. Thank you.
So I tend to watch this because I have dog envy. I probably will never own a dog again, but I still like them. Wish I had time to deal with dogs, but I don't. And let's see, what else do we have here? Because I'm getting close to sign off time here, and seems like everybody's skedaddled off to do other stuff. So I was gonna listen to a little bit of B Bray's show since he has my name in his title, but you know what? That would just be too much attention. So let's see, what
You know,
else? Is
it's
there
really
anything
what
else?
Be Brave likes me sometimes, ironically. I think he just likes the company of women, no matter what ethnicity they are. That's a
I
man for
see.
you.
What's up,
Hey,
Miss
I
Ponder?
recognize this avatar. Hello, woman.
Is it you, Mela? How you doing?
It sure is. Happy Thursday to
Happy
you.
Thursday,
And
Mela.
best wishes for you and your family.
Oh, thank you, Mela. Have a great weekend. Thank you. Appreciation. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, is it Friday?
No, she's
Oh my
just
lord.
giving me the grace of an extra day.
Because tomorrow's Friday. Friday to me is like the start, like the beginning of the weekend. It's Friday.
I
We still
really
gotta-
like your style.
Oh,
I
thank
really
you.
do.
I appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
I try, but I noticed like my interaction with the women on these various channels has been really, really good. Like the women are really educated, really, really educated, and want to be.
I wouldn't say all that, but I get your point.
Yeah, Mela.
There was,
Well,
I would have liked to have been more educated. Certainly using my veterans benefits to do so, and it just wasn't in me,
Oh yeah, definitely use those vet
After
benefits.
getting, I'm a Gulf War veteran, and after that, a
Go do
couple of ordeals
cybersecurity. They'll pay
happened.
for it. Do cybersecurity. They'll pay for it. They'll pay for everything because cybersecurity prefers veterans over everybody, including race and gender.
I don't feel like it.
well, they tend to prefer veterans because a lot of times they'll have clearances coming right out of the military.
Yeah,
And you guys are
If
the
you
problem
if you're
solvers.
if
The
you've
best.
been out of the military long enough that your clearance lapses, you might be preferred, you might not be.
Well,
It's
I
the
had top
clearance.
secret
It-
security
It's the
clearance.
it's the clearance that they prefer. They don't have to pay for a background investigation.
I've had top secret security clearance. That's me. The thing
Right, but
is,
they lapse. They lapse after a while.
But you can still. There's still a lot of programs specific for veterans
I'm
because of the
straight.
skills
I'm
that
sure I
they do.
qualify tremendously.
Yeah,
The
there's so
problem
much
is I
available.
don't want to do it. And I can't figure out why I don't want to do it. That's my problem. Like, why don't I want to do it? That's crazy.
Well, just remember, whenever you feel comfortable or ready, there's so much available.
I'll be 80. Talking about, I think I'm ready now.
Like for myself, the work that I do, the best people, I'm at a point, I only work with veterans. I only do. It's and I'm not a veteran. It's such a massive difference for someone like myself who's never been in the military to work with people who are vets, even the children of vets. Your work ethic, problem solving, your diligence, you just want to work. Like there's no foolery. Like you all come to your jobs and you work. It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
That's a fact.
It's great. Like, and I think even for you, like you're cool with me. I think part of that may be your veteran background, because I do get along great with vets. Like and like my first special friend is
I can hear your integrity. Like I can sense your integrity, and that rings bells with me. So
I appreciate that comment.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that comment. I do. I appreciate that comment very much. I do. That's the type of person I want to be. Oh yeah, that's really important to me, to be a woman of integrity, first and foremost, to be a Christian woman and a woman of integrity, first and foremost.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. And like with cybersecurity, Mela, the problem, like at least I think it's like at least 20%, even maybe upwards of 30%, they are vets. They are vets, and mainly because of the problem-solving skills that you all bring and your understanding of teamwork. And I also learned just dating an Army guy, just dating him, that chain of command, the importance of chain of command, following directions, just something like so. Even being around you people.
Speaking of command,
we learned from you all.
Speaking of command, Apparently, Be Brave is foolish enough to think that he can command Stanley's attention. And just before you came on the panel, that's what Stanley was focused on, refusing to give Be Brave the attention he's soliciting. Do you think that Stanley should peek in, find out what Be Brave is making up today?
Well, she was just on his panel. so she,
What was
so
Be
she
Brave
might
talking
be
about?
biased.
Let's see. No. Actually, I was there for 2 minutes. I was just there.
2 minutes.
No, I'll be honest with you, Mela. The situation on Carnival Cruise very much bothers me. I don't like that type of behavior, and I am a Black woman. Behave with decorum.
I
Behave with,
didn't even check that article.
it's
You
bad.
know what?
It's
Behave with decorum.
Here is
negative. I didn't want to dive
what
into
I
it.
think. Here is what I think about Black conservatives. Y'all need to mind your own business.
Anyway,
who
right.
gives a
Don't
no,
behave
we
with
don't do
decorum.
but anyway on this panel, ma'am.
Behave with
We do what the host wants to do.
Behave with
And what I want to do,
I'm a woman.
what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do is comment on this bad habit of
So
being
you don't exhibit respect for the.
okay. I think caring about what goes on Carnival cruises is just poking your nose into other people's business. I don't see the point of it.
Right.
You can always you are always okay.
It would be appropriate.
Miss Ponder,
Miss
Ponder, may the host speak, please.
On a Carnival cruise.
May the host speak, please.
Yes, Stanley, I'm sure you have an excuse for this type of behavior.
I do. I don't have an excuse other than, you know what? Who really cares what happens on Carnival cruises? The sort of people that go on Carnival cruises, I would expect that sort of behavior anyway. So I'm not gonna get wrapped around the axle when they meet my expectations.
I mean, they handle the situation. They don't want to play hip hop. They didn't say they're not.
I don't care.
But they said they're just not going to play hip hop anymore.
Well,
apparently.
you know what? It's their company. They can
Right,
not do what they don't want to do.
Exactly. That's the whole point. It is their company. They can move in whatever direction they want to move in.
Now, what I'm trying to figure out is why it's important that Carnival Cruise has these rules. Who cares?
Okay.
Like me doing a show about, Carnival Cruise not enjoying the bad behavior of a certain element of Black people who go on there. I don't see this as anything other than the sort of people who go on these cruises don't know how to behave. That's it. It is not a reflection on Black culture.
Well, one thing I made it very clear on Be Brave's channel, Mela and Stanley, is that Be Brave
Mela has disappeared.
Okay, so when I was on Be Brave's channel, I made it very clear. You have white people who very much enjoy, profit, and encourage this type of behavior out of Black people. They will purposely use ignorant Black people, abusive, chaotic Black people as a weapon towards other Black people that white people either feel intimidated or you just have too much. You think you're better. And I've had that happen to myself. You will be alone. You're someone who just keeps to themselves. It will upset one white person or a group of white persons. And then they will knowingly bring in an ignorant, abusive Black person, usually a Black woman, because for myself, to just harass and abuse you. And they sit back and watch the foolery just unfold. So they will put your life through hell just because they despise you and what you've accomplished on their own. And we've seen this happen all the time. And I've seen this at work. White people 100% profit and use Black ignorance. When Brave says are 70%, yeah, that 70% is being watered and encouraged, and they're given the fertile soil to grow their behavior. This is not just happening.
Let me respond to that. Number one, Brave, the 70% notion that Brave keeps pushing is pure racist rhetoric. Let me start there. However, your point about white culture or white, American culture in particular, or in general, encouraging the worst elements of, I mean, it's called stereotypical. It is very important, especially in a commercial setting, that you have an Amos and Andy. Amos and Andy is going to get you more bucks than, Paul Robeson will, doing Othello. You're not going to make money watching Paul Robeson do Othello. You will make money if you get Amos and Andy on there, kind of reflecting stereotypical behavior. So it's not a new phenomenon. It's literally been around since forever.
But also
in American culture,
Stanley, the weaponization against a stable or a productive Black person. That's
well, I understand what you're saying. It could be, and this is, let me weave in Deacon Dave's point here. He's saying that I wear reality retardant cologne. Well, I'm not going to get upset at that comment because you're kind of right. And I think the older I've gotten, the less concerned I am with like the Be Braves of the world. Now, I like making jokes and roasting Be Brave simply because of his ignorance. But beyond, like when I sign off of YouTube, I don't think about Be Brave. He is a character. He's a character on my computer. The thing about success, or any type of success, let's not even talk about any race in particular. Dude, why do you think people work so hard to build their own reality? Okay, I'm at a point in my life, if I don't want to see you, I don't have to. I make my own reality because I've worked all my life to make my own reality. I see who I want to see. I talk to who I want to talk to, etc. So yes, my cologne is reality retardant because I make my reality. Now, there are limits to that. There are things beyond my control. Every now and again, I have to go to the grocery store. But by and large, on a day-to-day, nope, you're right. My cologne is reality retardant.
But no, and that's great, Stanley. Good for you. But also keep in mind, I'm first premise number one, be mindful, just gender. It's a little bit different for Black women because you're just a man. It is just, as being a man, it's a different experience as a Black woman, just like you said, creating your own reality. Because that in and of itself, creating your own reality, people will see that as a threat and then start harassing you and doing everything they can.
I don't just just to reinforce your point, I was okay. Well, I was actually gonna say probably the independent Black woman, your biggest detractor is gonna be Black men, like Solid Snake.
Isn't Black with you? My biggest detractor isn't Black men. The number one problem I've had
really
is these types, of course not the Mel is a vet, so that's a different situation. I have always had a great experience with veterans, especially Black women who are veterans, because they see I come in, I just went to work. These other types, and everybody knows what I'm talking about, they hate an independent Black woman. And when I meet independent Black women, you go into your job, you sit quietly, you work. Just doing that, these women will become so angry at you.
So is it white women or women or Black women who have a problem?
It's both. Because one thing is that white men, if they have any issue with you, even if they feel any intimidation, like you just do a little bit better, they perceive you think you're better. Acting uppity, acting like I am a Black woman. The fact that I am productive and I speak the way that I do, it really upsets people. And this is something I never understood in my younger years. I really thought you're just supposed to go in, do your job, let your work speak for itself. I was literally told.
Yeah, you get disabused of that notion quickly. You're never alone at work.
No, what I'm saying is sit at your desk, do your job. We're there to work. We're not there to make friends. I'm not here to gossip I don't do things like that. These people, their behavior is so foul. They will rather destroy production and business operations than let the person just do their job. They have such hatred towards just a productive Black woman. And I've had to deal with this, even where I live. I mentioned this on Be Brave's channel. I just did. I come here where I live. The fact that there are police officers who have such disdain for me just because I have this home that I have. They will sit here using Black people who don't even live here, using their own family members to stalk, harass me, creating such anxiety that I cannot do what I'm supposed to do. And I'm by myself. Like, they enjoy instilling fear, and they know that they can't do it just by themselves as white people because of the racism aspect. They'll just use Black people, specifically Black women. Like the things that I've gone through.
Well, you live in existence I'm not familiar with.
I live in a sundown town. And the problem is not even my HOA. It's not even the majority of the white people.
Well, wait, hold it. I thought sundown towns didn't exist. That's what Deacon Dave says.
Oh, no, they exist. Of course, I live here. I live in one. Big time.
Well, no, Deacon Dave says all the sundown towns are Black.
All right. But anyway, there's an actual HOA, Stanley, like maybe 3 miles from my home, called Sundown. Like, there's an actual HOA.
Oh, really?
Like, oh, yeah. Where it is literally, it's a sundown town. The other county adjacent from me is like 92% white, like non-Hispanic white, 92%. I'm literally like the only one of my kind. And of course,
Are you in Georgia?
I'm not even going to say where I am, Stanley, but I'm in an area.
Okay, because I mean, there are a lot of places like that, in Georgia, especially in the Atlanta area. I happen to live. Well, I wouldn't say I even, where I am in Georgia, it's Carroll County, Georgia. I didn't even realize this. It's a weird county in that the majority of the county is white, but the particular town I live in is slightly majority Black. So it's a very mixed race town, and as far as I know, everybody gets along fairly well. Like my particular little neighborhood / area, I can walk 15 minutes and be in the middle of a cow pasture. It's a mixed neighborhood, and I guess there's enough land that you don't have to interact with your neighbors if you don't want to. So I don't know. I just don't. Your experience is something that I've never experienced. But I tend to.
You're a man, Stanley.
Could very well be. Could very
Let
well
me give
be.
you another example. I was just running at the lake. There was a group of people that I noticed were coming from the lake to their truck, like maybe 6 people. Out of nowhere, one of these women, barefoot, Stanley, barefoot. This woman runs across a parking lot, blacktop, barefoot, to try to get my attention and tell me about my hair claw, the hair clip in my head. And I yelled at that woman, "Go back to your car." Like, I yelled at her because I knew exactly what she was doing, because I've had enough of it. You see me by myself.
Do you know her?
Absolutely not. Hell, I don't know anybody here. I'm here to live, work from home, and jog at this lake. That's it.
Was she complimenting your hair clip?
I don't give a damn what she was doing. Why the hell are you running maybe like a quarter of a mile barefoot at night? It was already dusk, Stanley, to talk about someone's hair clip. I knew what she was doing. And keep in mind, there was a group. She left a group of people, and they were watching us. So
was she drunk?
I don't know, and I don't care. What it was a lick, Stanley. They saw an easy target. I can't even be nice or polite to people. It's just so weird, Stanley. Like, it's such like this.
Well, that is weird. I'll give you that.
The independent Black woman, you are always a target because everybody wants to figure you out, and they see what they can get off of you, take off of you, see what you drive, see where you live. They see the bag. They see that you're just alone. Like, and I do believe this happens to other races of women who are alone. If you come off like you're not married, especially a Black woman, especially in a particular wealthy zip code, there's going to be something. There's always, Stanley, I know another young Black woman. She owns her own business, a hydrotherapy. She bought land and she built her own house. This is a young Black woman, a millennial. Her neighbors kidnapped her dog. Her dog just disappeared. She's putting signs there just to figure, where's my dog? My dog. Of course, her neighbors had the dog the whole time. The neighbors wanted to have her speak to. They wanted information about her. So they had her dog, and then immediately they start asking questions about her, her home, her family, where she's from, yada yada yada, and they refused to hand the dog. So, like, think about it, like they're holding her dog while they're asking her questions. They want answers first before we give you your dog. So they kidnapped her dog. That's effed up. That's crazy.
Well, I hesitate to ask, well, were her neighbors white?
You know they were. You know they were. Absolutely. Because I was telling her about the situation I was going through. And then she's like, yeah, you won't believe what happened to me. These people are hell weird. They will not leave Black women alone. And she bought, keep in mind, she bought land, like maybe like 3 acres, maybe 2-3 acres, something like that. Like I live on 1/3 of an acre in an HOA in a lake community. This woman bought like, I guess a little over 2 acres. And then she used the equity and built a house. So the neighbors are seeing this happen throughout the course of a year, but they don't know who this person is. So they just had to figure it out. Eventually they're watching her drive her car, Mercedes. She's by herself. A Black woman with this home, this house, the car. Oh, we gotta figure her out. Kidnapped her dog, Stanley, just to get information about her because she did not want to talk to them. She doesn't fool with anyone. Like she wants to be on her own, hence buying acres of land away from everybody. She's a total nerd. Like she just likes to study biology, and she owns her own hydrotherapy. Very, very focused young woman. She's not even 40 years old. Got her own business. They wouldn't leave her alone. What the hell? Family, like this stuff is not.
I know. She definitely sounds like someone who should be left alone.
Yes, I would like to be left alone as well. Like in my HOA, I'm left alone. I see like there's some people who are super friendly to me, and then others who don't want to have anything to do with me. That's super great. Don't talk to me. I don't care. Like don't acknowledge my existence. If you're racist, great. Keep that racism deep in your heart and stay the hell away from me because I don't want to be near you. Like I could care less about racism. Just stay the hell away from me. The problem is the interaction because you will find people, and it just takes one person, Stanley, to run hell in your life. It's just out of control. I'm just sick and tired of it. Leave people alone. They don't know how to leave people alone. Being followed to my house multiple times. I'm over here crying to the HOA president because I'm telling her all the traffic is because of me. People coming to my home, sitting in front of my house in their car.
Wow.
At an HOA, yes.
You're not sitting out on the lawn naked or anything, are you?
No, Stanley, really? Are you doing?
I'm joking.
So I'm inside my house working. I work from home, doing contracts with the federal government. I literally had to lie to the Fed because someone started banging on my door, wanting to know who I am. Like, oh no, my God, it's Amazon. It scared the hell out of me. Like, it's scary. Stanley, I'm getting married. That's all I know. Like, I've had enough. Like, there's no protection. I'm getting married.
Are you going to find a husband, or you got somebody lined up?
The Lord has blessed me. Lord knows what I praise. Lord, please provide me protection. I literally, like God, please, I need protection. There's no amount of money. There's no money. And even when you're an independent Black woman, we spend a ton on everything, and we always get scammed. I bought a car, got scammed. I rented a townhome before I bought my home, got scammed. You're always getting scammed. I'm gonna find me a roughneck. Somebody could build me a patio. I can chill outside. I'm telling you. I'm not joking.
Well, you know what?
Build me my closet.
You know what?
This house. The house, that's expensive, Stanley. 5 bedroom, 3 bath. The Lord has blessed me. It's still a lot of house.
You know what? Here's the deal. I, due to circumstances, as it stands now, it's usually me for most of the year. I've got an empty nest. I just, it is very interesting that, a young woman alone needs 5 bedrooms. It's kind of, to me, I leave it. I'm kind of a closet monk.
Family, you need space. It pays. I like to walk around.
That's just more stuff to clean.
No, I have my makeup room. Okay, I don't want to say anymore. I don't want people to
You got a makeup room?
Never mind. I need space. Plus, I'm getting the roughneck. The roughneck's going to move in with me, and then we have space. I'm getting the roughneck. I'm getting
Yeah,
the
well, if he is a real man, you will be moving in with him. I
No,
don't know that
no. We already spoke
I don't
about
know
it.
that I would want to be moving into a
Oh,
woman's house.
no. Well, great point. Thank you, Stanley. Good point. Thank you. Very well said.
Well, you know what? As soft and gentle as I sound, I am a man, and there are some things that men would at least question.
I'm buying property. And he said he's going to build the house on the property, keep the home that I have, because I'm definitely not selling my house. And then, here's the thing. Think about it, Stanley. If you're a man, it makes sense to find a woman who's at least done something for herself, because that proves it has some intelligence.
It depends on where you are in life. Like, I have a buddy of mine who's a 3-star admiral. He married his wife right out of the Naval Academy, and she's basically been a career Navy wife, and he's been in for 30 years or so now. It just depends. Like, when I met my wife, I was 38. So yeah, I'd be looking askance at a woman who's 38 and hasn't done anything with her life. However, if I've known you since you were 18 and we got married at like 21, I don't expect as much.
Exactly. I'm a millennial. I should have something for myself. I'm grown. So
Right.
if I'm meeting a man, he should. Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. She's done something with all of this time. I should.
Well, that's a good thing.
If there should be the expectation, like as a man, if you're meeting a woman like myself, I should have done something. Like I've been working and I bought a home. And I've been doing
What
stuff.
happens if your man met you? What if it was a man who came over to compliment your hair clip?
No, I'm jogging. Don't talk to me when I'm working out.
Oh, for some reason I thought you were in a parking lot heading back to your car.
No, I was at the lake. The lake has like the park blacktop.
I got you.
Right, you know where the boats park. I like to jog that area where all the boats park. Like it's massive, and then it has the anchor, and there's also the dock. So these people, I don't know where they came from. I don't know. They were walking to their truck, and this woman is hauling ass barefoot, Stanley, at dusk to talk about a hair clip. And she's
probably drunk.
No, she was scheming and scamming. She wasn't by herself. She had a group of friends with her. There's like 6 people and me by myself, and you leave.
Have you seen Sinners?
Stanley, I don't know.
Maybe they were vampires.
These movies scare me. Like, plus, I live by myself. Like, that's again. That's when I get married. That's married movies. I'm not doing that. Those are married movies. Stanley, I cannot even go inside my attic. I have an attic. Can't go inside. I'm so scared.
Well, you should take a flashlight.
No, that's husband.
Don't go up there. Don't go up there in the dark.
I'm getting married. No, he's getting married. He can build a patio. I don't want him inside the home like that, because it is my home. But we're going to buy, because you're 100% correct, Stanley. Get the own house, build something on our own, the marital home. But I have my own home. And my own home, Stanley, this equity, oh my God, Stanley, this equity. I can't just sell my house. And my interest rate is below 3%. Like my interest rate is.
You know what? You sound quite the businesswoman. Your man is going to be lucky.
Oh, he's wonderful. He's a roughneck, Stanley, and he stays on ready. And
is he a roughneck or is he hood?
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Stanley, I need protection. I need protection. Like I understand why women go for these.
What makes you think that a guy who's a roughneck is going to be able to protect you any more than a James Bond type?
Okay, then James Bond is great too. James Bond are generally married, Stanley.
I see.
I get hit on all the time by every race of man of every age, which is I do appreciate, and I never have to open a door. But they're married. Stop coming at me. I know you're married. There was this older white dude. His car was badass, Stanley. It was like he built like his own car. I think he was just driving around, just chilling. He saw me. He was super friendly. You want to take pictures, all this stuff. But I knew this guy is married. Stable men, regardless, black or white, when you look stable, when you look together, handsome, you got the car, you look great. You all are married. So I don't want to be with a married man. No.
Well, You know what? I used to always take my son with me as defense.
Oh, looking
It's
for
like, you know
protective
what?
for your
Sorry. Because married men get hit on by women.
because you all are together. You look
Right,
together.
but the point is I never wore a ring. I'm not a jewelry person,
Hey, you never
so
wore a
so
ring, really?
I would no.
Why you're getting hit on,
My wife
Stanley?
and I talked about it. I'm not a ring guy. I mean, I literally don't even wear a watch.
Stanley, when not wearing a ring, of course, women are
Well,
going to assume that you're not
right,
married.
but I always had my son.
And
It's like, hey, well, I just assumed that people would assume I was married, or at
no,
least,
Stanley, there
I
finally,
think if you have a child,
Stanley,
you know,
finally, a black
you
man
know,
moved to HOA. He's very handsome. He's
mhm.
not married. He has two
But
sons.
he's
His
not
son,
he's not a roughneck. He's
no,
not
no,
your
no,
type.
no, he's my HOA. He has two sons who are teenagers. I don't want to.
Ah,
It's my HOA, and we're like the only black people there. And I'm happy. There's finally another black person. It's a man, and he has his two sons. He's not married. His two sons came to my home. They're one's in football, the other's in basketball. They have great names, just beautiful names. These boys are so handsome, just like a black father. Like clear, this is a black father being a black father, being a black father.
right, but why aren't you hitting on him?
No, Stanley, he's in my HOA, and he has two sons who are
Wait,
teenagers.
what is that? Wait, hold it. What does him being in your HOA have to do with
That's a
anything?
little too close to home. I like then I
Oh,
will wait until the children are like in college. I just don't, like when you have
well,
kids.
actually, I would recommend that. But
Yeah,
I mean, you don't have to get married. But yeah, you probably do want the kids to be closer to college age.
and they're in high school. They're close to college age,
But
but they're
you better claim him now.
oh my Stanley, look at you praying. Look at you. Oh my, look at
All you
like
got to do is just say, "Hey, I'm interested," but let's wait for the kids to get a little older. I assume he's older than you are.
I think he is, and his children do mow my lawn. He's like they're so polite. Like see how kind
Oh,
that is.
that's gonna happen. It's gonna be like the Parent Trap.
You see, and
They're
he
gonna,
offers
they're gonna
too. And
set
then,
you
look,
up.
if you need anything, let us know. If you need anything, he knows I'm by myself. Like, look how polite that is. Like, so polite.
Oh,
And I always, contribute to like anything they have for school or for sports. One is a point guard. Oh my gosh, the other's wide receiver. So there's sports, like it's just like black excellence. They're young black men. So I don't want to, when something is so beautiful, you don't want to mess it up. I don't want to come in,
right.
especially as a woman, I'm not their mother, and start disrupting their energy and their vibe of their home. I would rather wait until they're like soft. The youngest is a sophomore in college and he's comfortable in school before doing anything with the father.
You'll know if he's comfortable in school by the end of the first semester.
Yeah, I just because first year is important, Stanley, and you have a son in college.
Well, well, hold on. My son just completed his first year.
The first year is very,
I knew at
you know, like you understand, the first year is very important. That's a transition.
I think the first semester is the most important, and this is based on my experience. Usually after that first semester, if you can make it through the first semester, you'll probably be okay. Because you kind of decide whether college is for you or not. And so I would say if I were you and you were serious about the guy, don't wait till the kid's a sophomore or done with his sophomore year. He's halfway done by that time.
I just don't want to disrupt their household. That's my thing. I don't like
You know
coming in,
what?
but being like a
They will
chaos.
probably welcome it.
I'd rather wait. And plus they still have a mother. Oh my, and I don't want to deal with that. Like I just don't want like
Oh, well,
negativity.
yeah. I got you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
why
get your point.
wait till babies because high school is still a baby. Like they're so handsome, but they are clearly young men. And the focus is sports in school. You're a point guard.
Mhm.
I ain't messing that up. And I love and wide receiver is like one of my favorite positions in football. Running back being number one. So I don't want to disrupt sports. I don't want to. I'll buy your cookies and show up to the game and donate. That's what I do. And thank you for mowing my lawn. And I always, always give them a little cash app. We do cash app now, no cash. Also, something for them, the kids. whatever, proms coming up, homecoming, all that stuff. I always make sure to contribute.
Nice.
Yeah, but I don't want to disrupt their household. I've never even been inside their home because that's their home.
Oh,
Like,
really? Well, yeah, I can kind of get that.
not until they're in college, because that's children first. I'm very pro family, Stanley, and I don't like messing up, disrupting, just like the flow of high school. That's too small. That's too small. And they're deep in sports too. I'll go to the games, but I can't go inside the house.
Somebody asked me earlier about Here for the Tease show last night. I was talking. The name of this of today's show is the Dumb Things YNs Say, and it's directly related to some dumb things a YN or two said last night on Here for the Tease show. And somebody asked, well, I want to see the show. What are you talking about? And it just so happens that when I went into my YouTube homepage, it was it happened to be there. So I'm gonna skip ahead right to where Solid Snake. You know who Solid Snake is? He gets on the panel and he just crashed the fuck out. It was hilarious. But I just want to play this and get your reaction. And I think Deacon Dave was asking about it last night also. It's funny, and the funny thing is he wanted to come after me because I was trolling in the chat. Of course, that's pretty much why I go to shows, just to troll, to troll conservatives specifically. But let's see what this is all about. It's hilarious, I guarantee you.
All this twerking down to the just everything, the way that it was organized. Everything was just jacked up. So
Solid Snake appears here shortly.
Disorganized.
Because I think I've been trolling him in
whatever
the
the
chat.
Africans brought to the table.
What's up, Nightish? How you doing?
Hey, Nightish.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I've been seeing the last couple of Essence Fest, and that shit was it's
I
not
don't think the
how it was
Essence
when I was
Festival-
growing up.
Yeah,
Oh, and by the way, this is the YN I'm talking about. But Solid Snake kind of steals the show when he finally does get up on panel.
I don't think it's been the same since probably 10 years ago. Like,
Yeah, I was about to say this is probably
About
2012, 2013.
yeah, around there. It has not been the same. But I just hate that for us. They kicking Black Americans off the damn Carnival cruise because some of us don't know how to act. Not all of us.
That is
And
racist.
then
That's
the
a
essence-
personal problem. Learn how to act. Sorry.
Exactly.
I agree with that too, y'all. I agree with that. Yes, Black Americans, we do need to learn how to act as a whole. But when we
See,
are up
they
here
don't
letting
mind their
people
own
get-
business. They care about this
It's so funny
Carnival
to me
cruise
because
stuff.
some of these people they get $1,000 worth of food stamps going to Essence. Like, how that work?
The whole Carnival cruise thing, that's on them. I'm not
That's
blaming-
crazy.
I'm not
Like, I
blaming
agree.
black men for Black people
It's just a
that
mess.
can't hold their liquor or whatever they doing, popping pills, acting crazy on the cruise. That's their problem. And
Yeah, I personally
their
don't want to
act-
go.
their
If it's gonna be like
action
that.
comes from reaction. So we not gonna act like Carnival Cruise is being racist.
I don't think they're being racist.
You can bring things on yourself, and it just is what it is.
Because honestly, if I'm going on a cruise, I don't want too much ratchet shit going on. I'm trying to enjoy my.
Okay, well, a lot of people who are fairly conservative don't quite understand what race and racism is. Of course, Carnival Cruise is being racist. They're not banning country music. They're banning a type of music, which happens to be urban music, because of the behavior of a specific demographic. That is textbook racist. Now, whether there's a reason to be racist or not, that's kind of a different question. But sitting here saying you don't think it's racist, that's obviously you're denying the reality of the decisions or why they made these decisions. It really annoys me when people, just really don't understand the terms that they're so fond of using.
Myself and have a good time, relax a little bit, You know what I'm saying? Get a little seasick, maybe. You know what I mean? And then have me a drink, but not just
I don't
act
want to
out.
go on a cruise, period. I
And-
guess I'm too nervous.
I'm too scared, girl. I'm scared of the water. Oh, the water is just so much. It's just like going home. But what's up, everybody? Solid Snake is back. Tough guy.
Yo, what up
in
with
the
you, Solid
building.
Snake?
Going
Tough
on.
guy in here. What up with you, bro?
What's up,
Yeah, but-
everybody? Everybody
just
hit
want to
that
say-
like button.
Oh,
Hit
this
that
is
Yeah,
share button.
between Solid Snake and Tough Guy. My God.
Oh,
Yeah,
Hit
but
that
it's
like
like,
it's
button.
about to get
Come
lit now.
on.
it's like, you know, but yeah, like black people just gotta be more mindful of how they act in public. You know what I'm saying? Like, it
Stop
could
blaming
like,
real.
yeah,
For
like I agree
real.
with, I agree with
Please
T.
stop
Like,
blaming
stop,
everybody.
Now
yeah, stop
listen.
blaming the white man.
I agree with that. Now listen, I agree with that. But my whole thing is with the Essence Festival, I do not want the Essence Festival, being that it is in New Orleans, I don't want it to become Africanized, tetherized.
Well,
I don't like it.
So are the black people,
Exactly.
are the black
Thank
Americans,
you.
are
Yes.
the black Americans showing up? I mean,
Yes, Black Americans were there, but
Ooh,
the people who, but the
Lord.
people, but
They
the
talking
people
about
who
this
were
equity.
taking, but the, listen,
Now,
but the
this is
people who
peak.
were taking
This is
over it
peak Solid
mostly
Snake.
and had the most vendors were apparently Africans. They had all kind of African contests.
Yeah.
It was a lot going on with the Africans, and I
Yeah.
just don't think that's what Essence
I
Festival.
just don't care.
It
But I-
wasn't.
Exactly.
No, you should. Let
Come
me tell you
on,
why
Mo
you should
Love.
care.
You gotta
sis.
care.
I have
Sis, you-
other
let me
things
tell
to
you why you should
But
care.
I hear you.
I'm gonna tell you why I think you should care. You don't have to, but I'm gonna tell you why I think you should care. Because little bit by little bit, they're trying to
Exactly.
X out the foundational Black American. And I hate to say
Exactly.
it,
Yes.
Do that.
That's my
they're
they're
doing it little by little, and that's what people don't realize. Our own folks don't see it. That's what
I guess
concerns
I have
me.
other things.
Of course, yes, me too. I have child. I
I
got
don't
so
care
much
about
going on in my real life.
It's
But
like
I'm talking
really
about
that's
on a
the
grand
essence.
scale.
Okay, I don't care. That's kind of how
I care because it has to do with my people. My people started this movement, the Essence Festival. It was about Black Americans, not no damn African. That's why I have a problem with it.
Kudos to them. I mean,
That's why I have
hopefully this year,
kudos to
the
who?
Black. I said kudos to whoever they are. I mean,
The
hopefully
Africans?
if I could finish, hopefully the Black
I'm
Americans.
asking.
show-
Like,
I'm telling
Yeah.
you.
no, I'm literally just trying to ask
Hopefully
you,
the
are you
Black-
kudos to
hopefully
the
the Black
Africans or the Black
Americans-
Americans?
I'm trying to explain. Hopefully, the Black Americans show up better next year. But even if they don't, kudos to them, and however the Essence Festival flow is my response.
Okay, all I'm saying is that's great and everything, but what I'm saying is the Africans trying to take over. That's all I'm saying, and I don't think
Mo
it's okay.
Love. Hold on. Can
I
I
don't think
ask
it's
Mo Love and here for the tea? Can I ask y'all one question?
Mm-hmm.
Have y'all worked a job in the past 24 months?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, of course.
Okay. So you saying that you feel obligated to just give away your legacy?
No, and I won't.
I would never.
Okay, so why would you say what you just said?
What I'm saying is legacy goes beyond the Essence Festival.
No, it's not. No, it don't. No, it don't. No, it don't.
Said to me,
Listen.
Way bigger than the Essence Festival. Yes, it is.
No, it don't. No, it don't. Listen.
So legacy is done through only the Essence Festival, is what you're telling me.
No, what I'm saying is legacy is what you laid down for your people. And
So
the Essence Festival is what we laid down for our people.
Okay. Well,
It's a
hopefully,
part
And we
of
don't
it.
have that in control right now.
Who is our people? This is where I just fucking start laughing. Our people, Jesus.
It's a part of it, yeah. And
We don't
and-
have it in control.
Well, that's beyond me. All I can do is just focus on what I can change and what I can make better, and that's it. Complaining about it don't change nothing.
It will. It will if we give a damn.
That's hard.
It
You
will
can't
if we give a
Really never changes. It's action.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Stanley, that was the smartest comment thus far. It's above me. I can't change anything. Just focus on yourself. Just focus on yourself. They're
Right. I don't have any.
No, the
I
woman
agree
who
with. I agree with Mo Love. That's who said it.
yeah, they're complaining about the Africans and Essence Festival. Complain first. Get your womb in check. Get your womb in control. There is a very strong issue right now with the lack of sexual discipline.
Well, no, I don't think that's where she was going with that.
No, I'm not. I am. It's like, let go of this whole essence issue. You don't have the money. Like one thing that
Well,
many
no. You're kind of reading more into it.
They're pissed
Bottom
off.
line,
at
the bottom line is, you know what? You may have a good argument that maybe the Essence Fest was Africanized, but I don't really care enough about the Essence Fest to really, other than that's interesting.
Yeah.
Making this a problem for quote our people
Correct.
is just, I'm not going to follow that line of logic
It's
because
not a
it's
problem for
crazy.
people. The Essence Festival, there's music performance. Lauryn Hill performed. She was late. Typical, but we love her. She's Lauryn Hill. She is Lauryn Hill. There were vendors. I mean, it's an event. It's an event that's been going on for decades now.
I know what the Essence Festival is. I'm saying,
you know, Stanley. I know you know. We all know.
well, no, but what I'm saying is Solid Snake's point about legacy, and he might have a point, but not one that I care about. I don't think the Essence Festival is that big a cultural event in a
For
hip
Black
hop
women,
world.
it is. For Black women, Black youth, it is. The magazine means a lot. It means a lot. And when the magazine, for a time,
Does it still?
it's still in circulation. It is still in circulation in hard.
Well, yeah, like when I was a kid, Essence and Ebony and Jet magazine were a big deal. I
deal.
didn't think
Always
those.
thought on the
I didn't think those magazines were still that big a deal.
But I think it's just part of Black culture. I just cannot. I have no recollection as a child not going into someone's home, like my parents' friend's home, and not seeing Jet magazine on the coffee table. Jet Beauty of the Week. I always looked for who she was, like the Jet Beauty of the Week. Always reading Ebony. Like things. It does matter. It does matter. And the hair magazines, because Essence and Ebony and Jet were the hair magazines. Because we also had like Black Hair, Black Hair magazines. All of this means a lot. It's so
Okay, well, I mean, I'm getting an education. I didn't think it was still that big a deal.
But Ebony's no longer in circulation. Jet is no longer in circulation, and Jet was in circulation for like 60 years. So that was a lot.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have an old Jet
So you can
from
probably
the
sell it on
70s. It's
eBay.
got. I'm sorry, not an old Jet, an old. Well, my mother, of course, used to subscribe, but
Of course,
I
you
have
did.
an old Ebony magazine with Muhammad Ali on the cover.
Probably
We have a couple that are in plastic sleeves.
like these, like
But
a
I
lot
did.
of Black culture, this old Black culture, like even like records, albums, all of that sells very well. Like these hard copies sell because this is Americana. Like one thing, like when we look at Ebony magazine, it's not just specifically Black culture or Black American culture, it's Americana. And you know what that means.
I agree.
You know what that
I
means.
agree.
When
Well, I mean, it's Americana like Motown is.
100%. Motown is Americana. Oh my God.
Right.
Oh, like it is. It is. Motown,
Right.
Motown, when they were on American Bandstand, this is Americana music. This is what the boomers grew up with. This is Americana culture. When we think about American culture, Motown is American culture. Yes, it's Black people, but this is American culture, period. Before Motown, we had mainly jazz. Before jazz, there was slavery. Culture, when we speak of the culture, it comes post-slavery.
Oh, wait, hold it. Did you say before jazz there was slavery? There's a couple years in between the
What
two.
culture? What was the culture? Let's speak of antebellum.
Well, wait, hold it. You want to? Whoa! You asked me what the culture was between the end of slavery and jazz.
Let's see. And it's 1865 jazz. Let's put jazz at let's keep it
Okay,
at 19.
no. Let's get a historical perspective. A lot happened between the end of slavery. You had Booker T. Washington. You had Du Bois, all of that stuff before jazz, say, let's just say in the 20s, round about the time there was a Harlem Renaissance.
Right. Artistry.
You had everything. You had Jim Crow. You had Wilmington. You had a lot of events.
Jim Crow is
the culture was, hold on. The culture was agrarian. And, there were populist movements where, black farmers and white farmers would get together. There was a lot going on there.
And black artistry, black art. That's what I'm being specific to. Jazz is 100% created by Black America. Like jazz is not African. Jazz is taking.
Yeah, but I mean, what about all the folk music? There was a lot of. Let me give you a good example. Have you ever heard of the Carolina Chocolate Drops?
No, I have not. No, share. No.
Okay, well, they're a group. They're no longer together. But if you've heard of Rhiannon Giddens, she just won a Pulitzer or something for a play that she did. There was a lot of folk music that some groups like the Carolina Chocolate Drops and others, because I'm not that expert on it. I just happen to know this. There's a lot going on culturally. Maybe not high art, but I mean, down on the farms, there was stuff happening. It just wasn't high art.
That's culture. So that is what I'm talking about. That's culture. That's music. That's artistry. Like that's what I'm talking about. The poetry, the written word. Negro people, we go by rhythm.
But you had Frederick Douglass. He was writing. You had Martin Delaney. You had, there were quote Black intellectuals. Maybe not many, but there were. Booker T. Washington, the exposition speech in what was it, 1890 something or another.
I think it's going more like towards like Negro hymn, like the Negro hymn. Like my mother calls it that Negro hymn.
Well, you're talking Paul. I think it was Paul Lawrence. Was it Dunbar? He did poetry, but that's probably more towards the Harlem Renaissance.
That's amazing.
So there was stuff happening, and again, I'm no expert, but there was in that gap between jazz becoming popular and the end of slavery, there was cultural stuff going on.
See, and you corrected me. Clearly, there was folk music, 100%, and like clear, discernible folk music. Of course, yes. I always thought more as like Negro hymn, Negro spiritual, but it's folk music, Negro folk music. Yes, there was clearly.
Well, there was the church. I mean, you can make an argument that even the Negro spirituals are art.
Oh, it is. It is art. It is art. It's God. That's the sound of it. It's the voice of God. My mother say it's like.
So Jay, let's welcome Jay right quick. What's up, Jay? This is your first time up here, right? On this show.
Yes, I'm from what's
Be
his name?
Braves.
Brave, yeah, Be Brave channel. I know.
So
I know her. She's very cool. She's a very good person.
Thank you, Jay.
That she is.
That comment.
Now, maybe y'all should get together.
Will you stop playing matchmaker, Stanley? What? Stop playing
I'm 60. That's what 60-year-olds do. We put young people together.
I found someone. And I think God has moved me, found me what I asked for. Give me a little.
Okay.
A little rough neck.
Well, I want to go back and watch this because you're going to see. I want people to witness Solid Snake's crash out because it's hilarious. And we will get back to the conversation because I want Jay to speak. But I brought this up for a reason, mostly for Deacon Dave, I think.
That dude.
Mo Love, you ever had a conversation with your grandma?
It starts with conversation, though. Is it?
Mo Love, you ever had a conversation with your grandma?
Very few. So I only met one of my grandmothers.
You know you the new grandmama, right? You know you the new grandmama, right?
Now wait a minute. Hold on. Ain't nobody trying to be no granny right now. What we
Well,
doing?
I'm gonna be raw today. I'm sorry. Mo Love, you know you the new grandmama, right?
Can we be the auntie first? Dang.
Nah, she you skip past that now.
No.
Life and time don't gave you a new reality. And you the new grandmama now, Mo Love.
They call me Unc, nigga. They call me Unc now. That's funny.
Yeah, auntie and uncle is cool.
No
Auntie and uncle is cool, but grandma
no
is
disrespect,
You know what's funny?
no disrespect.
Bro,
Even listening to that.
First of all, being called
Mo Love. I gotta give it out. I gotta
About the Essence Fest, it is what it is. Let's not.
y'all my nieces, and I love y'all both. I ain't putting no money on the books. I'm being honest. I ain't putting no money on the books because I think they trying to go and delete us. But right now, I wish I could just go on.
We are indigenous to this land. They can't get us about. Like, I'm tired of. That's another thing.
That's a lie, Mo Love. That's a lie.
No, that is me talking. This is T talking. They cannot remove Black Americans. Period. Are you crazy?
That's a lie.
We're not immigrants.
We didn't win the war, Mo. We did not win the war,
Listen
T.
to me. I don't give a fuck if we won or not. We are not immigrants. We are not immigrants. Our people, our parents, listen.
I get mad about this every week.
Our parents, grandparents, great grandparents did not come from motherfucking Africa. They've been here. Stop saying it.
We know
I love y'all to death, and I fight for y'all to death. And that's all I can tell you in Mo Love.
Again.
You quit T. All I can tell y'all is y'all.
Now if you want to claim Africa, that's on you.
No.
I'm not claiming that motherfucker. What's up, Humble?
No.
You claiming Texas?
Period. Louisiana and Texas. That's what I'm claiming.
All I care about is y'all. And all I can tell y'all is y'all two of the strongest Black women on these YouTube streets. And all I can tell y'all is right now, we got a lot of shit going on. And ain't nowhere in here y'all gonna sit up here and talk like that. Because the thing about it is we got a lot of shit to sacrifice. It's different.
What are you talking about?
I cannot follow you. Respect.
What are you talking about?
I understand, Mo. I'm gonna get out the panel.
No, you're good, Solid Snake. I just didn't understand.
No, it's not good because I'm drunk and I didn't want to come up here drunk.
Because I couldn't follow you. Well, that makes sense.
I know, right? Because I'm drunk.
Maybe
100%. Wait for it.
We like to. What you been drinking though?
I love
y'all. Drinking that yak.
Natural light. I've been on the natural light shit.
Only niggas that do coke say I love y'all like that.
I don't even know what natural light is.
You don't want to know what it is, T.
That must be real cheap, child. What is
Yeah.
Fuck you, tough guy.
At the gas station.
The little cola stove. Okay,
at the gas station.
Niggas be doing coke. Niggas be doing coke.
Is it in a white? Is it in a white can? Solid Snake.
Huh?
Is it in a white can?
Yeah.
Okay, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I really.
I'm looking at natural light. I'm trying to stop drinking, man. But it's like I looked at it the other night when I went off on American Man. You know, I think men need to do more. You know, I think men need to do more. And that's all I'm saying.
I agree.
And it's
I don't even know what
when
you're
we
talking
sit
about,
up
but I
here and we
agree.
talk this shit, we need to stop talking this shit. We need to be about this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you why I agree with you with that too. Now, I can't agree with you with that. I feel like the older school men, they did more. 9 times out of 10. I feel like the younger generation. Yeah, I feel like they worked a little bit harder.
And they didn't complain as much.
No,
we did. No, they did.
No, because they spend most of their time getting drunk after work.
No, well, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care if they did, as long as the job got done. Okay.
And we didn't come home and whip on our women. We weren't whipping our women.
No, not your generation, but the older generations. They used to try to whip on their women. Let's be honest.
I remember them doing whatever it took, no matter what, and they didn't complain about it like a lot of these men do today.
I mean, that's the same thing that go for women.
Maybe they didn't complain about. Maybe they didn't complain about it specific. Now I have to redirect it because maybe they didn't specifically complain about what they were going through, what they were doing, but they came lashing out about it in different other ways. It may have not have been like, oh, I'm mad because I got to work 24 hours in a row. You know what I'm saying? To make shit work for my family. But it may have come out in a lashing out of just frustration within their, relationship or even sometimes their kids. So I can't say that they didn't complain. They probably didn't specifically complain, but they did express frustration in different ways.
But he's right too, because even when I talked to Daddy, he said a lot back then they would get real drunk and then they'll beat on their wives.
because they can.
Yeah, I don't rock with that.
Yeah,
It happened. It happened. And that was right, more love, right.
That was
See,
right.
I can't keep saying that I want to make a family that I want to be proudful and respectful of, and I'm steadily drinking beer every fucking night when I get off work.
Yeah,
That's what I do.
Here we
Do you
go.
want a family, Solid, or like what's your?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be honest with
Speak Radio last night on T's show. Kind of Solid Snake just kind of spazzed out, and I helped him along because I was trolling this whole time from the chat. So finally, he's just gonna go off. He's gonna go off on me. He's just, it's gonna get so bad that finally Mo Love just tosses him off the panel. And hence the name of this show, because he and another guy named DS, the name of today's show is The Dumb Things YNs Say. And the title came directly from something I typed in the chat last night, listening to Solid Snake and DS. It's like peak stupidity. And I'm just, it happened to pop up in my algorithm here. So I wasn't even going to bother showing it, but you know what? It is pretty funny and worth showing. So this is our buddy and peer and colleague, Solid Snake.
I just want to shut Stanley's mouth up. I want to have a son greater than he is. It's a competition thing, y'all. I want to have a greater son than the next nigga. I'm sorry.
Well, honestly, here's the thing. I think you should get out of that mindset. Can I say this to you?
No,
listen to me. And I know I'm a woman, and y'all probably don't listen to us anyway. But let me say this, and you can take it however you want to take it. Stop comparing yourself to other people.
Yes. No.
Listen. If you want to have a son that's better than the next man, stop thinking about the next man and that next person's son. Just do you be the best father that you can be. Whatever that may look like for you, whatever you feel like that may take, do that. Don't worry about what the next person is doing, because at the end of the day, it's gonna always be somebody better than you, better off than you, have more money than you, more articulate, more this, more that. Just to be the best person.
See, I think this is a great point
for yourself and for your kids. That's it. You can't worry about what the next person doing. You are driving yourself crazy.
But I do think it's good that he's also saying that he want to get certain things in order.
I agree. Listen, there's nothing wrong with that, but like comparing yourself to Stanley, I'm sorry.
He compared himself to Stanley?
Yes, he said he want to have a better son than Stanley's son. Wow. Stanley's son is amazing. It's no shade. Going to Georgia Tech, being an engineer, like he's awesome.
Yeah, he is.
Like, and I'm not saying this son can be awesome, but I'm just saying you have
but I think that's the problem too amongst our community.
I love.
Okay.
I bet y'all. I just love black men that.
I'm muting him. I do think that's the problem when it comes to our people. Like he just said, he trying to compare what he think his son will be like compared to Stanley.
Yes.
Instead of comparing or being in competition, why don't you use that as like inspiration?
Come on.
Why can't we stick together? We would get a lot further if we walked in love and just admit like.
Now the whole time I'm trolling.
But what I'm saying,
that's nonsense. That's a huge problem. That's ideal. That's not reality.
This is peak Solid Snake.
It's not even just directly towards you, Solid Snake. It's the fact that, like I always say, vision is key. If you don't have a vision, if you don't know where you're going, if you're suffering from an identity crisis, if you don't know who you are, you will always look to the left and to the right. You get what I'm saying?
People are destroyed by lack of knowledge.
Yeah, so I just feel like, why can't we be happy instead of being mad and in competition?
Yes, yes, we need competition.
He's exactly what
I am trolling the shit out of Solid Snake.
Hold on.
It's mediocre. Just Mr. Show up and
Hey, whoa, pause, man, pause. Hey, man,
we're gonna wait to Stanley. We're gonna wait to Stanley go live. We're gonna wait to Stanley go live. No,
I ain't with that
because I'm gonna be honest with you. I do agree with Stanley in a lot of ways because I have failed a lot. I have failed a lot as a father. I'm not gonna have that.
You're not a father, right?
Yes, I am a father.
I thought you said you aspired to be a father. I'm confused.
I am a father.
Okay.
Oh, this is funny.
I'm a father. I failed as a father.
So
and I'm able to admit that.
I'm so confused now.
It's not that simple. It's not that simple as being confused or giving up. It's all about.
Take a quick breather. Did you just say 5 minutes ago you wanted to be a father, and now you
This
saying you are a father?
nigga caught like 5
I
six
want to
lines
be
in
a
one
better
sentence, nigga.
father than what I have been.
So you have a child.
Yes, I have a son.
Okay.
And the woman that sit right here, right now with me, don't sit there and watch me in my house, you know, because she was my next door neighbor.
Mm-hmm.
And she saw me as when fatherhood began. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And she tell me a many times, nigga, you too aggressive. You too aggressive. And I have been that guy for a long time.
And that's one thing I'm not. Maybe I could understand it better, because I thought he was just saying he wanted to be a father. Now he's saying he is. Which one is it?
Well, I was a father, but I want to be a better father. That's what I'm saying.
You was a father. Okay.
I am a father. I was a father, but I want to be a better father.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying, Mo?
Yes.
I love what you put out. I love what you put out, and that's why I'm really trying to get this shit down, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I listen to your show.
Thank
and
you.
what I'm saying is I want to be a better father.
Right.
I want to be a better man. I want to get married. I want to have a family.
Do you have a son or a daughter?
I got a son.
Oh, okay.
And I get scared every day.
I'm back. And you just what?
I get scared every day. You know? When I see little kids, y'all can call it what you want to, but I want a legacy. At the end of the day, I want a legacy.
Okay. Mm-hmm. How do you get that? How do you build that? What do you think it's going to take to build that? Like, I feel like
that's the conversation.
Mm-hmm. So what is your plan? Like, I don't know. I don't know your business.
I don't have a plan. That's why I'm fucking with Stanley. I don't have a plan.
So, and when we speak of like legacy,
how old are you? Sorry,
that's
48.
That I think matters. Like you said, you want to leave a legacy, right? And I know in terms of legacy, a lot of times we think of it from a currency perspective, in which that is a huge part of legacy. But values and character are also a big part of it. So you also have to pay attention to what you're allowing your children to see, because character and value will outlast currency a lot of times any day, you know?
Yeah. And,
So
and that's what I'm telling you, Mo. That's what I'm trying to tell you, Mo.
So legacy.
Mo, he go to thing. I'm not a good father. I don't believe I'm a good father. But here is a situation I'm going through right now. These little kids, they come up to me, they call me, and they wanna hug on me. They wanna, you know, but I'm working in the candy store, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, I want to make sure you okay in the rest of your life. And it's not that simple. It's not that simple as saying, oh, I'm your dad and I'm going to take care of you all your life. It's not that simple. It is simple as...
When you're talking about things in terms of a legacy, a true legacy is mainly built by how you live. It's not only about what you leave. Money is always a tool, but legacy is more so a compass.
Yeah, so, but I want to make sure they question everything, you know? And like, when I see these little girls, I see these little kids, these little boys, I make sure that they question everything. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that simple of a guy where I believe that everybody is all equal and everybody deserves trophies and everybody deserves accomplishments.
Right. I agree.
I don't do that. I make them question everything. You know, even if they got an A+ like on their report, I want them to question what they...
You were talking about leaving a legacy. Now you saying you don't deserve trophies, and you want them to question everything. So I'm kind of
yes.
Okay, so do you feel like you deserve a legacy to give to your child?
No, I don't. I don't believe I deserve any goddamn thing. I believe.
Okay, so because you don't believe that, how can you say that? Hey, I want to give that to my son. Are you trying to work towards that? Are you getting some type of therapy or some type of mentorship or guidance?
Listen. Only thing I want in my life is to see the people uplifted. And the only way we can uplift each other is to stop causing pain. in my
Jesus.
mind. I want black people to stop blaming everybody for.
Okay, I probably don't have to say this, but he can't even fucking take care of himself. Why is he worrying about black people in general? And he is not the only one who, on one hand is admitting he doesn't deserve a legacy and he hasn't been a good father, but he wants to talk about what black people should be doing. I find it hilarious, and I'm trolling his ass from the chat. I think, dude, it is so funny to me.
What we lack. We don't need to do that no more.
Who is that?
That tough guy. That tough guy with that bullshit.
I know he like.
Oh shit, my bad.
Tough guy with the bullshit. Tough guy with the bullshit.
Ugly ass nigga.
Yeah, that's what I'm blaming your ass. Fuck you. Shit. You own the motherfucker, pal.
I was so sick of y'all calling folks ugly. I don't know what to do.
But I do love what black men come in here and talk about. And that's what I want to keep doing. And like I say, you know what I'm saying? I'm not
I love talking about us. I love talking
That nigga
about
saw his
our
face
folks.
sound like he looked.
Whether
Yeah, that nigga fat with a jerry curl.
no, he's not. He's bald headed. As a matter of fact, he's bald. Y'all never seen Solid Snake?
I haven't seen Solid Snake plenty of times.
Right.
At that table drunk with
He
his
damn sure don't have no Jerry curl. That's for damn sure. Okay.
Hell no, I grew up with one. That's why I'm bald.
Hey, tough guy.
Yo.
Hey, you know what Mob James look like? That's what I think Solid Snake look like.
Mob James.
Hold on. Let me go and show y'all what I look like, man. Fuck.
Oh shit.
Hold on, why you
shit. That's like that far side. Remember that far
since we're
side?
here, DG, I'm having a show Sunday night. If y'all can make it, the title is How Trauma Affects Relationships. It's gonna be 10:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you guys could please show up.
You gotta drop your link in there.
Girl, they got my channel.
Because sometimes it's hard to find. I ain't gonna hold you. If you just type
But
it
I'm saying mainly everybody here is already subscribed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Solid, we can't see you.
Hold on, I'm trying to fix it.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh, Aaron Hall looking ass nigga.
I miss you. I'm talking to you, baby.
I miss you.
Yeah.
We used to talk and laugh all night, girl.
You better sing it. What happened to
But what happened to those days?
Thank you, DG.
Did they all just fade away?
Holding you in my arms. Make it
laugh all night
This is just
long.
too stupid for me.
Who else heard that song? Man, y'all don't know nothing about that Harry Hall.
Man, he hit that mug though. He hit that mug.
Man, y'all don't know nothing about that Harry Hall. Man, that was my song. Yeah, I love that Harry Hall.
What's up, Riaz in the building? How you doing?
Hey, Riaz.
Jam. Oh,
My
jam.
glasses look like some damn regular ass
Jam.
glasses. You got Coke bottles on your face, nigga.
They used to be my name.
Oh, sorry, T. I'm okay, though, to be honest, though. I mean, I've had a rough week, to be honest, though, since Sunday.
Nah,
but
let me tell you about it. Me too. Go ahead. What you got
okay.
going on?
Nah, I just got a rough week. I think I don't know, a few days back, my dad cussed me out. I got cussed out, basically. I literally got told off.
Yo, mama cussed you out?
Not my mom, my dad. My father. My father.
Very brash or rude or whatever the case. When you say you want to get married by a certain time, these
Stanley.
I'm
Stanley don't even live in a black neighborhood. Stop
I'm
it.
my only stand. It doesn't matter. Okay, Ann? I'm my only stand. I don't need
It's
nobody to stand for me.
It's different.
I stand for me. I stand for me. Okay, I'm not
I
around here.
understand that.
I'm not around here looking for other women to look up to. Okay, like you looking for other men. Let's be very clear.
I don't listen to. I don't look for men. I don't know what you talking about. I just don't find what. Hold on, see. Let me go and tell you.
So I just make
I
this
do
up.
not find black women attractive. Okay, I
You
don't find black women attractive.
Let me get your bitch ass the fuck up out of here. Just for saying that dumb ass shit. No, fuck you, nigga. You just said you don't find black women attractive. Nigga, please. And you on a black woman's panel saying that? That's disrespectful as fuck. Are you serious? You have 2 black women up here, and you saying you don't find black women, but you own this bitch talking shit about black people.
He admitted that he was drunk.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't care.
He definitely said he was drunk too.
No, I don't.
But he don't think like that though. He call us beautiful and give us our props all the time.
Well, what they say about the drunk people, they say the truth comes out when they drunk.
Not all the time. Sometimes it can be delusion.
I don't know. He gonna have to apologize. He got me fucked up. He got me fucked up now.
Listen to this motherfucker. Don't be so cutthroat.
This ugly.
Now, you know, this whole time, Blue Jay and some other people are taking Solid Snake's side. I think T is absolutely right, and they're going to let Solid Snake back up. His ass would have just been gone. I'd have bounced him from the channel, and I think she's right. You know what? You're going to be on a black woman's panel saying you don't find black women offensive. These are women. You know, women can be a little sensitive, you know, when you're saying shit like that. And Solid Snake is just 3 sheets to the wind and oblivious, obviously. Talk about not being able to deal with social cues or reading the room. And, you know, my criticism is this is Solid Snake when he's sober. Okay, he's not much better when he's sober.
Motherfucker.
We're still gorgeous.
Hey,
it is
why
what
you
it
even worried
is.
about it?
Right.
No, it does matter to me because you on my panel knowing that I'm team black all day, every day, and you saying you don't find black women attractive. I'm not gonna excuse that.
Okay.
That's wrong to me. That's wrong. But if you seen a flat booty Becky up here, you'll be kissing her all up in between her ass. Fuck out of here. I'm not doing that. Everybody always, it's okay. But if I bet if a white bitch was up here, everybody
I just remember when he said 20 minutes ago, he said, I'm sorry.
White bitch was up there. I'll be clowning her ass, too.
He said, I'm sorry. Okay, he said, I'm sorry, my love. I'm kind
I'll be clowning the bitch.
Okay, you keep
all I'm saying
he
is,
said, I'm sorry, my love. I'm confused. I'm drunk. So could that be part of it?
I'll give him one more motherfucking chance. Fuck you. Solid. Hello? You still don't like black women?
Yes.
What the fuck going on?
No, it's not about being loving black women.
It's
about being loving black culture. And black women don't appreciate black culture.
That's a lie from the pits.
That's a lie.
T,
that's
a lie, T. No, T. No, T.
Wow. Y'all, okay. Is this what we doing now? Letting this
y'all like them shooter ass niggas. How many people? How many black women? Hold on, T.
Nope, we're not doing this. This is what the fuck I be talking about. They put every black woman in the same category as other black, ratchet, ghetto ass black women.
I pray your
all of
baby
us,
is okay. Team
all of, yes, definitely pray your baby is okay. Yes, listen, God is able. Listen, able to fix it. God is a healer. But Solid Snake got me messed up right now, for sure.
What did he just say, sis? I missed it.
He said that black, what the fuck? I just got sidetracked. But he basically saying that black women love the shooters and the gangsters and the hood niggas. All black women don't like that.
That's a lie.
That's what I told him. I said, you a lie from the pits.
Yeah.
You a lie. That's
shooters and gangsters. I ain't never, if I dated a shooter, it was
the legal. Like that. Never.
So that's crazy.
Never dated one.
And why do people spread that narrative on social media? Like,
because they want to make it seem
black women.
They want to make it seem like all black women are the same. All black people are the same. Just the other day, we was having a conversation on my channel, and motherfuckers was talking about black men are all the same. Black men don't do this. No, I refuse to go along with that narrative. I know plenty of black, wonderful, successful men within my own family and within my friend group that do not partake in such ratchet, ghetto, illegal activity.
Majority, if not all, of the black men that I surround myself with are successful, upstanding men.
And they make over 6 figures.
That's what I'm saying. And then even outside of our circle, you'll see it worldwide. The media just likes to shine light on the
that 6 figures is sauce for
and
the
then
goose.
You got people on social media who will regurgitate the degeneracy and then complain about it. And sometimes I think people just get on social media because they want to create an argument. Half the time they know that stuff is not true.
They know for damn sure it's not true. They know that.
They know that. So
it just pisses me off. And I can't believe Solid Snake is up here saying this shit. But then on the other end, he's a, what does Stanley call him? An anti-black black?
That's what I
But
thought.
then,
So why are you
right.
surprised?
And then on top of that, you're anti-black, but then you want your son to be like Stanley's son. Make it make sense. You want your son, you want to build a legacy like Stanley has built, but yet you hating on the man who's built a legacy.
You can't even take him serious. He said he's talking out of his head and he drunk. So we cannot make sense of what he's saying. He even said he was confused. He talked about 30 different things in a matter of 10 minutes.
Okay, well, I'll try to consider that. I just don't like. Let me see what else he got to say.
First of all, both of you are wrong.
How are we wrong?
Both of you are wrong.
Okay.
What I said
Here
was
it comes.
would love to have a chance to have a child like Stanley got. First of all, I don't have that electoral motherfucking discipline where I can raise my child like that. I didn't have that luxury. I had to deal with a black woman.
Wow, Stanley's mom was black too.
Don't got that. Stanley don't got that.
No, Stanley's mother was black.
Shut the fuck up.
No, you shut. Okay. So what you're saying to me? No, I get what he's saying. Sis, I hear it now. He's saying only a white woman can raise legitimate black sons. That's what he's saying because Stanley married a white woman and had a biracial kid. That's what he's saying.
A white woman cannot. Is what
that's exactly what the fuck
and
he's
as far
saying.
as Team Pepsi, I get what you're saying, but a lot of times you said F that drunk high, whatever, you're responsible for the dumb issue you want to say. Absolutely, right? But all I'm shedding light on is people that are like extremely drunk are not always coherent. That was my only point. But he's still responsible for what he's saying, absolutely.
Right.
But I don't take it to heart because that's not really what the things that he would normally say if he was sober. A lot of people that say old stuff when they drunk, they wouldn't say it when they sober.
I really feel like he feel like that though. Because why he keep talking so much? Clearly there is something that he hates about Stanley or whatever the case. He keep bringing up Stanley. He keep bringing up if basically what he just said is if I would have had a white baby mama, my situation would have been different. Is basically what he said. If
well,
you
we know,
had,
well, we, I hear what you're saying, but
you
we know that the comment that Silent Snake just made is pure foolery.
Absolutely. What's up, Blue Jay? Oh man, I was hoping I could join when you can't tell you that, but I saw white women talking, so I'll wait. No, we really haven't been talking about white women. We haven't. Like, we really haven't been talking about white women, honestly.
Yeah,
we really haven't.
Kind of brought that up.
He brought up white women. We ain't talked about white women all day, all night. Am I lying, y'all? Solid Snake brought that up because
we haven't talked about white women all day.
That Solid Snake is jealous of Stanley for having a white wife, and basically he's saying the reason he couldn't build his legacy with his son is because he did not procreate with a white woman, and that's crazy to me. Like, so you're superior and your situation is better because you have a white baby mom or wife.
Well, let me clear something up. My white baby mama has been dead for damn near 13 years. So for the last 13 years, my son is 19 now. It's just been me and my son. So, you know, while I loved my wife and all that stuff, she has been dead longer than my son was age-wise. He was 7 when she died. So if you know, my white wife doesn't have that much to do with the last 13 years.
That's not always true. That's crazy to even think like that, but you know, whatever. No, T, you're right. He's speaking from the heart. Out of abundance of the mouth, the heart speaks. Sometimes
that's true, but is he speaking from the heart or is he speaking from being drunk? There's a difference.
His heart is drunk.
I don't even know if I want. Okay, Solid, give me your finals because I can't. Solid finals.
Can I vent?
No, you can give me your finals. You can give me your finals.
Wait. Can I speak?
You can speak, but you cannot go on what they call.
Okay, wait. It's not about black women. It's about black discipline. No, what I'm saying is it's allowed. Listen. It's about discipline.
No, black women don't. You must don't know me as a mom. Okay, go ahead.
Well, I'm not judging you. I'm not talking about you.
But when you say when you get your ass up here and say that
we are not a
no.
You sound like a black mama.
When you get your ass up here, when you get your black ass up here and say that, hey, my son probably would have been better off if I had a white woman as his mother.
Yes, I take
did.
Yes, I did.
I take a motherfucking.
But you should.
Well, you ain't my baby mama, is you?
You could never.
You are not my baby mama.
Baby, you couldn't even look at me.
You are not
This
my
is
baby
awesome.
mama. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
You couldn't even look over here.
Exactly. And you would never know what a good black man was.
Oh, baby, I have one.
Exactly. So what are you talking about? Why are you in my business?
You brought it up, motherfucker.
Well, I'm just saying, why are you in my business?
I got T using the MF word.
Oh, you
said
retarded. You know what? I'm tired of talking to retarded motherfuckers. I'm tired of talking.
How you gonna call me retarded and you got a motherfucker sitting up here talking about gays swinging their dicks in a goddamn motherfucking pride parade, and you think he the motherfucking nigga to listen to?
Who brought that
Fuck
up?
Stanley.
Who? What? What are you
Fuck
talking about?
Stanley.
He's drunk.
No, it's because of you black women who sit back and allow these niggas to promote this gay shit.
That's all.
That's why I don't show up on his panels. Because he a gay ass nigga. Just like I
Are you jealous?
to American man
You
the
know
other
what?
day.
I think
Just
you're
like I
jealous.
said to American man the other day. I'm sick and tired of you.
Why are you yelling?
Gay-ass niggas.
This shit is funny.
I'm a real ass nigga. I got real people.
That nigga is a Boondocks character.
You let him breathe. Hey,
That nigga's a
let him
Boondocks character.
Let him get
I'm a real ass nigga.
You know what? Just let him have his way.
I'm sick and tired.
But what is going on is my question.
They need to put that nigga on Boondocks. That nigga's a character on Boondocks.
Let him just go. Let's go. Go ahead,
shit. All right, Solid Snake. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead, nigga.
Let it off your chest. Get off your chest, man.
Let me unmute.
Being ordained by these goddamn women. Yeah, I said it. I got kids out here.
Why are you so mad at black women?
To feed. I ain't got time.
Sometimes you need to just drink some water and calm the hell down. Sometimes you just need to do it.
Mo is not putting that shit.
I'm sick of that shit.
What's up, Joshua?
She said sometimes you just need to drink some water. That was funny.
I'm foaming at the mouth, tough guy. I'm foaming at the mouth.
Mo said,
Yeah, and that's another thing,
some
Solid
water.
Snake. Let me mute
so
you.
sweet and
You
nice.
get on camera and you be drunk as I don't know what, and then you be foaming at the mouth, and people be about to throw up. That is disgusting. Okay?
She said
For
you be
people who
foaming
have
at the mouth.
sensitive stomach, you need to wipe your mouth, sir.
I don't give a
You got
damn. I
white
use
stuff on
a
your mouth?
razor blade. I use a razor blade.
What?
This nigga.
I use a razor blade to get that white shit off my mouth.
Why are you to either way? It's disgusting.
Oh my
Hey,
lord.
Joshua.
It don't matter. It don't matter.
I know it don't. I can tell.
It don't matter. It don't matter. It don't matter. Cause
It
y'all
don't
niggas stupid. Y'all niggas stupid.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
And I'm gonna be honest with you. Y'all stupid. Y'all really think that we got a way? You really think we got a way to make it?
What?
What plan do you have for the black economy? What plan do you have?
Listen, I'm not I have the Lord.
No, but we want to make babies out here, right?
You all
So
over
where the plan at? Where the plan at for the children?
you all over the place.
Look at y'all niggas sitting back thinking about goddamn what the man, y'all niggas don't know what y'all doing. Y'all don't even know what we got going.
Do you even know where you are and what
Yes,
time
I
it is?
do. Yes, I do. That's why I'm Silent Snake.
Ooh.
And what kind of name is that? You solid, but you a snake? Make it.
Oh, come on, somebody.
You fucking right. I'm a
Is it a
Silent
double
Snake.
entendre? It's a double entendre, I guess, child.
No, it ain't.
Yes, it kind of
It's
is.
double
when you think about
foolery
it.
to me.
A double
Solid,
foolery?
but I'm a snake.
More love. I love
It's a
you to death.
contradiction.
I
It's a
can't wait. I can't wait till I
I
get
love
my
you.
cash app going. Cause some strange reason they won't allow my cash app to go. Ooh,
That's a
Lord,
lie.
I wish.
Just say you ain't got no
he just
money,
said he
nigga.
love you.
Just
And
say
that's
you
a
ain't got
black
no
woman.
money.
That's a black woman.
Solid snake.
Mo's a black woman. Did you know that?
I know
Right.
that, nigga. Shut up. Ooh, you tough guy.
You
Exactly.
said you loved her. I was his brother, you know. She definitely
We
black.
grew up together. We grew up on these YouTube streets. Fuck all that.
Look,
What I'm trying to say is,
child.
it's time for the bullshit to stop.
Yo, hey, can we get this nigga off here?
What you're saying, you have to also be a
Yo,
I'm having a good time with him. Now I realize
when you
that I'm not gonna argue with his dumb ass no more.
when you
Oh, really, T? Come on, T.
Solid.
No, because you got me fucked up talking about black women like that. So no.
So what do you say about black women?
Passionately, like it's a bunch of BS, or you tired of the BS. You also have to be a part of that change. You're part of the problem. You got to look in the mirror.
Exactly.
You done said 15 or 20 different things, and you didn't make a point at all. You all over the place.
Ooh. See, sis, one thing about my sis, since we was kids, baby, she will get a motherfucker together just with her words. See, I'm the bitch. I be want to fight.
Hold on, don't get me up out of here. I want you to find me.
I be ready to
you know
say
what you do tomorrow? You know what you do tomorrow for a live stream? Show me one of your kids that can read me a tape measure.
What?
I didn't even understand what you said.
Listen to this crazy
Show me
motherfucker.
one of your little kids that can show me and read a tape measure. Since I'm that nigga. Since I'm that nigga that's against black people. Show me a tape measure reading.
Well, my thing is
on a YouTube short, I want to see a motherfucking little kid show me a tape measure reading.
Well, they know how to do all of that. My boys are.
Well,
show
me. Show me. Show me what I'd rather do. Oh, sweet baby. Oh, baby, will you show me? I'll do anything for you.
Yeah, you sound pretty bad.
I forgot what they was named, but I definitely know what a tape measure is. I have a couple at the house. My daddy got several. I remember sneaking around the house just randomly.
Show me them reading the tape measure.
You can't do that. That's easy. I'm confused.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it
no,
is.
it's not. No, it's not.
Maybe because I watch my dad a lot.
No, it's not.
It gives you the fucking numbers on the motherfucker.
That's what I'm
What are you talking
saying.
about?
My daddy had us doing
12
that.
feet, 24 feet. Like, what? That's crazy motherfucking shit.
Nah, y'all talking shit. Y'all just talking shit.
First of all, we don't need a tape measure no more. Our phones measure shit for us, motherfucker. Did you know that? We can measure shit with our fucking smartphone.
Notice how good
Did
T
you know
is
that?
getting at saying motherfucker. I'm impressed.
That part. Yeah, move along with
He
the
got my
time.
thing about a smartphone.
Move along with the times, motherfucker. You can measure. You can measure a whole damn house if you want to with a goddamn smartphone.
But do you learn the square feet of the house?
That's
I ain't no goddamn
man in the house.
I have a man, but that's not his business.
That's your man, G. You can't defend
That's not what
black
he do.
man because you got a
Every black man is not into blue collar work.
Exactly.
And that's okay.
You have white collar.
And that's
you gotta
okay.
appreciate the man you got.
Yes, I love
Try
my
that.
man I got.
Try that. Appreciate the man you got.
Do you have a man? Do you have a man? Do you have a woman?
Hell no.
Okay. Why you think you don't have no woman?
Because they full of shit.
No, because you full of shit. How about you? You don't think you full of shit? Okay. This the shit I'm talking about.
Funny, man.
This the shit I'm talking about. So you think it's all the woman's fault? You don't think you don't have no fault?
See, you're a beautiful woman.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Listen,
my
daddy told us that when we were little girls. He knew we was lit, and that's why we know it now.
You can't do that. You all gonna lose. And I love y'all. And I'm gonna say it.
No, you don't. You don't love black women. You don't love black women. No, you literally just said you wish you had a white baby mama.
You can't take him serious.
Well, compared to y'all, I need a white woman.
What's wrong with us?
Nothing. That's all y'all motherfuckers been raised by black men.
I don't talk bad about black men.
He said all of us has been raised by
y'all black women been raised by simp ass black men.
Not my daddy.
Wow, that's crazy.
Simp ass black men. And y'all don't appreciate your daddy. I'm gonna tell you right now. You don't appreciate what your daddy had to say.
Hey, I mean, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it all the way. I'm gonna keep it all the way 1,000. I mean, he's right. To an extent. Most of y'all have been raised by simp.
Okay, here's where we get into the dumb things YNs say.
As daddies, when y'all be talking about y'all daddy, all y'all talk about is the shit that he bought you, not the shit that he taught you.
So my daddy is upset because he told me about these hoe ass niggas.
Look, T, I'm not talking about you and Mo. I'm talking about just
think my daddy was soft, like because we're girls.
No. I'm not saying your dad. I'm not saying y'all. I'm just saying most black women that did have daddies, they daddy soft as fuck. They always talking about, oh, well, my daddy did this, my daddy did that. Yeah, but what did he teach you, bitch? He just bought you
Damn right.
shit. He just bent over
Listen
backwards
to
for
this
your ass.
YN.
That's why you can't date nobody now, because you expect niggas to just hand you money because your daddy used to do that shit.
Any wise person knows
Well,
that there's
well, my
more
dad
to
is a boomer,
vision
so he
than
definitely wasn't
than
just
just
doing
viewing
that.
things from a financial
all that stuff.
perspective. There is much more to than just handing over money. A true father.
Y'all don't understand where I'm coming from.
That motherfucker doesn't have a point. He sounds like a damn. He sounds like a damn young fool. See the title of this show, "The Dumb Things YNs Say"? Well, he is the title of the show.
But I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, all right, so look, can I say this? Hey, Solid Snake. Shut the fuck up for a second, bro. Shut the fuck up for a second, Solid Snake. Like, let a nigga talk. You've been taking over the whole time. Shut the fuck up. All right, now look. See, what I was gonna say is this. I remember one time, right? I seen this girl. She took a video of her daddy, and they was having like a little get together. Shit, it was like 4 or 5 cars in the motherfucking parking lot. I mean, the driveway, and he was washing all the motherfucking cars at 70 years old. And she was just like, "Look at my daddy. He's such a real man." No, he's a dumbass. You should be out there watching this motherfucking car. He's 70 years old.
Okay, can I say this? So when it comes to acts like that, right? I'm 39. My daddy just got to a point to where in his 70s where he doesn't walk that good. As soon as I land in his driveway, if it looked like my car had a speck of anything on it, that's just in my dad's nature. Pull up, baby. Let me wash your car real quick. He's retired. That's something that he enjoys doing. He will do it for my sister. He will do it for me. What's wrong with that? If that's something that the dad wants to
Hey, that
do.
nigga old. That nigga old. You need to be doing that shit for him.
That nigga was trying to cut that.
He need to be sitting down in his ear. Watching Three's Company, my nigga.
2 weeks ago, my dad told me, he said, "Baby, when you drove off, I heard your car speaking." I said, "Yeah, daddy, I just gotta go get some power steering fluid. I already know. I just been sitting on that." He was like, "No, undo the hood. Let me do this." Like, that's just in my dad's nature. No, don't go do this. I'm like, "Daddy, I'm about to go pay to get my brake." No, I can do it because he's well rounded, a mechanic, can build houses, do all of that. I be like, "Daddy, I had to beg him 2 weeks ago. Daddy, let me go get this done." No, we got in an argument because he wanted to do it. So what do you do when your dad insists on doing things like that and you're trying to take initiative to go?
No, you be like, "No, daddy, you ain't got to worry about that. My man got it. My man got it."
Well, I don't have one.
No, I just look at it's gonna happen for you, Moo Love. It's gonna happen for you. But look, my whole point is this. See, a lot of black women that I ain't say she was. I'm just trying to be positive about the shit. All right, now look, check this out. See, a lot of black women that be talking about their daddies ain't shit. All their daddies did was just buy them shit and didn't teach them nothing. That's why a lot of these black women it's hard for them to try to find a nigga because they trying to find their daddy and they gotta realize their daddy was a bitch. All right, he bent over backwards for your ass. Yeah. Your daddy was. Most of these niggas, most of these black women, they daddies was small ass niggas, nigga.
Or do people have a hard time like understanding that some daddies are like just extra caring when it comes to their daughters? Why does that have to be a problem? You can have a good balance of supporting them and also teaching them.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, most of these daddies ain't teaching their daughters shit. They let their daughters get away with every fucking thing because that's their daddy's little girl.
That's true too.
Some for sure, I guess. But I know with me, like my daddy, he helped when I was wrong. I knew it. Mm-hmm. And that's
well, y'all had a good daddy. All right, we're not talking about y'all. We talking about these other hoes out here. You know what I'm saying?
Is it really majority?
Hey, Stanley, you're not going to address the point where he actually made sense.
Okay, maybe half. Okay, what was
the reason I'm not going to address the point where he made sense is because I'm waiting for that point to come up.
No, that was it.
Say half.
Yeah, he has literally the only point he has made.
Even T agreed with him.
Okay, well, you know what? T is wrong too. Then there's not a point. The only point he has made is I had a title for the show.
That's good. Yeah, because when I talk to girls about their daddy, they never talk about, "Oh, he taught me how to be a woman. He taught me how to do this. He taught me how to do. Oh, he bought me this. He took me here. He did this. He did that." Like, fuck out of here.
If you try to be a woman, that's the job of the mother.
Well, I think the father should be a part of that.
He can't teach her how to be a woman, but he can.
No, he can't.
Men.
Yes, which I think is very important to have that evidence. I think it's very important.
The man is supposed to show, like a dad's supposed to show.
Stanley said it's
like,
raining food
take care
tonight.
of
I'm done.
her, to take care of her. So that's what she's supposed to
Oh
do.
yeah,
Like,
my comment was that it's raining. What is it? Raining. It's raining bullshit or
Just like a
something.
mother can't teach a son how to get a man.
Yeah, I mean, the dad's supposed to provide. He's supposed to buy stuff for his girl. I mean, but there needs to be some structure within that. Like, if you make it that great.
Yeah, like I be seeing these niggas. I be seeing these. You know what the new thing is now these days? These niggas out here having tea parties with their little girls wearing dresses and shit. That's what these new fathers is doing. These soft ass bitch ass niggas bending over backwards for their little girls instead of being real with them, and then they get out here in the world.
That's not real though.
It's so
that's just what a girl. That's not real.
That is real. Niggas out here taking pictures, taking family pictures and tutus and shit.
I seen that one time, yeah.
I seen that multiple times.
I only seen it once. Stop it.
But even when it comes to y'all saying dad being bees or whatever towards their daughter, just say because my dad did do a lot. He catered to me and my sister. Whatever we wanted, 9 times out of 10, we got above and beyond, right? But at the same time, we saw a good balance of my mama. Even though my mama didn't have to work, she got up every day and went to work. She taught us y'all don't depend on a man. They can walk out and flip the script on you at any moment. So whereas my dad was holding it down for us, maybe a little bit too much spoiling us, we also got a good balance of what a hardworking woman looks like with my mama. So we were not lacking in that area of knowing how things are supposed to flow when it comes to the male and female dynamic. And I think a lot of times these men be speaking from a bitter perspective when it comes to fatherhood, or they sometimes they have bond that they hate their mamas with the bond that the daughter has with their dad. Sometimes these men get jealous of that.
I think y'all be jealous because y'all can't keep up with daddy.
All I'm saying is
this. Y'all can't keep up with daddy, so y'all jealous.
Niggas.
Y'all jealous because y'all can't keep up with daddy.
And maybe because they can't provide the life that other daddies could for their daughters. I'm just saying.
I do.
Look, all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying is this, man.
I love.
Matter of fact, when I die, that's who we get
have in this community, and I appreciate it. I appreciate that it happened. And I'm gonna be honest. I'm not the smartest guy in the room.
We know.
But I am the strongest nigga in the room.
Really?
I don't know about that either.
How do you know?
Well, Mitt ain't got shit on me.
Who is Mitt? Mitt ain't here.
Mitt 615.
He not here. Why you talk about him?
Yeah, that's my nigga though.
Yeah, but he's not here.
Yeah, I know. I wish he was though.
Yeah, that's my boy. He was here the other day.
Yeah, man.
He was giving us his kind of situation he got going on, child. That was great.
Yeah,
that was great. I feel bad for him right now, actually.
That is. I ain't gonna lie.
You heard about that too?
The thing we go through in life. You know what I'm saying? But like,
you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh my God! No, why you want to say that?
What day is it, Solid Snake? What time is it? Do you know what day it is?
Ooh.
What day it is?
Yeah.
It's time to get money. That's what time it is. It's time to get money.
Hey.
So you don't know.
I know what time it is because my rent due, and I'll keep it paid.
What's the day? What day
I
is
thought
it?
rent. You late. Because what day it is? It's the 9th. You late on your rent, child.
My rent already
Well, it's
paid.
different everywhere. Some people's mortgages and things aren't due until the 15th.
He said rent, so I'm thinking.
Rent was first.
It's the first, honey. Ooh.
Yeah.
That's why I say he late, child. It's the 10th. Okay.
I ain't never late. But what I'm saying is, y'all women need to start respecting black men a lot more than y'all do.
Oh, this is gonna get
facts.
good.
Okay.
Facts.
Okay, can I say
That's
something?
not how the men accountable at all.
I think
No.
They ain't gonna do that, dog.
I think this is what I think.
Every time,
okay.
Every time.
Hi, Time.
Hey,
That's gonna happen. Women gonna take up for women, and men are gonna take up for
Time,
men.
how you doing?
We received that time in Jesus' name. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Time. Yes, I agree. Yes, women should be respecting black men more than they are currently. However, I think black men need to be more respectable and honorable. And when you guys become that, you guys will get the respect that you guys deserve. But a lot of times, y'all are not on that level like that. Most of y'all not.
Respectful man, upstanding man around.
Yes.
Speaking a sound doctrine.
They deserve a certain type of
respect And that stuff is just going to hold on. No, don't interrupt me. When it comes to a very honorable man with standards, that respect is going to be given. You're not gonna have to ask for it, okay? Period. And that's just the truth.
Man, look, check this out, man. Check this out, man. When I go to the motherfucking food line, right, and I go get my groceries and shit, and it's a black cashier at the motherfucking shit, yeah, I come respectfully and all that stuff, but I still get disrespected by these hoes. So what are you talking about?
Okay, that's at a food line.
Yeah, but that's anywhere. That's anywhere though. That's anywhere though. It's like black women be on that bullshit, man. Y'all be on that bullshit. Y'all love disrespecting niggas, but when a white man come around, you show all your damn teeth.
Y'all been on the internet.
That's some bullshit.
No, that ain't no bullshit. That's real life for me. You know what I'm saying? When I go to the store and I go to the cashier and I go to the cashier, I go to the white cashier because the white cashier gonna be nicer. The Asian cashier gonna be nicer. The Indian woman gonna be nicer. The black woman gonna be shitty. That's facts.
She gonna look at you like, damn, did you shoot my grandson?
You know why that probably is, and it's probably just
that's his personal.
Just off of your situation with, I don't know what your situation is with black women as a whole growing up.
No. We're not gonna go there. We're not gonna go there. I love black women, all right? I love black women, all right? But what I'm saying is this: y'all love getting over on us, but when the white man come around, y'all be at y'all best behavior.
Well, okay, what if we say this? What if we do the switcheroo and say maybe y'all give more respect to the whiteys and the Asians at the damn cashier line versus what y'all do with the black women? Maybe y'all just expect it because she black to give y'all a certain level of respect just because, we have the same melanated skin. But if you're not giving us the same respect, we just supposed to fall in line and respect y'all?
Yes.
No, the fuck we not.
This nigga said yes.
Are you crazy? Out of your fucking mind? Man,
yes.
Crazy.
Let me stop it right here. Solid Snake is dead serious when he says this, and Tough Guy said the same thing. Basically, black women should respect black men because they are men. It doesn't matter whether you know them, whether you're related to them. It does not matter. He is a black man. Therefore, he is owed respect. And all I have to say is I don't get where Solid Snake gets this kind of attitude from. Respect what exactly?
I don't care about none of that.
Yeah, well, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Solid Snake. I'm trying to figure out why he thinks he deserves respect just because he is a male.
See, I don't think black people are trapped in a black people aren't trapped in a fish tank together where they have to deal with each other. I do notice the disrespect, but it doesn't bother me because I don't feel like I owe them anything either. You know, it's kind of mutual.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I think you're fucking making it up.
And I think you don't like reality.
I told you my views on reality. I create my reality at least as much as I can. And I don't go around like DS here going to the black cashier at the Food Lion. You know what? Who gives a fuck? If you are so cool, just order your damn groceries and you don't have to deal with the cashier.
That's true too.
But you know what? What am I doing? I'm creating my reality. If I don't like going into the store and I don't like the way the black cashier at the Food Lion treats me, well, you know what? I don't have to go to the store. I just order the shit. I create my reality.
Respect
you don't care about the future of black kids.
You create reality by avoiding it. That's a whole different thing.
Y'all expect black women.
Hey, it's still reality.
You're supposed to.
No, fuck that. I disagree with that. No, because y'all don't treat us the same way. Y'all don't treat us the same way though.
How we don't treat y'all the same way? You think these white men really give a fuck about y'all? They don't.
Give a fuck about a white motherfucker. Y'all must don't. Y'all
haven't. These niggas, man, don't nobody else care about y'all but us.
No,
what you talking about? The rest of these other niggas look at y'all like y'all just a sexual fantasy or some shit.
Half of y'all don't give a fuck about us.
Man, you bullshitting, T. Most black men are married to black women. What you talking about?
All right. Let me tell y'all something right now. Let me tell you niggas something. I don't give a fuck about what a white man think about me as a black woman. I could care less. Do you understand that? So it's pointless to even bring up a white man to somebody like me. I don't give a fuck about them.
This is all stupid.
This is so crazy to me. Fuck a white motherfucker.
This is so stupid. Like, how old are we?
I don't care. Listen, all I'm saying, they brought it
We
up.
over 40. We all over 40, y'all.
All right, well, y'all speak for yourself. I ain't 40.
Over 35.
I'm not 40, but I'm close.
Over 35.
Yeah, motherfucker, you're
35, same
15.
boat.
Either way, it's just no end to these dumb conversations.
What I'm saying is, at the end of the day, y'all are not about to say, "Oh, black women just kiss the white man." So maybe some white women, some black women do.
Man,
they might do. They might.
Look at this though. Well, you know what I know is with a lot of black women, right? If what I know is with black women, right? See, they'll be at the motherfucking job and they'll take orders from Whitey all damn day. But if I ask you to make me a fucking sandwich, it's a problem. But you just took orders from Whitey for 12 hours a day.
This motherfucker goes and asks random black women to make him a sandwich.
Let me say this though, sis.
Off of your personal
Let me say this though.
This is hilarious.
Sis, I got you. Watch this. Watch this.
No, it's plenty of niggas' experience.
No,
I mean, Bo.
Watch this. Y'all say, "Oh, the black woman will bend over backwards at work for the white man." Okay, let's flip it. Y'all black Negroes, males, will do the same motherfucking thing for a white man at y'all motherfucking job too. So
not
who's
me.
Really
not me.
So who's really the pussy?
No,
shit, not me. I don't do that type of shit. I don't kiss no ass at the job.
Y'all be kissing the white man ass more than we do.
No.
Because y'all want that promotion. I don't either. I'm just saying. I don't kiss no ass.
If you're black and you're respectful, I'm gonna respect you. If you're white and you're respectful, I'm going to respect you. Why is everything tied to stupid race? It is.
Well,
old.
that's the economy.
That's
That's what we live in.
It is very old and it's very tired.
But it's still relevant.
Hold on, you're not DS. You can't make your personal experiences everyone else's. That's not reality. We're all not the same. You don't get to group us up the same and make it seem as if that's fact. No, sir.
I'm sorry. Listen,
they brought it up. I didn't even bring up race today. They brought up race.
Black men do not subjugate to white men. Okay? Do y'all understand that black men?
Oh, shut up.
Black men do not subjugate.
I can't be mad at that setup because that setup was warranted.
Stanley, hold on. Let me ask something real quick. Stanley, why?
Oh, yeah, I'm trolling from the chat.
Hey, silence this nigga real quick.
A crowd of black men that have subjugated himself to a white man. It don't work like that. Slavery is a lie. You win.
Shut up. Slavery was not a lie. Don't you start that.
Slavery is a lie.
That boom. Let me
call you, child.
Okay,
now
he's trying to tell my slavery was a lie.
Look,
really?
Stanley Cross. Why Stanley? Why am I a silly nigga? Like what the fuck did I say that was silly?
Oh my God.
Yeah, Stanley, why is he silly?
Listen to this motherfucker. This whole time I am trolling both Solid Snake and DS from the chat. These guys, you know what? I was trying to get some sleep and they would keep saying stupid shit that would reawaken me. So yeah, finally I just got tired of it and called him a silly nigga. And you know me, I don't use the word a lot, but it seemed appropriate, so I used it.
Yep.
This is that same dumbass shit, the same stuff that he crying about. Listen, y'all, the same stuff that he crying about within the black community, he is putting out there that same hatred, that same level of I can't get ahead.
Stanley, I'll smack the shit out of you in real life, nigga. What is he talking about?
No, I'm talking about Solid Snake.
No, I'm saying Stanley.
Look at this motherfucker talking about he'll smack me in real life.
He's a bitch ass nigga.
Anyway, all I'm saying.
So my response is, well, it's a good thing YouTube isn't reality.
What he does is sit up here and talk so bad about white people, then black people go back.
That's a good one, Stanley.
What he's gonna do? He don't know if he mad at the white man, the black woman, the black man, the white man. He don't know what the fuck is going on at this point. He don't know. He's confused because at one moment I'm thinking he's pro-black, the next minute I'm thinking he's anti-black like Stanley called him. Like, nigga, what the fuck are you? Do you even know who you are? And the fact that you 48, like you just told us, and said you don't even know what a legacy is or how to start it at almost 50 fucking years old.
Well, in real life, Stanley, I'll smack the shit out of you. Real talk. You would not talk like that in real life. In real life, I'll smack the shit out of you.
He should be mad at himself for that. This
Look at him, elder
don't
abuse.
even know what it looks like to try to build a legacy. That's a problem.
Well, T, you don't let him on here all the time.
Yes. Well, he hasn't been up here in a minute, but what I'm saying is you
like the ignorance.
Sometimes. Sometimes, don't we all? Come on, let's be honest.
See?
You like the love and hip hop shit.
Sometimes, but this is some country like Boom Coon, just ignorant.
It's not
shit.
as bad as you said it was, unless Snake got another segment
No,
on
I
it.
thought it.
With a
No,
black
something
woman.
Mo Love says. I
But
think
then
coming
sitting up here talking about
She got mad because he said he wanted a white woman. Like, that's dumb as hell. She ain't gonna date him. She
Okay,
ain't gonna
you
be
know
with him.
what? You know what? Then you're dumb as hell. I'll just come
That's
out and say
stupid,
you have
bro.
no.
I get what you're
You
saying.
are
He
you
didn't
are
read the room.
when it comes to black women, you are a fucking sociopath.
I guess so, because there's no way in
Okay,
hell.
well, you guess so. I know so. It's like
I
you
wouldn't
act
say
like
what
black.
Snake said.
You
but
act like black women don't have feelings.
yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't have said what Snake said.
Okay,
I
no,
would have went up
motherfucker,
there.
it is not. It is not fine.
No, I just
It is
realized that
weird.
you like to
It
build
is.
a
It
straw
is
man, and I'm
literally
just can't
weird.
just
You must
deconstruct
be
the straw man that you build is pretty good.
You are the only black American who has been hatched. You didn't come from a
now,
black woman, apparently.
would you like to move past this point?
Motherfucker,
Or
don't.
you
No,
just
no,
want
no.
to
I'm
sit
gonna
there?
stay.
You want to
I
cook on
am going
something
to
that you
stay.
created?
I'm
I don't
gonna
give a shit.
stay
Go ahead.
here. I
That's
am
not the
going
point
to
I'm making.
stay
Go
on
for
this
it.
topic. I am going to stay on this motherfucking topic till I get tired of talking about it. I think when it comes to black women in black culture in general, but in particular black women, you, Deacon Dave, are a sociopath. You act like black women are not even human. That's why you think this shit is okay.
in front of two black women. Like, huh? Word. And you think I'm not gonna say nothing to them? Okay. All right. Anyway, all I know is my kids are doing great. My nephews are doing great. So fuck you.
That's pretty much Solid Snake has made his exit. And you'll have to understand, I was half asleep during a lot of this, except for the parts where I was trolling. Bottom line is, you know what? I have gotten to a point that I'm just tired of hearing black men and black women go back and forth about how horrible each other are. I would have turned this off, except Solid Snake was showing out so much. I had to stay till the bitter end.
Like, kudos to you, because once you get somebody on the panel out of their element, that's some good trolling. I give you that. But
dude,
Snake, do
it. These dudes, I do it for dude. They wanted me. Humble Presidents was like, "Well, Stanley, you got a mature point of view. Go up on the panel." My response is, I don't have to go up. I'll just troll them from the chat.
Yeah, it was
It is
very
hilarious.
effective, apparently. Yeah, I seen the effect of you being in the chat for sure through that back and forth they was having. But I was
cackling, man.
I do think that both sides do think that they have to deal with each other, and that's why they get hung up on what each other say. And you think it's me being a sociopath. It's just I don't care that much. I really just don't care.
Well, I mean, sociopaths don't care that much. But
you might be right.
I will say this. I will listen to this back and forth a lot less. But this was rather interesting. And part of the reason I stayed up there is Solid Snake. And John Galt does this a lot too. They will literally talk about black culture and shit on black culture and black people while being the problem they're describing. It never ceases to fascinate that they can come up here and talk about how toxic black culture is and the maladies and the pathologies while exhibiting the same pathologies.
Ryan, nobody's talking about social economic position.
Okay, you know what? Ryan has a valid point.
He does, but we're not talking about that.
Okay, well, hold it. Of course we're talking about it. We're talking about it now.
You always like to do the side quest. I swear to God, go for it.
I do. I should not even.
Go for
I
it.
should be more. I should be less like DS in Solid Snake and stop looking at the chat. But you know what? I can't help it. So anyway, I'm open to change the topic. But this was just totally fascinating. And I dropped T's channel in the chat somewhere. If you're not subscribed, I thoroughly recommend. I like going to her show like before I start my show because it's such a chill vibe. Usually, it wasn't last night.
Yeah, I
But
love
Ponder,
T. Stanley.
Ponder, you've been quiet. What are your thoughts?
She's probably working. Who knows?
Yeah, she's probably working or fell asleep.
Hey, even earlier when you had the other girl on with the big belly or whatever, I didn't have anything negative to say about her.
No, actually, you didn't.
Yeah, so it's not as bad as you try to build the straw man up that you do describing me. I really don't care, bro.
What was Be Brave's show title?
Stanley admits to lying to something. I forget.
Well, I don't know that I admit to lying. I will admit that a lot of times I will twist people's words just for my own amusement. Like last night, I was messing with these people mercilessly from the chat. I knew eventually I was going to get under somebody's skin.
And I appreciate a good troll, and I definitely see that effectiveness you had on that. You haven't figured that's what I do in the chat.
Yeah. Well, ordinarily, like I said, I don't really know DS that well, but he was just so over the top. You know, sometimes it's just good for people to know that there is one black voice on this channel who thinks you are ridiculous and you got some growing up to do. So this just
Ryan,
dropped.
It's all good. All good. I mean, I would just want to say I agree with Ryan with what he's saying. Yeah, but I don't know how germane that was.
Well, it's kind of apropos something that Questions to Ponder said earlier. Bottom line is, I think the best thing a young black man or a young black woman can do is think for themselves and don't get up on these panels speaking in such horrible generalities. You know what? Meet people where they are, find out who they are, and stop comparing them to, why this dude is talking about some cashier at the Food Lion while he's talking, I don't even know where the Food Lion clerk even comes into this. He's basically saying that his experience at the Food Lion is emblematic of his relationships with all black women. That's just so childish.
I would say it was like 2018
Solid Snake,
when I first noticed it. Go ahead.
Don't they have a
Solid Snake?
Don't they have a self-checkout at the Food Lion?
Who cares? You know what? I don't care about any of that. That he brought up the Food Lion is actually what I found funny. In Solid Snake in particular, and I will pick on him specifically, all this fucking fake conservative talking point black people need to pick up, and motherfucker, literally, you need to stop talking about black people in general and start dealing with your own life. And a lot of times I've said that, we are at a point in American black culture that we need to just build it one family at a time. Like, culture begins in my four walls, and then, hopefully, some stuff catches on. But I'm tired of people like Solid Snake talking about how fucked up black culture is while being part of the fucked upness. It's ridiculous.
I love that word.
Yeah, Stanley, I guess it's kind of entertaining, but You know, it's sad at the same time to watch black people tear each other down after all they've been through
Yeah, well,
in this
it's
country.
not black
You know,
people. It's not black people in general. It's the anti-black blacks. It's the Solid Snakes. It's the John Galts. It's the Hood Conservatives. Those are the motherfuckers. I keep saying that those folks are worse for the black community at large than white racists are. It's the internal threat, in my opinion, that is the biggest issue.
isn't that sad, Stanley?
I think it's hilarious. And the reason I think it's
I don't know.
hilarious is like Deacon Dave says, what is it? What about my cologne?
Oh yeah,
Out there like
reality retardant.
anti-reality cologne.
Yeah, reality retardant cologne.
That's right, motherfucker. I am above this bullshit.
He says if black women are bad at customer service, just get your groceries delivered. That's not a.
You know, it sounds funnier when you say it. It sounds way funnier when you say it.
Yeah, it's not an option for me, man. I like going out in public. Unfortunately, I have the misfortune of remembering these interactions, and it's just like when it comes up, it's like, oh, okay. Some of my stories can kind of align with what some of the people say, and I don't want to think about it too much. I don't let it bother me. I just like, well, then maybe they're having a bad day, but goddamn, every day.
Yeah, I agree, Deacon Dave.
Brian Nichols, I think it's better to be pro-black and at least somewhat complimentary than toxically anti-black. You and I are just going to differ on that. I would much rather a Roland Martin than a Solid Snake.
Hey, I got to get out of here. Got to go.
Take care, Deacon Dave.
I want to watch irony here. He's talking about welfare. And here's another motherfucker who has reality retardant cologne. That's why I like him so much. This dude's living
reality retardant.
Yeah.
You come to me because I'm going to give you a non-obvious case for a program that is looking to be gutted in the next future if you don't come up with better arguments for why it should be kept. Welfare, right? So it's not obvious why we should have welfare. Some people say that like they just don't want to walk around people starving, or it tears their hearts out to see people without the means to survive, so we need some sort of welfare program. That is an emotional argument that might not actually carry the day, because there is a problem. Every resource that someone takes up is something that's produced by someone else, and we need to understand that we live in a quality of society where people make things for other people, and pretty much everything that we interact with has been manicured by some other hands for our consumption. And unless we want to have exploitative relationships where the poor get to exploit the makers, the takers get to exploit the makers, we need to account for why the takers need stuff or should have stuff provided for them. And it's funny because it's actually a very similar argument to what I've just sketched out from the other side, from the other point of view. And I want to put my cards on the table. This argument is formulated, the argument I'm about to give you is formulated throughout history indirectly through a couple very key thinkers, from Aristotle to Hobbes, but like nobody actually ever puts it together. So you might be getting the new news about the case for welfare. And this is inspired or crystallized in my mind when I was with my kids watching the first episode of Korra, The Adventures of Korra. It's the next show that's after Avatar: The Last Airbender, The Adventures of Korra. So Korra, let me paint a picture. Korra comes from her place she's an Inuit, or, she lives out in the tundra. She comes into the city, and her first time into the city, she goes fishing into a pond and tries to kill some wild game for and then sleeps in a park for she sleeps in a park. She fishes for wild games in a local pond, and is astonished that she gets a ticket.
Sounds like my type of woman.
She's astonished that she gets a ticket for sleeping in a park and trying to fish from a local place, because she's used to a natural world where you get to eat what you kill and all of that stuff. She's not used to a well-regulated society where you need licenses to do things. You need licenses to sleep in a park. You need licenses to be in a pond. You need licenses to earn your keep. In a well-regulated society, you cannot eat unless you abide by the rules of society. So it imposes a quality of unfreedom and promises you a way to earn better freedom. Except in America, we impose this quality of unfreedom without actually securing you a way under the laws that's still free, that's still not alienating to earn your keep, right? So what if I just want to whore myself out or sell ketamine to kids? Because apparently kids, if you get them hooked, they really like ketamine, and you have lifelong customers, right? So what if I want to do that? Well, we have laws against that. So you are frustrating my ability to earn my keep with your regulations, because we live in a well-regulated society. Well, we live in a regulated society. Whether those regulations are well-regulated, that's an issue. So I have to earn my living according to your rules I'm alienated from.
This is unusual for Irony. This is a very bad argument. Hopefully he's just kind of trying to flesh out the argument. It's not a good argument. At least not,
Stanley.
At least not in a United States context. You don't have to follow the rules. Nobody is holding you hostage.
And there's places for people that don't follow the rules.
I'm not allowed to earn my keep my way.
Besides
I have to earn
jail.
my keep your way. And that is a form of oppression. So the way to get around that is say, like,
rules
all right, so
are not necessarily oppression. This is a horrible argument.
Our way, we will allow you the time to figure out how to earn your keep our way in a way that's meaningful to you. We're not going to just force you
in a way
to earn
that
your
it doesn't
keep my
harm
way,
society.
according to alienated laws. Because a lot of people, could sell drugs, but they're not allowed to, right? So society forces us to earn our keep. They have taken away our access to a world outside of society, because we've governed every inch of this land. Right? And Aristotle's pretty clear that a state actually controls all acts in the state.
If you don't like it, leave it, motherfucker.
An area of discretion within its control, but every act that we do is governed by our Constitution. It's just that our Constitution allows us an area of discretion within these government acts. Like it controls who we marry. We can't be polygamous or bigamous. It controls who we have sex with. We can't have sex. We can't be incestuous. It controls every aspect of our lives.
What?
It just allows us discretion within its control. But the fact that it does control every aspect of our lives, and we can't get our needs met our own way, means that this government also owes us a way to meet our needs within its way. Does that make sense? I hope that.
You're sounding like an anarchist, Stanley.
Non-obvious argument for why regulated states need.
Sounds like an anarchist.
Right? Because I can't just
disagree.
Go sell kids meth the way I want to earn a living. Right? And so you need me to not do that. Well, while I figure out a way to earn money in a way that you find appropriate, you gotta let me live. Because I could do it naturally. I could do it by shirking the laws of society and earning my keep the way I'd like to. But you put me in jail for that. So if you want me to earn my keep the way you want, if you want me to participate in society on your terms, you need to allow me enough the means to find terms that I agree with. right? And so you need to allow welfare provision, because I could earn money the other way. You could, so if you want to say that I live in a free society, you have to allow me a way to participate in society to earn the keep the way I would if I were, in nature and without your regulations.
Okay, ketamine is not found in nature. This is a horrible argument.
We want a well-regulated society where people don't just do whatever they want in order to get the money and the means in which they to fulfill their needs. We want them to fulfill their needs in a way that congruent with what we've decided society should be.
You can do
because
that.
that's the case, we need to give people the way to earn money and also the resources to figure out a way to earn money in a way that's congruent with society, right? So this is also an argument for a federal job guarantee, right? Because we've curtailed so many other ways of living in America. We need to make sure that everybody who lives in America has a way to live in it in a way that's appropriate to an American, right? So this is once again, it's an argument for welfare, and it's also an argument for.
Where's he from, Stanley?
Because nobody gets to live in this country naturally anymore. I don't get to just eat people's pets if I feel like eating people's pets. But what if that's how I want to fulfill my needs? Well, then you need to give me.
Remember Stanley, Donald Trump? The people are eating the dogs and cats.
I can't do it the way I want.
I remember it fondly.
He's from attractive means.
He's from California.
Oh, is he? Okay, thank you, Stanley.
But he lives, as a matter of fact, he lives not too far from me, about 3 hours away in Georgia. His mother's from South Carolina. His father's from Ghana.
Lest I'm just alienated and a slave for your state.
Wow.
Right. So that is the other case.
Oh, by the way,
welfare.
I think he's writing a book on freedom. It's a PhD dissertation or something. One point I want to make, his point about federal job guarantee, we know that's not going to happen. Donald Trump is literally gutting the administrative state. So I don't know why he's even holding on to this argument.
Yeah, it's like, and if you want to live in the woods and hunt and fish, you can do it.
I'm saying the state is saying,
what's he talking about?
I want to feed him. I have to feed it the way the state wants it to. That means the state needs to give me the opportunity and the means to feed my family the way they want it to, in a way that's still consistent with my sensibilities, lest it's just oppression.
This argument's not flying. The state, he's basically saying the state should guarantee that you're able to make a living, the federal job guarantee.
Right.
This is where he kind of shows his socialist stripes.
So if you're going to make me live under your regulations that say that I can't fish and sleep where I want to, and I got to build my house to code and all that stuff, then you need to give me the means. You need to compensate me, make me whole for succumbing to your draconian regulations, right?
It's all on where you choose to live, Stanley.
That is right. The other case. If you want for me to live by your laws, you need to compensate me for earning my keep the way you want me to earn the keep, as opposed to the way I want to earn the keep. And so that it's not just like an order of slavery. By the way, if you haven't heard this argument, you need to go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, because you'll be giving this argument for the rest of your life, because the other arguments are going to be based on feelings, and mine are based on the rule of law and the laws that we enforce upon people who might not necessarily choose those laws. Right? We need to compensate them
for run for office.
They would not otherwise choose in order to make them whole.
Run for office, then you get to make law.
For welfare. Now, we want them to be productive, not just, sucking. So we need to offer them jobs, and the compensation needs to be at that minimum. But mostly we need to offer them good jobs that still agree with their sensibilities. Lest those jobs are just another form of alienation, where they actually contribute to society on our terms. But the welfare is just to compensate them for not breaking laws and earning their keep the way they would like to.
Jesus.
Right. All right. So I hope that you want to come say hi to the people. All right, come say hi to the people. This is my middle.
Hi, people.
Hi, honey. Come look at yourself. All right, hi, people. All right, I guess one of my other ones wants to say hi too. All right. Well, let's get out of it. You can get your moment too. Let's and then I'll cut off and we'll talk about next lessons. All right, come say hi to the people.
Got a nice family.
Hi, people.
Hi, people. All right, this is my youngest. You know, he runs a 5:54 mile. A 5:54 mile. He just turned 8. I think that's incredible. The other one, the one you saw before, she ran a 6:04. So I have fast kids. All right, nice work, kiddo. I'll see you soon. Let me just wrap up the show, okay? Okay. All right, let's go. Someone says, hey, Bayard. Can you say, hi, LA born?
Hi, LA born.
D. Cole Clove. All right. I got to go. All right. So thank you for your time. Remember, the case for welfare is that if we're expected to live in a regulated society where we need licenses to do all of the things we'd like to do, then you need to supplement and make whole those people who feel those licenses are oppressive. So that they're not just living on the who could otherwise and would be willing to otherwise work their own way. I want to sell ketamine to youth, but you don't want me to do that. So you need to give me what you need to make that frustration, make me whole in the midst of my frustration, because I don't get to earn.
So he wants to sell ketamine for a living? What the fuck?
Onto your life and screw up your kids. If you want your kids,
yeah, I don't think that was his argument.
Then go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, because I'm going to give away all the secrets. Now, your significant other might not like that, because a lot of the secrets are going to be that your significant other is wrong about this, and these are the reasons why. But I want you to raise better kids, lest they get eaten by my kids, and I don't want that. I want your kids to be colleagues with my kids rather than to be prey. So go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep putting out shows in which I give away all the secrets and all the arguments that you're not going to hear any other place. There's nothing else in the comments. I'm going to cut off this show. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate you. Peace.
All right, and I will be doing the same here pretty soon. Because I think I have run out of things to say.
What'd you cook? What are you cooking today, Stanley?
Not exactly sure. It might wind up being leftovers, because I need
That's
to
what I'm
make
having.
more leftovers.
Yesterday I made some soul food, Stanley.
Did you?
Yeah, fried pork chop smothered in gravy and onions with mushrooms and rice on the side. And then you just smother the pork chops and right, man, that's some soul food right there, man. That'll fill you up.
Apparently, Ava and Lolo and Ruby are down in Charleston, and they are literally doing live like IRL stuff. Looks hot.
Yeah.
But we'll listen to a little bit of this. I'm like, you know what? Being from the South, I can tell somebody like Ruby. Ruby is dressed in a very Euro trash sort of way. You can tell she's not from the South.
I got to see Ava in the bikini yesterday. That was nice.
I'm sure it was.
Content. I've seen your content. You know, I've seen.
She's got thighs from hell, Stanley.
Ruby, you advertise. Oh,
Yeah,
shit,
pasty thighs from hell. They need to
Oh,
stay down there and get the
she
sun.
says, but Ruby, you advertised a bikini and finally wore a one piece.
She would burn up down south too, Stanley.
I didn't know it was that. I thought people liked this.
I actually don't really
like the
get
stream, like the
what
stream.
this is all about.
Don't forget
To be
that.
honest.
Stanley, hi, Stanley.
Hey, what's up?
Hi,
I'm back.
Stanley.
You were paying close
Irony
attention.
is ADOS. They're nonsense. What he just said was ridiculous.
Yeah, well, he's no longer ADOS. He's kind of a freelancer now, but yeah, he and
For a while.
and what's her name?
Carnell.
Yvette Carnell, and I forget who the third guy was, but yeah, he's
Antonio.
kind of he and Yvette are still friends.
Yeah, that's what I heard too. They're still friends, but he's with that team, that group, and you see what he's stating. For
Okay,
some reason,
I think he's got a bad argument, but I'm a big fan of Aramis.
Yeah, I like him too.
What he
At least I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say I think he articulates his message well, even if I don't agree with it. You know.
Right.
I mean, he's getting his PhD. This is, he's an educated man. I just don't understand what exactly he's arguing that children who are not his children cannot excel. And as a parent,
say that again.
Children who are not his children. You heard what he said, his thesis, that he said you need something. I'm thinking like money, and then he mentioned like licenses is suffering. Or
Okay, you wait, hold it. You're mangling his argument. He said nothing like that.
No, I heard what he said. Yeah.
No, you did not. Nope. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to even entertain the argument. I heard what he said.
What did he say?
The part about his children are going to eat your children. That's kind of something that he says all the time. Had nothing to do with the argument he was presenting. It's two different arguments.
The argument that he presented was specifically.
Okay, do not tell me what I heard, ma'am. Okay. I am 100% sure you are wrong.
What was his argument?
You can continue with it, but I literally was paying attention to the argument.
I'll just start from whatever you say. Just
okay, he's running an argument about what freedom is. His argument, and he's been making this argument for years about a federal job guarantee, basically guaranteeing your freedom. More so, basically, he's saying that, hey, if a government is going to force you to follow its laws, they ought to guarantee that you have a way to feed your family. It's an argument for welfare. It's an argument for federal job guarantee, both of which I don't find his argument compelling. I think it's full of holes. I don't think a federal job guarantee is even possible given the current environment where Trump is gutting the administrative state. The part about his children eating your children, it's a separate argument. He's been making it for years. His kids run, they hold state records.
It's a violinist.
Basically, his argument is that, hey, you need to listen to his parental advice because he's got kids that excel, and he wants your kids to be as successful as his kids. It's his shtick that he's been doing for a couple years now.
Get it? I understand. The only thing is that first, this federal job guarantee, ergo, we're making a job a right. How a job is a right, as stated by the government, that does give.
Well, that's pretty much his argument. He basically thinks, and he's socialist that way. He thinks jobs, and he thinks that healthcare. It's basically saying if a government is going to restrict your freedom in this way, it needs to guarantee that you excel following its laws. And it's an argument. I just don't think it's a good one.
As you know, Stanley, you should know, Stanley, there are so many government programs. There's so many programs free, I know, for Black people in cybersecurity. There's so many jobs.
He's not talking specifically about Black people. He's talking everybody.
Right, I get it. I'm just saying there's plenty available. that you have the government subsidizing and willing to train you for free because there is such a need in a particular sector. And there is, again, so many programs just for children and teenagers. So this job guarantee is a little bit ridiculous. The government does let you know what they have and what they need. And they do have internships. So, I mean, I could go on, but I know you want to
at least for now. I think when Trump gets done, there won't be many internships or anything else.
Probably best to learn AI as soon as possible. I'm just saying, just do what you got to do because it's about to happen. Are you going to stop Trump? No. Are you going to stop the scaling and the optimization of business? No.
Well, I don't think you need to stop Trump. Age is going to stop Trump.
Right. Okay. Fine.
And I think he knows that.
You can have a guaranteed job. That's ridiculous. Capitalism's going to slow down so you can have a guaranteed job.
He's not arguing. He's not arguing for he's arguing for changes, which all socialists do. No. And by the way, he has stated he doesn't necessarily have a problem with market capitalism. It just needs to be. There's some modifications that need to be done to it.
Yeah. Also, Stanley, keep in mind that they're saying that 40% of Americans can't read, are functionally illiterate. 40%. That's a lot of people.
I hope that's not true.
I do. That's what I read. I hope I'm
well,
wrong.
Hold on. Now, when they say, is that number 40% don't read proficiently? Because I've seen a number something like that where people can read, but they don't read proficiently. Like they're not expert readers.
Okay, so which still means you don't know how to read. If you cannot read proficiently the English language, you do not know how to read. If you are functional,
you're being a little bit. I think you're being a little bit of an elitist there.
No, I'm not.
She's right, Stanley.
Well, I'm not going to disagree with you, but hey, you know what? If you're
There's
able to
irony in
read
his children, because you know his children
able to read a
and irony
traffic
in South
sign,
Africa, you know he can read.
that technically is reading. If you know that sign says stop.
No, you can read the sign stop. That doesn't mean anything. That's like 2-year-old stuff.
Well, it means you know to stop.
Okay, Stanley. Okay. Have a good day, Stanley.
Hey, that little bit of knowledge is life-saving. If you don't stop, you could harm someone or yourself.
Like we're talking. I'm just. All right. No. Okay. You're cool. You're right. You're right. Okay. Good day, Stanley. Learn how to read.
Well, how well do you? Let me ask you a question. How well do you think the people on this screen read?
Ava can read.
Making witty comments right now, Dalmatian.
Ava can read.
I'm yes, not awfully well.
So sexual. I don't know.
Ava can read.
Is Lo just gonna leave for chicken here?
Remember, it's not just reading.
Now, I
It's your
do know Ava can read, and I know
Can't
Ruby
let some good chicken go to waste. Oh, did they go to the bathroom?
your
Okay.
capability of retaining new information and applying new information.
You know what I wanted to fucking say when we walked
already in your brain or in your thought.
enters the villa. But I'm like, no one's gonna understand that
If you
reference.
can't read, functional illiterate people, by definition, are not intelligent. You don't even have the ability to understand what you're hearing. It's just like in Muppet Babies, Nana, wah, 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 like you don't know what you're hearing, and then those people become very violent. Oh Lord, Stanley, good day.
Yeah, you are getting worked up to a solid snake level.
That's kind of a judgment right there.
You might want to take a sip of water.
Did you not talk about liberal arts majors? You just talked about a woman making $1 million.
Liberal arts. I think if you're good at anything, you'll make a living at it. I think scrapping liberal arts is going to be the death of America.
Finally,
have a bunch of engineers. We're gonna have a bunch of engineers who know nothing other than how to engineer.
Equation. Okay, that's not analysis, but good luck with that. No, I agree with you. Thank you. I'm just saying, a bunch of engineers, right? Engineers are just equation. Not that equations are not important, but liberal arts. You understand like the nuance of like the English language. Reading, metaphor, the beauty, how far you can go with this language. Oh my goodness. I could.
Well, you sound like Heather McDonald.
Stanley,
Architecture is an art in itself, so I agree with Stanley that I don't think art should be cut.
Samuel Guru is making a point here. Someone might want to read how to change the smoke detector, and no, it's not my smoke detector.
What are you talking about?
Is it mine? Is my audio okay?
Somebody needs to change their smoke detector battery.
Whatever.
People like
No.
Samuel Guru is real sensitive to that sort of thing. Oh wait. Well, maybe it was her phone battery that was chirping.
Well, it could have been, Stanley. I think I remember this guy from somewhere, Stanley.
Samuel, I actually think that should be tomorrow's show title.
Check your smoke detector. Is that it, Stanley?
No, it's going to be Samuel Guru says might want to read how to change the smoke detector. I'll add battery for you. Let me go. I'm gonna go ahead and start this. Well, go ahead and say what you got to say.
I've seen this guy somewhere before, and I think they were having freak offs or something like that. This white boy and a bunch of women in the room, and with some other white boys, and they were filming porn or something. Seemed like I remember something about. Yeah.
Yeah, well.
He must have the big D, Stanley. Got 3 women with him.
Yeah.
Is that what you want the 20,000 for?
Just enjoying the ride.
I want the 20,000. Invest and build. I'd like 20,000 to build, actually.
To build.
Yeah. It's hard to do things like that.
Who are you trying to get it from? Like a bank, a loan,
I'm
company,
trying to get it
or
from
like
crack.
You're trying.
Yeah, I really am.
No way. Is that that's your one connection? Is crack?
I'm sorry, I have connections. Yes.
No.
Yes.
You think crack has $20,000?
Yeah, I've asked him his net worth. He's got worth
I
millions.
think they all went to Las Vegas together one time.
But like, you're gonna have to do something.
No doubt they did.
On that.
Well,
I mean,
no, just a loan.
Well, you remember that Halloween contest, Stanley?
I just didn't expect that to be a
Yeah,
chatter.
Yeah, and Abel was on there, Lolo. What's her goopy ass redhead name wasn't there, but and then they all went to Vegas on the money.
Oh, did they? You know what? I remember the contest. I was one of the judges. I don't remember what they did with the money.
Oh my gosh! You realize I was like, let me get out of the way.
And that dude was there with some other dudes.
What have you been diagnosed with? Have you been diagnosed with anything? No? Nothing?
Which Pokemon game did you buy?
I forget what they call it there.
I agree with
like an
this,
online
Sammy.
game?
No, it's not a scam.
Okay, guys.
Soul Silver.
Wait, let's talk to the chat one more time and figure out what y'all want the next move to be. This is very important, okay? This is very important. And I need to participate.
Yeah, very important. Okay.
You want us, and I know that somebody donated, so right now downtown Charleston is like kind of winning. 1 in the chat if you want downtown Charleston. 2 in the chat if you want us to go on a romantic canoeing experience, which is like it's like 30 or 40 minutes away from here. So it's like a little bit longer to drive, but we can do either or, 1 or 2. 2 is the canoeing, 1 is downtown. Oh,
Yeah, I don't know how you
cool.
can go to
3
a
is
place
cool.
like Charleston and not go downtown.
Yeah. Dude, just wants to take the pictures just to have like.
I thought the canoeing experience would be more fun.
Downtown in a place like Charleston, Savannah, New Orleans, you gotta do it.
1, 2, 3. Don't fuck with me, Poppins. Okay. 3, the beach. 1, oh fuck. 1, get drunk. 1.
Get drunk. Jesus.
I'm already well on my way to that, Stanley.
I don't think they were talking to you, 12th man.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making chit chat, buddy. That's all.
1, honor the dono. Drunk.
Everyone's telling them to go get drunk. I guess that means they're going downtown.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I guess this is a young person's thing. I don't even see how this is a good use of time, to be honest. This IRL thing that people are doing, I don't get it. I don't get the attraction of why you would want to do it, or really why you would want to watch it for any length of time.
Well, some are more interesting than others, Stanley. Put it like that, right?
Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way. I've seen a couple IRLs that Ava's done. I've seen this is maybe my third or fourth, and I found none of them interesting.
Yeah.
It's just, I think young people these days are actually, and I say this, I'm going to sound like a cranky old man. Young people are fucking boring.
You are a cranky old man, motherfucker.
Yeah, but young people are truly boring. This is truly like, you gotta ask. Well, let me put it to you this way: you are in Charleston, and you are asking the chat what to do, and their number one suggestion is get drunk.
Terrible, huh, Tim?
Well, no, boring is what it is. So I guess terrible for being boring.
I guess that's all you have to do.
I would say, like, I find fishing shows interesting. I don't think fishing is boring.
Yeah.
I think standing out here with a styrofoam tray in your hand, trying to figure out whether you're going to get drunk or not, or go downtown or go canoeing. Dude, why do you even need to ask the chat? These people are so boring. They're watching you on YouTube live.
Well, they're making money off. They're making money off the chat, so they're gonna ask them what they want them to do to entertain the chat, since the chat is the one donating money, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, if there's a purpose, there is a meaning to this mission, I guess.
Yeah. Have you ever seen dip net? Have you ever seen dip netting in the river, Stanley?
You mean I've seen dip netting for bait?
No, dip netting for like salmon.
Don't think I have, but you're not talking like cast netting, are you? Like doing a cast net? Oh, you know what? Did my earbuds die? Twelfth man, are you talking? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Stanley. I just jumped off the StreamYard for a minute, and it's goofy like that. Then suddenly you won't be able to hear me because I'm on another app looking at something. I even had StreamYard kick me off for that.
But I don't hate them either. If I could go back, I would have gotten Japanese style.
you
Yeah,
like?
this one is my favorite.
Yeah, that
this
one's-
and then
I
the
like
one on
how-
my back.
I like how. I mean, this one has no
Hmm.
color. It will. You're saying you'll.
I
have
was
color
gonna. I
eventually.
couldn't decide if I wanted to get it with color or not. I could still add color if I wanted to.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then I like the one on my back too, and I like the snake one.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know. I kind of wish that I didn't start with the American traditional. I wish that I got like Japanese traditional. I think that's cooler. I think I'm gonna get a Japanese sleeve on this one and do like a mashup of styles.
Can you play music?
Let me try.
Well, thank God for that, Samuel.
What's the thought process? Why the tattoos? Because
Yeah, I'm curious.
I think that they're cool. It boosts my confidence. Hold on, 1 second.
Really? Tattoos boost confidence. Interesting.
Yeah, I have one tattoo and I regret getting it, Stanley.
Yeah, I'm not, it just does not do anything for me.
Yeah, but I have a tattoo of a Grim Reaper, and sometimes I feel like it's plagued me everywhere I go. Anytime you put death on your arm like that, then it's gonna follow you everywhere you go.
Well, I haven't reached that level of superstition yet. But then I have no intentions of doing a tattoo either.
Yeah, you're not missing anything, Stanley. I'm not sure why Ava got a tattoo on her leg, but she
It's
did,
a
so
young
now
thing.
it's there to stay now. Gonna have to live with it. Yeah, that one link I sent you is kind of long, Stanley, but it's just I don't know if you ever seen that type of fishing before, so I thought you might find it interesting.
Well, it's the second annual.
It's right down the road from me, by the way, Stan.
I see.
Before the baby comes. Our second annual Kenai Peninsula fishing trip. This year we are dip netting mainly. Last year we went flossing. Because Kenai flip. Oh, instead of floss. Last year we did a different form of fishing. This year we are dip netting.
Cool.
Residents.
Flipping for reds.
45 salmon for our household.
I don't know why she called it that. Call that flipping.
Yeah, cast off beach dip net.
I'm not even going to try and pronounce it.
Cast it. Either Casilla. Casilla.
That's right.
Someone will correct this.
Casilla, not Castleoff.
It does look like there's an ocean over there somewhere.
It's barely a channel.
Yeah, buddy. Woo! Yeah.
We'll get down to the river eventually, Stanley. I know it's a long video.
Yeah, I may skip ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
And good fishing is supposed to go till 9 p.m. So I think we're gonna fish kind of based on Henry's mood. We'll see what we can figure out. Maybe get some fish
Oh wow,
tonight.
she's got a
Figure it
baby.
out before Levi's parents come up.
Only Alaska residents can do this.
Okay,
by
is
the
this
way.
like a seine? Like a seine net sort of thing?
Or it's a long pole with a net on it.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, all right. Do people set up seines?
They used to. It's been outlawed because of the no kings going up the river, no king salmon. So
Interesting.
You're only allowed to keep the red coho salmon.
Let's see. Do people do spay casting? It's
I
like-
don't know. I call it flipping for reds. You know.
Well, there's a fly fishing technique called spay, SPEY, I think. I've seen it done on the East Coast. I've never. I have to look it up. It's a real specialized thing. It's like an extra long. It's almost like fly fishing with a surf caster.
Oh wow. Sounds similar. One of the reasons I love living here, Stanley.
Well, what's the attraction? I mean, unless you're doing this for like subsistence,
Yeah.
like you're gonna catch a bunch of fish to put up for the winter.
Right. That's why only Alaskans are allowed to do this. Not
Have you ever
forever,
seen a fish wheel?
Yeah. Yeah. They don't have one on the Kasilof anymore, but they used to have. But I don't know, something with the cuts or something. So it's not over there anymore for whatever reason. It was basically run by the state, and it was used to count fish. Like how many are
Really?
going in the river?
Yeah, I've seen like on these Alaska shows where people will basically use a fish wheel, because they will literally, like this one guy fed his dog dried salmon during the winter. So he would basically need enough to feed his pack of dogs through the winter, and he had a big smokehouse and all that.
Yeah, a lot of that up here. You know what that'll cost you right there if you go to a restaurant? $35, probably $45 a plate. You'll
Interesting.
Get
It's not hard.
Yeah.
It's just hard getting up. Okay, you got this? Yep. Back to Mark.
I don't know. That just doesn't seem that great an activity to me. That's a whole lot of effort for just one fish.
Well, no, they'll get a lot more. You're allowed 25 per person, and then 10 for each additional household member. So, and she's got a baby there, so obviously that's 10. And then the husband or wife is 10. So that's like 45 fish, bro. That's a lot of meat.
You're definitely going to have to like fish. I'm not that big as salmon fan. Like if I had to eat salmon every night, I probably wouldn't be a happy camper.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not a big fan. I probably eat it like once a week, though. Like if it's smoked and brined the right way, then I could eat salmon candy all day long. Some people call it Eskimo candy. You could get it online. Wild Alaska Eskimo candy. Or you go catch it and make your own.
You know, I like smoked salmon, maybe on a bagel. Like I literally cannot tell you the last time I had salmon. It's probably been a year. I'm just not that big a fan. What's up,
Smoked
Speed?
salmon goes good on everything, Stanley.
I don't know.
What's going on, Stanley?
Oh, nothing much. Did you catch? You caught the Solid Snake show, right?
I did. Yeah, I watched you review it, but I didn't watch it in real time last night. I was watching the Ruvalo thing last night because they did go to downtown Charleston last night.
Oh, well, good. That's good to hear. What'd they think of it?
They liked it. You know, they went to a bar, a karaoke bar, and got a little drunk. And, you know, Ava performed a song by King Von. I don't know if you know who King Von is.
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah,
as a matter of fact, she like loves him, right? She said something like she wanted to have his baby.
Oh, I never heard her say that, but what I do know
he's a rapper, right?
Yeah, he's one of the drill rappers that died a couple years ago.
I know she was a big fan of his.
I know, but she's a true hip hop head. I'll give it to her. I think what her parents were a bunch of hippies that listen to rap music because she loves a lot of old school hip hop.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she is an interesting. She's an interesting girl.
Yeah, she was tore up from the floor last night.
Yeah, you know, it's so. I'm glad I didn't see it, to be honest.
Yeah, they actually streaming. You know, when you do that vertical IRL shit, you know the numbers are just all over the place because YouTube's really pushing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of these days I'm going to do a vertical. I just haven't, you know, I'm sure I'll do it one day, but I don't know. I have this weird thing. I find really like sloppy drunk women really unattractive. You know, I've had girlfriends, you know, who would get like sloppy drunk, like so drunk you got to practically carry them. And even I just do not find that attractive, and I do not know why. You know, maybe it's my instinctive misogyny taking over. I just find it so unattractive.
Well, you know, Stanley, we usually don't date those women. We're just trying to, you know, have some fun for the night.
Dude, no. You know what? I have literally not had sex with women because they were so drunk.
I'm not saying take advantage of them because they're drunk, but you know, those wild types, you know, they're good for a moment.
You know, I dated a girl and it just wound up being like a 2-weekend stand. But I met her at a bar, and I was working. When I last lived in Newport, Rhode Island, it was right after OCS, and it just so happened that my first ship wound up being in Newport. So there were a bunch of black ensigns, a bunch of new officers. You know, we were kind of a crew, you know, a bunch of black O1s. And every weekend, you know, they would run because, you know, Providence in Newport is within like a couple hours of New York City, Boston. Providence is like 30, 40 minutes away. And every weekend they pile in a car and they go to New York or they would go to Boston. And one Friday, I think I was already at my ship, and on Fridays you tend to be pretty tired. So, I'm like, hey, all my buddies are going to New York. Dude, I got to get sleep on this Friday because I'm just dog tired from the week. So, this one girl that was kind of hanging out, I'm like, well, you know what? I wasn't even drunk. I literally just said, hey, look, I'll take you home. Maybe we grab a cup of coffee on the way and talk. I was just ready to go home. So we get back to her place and she had locked herself out. So she crawls through the bathroom window and falls headfirst into the clothes hamper. And I was like, oh my God, I'm gonna have to take this girl to the hospital. She's broke her neck. So she was pretty tipsy, but she wasn't sloppy drunk. So you know what? She's like dying laughing. She fell headfirst into the hamper. She's dying laughing. And I guess thank God there were clothes in there. So anyway, she opens the front door, and you know what? I didn't leave till Monday morning. It was a good time, but it was literally, she was funny drunk. She wasn't sloppy drunk. If she'd been sloppy drunk, I'd have left her. I'm like, I'm not doing that, because the last thing I need is for you to wake up in the morning and not remember what the fuck happened. And now all of a sudden, you're misremembering. You know exactly what went down. I don't need all that.
So Stanley, I put in the chat the other day, I don't know if you noticed it, because I noticed sometimes you watch these random videos, and I was like, you should try watching a channel called Ants Canada. It might be something that.
What's it called?
Ants Canada.
ANTS?
Yeah, Ants Canada.
Huh. On YouTube.
So basically, yeah, that's this guy. I don't know if he moved to Thailand or what, but he built like these like these little ecosystems in his house. I mean, he's got like 5 million, 6 million. So he can do that, but I mean, it's just cool to watch how big.
Oh wow!
He has gotten over the years. Like, I mean, he's got everything in here from crocodiles to just insects. He recently added birds to it. It's crazy.
Well, this is really weird. I've had friends who had like saltwater fish tanks, and I had a guy who would go fishing, like he'd catch a sea trout or something, and he would quarantine it just to make sure, it wasn't a health risk, and then he would add it. He had like a huge saltwater aquarium, and then the climate and the water conditioning and all that was done via some app on his computer. This looks actually fascinating. Let's have a look at this. Oops.
Yeah, I think he uploads a new episode like every Sunday.
Oh, this is interesting. All right, let's do. Where are we? Oh, there we go.
Is insane. This is Hydromeda, my giant tropical wetlands vivarium, home to a ton of aquatic creatures, as well as life on the land. An intricate terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem within glass. But as with all aquatic systems, I've been keeping an eye on a specific group of life that has slowly been growing in power on a quest to conquer the waters. Algae, every aquarium owner's nightmare. And although Hydromeda already had a group of creatures I've selected whose whole purpose was to eat algae, it seems my chosen algae eaters weren't enough. The algae was starting to grow in like crazy in some places. And so, it was time for Operation Plan B. A second team of algae killers, whose release I was saving as an emergency Plan B in case the first team of algae eaters weren't enough for the job, were now waiting in their bags for their release. I really hope they would help me deal
He's like a rich dude with a god complex.
But once the bags were open, I discovered
An
an
aquarium
entirely
complex.
different crisis would emerge.
Hey, some people
A
like them.
magical anomaly would be taking place that completely blew my mind. Welcome
Those
to my
fish are way
ecosystem
too
vivarium
little to
series,
eat.
where Mother Nature and chaos come together to produce the craziest of events. Here on the Ants Canada Ant Channel.
Oh, those are freshwater shrimp.
Please subscribe to
I thought a freshwater fish was crawfish.
Enjoy.
No, they're freshwater shrimp.
The bags of
They don't grow
Plan B
very big,
were
if I
undergoing
recall.
their temperature acclimation period. and the creatures
Remember,
within were
what's her
waiting to
name?
be
That
released.
lady down in
With the wheel of
Jamaica?
Gaia landing on new
She
aquatic
was
species
catching
last week,
crawfish the
this
size
was
of
my
your hand.
chance to deal with Hydromeda's ongoing
Just going
algae problem
underwater
that
and
I was
spearing
kind of
their
putting off
asses.
all this time, hoping that the
Made a great
ecosystem
big
would
meal
Those
out
were
of
a
that.
type of
I recently added a new team of
lang-
tadpoles,
langoustine or
which are
something.
known algae
Oh, this
eaters.
is interesting.
But it seems they still weren't enough. Now I thought this would be a simple operation. Release the new critters, and they would get straight to work, eating the algae, right? Well, that's not quite how things happened, as another
People like
crisis
this
would emerge
create
the moment they
invasive
unleashed the new
species.
critters into
And,
Hydromeda.
oh well, I'm
And
tired of
strangely,
doing this. Go
it would
dump it in
involve
the lake
the
or the
new
ocean.
tadpoles.
Suddenly,
Well,
you
hopefully
got an
hopefully he'll eat them.
invasive. I doubt it.
The amber morning light
Those
streamed
little
in,
ass fish.
bringing warmth
Shit.
and light energy straight from the sun that beamed gloriously through the windows of my ant room and sprawled across the eastern floor of Hydromeda.
Who knows? I wonder about this music.
It's always so beautiful in the mornings, watching Hydromeda.
Let me let's have a look
I think
here.
it's better when what's that lady's name again? She does those Jamaican videos. Shit, I always forget her name, Stanley. I'm sorry. Get her notifications every now and she's got some thighs from hell too. I like a woman with good thighs, Stanley. Still there?
Yeah. I need to get through
All
this
this
music.
successful plant growth to this 2-hour-long exposure.
My
to
bad,
morning
Stanley. I'm
sun.
kind of still at work.
No, that's all right. To be honest, I'm not going to be on much longer because looks like we're about to get a thunderstorm through here.
Oh.
What I need to do, you know what I'm going to do? I'm actually going to run one of these episodes through the algorithm just to either get rid of, because some of this music is YouTube music, some
Are
of it's
super
not.
absorbers of sunlight and have been reveling in this daily provision of
Yeah,
sunlight
problem
energy in the
is,
tank.
Stanley, you never
In
know
addition to this-
sometimes if it's copyrighted or not.
Well, the thing is you can actually list them. You can list the music in your info or in your description, and sometimes it's okay. But I don't know which songs are which. So,
Well, I think
This
like when
is-
it comes back and it says copyright, like they'll tell you like what.
oh yeah,
time
they do. They do. But the thing is that every now and again, it causes a problem because usually I don't even bother. You know, sometimes you'll get like a claim, but there's no strike, and I usually just leave those in. But you know, there are two channels involved. John's channel, you know, in my channel, and he may, you know, not. He may worry about something that I wouldn't necessarily. So, you know, I try and respect his channel. If it were my channel, I wouldn't really care. You know, I just deal with it when I deal with it. But, you know, John's channel is not my channel. So,
yeah, that's my fault. I forgot he has that little music
Oh
playing.
no, it's okay. No. I'm the one showing it. It is my responsibility, and it'll be okay. I just what I'm gonna do, because this is fascinating. I'm gonna take a couple of his videos. I can basically take them. I can run them through an editor and then re-upload them to YouTube, and then YouTube runs it through its check for copyrights. But it's an extra step.
Okay.
But yeah, I saw you posted this, and I didn't quite understand what you were talking about, but now I do.
Yeah, well, because he started out with those vivariums, he calls them, but he started it with ants, right? He started making them with ants, and he's from Canada originally, so that's why he's called.
What does he
Ants
do for
Canada.
a living?
YouTube. That's it.
Really? How many damn viewers does he have? Oh shit! This dude has like over 6.5 million subscribers.
Yeah, he's beyond. He's rich.
Wow. Wow. That's like, he's got to be one of the biggest on YouTube.
No, I mean, I still think as far as like subscribers, I think Mr. Beast is probably like the largest.
Yeah. But I mean, I don't think I've seen anybody like a single creator with this amount. Their networks, like Disney, probably doesn't have 6 million subscribers. Oh, look, the guest of honor is here. Oh, Solid Snake, did you catch any of the earlier show? You were our featured guest, our featured star.
You didn't see
we went back. We went back and we reviewed your performance on T shows last night. Oh, PewDiePie, 80 million, damn.
Yeah, you know what the biggest like non-face channel is, like the channel that doesn't have a face. It was
No,
the children's channel, Coco Melon.
I never even heard of it.
Yeah. Well, because I got little nieces and nephews. I've seen it a time or two, but that's the biggest like non-face YouTube channel.
Yeah, looking at these two filleting their salmon out. When I was out in Utah, we spent a week out there a couple times, and getting fresh salmon, it makes a huge difference. Like, you can actually get fresh salmon at the grocery store. Getting fresh salmon on the East Coast is super expensive, and the Atlantic salmon that you generally get on the East Coast, that stuff is horrible. It's mushy. It's not as good as the Pacific salmon.
Especially wild Alaska salmon from right down the road where I live, Stanley.
Right.
Well, Stanley, so a couple of my cousins, they actually grew up in Alaska, and one of them used to actually send me she used to send me planks of salmon and king crab legs from Alaska to Texas. To get it put it over dry ice and send it on a plane.
Nice.
But the king crab leg got too expensive, but she'll still send me salmon planks from time to time. But she was telling me, she's like, how you can tell if you get salmon and it's farm raised versus it's actually was caught out of the sea? And I was like,
yeah, it's mushy.
No. Well, also the skin, the farm raised salmon has pink skin.
Really?
Yeah, the ones that are caught like straight out the ocean have like red skin when you cut them open. Like the meat is red.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've seen. Yeah. The Atlantic salmon are generally farm raised. I know exactly what you're talking about, but it's not firm either. It's just like, funny people. It always amazes me how people really like flounder, like fresh caught flounder. I've never particularly like. Sometimes I'll like flounder, but flounder is one of these fish that saltwater fish that eat live food have firmer meat. Bottom feeders who eat their food like, well, we call them top feeders. They'll eat live bait. Things like whiting, that sort of fish that eat dead bait. Their meat is always mushy, and flounders do both. They'll take live and dead. And I just cannot, there are times of the year, like in the summertime, flounder are actually pretty good because they're eating a lot of live shrimp. But away from summertime, like say, I don't know, in the winter, every now and again, you'll get a flounder. Those are not so good. Cod, where I grew up, cod, you're not going to catch cod like actual saltwater fishing. That's more northern, more something you'll catch like New Jersey and above, probably New York and above. Lobster and catfish bottom feeders, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, cod is probably about the best piece of fish meat I've ever eaten.
You know what? Sheep's head are way better. Cod is like pretty middling. Sea trout, sheep's head. Those are the two. And the reason I say this, because I've had them. But the other thing, I used to have this fishing book. It basically, there are types of fishing books that will rate fish as far as taste. And I had this fishing book. I've lost it since, but I've had it a long time ago that basically rated all the popular game fish. And sheep's head is always number one. Cod doesn't even make like the top 10. And I like, if I go like snapper's way better than cod.
Is that based on region? Is that based on region?
You know what? It was basically just a book. It was just like a Florida game fish. Groupers always rated better than cod. And I don't recall exactly. I don't think it was a chef that wrote the book or anything like that. I don't remember what they were basing it on.
Well, Stanley, that halibut is a bottom feeder.
Halibut is always rated pretty good. Yeah, well, halibut's kind of like flounder in a way.
Well, the flounders here, they're kind of a triangular fish, and they get caught in the dip nets too. Some people eat them, some people throw them back.
Nightish, I don't generally rate freshwater fish with saltwater fish. I would say pound for pound, bluegill or crappie, that sort of thing, way better than just about any fish. I would say fried bluegill is about the best fish, period.
Oh man, deep fried with hush puppies, get out of here, Stanley. That's eating right there.
Ava, aka Gangsta Boo. Gangsta Boo? I don't even know what that means.
Is that what she's calling
What's up,
herself
Nightish,
now?
by the way? Hmm? You know what? I don't even know why I'm watching this, to be honest. I think I'm watching it just because I haven't been to Charleston in decades. So
Yeah, they do have
originally,
nice architecture over there, don't they?
oh,
Stanley?
Charleston, to be
Yeah, the
honest, is probably
architecture
one of the
there.
best downtowns. It's even better than Savannah's, in my opinion. And I think Savannah is great. I think it's better than New Orleans, but mainly because Charleston is just kind of a smaller city. I was actually supposed to be in Savannah originally, but kind of glad I'm not. So let's see, what else is just on YouTube in general? Anything interesting? I guess we could just listen to this until I find something better.
God, are you serious? You don't parallel park? You can park in there. You're gonna have to pay though. Are you okay with paying the expensive ass parking lot?
There's nowhere better we can park where we don't have to both try to parallel.
We're in a downtown area. What do you think? Like,
I mean, I'm not saying that.
You
It's
think
like,
there's gonna be a giant like parking lot?
I just don't do the parallel park.
Well, there are parking lots in downtown southern cities.
You've never had an instance where you had to parallel park?
No.
It's good.
She can park right there.
Hey, Stanley.
I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, you could.
Hey, Stanley. Guess what?
Yes, sir.
Our mayor quit. I didn't think a mayor could quit his job, but our mayor quit his job this morning.
Your mayor?
Yeah.
Did he say why?
Find out what happened, man. Nah,
What's his name?
The girl came in and said, "Y'all need a new." I forgot the guy's name.
Jesus.
Well, see, I was going to look it up to see.
It's crazy.
I was going to
You can
see
look up
what is.
Paris mayor quits.
Oh, let's see here.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I can't think of it right now. But we need a new mayor now. We searching for a new mayor.
What are you thinking of running?
That's crazy. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put my name in the head. I heard like three people ask me, man. They say, but they say my real name. They say, man, you need to go and get up there at that mayor spot, man. I mean, it's the only job out here.
Well, you better.
They don't want me to be mayor because I'm cutting everybody's salary. I'm cutting everybody's salary. Everybody getting a 45% salary cut as soon as I get in office.
You'll get assassinated within a week.
I'm cutting everybody.
Well, it says here, Mayor Finlayson has resigned, describing the role as the greatest honor. This follows a recent two-vehicle crash on Interstate 20 near Mound, Louisiana, that claimed the lives of Keith Robinson and Rachel Jefferson. What was he? Was he the cause of the crash? Was he the cause of the crash?
I don't think so. Like I say, I'm gonna find out today. I'm gonna find out this evening, though. I got a bunch of gossiping hens coming by.
Was it something to do with the?
So I'm pretty
was
sure
it
that's
something
the
to do?
topic of the discussion tonight.
Was it something to do with a school shooting?
Yeah, there's a lot of things going on, Stanley. That's why I say, man. You say I'm anti-black. I'm not anti-black, Stanley. I'm speaking from experience of my local.
I'm not gonna back down from that criticism.
I've got a question for Solid Snake.
What's up, Beaton?
So what do you feel about your performance on T's show last night?
Man, I just think they just hating on me, dog. They just hating on me. I don't know why.
Was that what it was?
About T. I can't believe she took it so personal. And then she said I was talking about black women in front of a white woman in the audience. I was like, oh, come on, man.
Oh, you're talking about Blue Jay, the contrarian?
Yeah, come on, man. And you know they homegirls. So it's like, why you get mad at me? And it ain't like that the first time I said it. I mean,
I wouldn't quite say they're homegirls because T and Blue Jay have got into it on several occasions.
Yeah, they was about to get into it last night, but they, I don't know.
Blue Jay has to prove everybody wrong on anything.
Yeah, she's sort of like Stanley. Just got to make everything. Got to counter everything somebody say.
You think
Yeah,
you're like
you know
Blue Jay
what?
that way?
No. As a matter of fact, your performance was not only anti-black, it was anti-Stanley.
Oh yeah, I hate you, Stanley. You know that. I'm gonna say that everywhere I go. the struggle is real, Stanley. The struggle is real.
Yeah, well, you know what? Your struggle was real.
Yeah.
This article doesn't really say. It doesn't really say why he quit.
You can't do the job.
Oh, here it is.
There's too many people in this way. I can tell you why. I mean,
it says here that he has health concerns.
That might be a case, but I just seen him the other day. He looked all right to me. He came in the store the other day. It didn't seem like he was bothered about anything when I saw him.
So, Solid Snake, do you think you were kind of all over the place last night?
Oh, man, I think I was all over the map, man. I was just throwing shit at the fan to see which was going to stick, you know?
Is that what it was?
Okay.
Yeah.
It was definitely sloppy.
I mean, they put me in the back too, man. I was like, oh, come on, man.
You know, the other thing that's really amazing to me is that you and Tough Guy will act like y'all are the victims when these women put you in the back. Dude, you are over the top. Look, I think it's crazy to get on a panel, a show that's run by a black woman and her sister, and tell them that you're not attracted to black women, you would prefer a white woman. That is literally crazy.
I was trolling, Stanley. And then on top of that,
oh,
think
dude,
about it.
you know what? Is that what you're saying? You are saying that was trolling, huh?
Well, I'm just saying it's true in a sense, because when you're talking about a serious relationship, of course not. I wouldn't date a black woman. Not in a serious relationship type atmosphere, no.
Yeah, and you know what?
That's not trolling, but I don't see why they.
You did not have enough restraint to not say it on that panel. That's what's amazing.
But Stanley, come on, it's the truth. Every man.
No. Don't put Stanley me. I think that was the craziest thing I've heard in quite some time.
What?
So
although you should not jumped on your shit for that.
Okay, Dave, I'll get to you next because it's crazy for you to defend this monster. I think
what are you
basically, dude, I think
I'm just shooting on some bail.
It is nuts to get up on a black woman's panel and trash black women.
Man, I wish I could have just
said that's not trashing. Hey, Snake, that's not trashing. You just can't. You can't state your preference to black women if it's not black women. That's just a rule.
I understand that y'all YNs don't know anything about women or chivalry or being a gentleman or anything like that. That hence the name of the show, The Dumb Things YNs Say. I think
you can't accuse me of not knowing. You can say I don't care.
That is literally the dumbest thing I've ever heard a black man say.
But dang, what about this though? Why they get to bash on us all the time and we can't bash on them?
Okay,
back,
you know what?
Suck
it up. You sound like a whiny crybaby bitch.
No. Equal rights and equal left.
You literally.
But I do agree with stuff. You gotta suck that up.
You literally sound like a crybaby bitch.
Oh,
you sound more. You sounded more feminine. You sounded more feminine than. You sounded more feminine than T and Mo Love combined.
Oh, come on, man! I ain't mean to hurt their feelings because I'm not. Look, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm pretty sure I'm not a cup of tea. So it's like I ain't got nothing to lose. So it's like I ain't got nothing to gain in it either. So it's like, why not? Tell them the truth. I mean, come on.
You know what? That is literally the most. That's the most reckless shit I've heard in quite some time.
Hey, but Stanley, that's where I was thinking too. Like, if they didn't want them, why did they care?
That's what I'm saying. Why would you care? Why would you put up a facade?
God damn, y'all are really just fucking monsters.
No, Stanley, seriously, they'll go with a criminal. They'll date the criminal guy.
You don't think
go for the bad guys. The guys that do everything
you don't think I'm serious?
They shit on men like me daily. Come on, Stanley.
I have literally never heard Mo Love or T shit on black men.
Well, Stanley. Okay, fine.
I've literally never heard either of them do it. So
Stanley, you a little
again,
biased, 'cause I know you're attracted to both of them.
you were so drunk you had no perspective. I literally have never. I know Mo Love won't do something like that.
What?
She would never do something like that.
What?
And T might if she got mad.
Yeah, but I wasn't mad or anything. I was just being honest.
You know what? You don't always have to be honest. Next time, lie by omission.
I'm not used to lying like this, Stanley. I can't lie like that. I mean, what happened if some woman actually find herself attracted to me and I really don't like her like that? And then I have to break her heart.
All I can say is I have literally never seen a display of childish, like man childishness in my life.
Hey,
And I'm
Snick,
60,
you're breaking the black rule.
I am 60 years old and I've never seen shit like that before.
Hey, Snick, you broke the black rule. You broke black rule number 1. Even if you don't like them, you just can't say it out loud. Now, I don't really care, but you might care more than I do. I'm pretty sure of that. But I know one thing: I would not go to them and say, "Oh, I'm not attracted to them." I'd keep that to myself. But I'm not sitting up here pledging my allegiance by jumping on the next man or saying that that's not his preference. And I find that very, very, very weird when dudes do that to other dudes. Just because he don't like black women doesn't mean I should be offended by him not liking black women as a preference. That's kind of saucy if you ask me, man. I'm sorry.
What you're saying is so irrelevant. I'm just glad I'm not laughing. Nothing. You know what?
You don't
Nobody
have to,
asked,
but I think that you should think
Dave,
it's more women for me when somebody else does
son.
that.
You don't have to defend bad behavior. I don't recall anyone asking Solid Snake what his preference was.
They didn't. That's why I said I wouldn't have said it.
The conversation. You know, it was just the flow of my
So
conversation.
the bottom line is nobody fucking asked you what your preference was. Why did you bother offering it?
But my thing is, it wasn't personal towards them. They already married.
Okay.
It wasn't personal
Again,
towards them.
see, this is why YNs fail. Okay, nobody asked you whether it was personal or not. Why are you just offering shit that's not asked for? Seriously.
That is the criticism I have as well, but I just think it's weird when the dudes get mad. When dudes get mad when you state your preference, that's the weird part to me. But I'm not. Nobody asked you for your preference.
The weird part, Dave, is offering a preference. One woman up there is married, the other doesn't. Like, she's not your cup of tea. Why the fuck are you offering shit that's not even asked for? Nobody in the chat asked you what your preference was.
So sensitive about it.
Dude, I'm not being sensitive.
Don't you like my love? Okay then. So I be like,
You know what? Right now, according to Dave, I like all black women. All I have to say is that
Nothing wrong with that.
Don't be offering what's not asked for.
But Snake, it's like talking about your master. They better not hear that you was talking bad about him. Because if you talking bad about him, all the other slaves is gonna jump you. That's what it's kind of like, man. It's weird. It's weird. I don't get that. You should be thinking that's more for me, or one less nigga I got to worry about because he don't like black women. So whatever's left, we'll split the pot. Like, go run off and be happy with that. But nah, they get mad at you for saying it. That shit is crazy.
It's retarded.
I could even see it. I could even see it if there was a white woman up there.
Yeah, but even if it was a white woman, it don't matter.
Okay, dude, I'm just talking past your dumb ass.
Well,
we might as well change the conversation because you are just not going to get my point, and I think it's intentional.
Stanley, I get your point, but I don't see the relevance of it. I don't see what's the purpose.
You know
of
what?
being so
You
loyal?
probably don't. You probably think your behavior was perfectly fine, don't you?
Stanley, I listened to it again. I listened to it. I was at work listening to it.
Okay,
I didn't know you
just
was
I didn't
reviewing it. If
ask
I
you
had
what you.
known
I
you was
didn't
reviewing it,
ask
I
you
could have
if you
stayed on the
see.
channel.
Once again, that 5-year-old mentality. I didn't ask you whether you listened to it again. I asked you if you think your behavior was fine.
I agree with my behavior. I mean, what? I didn't do anything wrong.
Oh, Snake, it would be easier if you said, "Yeah, that was a misspeak." I would just took that
No,
route. You know,
that was
Stanley, come on.
that was
Whether
the
you believe that or
biggest
not.
that was the biggest display of non-masculinity in from a person who is genetically a male that I've probably ever seen.
Why you always got to question somebody's manhood for one?
Dude,
you think that's a little
you want to know why I'm
that's a little
questioning it?
off-putting,
Do you want
Stanley?
me to tell? Do you want me to tell you why I'm questioning it? Because I heard the show last night twice now.
I heard it too. Okay, go ahead. What did I do? What was so off-putting about it?
Dude,
What was so
I've already
unmasculine
told you.
about it?
I've already told you.
Okay,
Don't
so
be
what, I'm supposed to
offering
sit there
don't be
and
offering
just-
preference. Nobody asked you what was your preference.
Of course they didn't, but I mean,
But you felt obligated to offer it.
yeah.
Hey, Stanley, I did see something.
You know,
I just saw something that I actually agree with Snake in the sense that there's a tree like in the road. The lightning struck, hit the tree fell down. All the traffic backed up both ways as everybody's riding by rubbernecking to see who's actually out on the road working on the tree to get it off the road so traffic could continue. It was a white woman, not a guy, a white woman. She drug this big, huge tree trunk off the road so everybody else could pass. And I thought, man, that's pretty
Now wait,
awesome.
hold
I
it.
know.
Hold on. Did you say you saw this?
Yeah, I just rode by in heavy rain.
Okay, so you didn't even stop to offer your manly help. Is that what I'm to understand?
She had it clear by the time I
You just
approached.
sat here admiring the white woman moving a tree trunk, and you didn't offer to help.
I owe these hoes nothing, Stanley, and that's what you fail to realize.
Yeah. You know what? You sure don't owe them. You sure don't owe them
I
any
don't.
sort of male type behavior.
No, this is my wife. That's it. That's the only one I'm responsible for.
You know what?
That's why I don't
You know
say
what?
us, ours.
All I have to
I don't say our women.
all I
I
have
don't
to
say.
say is when you offer little tidbits like this, you open yourself up to criticism.
Not really. Not
You
really.
didn't have to tell me
My
that story.
attitude towards them is consistent.
Did you
think
have
it's
to
just
tell
black
me
women?
that story?
It's white women.
Oh, look!
Nah, I'm just saying.
Ava's this is funny.
What he did. What
Wait,
Snake
hold
did,
it. This is Deacon Dave. Deacon Dave, this is you. See, Ava's trying to hold this male's hand, and he is reluctant to do it.
Oh, I can't.
This dude, Ava's an aggressive little thing.
she my type of woman. You know what I'm saying? She aggressive. I like it.
No, this is the same guy that went through the whole crew. Didn't this guy screw with all them women in that crew? Is this the same dude?
You know what? He's gonna be holding hands and get nothing tonight.
Well, he doesn't want to hold her hand because he wants all of them to feel the same way. That's game.
Well, I can tell you right now, you know what? This is Charleston. Unless it's your girlfriend, you probably don't want to be holding her sweaty ass palm.
Hell no. Nothing worse than a clammy
It's
hand
like-
to hold on to.
Well, hold on. Let's see what the temperature is in Charleston. Because I know it's got to be 90 something.
He probably got a petite bottle of Purell he's going to wash his hands off with.
Damn, I'd melt 90 something, Stanley. I'd fucking melt, bro.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, you get used to it.
Yeah, spray the whole bitch down. Sanitize the bit.
Well, like I said, I probably let's see, weather in Charleston. Oh, it's 87, so it's below 90.
Still
But
warm.
the humidity
This
there.
humidity, yeah, make a palm clammy.
Oh, well, I'm from,
way off.
dude, I'm from Savannah. I know exactly what the weather's like.
You was only off by 3 degrees, Stanley, and that's pretty good. Maybe you should be the new weatherman for Texas.
No. I'm just like she's offering her. I just hope she wiped that palm dry before she held his hand. This is a Seattle girl in Charleston. I'm surprised she hasn't actually melted for real.
That's the reason I love Ava for real, is because she is a Northwesterner like me. And lives in my great town of Seattle.
Is that she's your home girl?
Yeah. But she told me last night too, when I told her how good she looked in a bikini, and I love those thighs. She said, she goes, 12 pants.
You actually told her that?
Yeah, she said, that's kind of creepy, but I've known you for a long time, so it's all good. That's what she said.
Oh, so she friend zoned you. Gotcha. That must have made you feel real manly.
It did.
Oh, Stanley, let me tell you what I did last night, though. Let me tell you what was wild. What I did last night. I was over on Bob's channel.
Oh,
right?
you did more than make a fool out of yourself.
Hey man, I redeemed myself on this one, Stanley. I had to come hard, man. I had to come back hard. So AAE was up there, questions to ponder. You know her. She was talking, right? And you know what I said? She needs to do audio books, man. I love that voice. I dig that voice, man. Ooh, Lord. Ooh, Lord.
Silent Snake, there's nothing you can do. There is nothing you can do to make me interested in your choices of women or what you find attractive.
I ain't gonna lie. And I'm gonna tell you.
I literally don't even want to know. I don't want to know anything. I do not want to know anything that you might find attractive. Just don't bother telling me.
Oh, come on, man. You intimidated by her, ain't you? She intimidated you, don't you? You intimidated by her. I can tell you.
On questions upon her. I think she could go toe to toe with Stanley.
Yeah, I think that's what he's scared of. He's scared of
No, I'm afraid she would have to know more. I like that she's very sure. She comes off as really sure, but people who are sure about stupid opinions or misinformed opinions, that's not going toe to toe. That's being pig-headed.
Oh, Stanley, I don't think you understand.
What was it? Her and Blue Jay, they gave you all you could handle that day. We got to go back to that.
I do not understand. You're right.
You scared of her. And
I gotta tell y'all, I love black women. I love white women. I mean, if the pussy is good.
Well, okay, we can't argue that. We agreeing on that, but you know, like, come on, yeah.
Well, I think where you live, you probably do better just saying you like females. You're not guaranteed to get a human female where you live.
Oh yeah, we have.
You might just have to go.
Just have to go fishing for them. Yeah, you just have to go fishing. That's it. If you can catch a fish, you'll get laid.
Mm-hmm. Catch a fish, get laid. That is a hell of a guarantee.
Yeah, it's scarce out there, man. I can imagine.
Let's see what this is about. Upstate New York Soul Fire Farm.
You got the high tunnel greenhouses.
What are they camping?
So today's day one of this.
You think this is like a work camp?
Very amazing, inspiring place called
Maybe.
Fire Farm. I heard of this place actually some times ago from IG. They were having this offering. I decided to join. So yeah, today's day one. I'm very pumped by the way they are so well organized. It's a proper operation. There's gonna be 22 participants. There's gonna be like about 16 people that are gonna taking care of different aspects. Co-facilitating, cooking, checking, organizing, everything. Is just, for me, it's such a new environment because generally I need to do everything in every aspect. But as for here, everybody has their own role, but beyond that, they do it from their heart, and this is something very deeply interesting. I feel it's not surprising that it comes.
Oh, this looks like a
things are really
land of the freaks.
hitting the fan.
Hey, Stanley, did you hear about this news? I thought it was fake, but they said that you don't have to have a driver's license anymore. You believe that?
Say that again.
They say you don't have to have a driver's license. Like they had
Who
court
is
this
they?
morning, right? Well, the people
Who is
around
th-
here, you know, the people in the community. You know, a couple of them had to go
Oh.
to court today, traffic court, and
Mhm.
everybody that had the no driver's license charge, it was dropped. Now the guy had
Really?
told me yesterday, yeah, they said something about the bill that Trump supposedly signed. Says you don't have to have a driver's license. And I wonder, is that
And
really
you
true? Because
and you believe that?
that's what I'm saying. And they went to court this morning. Everybody that had the no driver's license, they usually give you a penalty, a year fee or whatever. They zeroed it out. In court
I
this
don't know
morning.
what to tell you.
I don't think that has a damn thing to do with Trump.
I think that has something to do with Louisiana, maybe. I don't know. Sounds
Well,
weird to me.
sounds like they're about to deport all your asses. They won't be needing a driver's license in El Salvador.
Man, I'm telling you, man. That's crazy. That's crazy, though. I couldn't believe that, though. I say, why would they do something like that? That's ridiculous.
Well, I think they're gonna be emptying out the streets.
Man, I don't know. That's crazy, though. I still feel like a lot of us gonna get deported, though. I kind of see where that's going, especially after that
Really?
Epstein
You
file
think they're
thing
gonna
going
get
on.
deported? Seriously?
I mean, they literally just said after 8 years of all
Well,
this,
they're
hullabaloo
gonna
about
deport Solid Snake to Mississippi.
Oh, come on, man.
You're funny in a motherfucker, Stanley. Hey,
Why
did
would
you see that? Stanley, did you see that attack on the San Francisco courthouse yesterday? I don't know if you had any comment on that. I've sent you the link in the back. Maybe you could watch a few moments of it, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on it and whether that's an insurrection or not.
What the hell? Oh, this is ICE. Why are they screaming?
Can you blow it up
Stop
a little
you.
bit, Stanley? There we go.
What?
Actually, it was the day before yesterday, Stanley. My bad.
Hey, salute everybody that's just joining in the
This is
chat.
like 14 minutes?
Please be sure to hit that like
Yeah,
button.
went
and
on for
subscribe
a
if you
while
haven't.
there. they were trying to load a suspect in the ICE vehicle, and all these people showed up and kind of ambushed them. Is what it looked like to me. I wanted to get your opinion, Stanley.
Well, my opinion is this is weird. That screaming that they're doing is totally weird.
Yeah, somebody in there doing it.
Well, Massachusetts is attempting to pass a bill that's going to bar ICE from wearing masks. That's what I think. I think none of these police should be wearing masks.
I agree with this, man. I do. I wholeheartedly agree with that.
Well, but the people attacking them, the people attacking ICE right now, it's okay.
Is that, are they actually attacking them? I don't see any.
Yeah.
Looks like they're passively resisting.
Yeah.
Like the dude.
I mean, when that's attempted. What they call that? Kidnapping charge. When you stand in front of a car like that, you see that? What is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just run them over, man.
Yeah, man, that's like a charge, right?
Oh, look at that dude.
That's how you do it right there.
But it's like if I'm in a parking lot, somebody come and pull up behind me.
Did nobody tell your dumbass to stand in front of a moving car?
Is he injured? It didn't look like it ran over him.
Should have.
It looked like it did. See the way the vehicle bumped up and down there for a minute? I think
I didn't notice
somebody.
Yeah, well, I mean, basically, it couldn't have been me. I think that I don't think, other than just being,
there they are again.
I don't think. Basically, I don't think this is gonna not get. I don't think the cops are gonna go, "Oh, you are scaring us. We're gonna let this dude go free."
Man, a satisfying crunch, man. That's all I want to hear.
And then John
anti-black of them, no. I mean, to stop ICE from deporting illegal.
Well,
immigrants.
considering the number of black people that live in San Francisco, no, I don't think that's even possible. I didn't see a black person in that crowd.
Yeah, they want to keep it. They want to keep it, white, lighter skin shades. Like a caste type system.
Yeah. I think it's intentional that San Francisco isn't very black. I think they're intentionally keeping black people out.
I believe it too.
I believe these are your people, Stanley.
Nah, my people don't protest.
I like that about you.
Now, I might do a lawsuit. I might get on camera and say something. But you know what? I just, if you're not able to affect change, I just don't see what the point is.
Yeah, rinse that mace out your face.
Yeah.
Oh, that was bear pepper spray.
Do you see some of those motherfuckers with their Palestinian headgear, all that attacking?
I actually are those. I forget what they're called. I actually wish I had one. I think they're pretty stylish.
I don't even think Ohio get down like that. That's what's up.
Ooh, somebody just got. Did you hear that? Somebody just got called an Uncle Tom.
Wasn't me, so I ain't worried about it.
Called the Black Ice Agent and Uncle Tom. Probably.
Why is he facing backwards like this?
Because he wants to crack ahead. That's why.
And then he's got
Dude,
the other guy.
Dude, unless you got nunchucks,
like
just turn around and walk normal.
Well, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 ice agents right there.
Yeah, all of them wearing masks just does not do it for me.
Well, it's okay for the protesters to wear a mask, though, right?
Okay, the protesters don't have badges.
Hey, get to the part where he's spraying with that hot wing seasoning.
You know, speaking dude.
Because I like to see that shit.
Playing with a hot wing seasoning.
Yeah. Some of that Louisiana hot.
Yeah, I wonder why people always try to use Uncle Tom as an insult. That is so crazy.
Yeah, well, I mean, you think it's a compliment, right?
Well, it's a matter of perspective, Stanley.
You know what? You might not want you after last night. You might want to hold up talking perspective.
Ah, man, come on! I did well last night. Stop it!
Yeah, you
I'll
did
be back.
well.
I'll be back.
I was quite entertaining, to say the least.
You did well that they didn't just ban your ass from the channel.
I bet you $20 that Cash App got hit. I bet they hitting that Cash App. I give them $5 to shut them up.
Yes, Stanley, I heard they made over 100 arrests in San Francisco last night. Or the day before last. My bad.
Yeah, well, sorry to hear that.
That's a good point,
not.
John. John Strawberry is in the house. Yeah, he just made a great point.
Sin 7, apparently you don't quite get the point of the term Uncle Tom. To be honest, I don't think Uncle Tom was a hero in the story. I don't think there was a hero in the story. So your interpretation of, and I just recently read Uncle Tom's Cabin, like in the past 6 months. Uncle Tom, he's a nice guy and all that stuff. He doesn't come off as a hero. You know, you can turn your cheek one too many times.
Fucking
all right.
Close the door in their faces.
I hate this passive aggressive racism coming out the left right about now, though. You know, seems like the left don't really.
You know what?
Your
your political opinion doesn't mean much to me after last night's performance, dude. You have literally okay, that's your opinion. That's about all I have to
I
say.
just don't think slavery was as bad as everybody make it out to be. I don't.
Oh boy.
I don't believe white people just run around randomly just hanging niggas like that. I don't believe that.
Mm-hmm. No, what can I say, Solid Snake?
I think it's just made for TV history, you know?
Uh-huh.
I'd hang out with him around a smoked barbecue Boston butt, maybe.
I wouldn't hang
Let's
Stanley.
see here.
I wouldn't hang Stanley. That'd be too nice.
Oh, this is interesting.
But Stanley wouldn't be a field nigga anyway. Stanley'd be one of them house niggas. My bad. I ain't gonna use that word. God dang it.
Well, your high opinion of me is touching.
Stanley probably had the nicest nigga shed on the plantation. Who that got that nice ass nigga shed? Oh, that's Stanley. Oh, okay, that's my good one there. That's a good one there.
Get this out first.
He know how to do my taxes.
This is
Stanley doesn't have to be anybody's nickel. He owns his own house.
Look how
So there's
beautiful
that.
it is.
Oh, wow.
And I mean, I battered it. It's not pre-battered or anything like that. And I'm.
See, she's making me hungry. That's fried okra right there.
Oh,
Fresh
come on,
out,
Stanley. I'm
fresh.
so tired of seeing fried okra. You know, people buy that.
Dude,
People-
I never get tired of fried okra.
I'm serious, Stanley. They eat it all day around here,
I
man.
love fried okra too, Stanley. It's one of the things I miss about down south is all the good eating.
Yep.
And I swear, we got the lowest food menu in the cities. Well, in the Northeast area, probably. But it's like, man, that's all they buy lunchtime. Fried okra. Give me some of that fried okra. They be going fishing. You know, they eat it when they go fishing. So there's a lot of fishing going on right now.
Whoa, take a look at this.
Well, summertime, Solid Snake, fish are running everywhere.
ICE just raided a
That's where they go.
They're trying to stop them.
A dramatic scene unfolded inside the Ontario Advanced Surgical Center when an ICE agent entered in an attempt to arrest the facility's landscaper, 30-year-old Dennis Guillen.
He is from Honduras. He's a migrant that came to the United States a few years ago.
You guys need a warrant to come in here.
He ran in there.
Repeatedly demanding a warrant.
Oh, Sir Sabbath, don't get me wrong. I didn't say it didn't happen. I just said I don't think it happened in such a large, you know, the way they try to make it out.
Listen to the story, Snake. God damn. Well, don't stop it now, Stanley. I was trying to hear the story.
Yeah, I was waiting on Mr. Casanova here to be quiet.
In a statement to Eyewitness News, the Department of Homeland Security said ICE agents were conducting a targeted enforcement operation to arrest 2 undocumented migrants. The agency went on to accuse the clinic's staff
Here's the part.
of interfering, claiming hospital staff assaulted law enforcement.
Yup.
Then the staff attempted to obstruct the arrest by locking the door, blocking law enforcement vehicles from moving, and even called the cops, claiming there was a kidnapping.
That's crazy.
While other video from the incident exists, the one posted publicly does not show staff assaulting the agent.
They were able to assert their rights as, you know, as nurses, as this.
No, that's not asserting your rights. Locking agents in a building, and then when they try to leave, throwing your bodies at their car, that is not asserting your rights at all. But the same thing happened in a courthouse yesterday, too. Look at this.
Barbara Stone calls herself a legal observer. She'll sometimes join a group of volunteers downtown to film.
Is that like a
when
cop
those asylum
watcher?
seekers are detained.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I was trying to videotape. That's what we volunteers do.
On Tuesday, the scene escalated. In this video sent to us by her lawyer, filmed by fellow volunteers, you see the moment it happens at second 12.
She just pushed the female agent.
Agents with Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the woman we now know to be Stone arguing in the hallway.
And there was a large group of people, and suddenly
She
they
assaulted
were
an officer.
accusing me of assault.
You can hear the agents discussing that around a minute 26.
Now watch.
The other volunteers follow behind.
Shouldn't have pushed her.
You hear the agent say she's arrested, although Stone says she was told otherwise when she was held in custody inside the building.
They immediately said, "This is not an arrest. This is."
Yeah, she seems all nice on the camera, but these people are part of the problem. These activists that are out there shoving people and assaulting officers, they all think it's okay for some reason. Look at this.
With tensions high for several weeks, we've been documenting encounters between ICE agents and protesters outside of Bay Area.
You know what?
immigration
I
court-
got one even better than this that I just found. This is live. They're raiding some farm in Ventura, some county in California.
They're not telling us why they have this closed off.
Alina, we notice, of course, the ICE agents, or the Border Patrol, rather, excuse me, have their faces covered, as
Border
you
Patrol.
mentioned. Yes. And a lot of the protesters do as well. I know there's a lot of fear on both sides about retaliation, whether it be on social media or doxing, etc. So we see both the law enforcement agents covering their identity, clearly wearing their Border Patrol uniform. A lot of the people who've shown up to support those farm workers also concealing their identity somewhat. Do you know how long they plan to be out there today to make their voices heard?
I don't know how long they plan to be out here. The situation is pretty fluid. We did hear someone on a loudspeaker earlier who I would assume is an organizer for this group telling everyone to go onto the other side of Laguna because there's just a bit more action happening there. Again, we can't see it. It's about half a mile away from where we are. We also did hear that the National Guard is coming here to allow them to go through. Now, why they assume that the logistics of that will hold up, I'm not sure, but that is what we heard from them. And yes, you are right. People on both sides do have their faces covered up. The farm workers here, protesters, they are wearing COVID-19 masks, medical masks. Why they are wearing that, maybe to protect themselves from the tear gas or to protect themselves, their identity. We don't know exactly.
Just to catch people up, this was federal.
And another thing to point out, not
What's
many
happening right now, Stanley?
people, but many of them are Spanish.
Apparently.
And around noon, just before noon, we heard about this federal raid on a farm near Camarillo, near Oxnard. This is unincorporated Ventura County. We see a lot of farmland, agriculture. Also, we've learned a cannabis shop. Glass House Farms was also part of the location where these immigration enforcement officials were reportedly going through the fields and the facilities to detain those who are undocumented. We've spoken with Ventura County Board of Supervisors, Vianney Lopez. We spoke with also the City of Camarillo Councilwoman, Ms. Bravo, about what's going on here. We don't have numbers at this time, but Vianney Lopez said she's determined at least 30 people have been detained in this raid today. Lou, I know you were counting as we were on Sky 5 going overhead, and it looked like possibly 100 people were detained. Rich Prickett showed us people who had zip ties around their wrists as though they were being taken into a facility, at least being questioned and detained, possibly taken onto buses with the U.S. Marshals. And now we have a camera live here with Lena Bovian, who's out in Ventura County, unincorporated, looking at Border Patrol, keeping a line of people from entering into where this raid happened.
And we've seen a lot of heated rhetoric, a lot of people very upset out here. Also, too, some people being very patient, obviously, too, just standing around in support, maybe trying to get questions, but a lot of people really angry. Even the mail carrier who came through was super frustrated, just trying to do his job. And he got turned around. And Alina mentioned you guys got turned around. And as a reporter showing up at a scene like this is a large operation, a huge farm. You guys finding your way around, they turned you around as well, because a lot of times they'll let media in.
Really?
That was not the case, Lou. Yes,
Brian is a born ICE
They are
agent.
not allowing us in. I tried asking a question. They're not being responsive. They have a very stoic demeanor. They're here for their job.
Maybe in
and
my
they're not
younger
really here
days,
to
Stanley,
provide
I
information
might have
or
had
really
that
to
job.
cooperate.
I'm too
Alina,
old
thank
for
you
that
for your
shit
reporting
now.
on the ground from one end
Well,
of this
you know what?
federal
Believe
immigration
this or
raid. We know
not,
we have a photographer on.
I passed the FBI test.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, it's supposedly one of the harder tests out there. But yep.
Wow.
And I decided I didn't want to be an FBI agent.
Yeah, and of course, Sky 5 with Rich Prick
Probably would have made a good one.
since the beginning. And
Yeah,
at one
I
point,
bet you would have,
actually had
Stanley.
to sort of stay out of the way of the Homeland Security helicopter who was monitoring, because when they first came on to this raid, there was a lot of scampering and running, and I'm sure in the beginning, a little bit chaotic. But they continue to have the skirmish lines here. This is just one section of that. We appreciate you sticking around with us this afternoon. We will continue to cover this on the KTLA 5 News at 3, and we will have continuing coverage at KTLA.com as well.
Doesn't look like they're getting much resistance right there, Stanley. Like they were in San Francisco. I mean, they were pushing and shoving and running each other over and all kinds of shit. I was like, man, is this really happening in America? Then I was like, oh, wait, it's San Francisco.
I don't
Of
do
course
breaks.
it is.
And I don't do shopping.
I'm not impressed with the way ICE is doing all this. it's gonna come to a head, and
finally somebody gets it.
like I said, I think
Well,
Trump.
already had.
They're all in there kind of shopping.
I think Trump is not being smart about this.
Stream is about to.
I know how you.
John, why would ICE be involved if it's like an illegal grow operation? You think ICE would be there because they're employing illegals in the grow operation?
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
And Stanley, if you were an FBI agent, I'm just saying, like
probably if I was an FBI agent, I'd be retired by now.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying, Stanley, would you go around identifying yourself everywhere you went that you're an FBI agent? I don't think so. You'd probably want to keep yourself and your family protected, which is why these FBI, Homeland Security, and U.S. Marshal agents cover their faces.
I don't think that's a good. I don't think that's a good enough reason.
I do.
There is such a thing as being open and transparent and all that, and I don't agree.
So you should show your face to everybody
Yes,
in the world.
if you got a badge and a gun, you need to be easily identified. I hear
and put your own family at risk. And
you know what? And hey, then don't do the job. It is a risky job. Being a cop is dangerous. And you know what? I don't have that kind of sympathy. If you have to do the job, if you have to do a job that requires a mask, maybe the job shouldn't be done.
Yeah, sure. Okay. I get you.
Navy SEALs shouldn't wear masks.
Okay, we are not the Navy SEALs might be in a foreign land. Navy SEALs are not going around.
Cover your face if you're in a foreign land, but not.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Just
Cops
wanted
are not
to be clear.
Cops are not military.
They can be.
Okay, you heard what I said. The role of the police is different than that of the military.
Military police, what about them?
Okay, dudes, you can literally go on and drone and drone and drone. I don't think police should be wearing masks.
Well, they're not police, they're immigration agents.
They have police written on their vests.
Yeah, a lot of them do. That's true.
You would never
I love it.
Oh my god, when's the wedding?
I actually think Lolo's prettiest out of all of them.
Right now.
Don't tell her I said that.
Oh, don't worry, because I don't agree with you.
We trying to compliment tonight.
You think Ava is pretty, Stanley?
To be honest, I'm gonna do what Solid Snake didn't do last night and not say anything.
Sometimes that's the best option, huh, bro?
Discretion is the better part of valor. I did use the term Euro trash. That'll be the only thing I have to say.
Euro trash.
Well, I can tell none of them are. Well, Lolo might look the most Southern out of all of them. You can tell she has been in the South before. The others, they look like tourists. I'll just put it that way.
Yeah, well, they are.
We should go on that.
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, are you annoyed right now? Okay.
Well, John, you know I'm a snob.
Do I like
You got a booty like Wallow.
Jesus.
I don't know what these girls see in that dude. I just don't understand.
Yeah, well,
He looks
they're
like
young.
a beta male. He's a fucking beta male, dude. Like all gay.
Yeah, but these are, I mean, cut them a break. They're young people.
I think that's the dude that got the stripping pole in his living room, ain't it?
Yeah,
He had that stripper pole in there. That's the party.
Go get her. Go get her.
They remember Snake?
Yes.
They were in Vegas and he got too fucking drunk to hang out.
Why
So-
not?
And then he was trying to find them all day and shit. And the girls were hiding from
You
him.
hit the dono, you get requested.
In Las Vegas.
These beautiful buildings.
That was a funny ass dream, dude.
You like that guy? So what a nice guy. You know he's doing that for money.
Should I just stop that woman that walk by?
I want to take a vacation, man.
Yes.
I don't know if I could.
Ask them. Pretend that like Dalmatian.
Now you're gonna be too busy running for mayor, Solid Snake. You ain't got no time for no motherfucking vacation, dude. You're gonna be the next mayor of wherever in the fuck it is you live in.
I haven't been this greasy since middle school.
They got better people to run that position. It's just a simple fact. Don't nobody want to do it. I think our city on a decline, though. I think it's on a major decline right now.
Princess, does
You
the man
better
on the
stand
street
up and
refuse all the
take that job. Don't that pay better than working at Circle K?
Yeah.
I hope so.
You're nervous. You say you do this all the time.
Me being single, I don't need a lot of money.
And you're such a good worker, like, even if you got fired from the mayor's job, then you could get your job back at Circle K. No problem.
Yeah, you see, that's a good way to get in is to be like, can I pet your dog?
You're young enough to do it, Solid Snake. You might as well get that mayor's seat. If you can get it, why the fuck
Can I
not?
grab your dog?
I literally want to try and see how many votes I get.
Lady just caught me checking myself out.
But if I fuck around and win,
Camera's on the back wall, and I realized like I was on camera, but I seen myself from the backside, and I was like, get back there. And she started laughing at me like that shit was so funny. Do you want to practice on low or Ruby?
No, I don't need practice.
Yeah, with Ruby, I think that would be
What a good question.
Yeah, Ruby, that's the dingbat.
Yeah.
I just asked Ava if she has a handkerchief.
Hello, ma'am. Hello.
Oh, you should have seen her. You should have seen her last night at the bar, Stanley.
Oh, really?
You would have thought she had popped a molly. She was sweating so much.
First of all,
Dude, it's Charleston, man. It's humid as a motherfucker down there.
Hey, I live in Texas, so I kind of got an idea what they're facing.
I don't know. Well, that's not
Well, all I have to say, let me put it to you this way. Last November, I drove from where I live outside of Atlanta down to Savannah, and it was kind of chilly here. I got down to Savannah, dude. I'm from Savannah, and you got to get used to that heat. You know, once you leave it for a while, and then you come back, dude, it took me a day or two to like. It's really a mental thing. You just basically have to convince yourself that it's not hot and humid.
I think it's the humidity that's the worst.
It is.
That's probably why Ava was sweating so much, because she's from the Northwest too, Deacon Dave.
Hey, I don't know nothing about humidity up there.
Well, we get humid, but it's cool.
No, it's not Deacon
a very
Dave. That's
cool climate.
Speak Radio.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I didn't know today's stream. I didn't know today's stream with them was going to be all about Ava and fucking D-Dog, everyone's favorite anti-American.
Oh, is that Dalmatian Dog?
Yeah, that's Dalmatian Dog.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we covered all kinds of shit today.
No, I'm just saying their stream today. I didn't know it was going to be all about. Because I checked in earlier and they were all like eating and going, you know, having their little alone time and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? A blind date?
No, that's not a blind date.
You know,
I forget
actually,
that.
I actually do have to ask a question here. Who? I mean, I was almost wishing maybe Sir or somebody would show up. These motherfuckers are not these. What is it with these like girly guys? I mean, this guy literally looks like you could go boo and he would get a case of the vapors.
Oh
yeah. You know, this dude literally looks like he is ill.
Or if he showed up in an ICE agent uniform, that guy would shit his pants probably.
But you'll get a laugh out of him when he goes on his anti-American tirades.
You know what? I would never take the time to actually listen to him.
Yeah, I don't know how myself.
There is nothing about his demeanor that would convince me he would be worth listening to.
No, absolutely not, Stanley.
He believes that we should have a president like Vladimir Putin.
You know what? Someone like him would probably do well.
And he believes Russia. He said Russia is being ran the way that the country's supposed to be ran.
There are a lot of people who believe that. I actually think Trump probably would agree with that.
Oh, becoming a dictator?
Yeah, something like that. An authoritarian. Let's not say dictator.
Man, I was watching a travel video about a week or so ago, and they was over there in Russia. They was in Russia. This guy was in Russia. Man, I promise you, man, that place is beautiful.
Stanley, remember how your mom used to say that a woman was fast?
Oh yeah.
That was Ava last night. That hot pocket was warming up last night.
Really? Well, fast with what? There were guys there or something?
I think they ran into a couple of guys. One guy claimed that he had an OnlyFans and he wanted them to go check it out.
Well, let me put it to you this way. I'm 60 now, so maybe I don't remember what it was like being young. But I know, I was telling a story about, this band of brothers, essentially out of Navy OCS. We were all black. We thought we were all shit hot. We were young naval officers. But you know what? I did not like hanging out in that crowd. A crowd of guys meets a crowd of girls. It to me, I really like being one-on-one. If I'm gonna go after a woman, I would much rather be like one-on-one, rather than just a bunch of. It's so teenage, you know what I mean? And it's hard for me to describe. But a bunch of guys and a bunch of girls hanging out at a bar just doesn't do it for me.
Yeah.
So Ava at a karaoke bar, with two other girls and a bunch of guys, just that's nice.
Well, they're young and they that shit's still
now,
fun.
You know what? These guys, I think, I guess they're right around 23, but 23 is halfway to 25.
Well, Ruby's actually the oldest out of the bunch. She's like 35.
Yeah, she's mid. Yeah. But let me put it to you this way, and this is part of my problem. when I was their age, I was literally like making life and death decisions on a daily basis, practically. I was literally on my first deployment at 23.
Well, I followed Ruby up until she made a stream about going to the methadone clinic, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm not following this
I'm
shit
probably going to have a hot take on this, Stanley, and you're probably going to disagree with me on it. But they're young, decent-looking females. They don't think about shit like that.
I'm going to tell you right now, decent is probably a compliment.
Damn, you don't think none of them look halfway
And the
good?
thing is, I'll be honest, halfway good would be about it. I'm a little bit of a snob when it comes to like women that attract me because, dude, I have had like model quality women who were nice, who were smart. This just does not do it for me.
What is it? The look? Is it the look, or is it
It's the demeanor. It's the look. I think they all look like they went and like got clothes from Five Below or whatever. None of them are dressed like it. And again, I'm kind of a snob, and I'm just going to admit I am. Like, if my son told me that he was going to hang out with these guys, I would be horrified.
Oh, well, you know what? I find it funny when you said it looked like they dressed like from, thrift shopping or whatever. Because, they went out to the beach.
Thrift shop clothes might look better. It's just, and again, I'm just going to have to say I'm kind of a crotchety old man and maybe a little bit of a snob. But like, I think the ultimate test is if my son said, hey, I'm going to go hang out, I would probably just shake my head and like, if you must.
Well, so check this out, right? So they went to the beach first, right? That was their initial day out or whatever. And, they wore beach attire, whatever. But then they went out. So, Ava is fond of rocking these goddamn Jesus sandals. And, they get ready to go to the bar, go out on the town. And what do you know?
Jesus sandals.
She's got these goddamn Jesus sandals, but in a black version that are a little bit more dressier. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, you can't find some better shoes to wear? And then, of course,
Well, let me
Ruby
put it
has
to you
some
this way. The Franciscan nuns that taught me in grade school, they used to wear Jesus sandals like that, in their little, below knee length brown nun habits, and they're wearing the full get up, and they would be wearing Jesus sandals. But you know what, those hiking sandals that are really comfortable. My wife had a pair, Birkenstocks I actually kind of like, but I know what you're like, the Teva or whatever. Those are good sandals though. I mean, you can hike in them. It's a look you kind of got to get used to. However, I know what you're saying, and I'm not even disagreeing with it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I'm one of these Southern snobs too. I feel horrible.
You don't say, Stanley.
You know what? And there's Mackenzie. You know who Mackenzie is? She hangs out in this crowd. She's I bet she would know how to dress for this.
Well, I was thinking.
Oh, look,
Stanley,
a candy store. At least there's someplace decent.
Lola looks like she's dressed in a sheet or something.
Look, I like Lolo's outfit the best of all three, to be honest.
Really?
She at least but she's lived in Charleston, so she kind of knows, how to fit in. She looks like this is how I would expect someone from the South, like from Charleston or Savannah or even New Orleans. This would be how they dress. She's dressed for the weather. I guarantee you, she's not dying, of perspiration.
Yeah,
So you just
that's
gotta
true.
you kind of gotta kind of know, the flowy clothes. Um, even what this douche is wearing here. He should probably be wearing like a like a button down. I've got some fishing shirts. With the
He,
vented back.
he should be wearing a dildo on his head, 'cause that's what
No,
he
I'm not
looks
saying all
like.
that. I'm just saying being from the South, you just know how to dress for this sort of weather. It's just kind of something you grow up with. And the thing about the Jesus sandals, I would have to be wearing socks. You want to wear socks in this kind of heat.
Yeah,
Now, I'm gonna wear
my
socks 'cause
sandals
my
are
feet are
Adidas.
ugly. Man, I got some ugly toes, bro. I ain't wearing them. Man, I'm telling you, bro. I got some ugly feet, bro. It's a crime for me to even walk outside barefoot, man.
Yeah, we want to know all about your ugly feet.
I'm telling you, man. I got some
Tell
ugly
us
crusty toes, bro.
tell us
Man,
more. Tell us more about your ugly feet.
yeah, I had to boil them in Epsom sauce sometimes. You know what I'm saying? I be having to. I would not wear open toe sandals, bro. I promise you.
Dude,
Them days
why do
over
we even
with.
why do you I was kidding. I wasn't serious about you telling us more about your feet.
Oh, my bad.
And men who wear sandals, dude, you know how soft I talk, and I'm a little, I'm a little artsy sometimes. I think men who wear sandals are pitiful.
Man, I cannot see how. Man, that's crazy.
Well, I wear them around the house and in the
I wouldn't.
yard.
You know
That's it.
what? What you
But
wear? What you
I
wear?
don't even wear
A
them
man's
to
home.
town, though.
A man's home is his castle. I have no problems. It's just as long as you're not wearing them in public. That's Dalmatian
Yeah,
Dog, I
so
guess, is his name.
even when I'm in a fancy hotel, I wear my Adidas sandals, but I always have socks on. You know what I mean?
You know what?
And
But I
that
can't say
attracts the black
when I was
women in the
when I was in
hotel
Spain, when I was in Spain, I bought a couple pairs of espadrilles. But the only reason I bought espadrilles is Hemingway wore them, so it's okay. If Hemingway wore espadrilles, then damn it, I can wear. He gave the man code approval.
Man, I
But I
never forget
didn't.
that
I
day. My
did.
boss man went and bought some like $200 sandals. He bought 2 pairs. He bought him a pair, and he bought me a pair. And he wanted me to wear them sandals. And I looked at him and I said, "Man, you might want to take them back, bro. I ain't finna wear my open toes out here."
Don't lie. Don't lie. You said thank you, boss. I'll wear them in the morning.
I be dang. I told him, "Man, you just gave me that $200. I ain't finna wear the open toe shoes. If I wear sandals, I gotta be able to wear socks with them. I'm sorry." But you know them Arabs, they used to love walking around with their toes out. I don't know why.
You know what? But generally, when I was in the Middle East, if they wore sandals, they wore the long jalabs or whatever. There's a name for these long flowing robes that they wear.
Yeah.
I can't think of the name of it, but yeah, if they were wearing sandals, they were wearing stuff where their feet were kind of like partially covered.
He's like, they got this.
Okay, so you go all the way to Charleston to go in Sephora? The fuck? You're in downtown Charleston and you want to go in Sephora?
What's that? What's the
I don't know. It's just some like catalog store. They sell a bunch of expensive stuff that does absolutely nothing. Like you see the makeup and the lotion, and I mean, why go in some place that you can go in at home? Go into like the thrift stores or just some of the more eclectic places. And by the way, there are a couple restaurants. There are a couple restaurants down in Charleston that are like nationally known, like like I don't know if they're Michelin starred, but that sort of place, like the fine dining, that would definitely be something I'd want to do. Now let's turn on the sound here. And look at this dude primping in the mirror. Jesus.
Probably the first time he's seen himself in 3 days, Stanley.
Has he been there the whole time?
What is wrong with Francis?
That's not Francis.
Yeah, Francis.
That ain't
That is
Francis?
Francis. Yeah.
I don't think it is. No, I don't think it is.
That's
that's him.
Oh, is it real? No, that's not Princess, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
So he's there with the other
dude. On
dude.
the channel sometimes. He used to come by here.
I know who he is. Did he just show up?
That's who he been
there.
That's not Princess.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
You sure about that?
I'm 100% sure.
I don't think you're that sure.
That is Dalmatian dog. I'm positive. That's Dalmatian dog.
Oh. You should wait a minute.
He must.
I mean, even.
Oh, okay, it's not. Okay, roller skater says it's not him.
Sure.
I just told you. You didn't believe me.
People look alike. Okay.
No, they don't believe that. You know what? They don't believe.
Unless a female says.
Especially that Solid Snake. I'm just trying to figure out what is. Look, I understand. I keep having to forget that they don't have their own free will. They must do what the chat tells them to do.
Look, Ruby's still rocking the space boots.
You know what? I just can't. I don't even know why this is entertainment, but I'm watching it, so I guess.
So this is what I'm confused about. So he had his time with A, but now is it Ruby's time? What the hell's going on?
I have no idea how this works. You think I should be looking at the chat too? Maybe they can give us some clues. I see cracks in there.
Oh yeah, the Asian Geppetto. That's what I call him.
Crack says Hollywood. Crack writes Hollywood Ruby.
Yeah, next time you talk to him, call him Geppetto.
Geppetto.
Yeah,
that'd be cool as hell, man. You go to the Library of Congress or some shit like that in real life with Lindy Lou.
Oh, I see T is in their chat.
Oh shit.
Where?
She's in their chat.
Oh, there she go. I see her now.
She might be on Stanley's. Okay, she on Stanley's channel.
Hey, you got a good cussing out. You got a good cussing out from T last night, Solid Snake.
Oh man, I was in the sauce, but I was just being honest, man. You know, a drunk mind speak a sober tongue. I guess. I
don't know about all that.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
You were doing a little drunk babbling.
Oh, is that what you call it? I call it crashing out.
That was not crashing out, Stanley.
You did at the end.
I was, yeah. Well, not really. I wouldn't. Nah. But Stanley was up through the chat. You know, I don't know why I be looking at the chat. I need to cut the chat off sometime.
You know what? I know what it is, and I know exactly what it is. It's all the fucking tattoos. I just found that
you see those Jesus sandals? Look at them.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I could deal with the Jesus sandals because they're not permanently attached to your feet. What I can't deal with, look, when I was a kid, a girl like in the summertime would be wearing something like a sundress, just something really, guys go crazy over sundresses. Maybe a nice pair of sandals, not necessarily Jesus sandals. There's just a way Southern women have, like when they're really on their game. Southern women, the way they dress for the weather. They just dress real feminine. And I'm just used to seeing that. And the one thing you did not see when I was growing up, with the little prissy sundress, you did not see all these god awful tattoos. The fucking tattoos are just a total turnoff. They ruin the aesthetic.
Yeah, I think tattoos go with a lot of dealing with a lot of trauma. That's part of the way they deal with it.
I don't get, you know what? And I have no sympathy.
Oh no, I don't.
When you going to the grocery store again?
Hey, the worst thing is when they put tattoos on their breasts. Like, why would you ruin a good kitty?
Ava used to be a crackhead, so she probably got that tattoo.
Oh, I don't care about it, dude. I don't care about it. I don't care about any of that. Do not care. Don't care. All I care about is the aesthetic. And to be honest, Lolo's kind of ruined her outfit, which I kind of like Lolo's outfit, but I mean, she's got like, oh my God, I'm just gonna get real mean and I'm gonna piss people off. I was like, I can't understand the chest tattoo that Lolo has. I just, and it's not for me to understand.
Why do you dislike Lolo?
I don't dislike Lolo.
I bet she regrets.
Why do you wait? Hold it. Why do you think I dislike Lolo?
Well, according to her, she said you don't like her.
I've had some blunt comments about her, but dude, you know what? As a matter of fact, it might be the opposite. If I don't like you, I won't even talk to you. No, you gotta sit down. I will literally ignore you if I don't have any regard for you. That I tease you probably means I like you at least a little bit, enough to tease you. What did this idiot do?
That means you like Be Brave a little bit, huh?
You know what? Be Brave and I talk about, like that time we were talking about Mom Donnie and socialism. I don't dislike Be Brave. I just don't tolerate racists.
Oh, why would you call it racist?
But I mean, I'm from because he is a racist. I am from the South, so I'm used to dealing with people like Be Brave. Grew up with them.
Damn, Stanley, wait a minute.
So is this dude getting a wreck?
Yeah, looks like it. Took a tumble.
Got too drunk or what?
Hey, dirty dude, I've always been like this. Now, I will say I'm a little bit less reticent, now that I've kind of warmed up and I know some of the personalities. But no, dude, you should have known me. Dude, talk to my sister. My sister will tell you that I've calmed down over the years. I used to be fucking ruthless.
Well, you still are ruthless in your own way.
No. Like my sister will tell you that having a wife and a child kind of mellowed me out.
Well, getting old does that to everybody, Stanley.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm also a little bit more comfortable being a crotchety old man. I think being old allows you to get away with some shit. like I could tell you right now, people like Here for the Tea, they just go, they kind of tolerate me because I'm like their grandpa, which kind of works in a way that I don't like. Like, none of these women feel like I'm any sort of like threat. Like, there's no sexual tension here because they all go, oh, that motherfucker's a cute old man. He's just a little crusty. So
see, Stanley, you just used the word. You just used the word that I had to go look up.
What's that?
What's going on
crotchety?
No, you said reticent.
I went to the store today trying to load up me a Cash App card, because I hadn't hit anybody Cash App, in over a month.
Oh yeah, with Dirty Dude. Yeah, Dirty Dude. You've known me for quite some time. Oh, dude, yeah, you've seen me at my worst, Dirty Dude.
Well, my first time seeing you was on CT's channel.
I can't
Yeah.
load my Cash App card. What's going on with that, man?
I said Stanley kind of looks like Roman J. Israel, the character Denzel played, that lawyer.
Yeah.
Wait, the one on the one with Tom Hanks?
No. It's like a more recent film.
That came out, what was 2022, 2021?
Yeah, it's pretty recent.
It's a good movie. It's actually a good movie.
I never watched it because it just didn't look like it was any good.
I watch all Denzel movies. I make it a point.
But yeah, Stanley, I'm kind of weird like that. If I hear a word I don't know the meaning of, I'm going to go immediately look it up.
Yeah, well, I generally, that's the one thing I like about ebooks. You can basically just highlight the word and it gives you a definition. It does not matter how long you've been reading or how many words you know. You're always going to run into words that you don't know. Oh, it looks like it. They're gonna get their usual afternoon thunderstorm. You see it rolling in right there. If you look down past the road, past the cops and all, yeah, they're gonna get a thunderstorm.
Seen the cloud. Yeah, I've seen the cloud thing coming in.
You know what? I love like that. I love growing up. Savannah's about 56 miles from Charleston, so we kind of get the same weather. Yeah, every day. The temperature will soar, even if it's just not quite 90. You'll get the temperature drop like 10 degrees once a cold front rolls in. You get that thunderstorm. I love that part of the world.
Hey, Stanley, I got a
Yes,
question.
sir.
I
think they're winding down.
I just browsed over the CT channel and he had this question that popped right up in your face. And it's a good question. Would you attend a gay family member's wedding if invited? And if you haven't, drop my CT channel and hit that like button.
Well, I mean, as long as I'm not the one getting married, sure.
Yeah, that's a crazy question.
It's a family member. Why wouldn't I attend? Now, I think his question is, would you be a part of the wedding?
Would you attend a gay family member's wedding if invited?
Absolutely. Why not?
Really?
Now, I would make sure. Now, it would be contingent on me either being married and having a wife, or I could get a date. I wouldn't want to go single. I would want everybody to know, I'm here with a woman, therefore, don't be hitting on me.
Yeah, but I mean, when we think about marriage in a literal sense, when we think about it being as for a religious standpoint, I couldn't do it.
Okay, in the part of being the anti-black conservative type person is you love sticking your nose like into other people's bedroom.
Oh, wait a minute. Whoa. No, not in the gay bedroom. It smells like shit. Stop it.
Imagine we take him out on.
Bottom line is I'm not that, if it's a family member, I might have my private thoughts, but it's family.
Yeah, but we're talking about God. We're talking about marriage.
Okay. You do realize that I have considered you. I got the hint when you talked about religion.
I know. I get it,
Stanley, I can understand why any man would want to stick his thing up someone else's poop cheek. I mean,
You know what? And I definitely encourage you to keep talking about this stuff.
Oh, come on, man.
Why would you want to get shit on your dick?
All I
good
said
God.
is if it's a family member, sure, why not attend the wedding? You guys just want to talk about stuff that is cringy
We're
for
not even
sure.
talking about the love making aspect of it. We just looking at it like,
Okay, dude,
okay,
why would I be thinking about that?
I mean, but Stanley,
Okay,
wouldn't it be
no,
better?
don't
I don't
don't
know.
butt Stanley me. And when you say butt, I imagine you mean BUTT.
Oh, that's cold.
You
blooded.
keep insisting. I don't want to think about any of that.
I know, but come on, Stanley. It's a crazy question. No,
I don't know what.
support it. I don't support.
Well,
I support civil unions.
Black says absolutely not. So Blacks is in your camp. I just think, you know what?
I'm okay with
I
civil
will go
unions.
to the wedding. I might not stay for the reception, but it's family. I'll at least do them the respect of, being a good family member. I don't have to stay for the reception.
But I'm gonna stand up. But they say, does anybody have anything to say against this? I say, yeah, I got something to say. Cause it's against God, and I need you.
You know
to
what?
renounce
You
your pastorship.
just
I need you to
based
renounce
on
it right now.
based
Immediately.
based on last night's T show, I know you're gonna have something to say, and hopefully you'll have the excuse of, oh, I was drunk.
Snake always has something to say. You know that, Stanley.
Yeah, well, would I eat the cake? I said I probably wouldn't stay for the reception.
I mean, but then you got to think about it. What that cake got in it? You know what I'm saying? Because they got this little trend going on where they talking about eating, tossing salad and shit. You know what I'm
Let
saying?
me ask you a question. Is it like an anti-black mission statement to be as disgusting, obnoxious, and just cringy as you can be? Is that part of the shtick?
What do you mean? What are you talking about, Stanley?
Who cares about the cake?
I mean, but yeah, would you eat it?
I don't go to weddings for the cake. I go there for the wine.
Thank you, Bray. 12 man. That's what I'm talking about right there, man. That's what I'm talking about. Better have some beer on deck. Better have some beer on deck, and I'm gonna cut up too. Talk about it.
It's kind of like if you're a Roman Catholic, they still use real wine at the Roman Catholic Church. So you got to know which Catholic church to go to where you can still get a big drink of wine during sacrament.
I remember, what was that? That was me
Jesus
and
Christ.
Imperial had that discussion. We were talking about the eating of the broken body and the drinking of the shedded blood. And I know, in most black churches, they use that Concord grape juice. They usually use the Welch's Concord grape juice. That's the good stuff. But my dad, in his church, my dad was a preacher, so in his church, you know what he actually used? Morgan David. A real wine.
I was just looking at this scene of Ruby. I didn't realize Ruby was that short. Or is Ruby shorter than Ava?
I like Ruby, okay, but she's too goofy for me, man. I mean,
Well, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm sure that's not within the realm of possibility. But why do they remind me of like a Scooby-Doo cartoon? I'm looking around for the mystery machine.
She
I'm like State of Texas girl. I be worried every time April on the road for some strange reason. Ever since that day we was on that stream and she sat there and she was driving and I heard something go and I mean it went for a minute and I said, Ava, get in the road.
Ava is taller than Ruby.
So much. Huh?
Of course she is.
I didn't realize for some reason Ruby looks tall in her videos.
Ruby's from Seattle too. And the reason Ruby looks tall is because she puts them big ass high heels on her video. You know what I mean?
What are they doing?
I guess Ruby is a homegirl too, but not as much as Ava because.
What are they doing to the What are they doing to the passersby?
Oh, they're trying to set up street interviews.
Oh Jesus!
Jesus Christ! If the police would have came up on my house, I would have shit.
I feel like we need to get away.
Had a whole blunt rolled up last night. I must have last night.
Lowe's pigeon toed.
You know what? They would probably have a better idea. A better chance of setting up street interviews if Diamond Dog or whatever his name is wasn't there. He just looks like, well, he is out during daylight, so you know he's not a vampire.
They should go to DC and then John Dalton put them up in a room and have a great interview the next day. How about that?
You know, I was sitting back thinking last night, though, while you was in the chat trolling. You know, I had an amazing idea. I think me, you, and 12th Man ought to get together and do us an in real life stream in Memphis, Tennessee.
You guys would have to be sober first.
Nashville. We just gonna go
you guys would need to be sober. Can y'all pull that off? No, you got to be sober.
Nah, we're gonna be drunk. We gonna have you. You gonna be the chauffeur. You gonna be sober. You the one gonna drive.
Nah, I'm not driving, Miss Daisy.
You gotta drive, dog.
I'm not gonna be driving with you drunk mofos in the back.
Dude, our ratings will go through the roof.
Tommy said he's not playing that shit.
See, these street interviews would work if they had like a table set up and they were just sitting down.
We're getting some good spots.
Yeah.
Like
Oh goddamn! You know what? This is really. I am really in mean mode here.
Really quick, do you believe that the Earth is round or flat?
Oh Jesus
Round?
God!
Thank you.
Really? Jesus! You know what?
Go play bodyguard,
I can't believe they're going around. You know what? These Southerners down there, they're you know what? They are not doing Yankees any favors here. These Southerners probably think these motherfuckers are fucking high, and they probably are.
Yeah, they probably are. Then.
I don't know what you were talking about in the chat here.
Not gonna lie, I'm surprised ain't nobody drinking no water.
They, they don't want to be bothered. Southerners don't want to be bothered.
Well, you know what? Look, I'm gonna say something really mean here. They would have a better chance of like interviewing these people if they looked interesting. Okay, they literally look like fucking like a circus act. You know, if they literally look like carnies.
Like, you know what I learned? Like, I'm gonna be honest. John inspiring me in a lot of different ways, man. When
I don't know. You know, who cares about any of that? I don't give a shit if John Galt inspires you. Why do you think why do you think anyone cares if John Galt inspires you? Tell us why you think we care.
Be such a hater?
I'm not a hater.
You're a hater.
Tell me, say something. Say something interesting.
You are.
All I have to say, and this is Charleston. I mean, Southerners tend to be fairly friendly. I'm kind of curious to know, where are all the people in Charleston? Like, if I were down on Broughton Street in Savannah, there would be a lot more people, I would think, this time of the day.
Yeah, because they are. Well, for me, they're an hour ahead of me. So you would think, well, there's people still probably getting off.
Yeah, no. But I mean, the last time I was downtown in Savannah, it wasn't quite this late in the day because it is almost 6 o'clock. So it could be that people are like doing dinner or in the bars or something. So it's possible. But I would say down on Broughton Street in Savannah, there would be more people, tourists or what have you. I'm kind of surprised the streets look kind of deserted, to be honest.
It is still in the week, during the week.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, it is hump day, Stanley.
Look, they see these girls walking by. That's who they should have talked to right there. Fuck that old
Well,
man.
I'm guessing they don't want to talk to girls that look better.
Damn, Stanley.
Charge my phone. Good Jesus.
You brutal,
I got
Stanley.
it. I'm prepared tonight, though. I'm prepared today. Yeah, you ain't gonna go off on me tonight. Yeah.
Dude, I don't need to go off on you. I just get in the chat
I'm
and
talking
fuck
about
with
my
you.
phone. I got my little Bluetooth speaker. I didn't know it had a charging plug on it. They charged my phone too.
Well, Samuel, I think it's exactly as you explained. John just looks more interesting.
He is interesting. I ain't gonna lie. I like the way John be kicking it, man. That should be
Okay,
tight as
dude,
fuck.
we all know that John Galt is the man you want to be. My point is John Galt. I mean, John Galt just presents himself as more interesting.
Hey, you don't. Wait a minute,
Dude,
now.
you know what? You know what? I'm too much of a snob. I wouldn't be trying to interview these people.
I just want to be
Especially not with like, is the earth round or flat? The best place to interview would be to go into one of the bars. People are going to be way more willing to talk.
Not a bad idea.
You go to a bar to socialize.
You know, they've already had a couple of beers in them. They're more loose.
Yeah, absolutely.
God. But it's also more dangerous in the black community, though, Stanley.
Okay, dude, does this look like the black community to you? This is downtown Charleston.
Solid Snake, why do you hate the black community?
I haven't seen a black person yet.
I don't hate the black community. I obviously love it. I live here. You know?
I can't tell.
Yeah, well, motherfucker be pissing you off, man. That's all.
John, it's been a while since I've been to Charleston. What smell are you talking about?
Does it smell like New Orleans, John?
Well, yeah. I mean, all these old towns kind of have a smell. You know, the old buildings and stuff.
Yeah. Like, I ain't gonna lie, Georgia got a smell.
Like
I ain't gonna lie.
library, Stanley. It smells like a
Well, it could just be
library.
kind of if you've ever been out like these, you know, the marshes, there's marsh gas, you know, it does have a certain smell.
I was in Georgia. When I was in Columbus, Georgia, when I used to get up early in the morning for school, the grass smelled different than my grass in Louisiana, dude. It was like I literally used to just walk to school because I didn't want to be cramped up in the bus. So it was like a 1 hour walk to the Carver High School I went to. I went to Carver High School, you know, and it was like I used to just walk, you know what I'm saying? Because I was so excited to be somewhere new. And I didn't want to get on the bus.
Don't tell the truth. They wouldn't let you ride the bus.
No, they were mad. I wouldn't get on the bus because I used to be a clown. Hey, Stanley, I was a real clown when I was in Georgia.
Terrible, Stanley.
Dude, I was there for only 2 weeks. I was there for 2 weeks.
Oh, yeah, okay. You know what, John? When's the last time you were there? Because a lot of those, like paper factories, you know, those they actually curbed a lot of it. So tell me, when's the last time you were there? Savannah used to have a paper factory, Union Camp.
Yep.
So, you know, if the wind was blowing the wrong way, it would kind of, you know, the whole place would smell. They got rid of, they did something, you know, to like, hey, you can't be stinking up this tourist town anymore. So they made the companies abate it, I think.
I really want to take a road trip.
Interesting. That's interesting. That's not that long ago.
Man, I want to go take a road trip.
You said they look like carnies?
They do.
That is too funny, bro. Hell no.
Now tell me, wait, hold it. Tell me I'm wrong.
Like they got the Kool-Aid mustache and the dirt around their mouth.
He's basing that solely off of Ruby's moon boots.
That's all well, that and the damn tattoos.
That's not far off at all.
I know, dude. I wouldn't have said it if I wasn't serious.
No, when you said it, it was like, man, I know exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, Ava's so white.
Well, she can't help that.
Yeah, I know she's Irish.
She's got that Alaska suntan.
Yeah, well, all I have to say is,
And look, she walks like a dude. Look how she walks. She walks like a dude.
Okay, you know what? I wasn't even gonna go there. I'm glad you said.
Come on, y'all, leave Ava alone.
She walks like a weight.
She's not meaning. That's why.
She walks like a weightlifter.
That walk is mean.
She walk like she can knock a motherfucker out.
Yeah,
she got this crap.
She does. She probably could.
Honestly, I haven't been to Samuel. I haven't been to Charleston in decades. I have no idea. But I know that any cool looking bar downtown is going to be a good place to go. You'll get out of the heat for starters.
You ought to get in.
Oh, did it really? Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, Will, I didn't know you lived in Charleston. Oh,
Hey,
okay, I got you. Hold on a sec. Will, thanks for that. Now I understand. It does look a little damp down there on the.
I think I'm the only guy on here that has a date with Ava. We're gonna meet in Seattle, and I'm gonna take her to the Seattle Seahawks football game.
Oh shit, that's what's up to her, man. Fucking right. Fucking right, man.
I'm sure this is a culture shock to Ava with not walking around and seeing people doing smack everywhere you went.
Excuse me 1 minute. I got a phone call.
I ain't gonna hold that against her. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to pray for her. I'm trying to pay for her release against. You know what I'm saying? And that's my point. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I love baby. Ava cool in the motherfucker to me. You know, she ain't never did nothing to me. And I stay away from it so she don't have
to. She don't care about the Seahawks, but after I take her to a game, she will.
Yeah, because after one night, I got two new female enemies. More love and here for tea. God damn it. What did I mean? I didn't mean nothing bad. God damn, I was just being honest.
Yeah, you don't want that smoke with tea.
No, that's what I'm saying. I wasn't even thinking about it like that. You know what I'm saying? Standing there, everybody trying to make it look like, you know what I'm saying? Like I did something wrong. I'm not trying to date none one of them women. You know what I'm saying? I get in where I fit in.
Nobody is. They're taken. You know they're taken.
So it's like, I'm being brutally honest with them. I didn't mean for them to get in their feelings about it. I mean, why would you?
Well, Snick, that was like sending an unsolicited dick pic. If nobody asked for it, don't you? I mean, them chicks, man, they may not want you, even though what you said is really how you feel. Maybe take it as a learning lesson. You know, you just don't say that kind of stuff because you offend the Borg when you do it. The Borg of black people, the Borg. It's where everybody is one person, especially if you're black.
We'll be assimilated.
Right. It's the Borg.
Don't go, man. Like, I mean, I don't care. I really got a preference. I just say
I feel like Mo Love and T has been very friendly to me, and they know I'm white and everything. They don't care. I mean, they've always treated me with love. Like, I've never had no issues with any of those people.
But unless they ask, there's no reason to tell them that. I ain't mad at you. I thought it was weird when somebody gets mad at you about it. That's your preference, man.
I'm just fried by the seat of my pants on the conversation, trying to draw some type of interest, you know. But then they went hard. They was like all in their feelings about it. I was like, why does it matter? That ain't the first time that don't happen though. It seems like women get offended when you say you got a preference.
Snake, you gotta know your audience, man.
Yeah.
Well, the way it came off, you made it seem like your child was turned out bad because you had a black woman, and then you went on to. I said the way you said it like your child turned out bad because you had your child with a black woman. Because she asked you twice, and then you doubled down on what you said. So that's where it went.
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. Most of us, we don't get lucky to get the more affluent and intelligent black women in these areas. So you know,
I don't know nothing about that, brother.
Well, okay, fine. But I still feel like if I had white trailer trash, my child would have had a better life.
Oh Lord!
You see what CK just did?
What I do?
Wait, did you see what CK just definitely sidestepped that notion, so he didn't offend the board.
Hey,
you ever heard that?
White woman is definitely better than black.
I'm every woman.
White woman is definitely better than black woman. So that's facts. They're definitely better.
But the reason I say that because my wife is black, so I can't agree.
Okay, yeah, you got lucky.
I mean, it's definitely. You said
I got lucky.
I'm surprised you said that, Solid Snake, after last night's performance.
You said I got lucky?
I was waiting for Solid Snake to say, "Oh, I'm sorry to hear."
Hey, Snake, you said I got lucky?
You still with her, ain't you?
Yeah, but it's not luck.
I did.
Why do you think it's luck?
Huh?
Why do you think it's luck? It's not luck.
Shit.
No, it's luck. Hey, it's luck, man. It's luck. It's definitely luck.
It is. I'm telling you, man.
How is it luck?
You have to find a woman that got the will to even be faithful nowadays.
Hey, Snake.
For a woman to go cheat on a man. I'm telling you, man.
Snake. Have you ever thought that I may be that guy? I'm just him, you know.
Oh man, come on, bro.
That's what it's real simple. I'm him, you know.
I mean, God bless you, bro. I don't know how you do it. Man.
Who watching this?
You say you don't know how I do it?
I say
I don't know how you do it, man.
Because I'm him, you know. It was gonna be like this. It's gonna be like this regardless.
One of y'all watching dishes.
Yeah, who busting sides, man?
That's me. That's me.
So she's making you don't sound lucky if she's making you do dishes.
I'm at work. I'm at work, man. I'm at work.
Oh, is that you, Jay? I'm sorry.
Damn, that's
Jay.
Oh man,
I muted. I muted him.
And what is Jay? Jay like what? 21?
I don't know.
He's a young dude. He doesn't know no better. You haven't even lived life yet to say that.
Man, I'm 20. I'm 23. I'm 23. I'm 23, man. I'm 23.
You need to go live life, man. You need to go live life, man.
Well, I still stand by you lucky, man. You lucky. I mean, be brave. It would agree too. Like you're lucky.
No, I'm not lucky. I'm just
okay.
him, man.
You know what? Wait, hold it. Fuck be brave. Who gives a shit what that fucking outhouse building motherfucker thinks?
Why you hating on? Why you hating on Be Brave?
Dude, because Be Brave is a racist is why.
You are too, Stanley.
No, Be Brave. No, Be Brave.
Okay,
Be
dude,
Brave.
I'll drop your ass.
Facts.
You must not know who the fuck you must not know whose panel you're on. Number one, if you're watching, okay, Solid Snake, heel. Okay, Jay, number one, Jay, if you're washing dishes or something like that, it's real loud. So I would appreciate it if you could just mitigate the noise. And then Be Brave's opinion holds no sway on this panel. As a matter of fact, it's almost like waving a red cape in front of a bull. So what you need to do is remember which panel you're on. It's not Be Brave's.
Stanley's the bull. Don't get the horn.
I don't care what panel. I'm gonna defend Be Brave.
Okay, motherfucker.
Stanley, can I ask a question?
This is Stan. Well, hold on one sec. This is Stanley versus the world, son. Don't be the world, because you're not gonna win.
Hey Stanley, I'm not playing, but I will black out.
One friend and divide dick, though. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, hold on. Who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is? No, go ahead, CK. But who the fuck is Jay? This is kind of like the first time that he's been on these panels, so maybe he doesn't understand. But
he's always on Be Brave channel.
You are not.
He's from my hometown. He's from my hometown, Stanley. He's just trolling.
Oh, is
he?
Okay.
Yeah. He's
so that's his excuse.
He's trolling. He's trolling.
I'm not trolling. Be Brave. Speak a fact. I'm not trolling.
Motherfucker, Be Brave is a low down outhouse building varmint.
Come on,
hey, look, you need to debate. Look. You need
Jay.
You need to debate Be Brave, man.
Hey, Jay, is Be Brave lucky that he couldn't keep his white woman?
No, we're not talking about we're not talking about that. We're not talking about women right now. We're talking about debating.
I will talk about Be Brave. Be Brave is a scoundrel.
Hey, his woman wasn't white. She was Portuguese.
You need to. I'm saying you need to go.
Portuguese.
You need to go to a channel. You need to go to a channel and debate.
You realize Portugal is in Europe, right?
She's in Europe. Yeah, she's white.
She's not white. She's Portuguese.
Okay,
it's Europe.
It's Europe. She's white.
What'd I say?
Motherfucker, what did I say?
What I said matters.
By the way, while you want to act like you're a man, Portugal was like really one of the first European nations to enslave black people, Africans. So you know what? They're whiter. They're whiter than white. They were enslaving people before Britain was.
Dave,
maybe Brave isn't as racist as you say he is.
Who do you
No,
classify
Brave
as
is
white?
worse. Brave is a bigger racist than I say he is.
I don't do the white thing, CK.
You say you don't do the white thing?
Yeah, the black and white thing. I don't see color.
Oh, you
He doesn't see color. He doesn't. You know what? It is literally funny to hear a black man say he doesn't see color. You will when they whipping your ass.
There you go again with that white porn talk.
Hey, Dave, when you apply for your job, what did you check off?
I mean, but damn, Sam, you
I checked off.
You know what Dave checked? Dave checked the human.
Yeah, I checked the other box.
Come on, man.
Dave checked colorless.
Yeah.
Stanley is just back at the standoff between ICE and legal immigrants, I guess.
I checked off chartreuse.
Looks like
Hey, Dave, did the study material help you?
Oh my God! Yeah, that was good. Wow. I'm looking at.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I want everybody to address this issue. Why, when we talk about slavery, you don't acknowledge the fact that it sounds like white verbal porn?
Okay, you know what? Let me tell you what I'm going to acknowledge. Let me tell you what Solid Snake, let me tell you what I'm going to acknowledge. When you talk, you sound like a slave. That's what I'm going to
Solid
acknowledge.
Snake, don't pay attention to him, man. He's just an idiot, man. Don't pay attention to him.
Like, I don't want to hear that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. I'm tired of talking about slavery.
Solid Snake, are you drunk already? You sound like you're ready for. You
man.
sound like
Come
you're
on,
ready
man.
for Here for the Tease channel.
Come on, Stan. You know I'm telling the truth.
Solid Snake. Solid Snake is all ready for Here for the Tease show for tonight.
No, I'm not. See, there you go. But I'm tired of black people talking about slavery, man. Because every time
Motherfucker, who cares? Dude, you ain't black.
Man, that slave master made me suck his dick every night for 10 years. He didn't even want a woman. Come on, man.
You are literally the only black man in America who you are the only black man in America.
Don't listen to him, man. He's an idiot, man. Don't listen to him, man. He's an idiot. He's an idiot.
Yo, the dishwasher got to mute up, man. That is crazy.
Solid Snake is the only black man in America who didn't vote for Joe Biden, and he's not black.
Stanley. Why would you be bragging about being enslaved? Because that's what you're doing. You no longer.
You know how silly. You know how silly you sound.
You no longer arguing against it because you're out.
Snake, you didn't even bring it up. You brought it up, Snake. You brought it up.
Solid Snake.
Being replaced.
Okay, you know what? So after last night, you know, the fool he made of himself on that panel, I have to give him. He's brave. He is a brave son of a gun. You made a fool of yourself last night, and you're raring to go to make a fool of yourself again. Nice.
Stanley, maybe he's on a binger. Got to give him a break.
No, I'm not giving him a fucking break.
Come on, man. Talk to me about it.
You made a complete jackass of yourself last night, and I'm not going to give you a break.
I don't care.
The motherfucker, it's obvious you don't care. No one is questioning whether you care or not.
It was last night.
Yeah. Last night. Just because you don't remember doesn't mean no one else does.
Go back and listen to Stanley. What are you talking about,
dude? We went back and listened.
I mean, she ain't gonna delete the post. You know what I'm saying?
I'm
hit up my cash out today, man. Support Here for the Tea, man. Support Stanley Bros. Support our host. $10 today. Support today. Hit that like button.
Last night when I was drunk off my ass. I didn't mean to abuse you last night when I was drunk. That's not a fucking excuse, mate.
Wait a minute.
What
the hell? Turncoat motherfucker. Turncoat ass motherfucking.
Solid Snake, your phone is really spotty.
Is it?
Yes.
I got too much Wi-Fi around me. That's what it is.
No, I think what you got is too much foolishness.
You got jokes. Whatever.
So Stanley, we're watching the ice standoff in that field in California.
Yeah, they've gone back to it.
Oh wow. I wonder if that's drone or helicopter footage.
Man, that's probably drone.
Probably looks like a drone.
That's probably drone. I'm telling you, man, them drones scary, bro.
Man,
just don't scare me. I have one.
Damn it.
When you think about what it can do, that's what's scary.
It could take pictures and surveil my planet.
It can shoot bullets. It can shoot bullets. You get one of those.
Not these kind of drones, are.
We gotta get you out here to the country fest in Ohio, man. You gotta go to the country fest in Ohio.
Dude, they literally make small M16 jets. You know what I'm saying? almost like they smaller scale, but they actually fly with turbojet engines in them. And somebody can remote control shoot your ass with that some bitch, man.
Maybe an FBI drone, but this is just a footage drone, so
I'm serious, man. If somebody was smart enough,
it don't have those capabilities, Snake. Those kind of
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. You're
Yes,
full of
it does. You can get a remote control airplane, and you can affix a gun to it and actually have a remote control. If you got your target and everything straight on it, dude, you can literally shoot somebody from a fucking drone if you wanted to.
I can do this with my little $100 drone, dude.
Oh no, you ain't do shit like that with $100 drone. Nah.
It doesn't.
Nah, not with no $100. You gotta get one of them. You gotta step up a little bit. You gotta go like $750 on up.
Not really.
They got their stabilization on it, you know.
Not just for your own property and see what the neighbors are doing.
They can make guns out of plastic. You know, they can 3D print guns. You know what I'm saying? Make it real lightweight. They got strong plastics out here. You can basically build it out of carbon fiber. You might get 1 or 2 shots off with it. I mean, you ain't gotta have.
Are American steel, including my Remington 870 shotgun and my AR-10.
But you gotta have something that much recoil.
American steel. They're not no plastic 3D made bullshit.
Yeah, but sometimes, man, I'm telling you, man, they got it out here, bro. They got it out here. They got these modifications out here.
Well, I guess they have to
you know what I'm saying?
fuck around and find out which is better. American
Yeah,
steel
but I just don't like that. They can literally do it through a drone sitting at their house on a computer. You know, you really need to start watching some of those Chinese drone shows. You know what I'm saying? They got some
Solid Snake, can you do something with your phone?
What's wrong with it?
It's like it's almost like there's a short in it somewhere. It's real like
Is that
clicky.
an FBI helicopter?
I can't tell.
Looks like one.
Oh, okay.
doesn't it?
Yeah. Is it better
Look at
now?
that motherfucker. Now that's a helicopter right there.
Man, that's crazy.
The drone's viewing the helicopter. That's pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, at this point, they don't turn helicopter pilots into DEI hires. Hell. You really don't need a pilot no more. They can remote control fly them.
You know, Solid Snake, do you? God damn, dude. You know what? Last night, Mo Love told you to take a sip of water and relax. That was good advice she gave you.
Yeah.
She good at that advice all the time. You know, I can't believe they got mad at me though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still upset about that. They got mad at me. I'm playing victim. I'm playing victim. Fuck that. I'm playing victim. Yeah, I'm playing victim. Fuck that. How y'all gonna get mad at me? That don't make no sense. Yeah, I'm whining like a little bitch right now. Hell yeah. Why are you getting mad at me? I ain't did nothing.
Why you get mad at me?
Damn, Stanley. Shit.
You do sound like you're crying, Snake. I gotta
Yeah,
admit.
man. I mean, I don't see them like that.
Was
you know
it the
what I'm saying?
Neil
I didn't
Diamond
think they'd
song?
take it that way.
Is it Neil Diamond who sings Song Blue? You know, that one line where he goes, "You got a cry in your voice." That's what you sound like. Oh, damn, she is.
Yeah, man, I'm mad. They mad at me, man. I don't like this. I ain't trying to date you. Nothing wrong. I listened to that podcast. I think I did well considering how drunk I was, you know.
Today,
But I mean, a drunk ass gonna be a drunk ass. Let it drunk ass, you know. That...
all these old plants and
Oh
replacing them
Lord, man.
with
There you go with the garden
something new.
porn.
Let's get started. But first, a
You know
word
what?
from
She is
our
worth
sponsor. Just kidding. There's no sponsor. But a reminder to
No,
like,
man, that
share,
girl
and
you had
subscribe
on
to
the
my channel
last
if you
night
like my
from
content.
Arkansas, though. Oh, I couldn't
Okay,
get on
starting
the
with the
camera, man. I
background,
was
as you
so
can see, is a
cool. I
little
was like,
Yeah,
chaotic.
she's a little heavy, but you know what?
I'm gonna go ahead
I'm
and get
60.
this together.
Oh, this that girl you
Taking out
look
some of the
at.
plants out of the pots and just getting it ready for
Man, you
my
long, man.
vacation.
Oh, man.
So that's got to be YouTube music.
What's up, Ron in the house? Yeah, man. We got
Damn, it's gonna be
people in
all
this house.
music.
Hey, what up, Speak Radio?
Oh, dude, if you don't do something about this phone,
Oh, yeah, and shout out to Roller Skating Texas girl. Salute.
They have served me well this year,
My bad,
but
Restart your shit.
all good things must come to an end.
Oh, come on, Toy, man. Why you don't do this shit?
So I'll
I
take
think it's probably, I think his phone is just overheating.
Man, show some love to the chat, y'all.
Yeah, okay.
All that hot air.
Well, it's probably hot down there in Louisiana, Stanley. Maybe he don't have no shade to get in.
I'm in the house.
Okay, so I have these spinny seed plants, which are sesame seeds, and I'm just gonna plant them. They look really good. Ideally, they'd be a little bit bigger, but there's no time like the present.
Man, her music is crazy.
Hey y'all, so the day has finally come. I have been procrastinating all week on getting this done, and I'm gonna do it today. Ooh, I just saw another melon. Okay, anyway, I've been procrastinating all week on ripping out this summer garden. Ripping out the spring garden and getting my life together. So today I am going to be ripping out all these old plants and replacing them with something new. Let's get started. But first,
Oh man, this is
a
starting
word
over.
from our sponsor. Just kidding. There's no sponsor. But a reminder to like, share, and subscribe to my channel if you like my content.
Okay, well, at some point, all the fun's gonna
starting
have
with the background,
to
which you can see
cease.
is a little chaotic.
But good having you.
I'm gonna go ahead and get this together, taking out some of the plants out of the pots and just getting it ready for my
They got a new food truck. So I got
All right, well, you go hang out with your friends.
All right, take care, buddy. God bless you, Stanley.
Take it easy.
Oh, hell no. He didn't even speak to me. He didn't say goodbye to Snake. Fuck you, 12th man.
Oh, my Lord.
I'll let you later, dog. No, I'm just playing. I'm playing, Stanley. God. Have a sense of humor.
Oh, let's see here. Yeah, Slick Rick. Yes, Slick Rick. Good point. Oh, here's my girl. Let's see what she has to say here. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to do that. But it's probably good that I did. Yeah, Ava, they ended it for now. I guess they'll be back on at some point, Rick. Let's see. Let me find the right tab here. There we go.
Okay, so it's kind of located in a strip mall type area. It looks like at one point this probably could have been a diner. Now, just a little bit of history on Apocalypse. They did start in a food truck, and they managed to evolve.
Dave,
into
here's
what
your
it is that
favorite
they have here
restaurant
today.
reviewer.
I know, and I
Yeah, the Red Lobster chick. Awesome.
already have
Well, she
seats
does a lot
outside
of
for
food
people
reviews.
who
What's up,
want
Portia?
to come and experience the Apocalypse.
Portia.
Apocalypse. I like the way that sounds. So
Unbelievable, Cliff.
have a
Why
little
am
bit
I
of
not? Wait a
open,
minute.
and
Hold on.
I'm excited.
Shit. I'm missing the whole channel.
You know
I got every channel playing but Urban Landlord clips. What the hell wrong with me?
There are some people already waiting,
Huh.
and
Damn it.
so we're just waiting for our.
And they gave you a wrench? That's fucked up.
Is already broken, so it must be good.
God dang it.
Very cute location, very diner style. We have a lot of booths. We have high top seating. There's
Why
seating in
is
the back.
this?
Very intimate single party booths as well. Super cute. All right, so Apocalypse Barbecue. This is what we're looking at. That is their logo, and this is their menu. Now,
Hey,
as I was
Portia,
telling you,
are we
they
no
have
longer
the
using
South
the?
American, Caribbean
Did I get rid of that
style
by
barbecue.
accident?
So they're trying to bring in those flavors with the regular barbecue, I guess what we would call Texas style barbecue. And
When they gonna kick her out, man?
situation here now.
Oh wait, this is a totally different restaurant she's looking at.
Oh, I thought that was her thing to get the kick the fuck out.
Smoke meat, you can choose your size. And what they
No,
do is they'll put it in
I
one
don't think
big
so.
platter, and it can be like a share meal type situation. Our server Alexa has already come by the table. Super great attitude.
This is Apocalypse Barbecue in Miami.
Hey, was this a live or a pre-recorded?
It's a pre-record.
And on Wednesday,
Yeah, it's a pre-record.
smoked wings.
I love to catch somebody out live
So we are going
But I don't know
and
that
snatch
she's-
the wig off.
I don't think I've ever known her to do a live.
So you said if I could
But then I
choose
don't,
3 or
you know.
more, if we can put it on a platter. And that also counts for these two. So the smoked
But I don't know why would you do a restaurant review live?
Okay,
So let's do
it's like,
the ribs.
damn, I ain't been over there at all. What the fuck?
We can do a quarter. Let's also do the.
Oh, Lord.
Oh no, the wings are not on here. Okay, well let's do. Okay, let's do the brisket.
There you go. Okay.
Let's also
Damn.
do pineapple piggies.
You couldn't date a woman like this. You got to order half the menu.
That girl in me.
Look, she's paying for it. She's doing a restaurant
Okay,
review.
Well, she could pay when we go out.
Then I could get how many sides?
You're not going out with her.
2 or more. So let's do the street
I know.
Really, bro, you ain't gotta, man, you ain't gotta shut a nigga down like that no more, man. Come on, man, stop. Damn, you man, Stanley getting ratchet. Stanley, you drinking?
No.
Let me find out. Let me find out. Stanley,
No,
over there drunk on the street.
unfortunately, I'm not.
Right, I'm gonna tell you the truth. I did 2 days and I crashed out last night because I went on the tirade, man. That was my first day off too. They had called me in the middle of my drunkenness and told me I got to come to work in the morning because he got to go to the doctor's appointment because he got a baby on the way and all that.
Very good.
So I'm like, God damn, man, I couldn't even really enjoy myself. Man.
Music, and of course,
I was gonna be here earlier, but I had to go to sleep.
Really nice.
Hey,
I gotta go to work.
Food, I realized.
Drop back in to share that link with you what my friends are doing in Alaska in case you wanted to check it out. But other than
Well, wait,
that,
they're doing it now?
yeah, it's live.
We got two Nigerians. Stop doing that. I'm doing a background check, Nigerian style. And I want to know the first question is, who made the best? I gotta go and do some comments tonight. Yeah. What time? How long we got?
We're gonna do a lot of stuff. We hunt, we fish, we have a farm. I'm not even gonna go over the things.
Yeah, they just built this food trailer.
I will put in some meat to the hand.
Yo, thank you for that follow, guys.
The people can't get enough.
No, it's American flag. It's just sideways. What up?
That's Bree, very good friend of mine also.
Now, is this a restaurant?
It's a food truck.
Oh, damn, that's a big truck. Or is it just the camera angle?
Probably the angle has something to do with it, Stanley.
Man, that's a that.
What do they sell? They sell
looks like
fish?
a regular sized kitchen.
It's an 18-foot trailer, I think. 16
All
to
right.
18. Before that, they lived in it before they got their homestead in Seldovia, Alaska.
They're cleaning up the little pieces he
dropped.
Yeah, you know what? You know what? Slick, you missed what I said. When I was growing up, like, you know, a girl in a sundress, and it's still kind of the same way, you know, like girls, you know, young women, sundresses, you know, just it's hard to describe. It would be easier for me to write it than talk about it. But, you know, any, you know, that feminine kind of standard, and, you know, I'm probably being old man nostalgic, but you know what? Those tattoos just throw off the whole femininity thing. And it throws it off. And it, you know, I'm kind of surprised that it does. But you know, these aren't just like a little tattoo on the ankle or something like that. This is like, you know what? They're Marines who don't have tattoos that bold.
Right. Yeah, I couldn't date a woman with no tattoos on. I ain't gonna even lie.
Well, you know what? I would not. There obviously could be exceptions, but
Stanley, I was a slave. I would not stand to be with a woman that is graciously branding herself. Okay.
Well, I can tell you right now, Solid Snake.
I'm a slave. I think that is disgraceful.
Solid Snake. After last night's performance, you have no worries in that department. It's not going to happen.
I'm just saying, I won't be branded.
You just scared off all your internet prospects last night, I assume.
Yeah, especially on the chitlin circuit of all places. What the fuck?
Hey, well, Skater, the thing is that, you know, you know what? I don't have on my glasses. I thought you said 80.
Wait a minute, Stanley.
No, stop it. Don't tell everybody.
What the fuck is the chitlin circuit? Hold on a second. What is the chitlin?
Well, just go ahead and Google it.
He just called it.
It was like the black version of Borscht. It's like the black version of.
It's us, 12 man. It's us. It's two drunken niggas and a motherfucking smart motherfucker on the panel.
Let me turn this dude's volume down.
What? Come on.
Well, at least now I know what a chitlin circuit is. I grew up down
Well, did you ever hear of the Borscht? So, 12th man, did you ever hear of the Borscht Belt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, it's the black version of the Borscht Belt.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, explain the Borscht Belt.
Solid Snake, you have got to do something about this phone.
What is wrong?
Dude, you know what? It's sputtering like your phone is sputtering.
That's my homie Josh right there.
Oh, no shit. Tell him we said what's up.
They camped
Hey guys,
out
I'm gonna drop out right quick. I'll come back.
over
Let me drop out.
Yeah, once you drop out, maybe you'll be back.
Oh, come on, man. You ain't gotta be like that, dog.
Wait, Mississippi
Dog.
chicken instead of
They got
Oh,
they got
Yo,
two
I have done that
beautiful
before.
baby girls
Only use
that
the
are not often on camera for obvious reasons.
Now, does
Get a
their
lot
food
of-
truck
up,
does their
Nicole? How you
food truck travel,
What's on the menu
or is
today?
it just stationary?
Yeah.
Clam chowder to the menu. We got all
Yeah,
kinds
I'm
of stuff.
trying to get them to bring it
We're gonna add
to
tacos to it.
we have a
Just smoking right now.
Soldotna in the park, but I don't know. That's a lot of work to bring a trailer that size over here from over there. So the ferry can do it. You know, might be that they get famous off their barbecue and.
How's Rose
You
been?
ain't got your boots and everything. You're not even wearing them.
They got the beautifulest homestead, Stanley. Out there.
Yep.
Oh, am I? Our thing, and then we can give Layla hers back.
They just built that food truck over the last month, Stanley.
Would you say they built it?
Yeah.
You mean they converted it?
Well, they already had the trailer, yeah. So they used to live in it, so believe it or not.
So they had to sanitize it.
Yeah. It wasn't that bad.
Hey, Corey.
What are they selling?
Brisket, Mississippi roast, tacos, smash burgers, street tacos, all kinds of shit. Brie can make you anything.
Nice.
I wish I was over there right now. I'd be giving her all my money. Cause I couldn't go over there to Twitch and give them all my money, or you two, but I don't get no food out of the deal. I made a big ass soul food yesterday. Anyway.
Not today. No, not today. It's been a
I
little
got
slower day
soul
today.
food for 3 days.
Oh yeah, I am. Thanks for the follow.
All I gotta do is hit Mr. Microwave to warm everything up. Other than the gravy, I like to warm that up on the stove. Might have to add some water in there to thicken it back up. You know what I'm saying?
I've been in that bad to see the bot doing well.
Thin it up.
Wait, what? Nicole has another baby on the way.
Man.
Woo, congratulations.
You know what? I just found something interesting here.
Congrats.
We're going to take a quick break from this to watch this. And this is Dave. Are you still here?
Yeah, I'm here. What you
Here
got
you
here?
go,
What's
Dave.
going on?
This is Yoki Stirrup. Her daughter interviews her. I thought maybe you would enjoy that.
Why? Because we got jeans on. I'm supposed to be impressed. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go on and say it. Everybody thank you. Man, look at all that ass. Man, that's a lot of ass on that woman. My bad.
Well, we
hold the line,
know
Snake. Hold the line.
Oh God, she got pretty feet too. I hate them damn tattoos.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Stanley, you would just see Stanley. You gonna get her banned. You them pretty feet.
Welcome back to the workshop. As you can see here, we got something a little bit different going on. So Some of you may know and some of you may not
I don't
know
think she's
that I
got a
do have a
BBL. I
beautiful,
think it's just her
amazing daughter.
natural, like,
This young lady
way
right
she
here.
is. Look at her
And
daughter.
we are kind of
Yeah.
going to do something. I know y'all read the title already that says
Yeah,
My
yeah.
Daughter Interviews Milk
Okay,
Syrup.
everybody
So this
calm
has nothing
down.
to do with
Oh,
mom.
I'm
So
calm.
she is trying
I
to
think
get
this is, you
into
know,
Yogi
I'm waiting for him to
Syrup's
break out and it's raining
mind
men.
outside of mom.
No, I'm just saying, man. She mixed with a little bit of white in her.
I think this is gonna be pretty
I was
fun.
hoping somebody would
They're gonna
get
be
that
like,
joke.
but that's still mom.
Stanley,
No,
we're not
but
with
you
the
gotta
it's
keep
raining men
mom
joke.
separate.
Okay, you remember the two ladies who sang it? Weren't they called 2 Tons of Fun or something like that? You don't
Come on,
remember It's Raining
man.
Men?
Okay, I missed that joke, but I get it now.
Yeah, this is just.
See, Stanley, you got to get with us, man. You got to meet us where we at.
Just asking questions based off her videos.
Yes.
You know what? Every time you come up, it's the Weather
This video
Girls.
is
That's
for
right.
educational purposes only.
2 Tons of Fun.
Nothing
That
has
was their
changed.
nickname.
So we still on the same program.
Every
Shout
time you
out to
come
Roller
up,
Skater Texas Girl.
Miss Dion.
every
Go ahead.
time you come up on this
Yes, y'all
panel,
make
I'm
sure
meeting you
y'all
where you
check
are.
her out
Yes,
on all her
my name is
Ah,
Dion.
come on.
I'm also known as Baby Yoke, Baby D, but y'all can
follow her on Instagram.
No, let's not follow
Her
her.
name is Willie Baby D.
down below, so you guys can go ahead and follow my business.
Hey,
Instagram.
y'all check her
That's
out.
terrible.
Push her
Stop.
out. Push her
Real
out.
tea, real tea, real
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is cringe, but you know what?
tea.
All this hand movement.
Okay. So,
Okay, first question. Many of you guys, okay, this is gonna be a little daughter-ish because
Does she think is this like her version of being all articulate and shit? I'm getting the idea that she thinks she sounds intelligent. She doesn't even have the first question out yet. Baby D looks strong. Ah, that's funny.
God damn.
Baby D could bench press a caterpillar. Like she could bench press a caterpillar bulldozer.
My bad, Stan. Man, that loud ass truck came through here. I couldn't even hear your joke.
she used to shoot hogs for
Oh, that's all right. You didn't miss anything.
My bad.
for hunting and
this was
eating
before.
purposes.
Yes, okay. Feeding purposes, yes. She used to skin them. We used to take them home. We used to eat them. Yes. We never wasted the hogs. I promise. We never wasted the hogs.
It was one
But
hog
a lot of
apiece.
you don't know that before she did YouTube, she was shooting hogs. So that's my question to you. What made you go to shoot hogs? Like,
So we're gonna clean that up just so it's not shooting hogs. It's actually hunting and
hogs.
harvesting meals.
Yes.
Exactly what it sounds like. Before I came into YouTube, or before I even uploaded my very, very first video, we were in that pandemic stage. So for me, my mind goes 100 miles a minute trying to think everything that could be, everything that could go wrong. What can I do? How can I fix it? How can I make sure that I am bringing ration into the home? How am I going to feed my family? What is it I'm going to do? So that was the beginning of that journey. Being that in Florida, there is no license needed to actually hunt hogs. So it was a little bit more easier for me to get involved in the realm of hog hunting in the beginning. And not only was it me harvesting the meal, it was me providing for my family, making sure my family ate.
Big mama energy, y'all hear that? Big mama energy. She ate
Caught
that
the
down,
tea.
clocked all the tea. Anyways, let's go on to the next question.
Okay.
This is this is real big to me because I used to say this a lot because before she started YouTube, again, she used to post a lot of videos. She already had a huge following on Instagram, Facebook, all of that. So I used to tell her all the time, I was like, Mom, why you just don't start YouTube? You can get paid for this stuff. Like, hello. And then back when I was still in high school, she had started. So that's another question. What made you eventually start YouTube?
YouTube was actually by mistake. We opened up a channel. It was nothing that was intended to go anywhere. I uploaded the video is actually still there. We uploaded I think it was even probably a 2-minute video of one of my harvests. And right before we went to bed, it was one of those quick little things. And when we woke up, it was like 200 views or something. I was like, oh, they watching it, So that kind of was like the motivation, the fire under Yoki Stirrup to just.
Tough guy, you trying to porn bomb?
Tough guy. Porn bomb? That gotta be a fake.
Tough guy, I don't want to ask you what tough guy, what are you doing with that hand?
Hell no, tough guy ready to get some shit off his chest. Where he at? Why he didn't join the panel?
What up? What up, nigga?
Oh, there you go. What up, tough guy?
You can hear me?
Yeah,
I know what's happening.
we can hear you.
Oh, shit. That motherfucker don't got off
What y'all
work.
niggas? Nigga, your ass is drunk last night. You know that?
You know what?
I was alright, man.
He says he
He
did
was drunk as
nothing.
a
He
motherfucker.
did nothing to be ashamed of.
Mo was mad at you, or no, T was mad at you because you said you don't think black people is attractive or something like that, and then Mo.
Yeah. I just say
And
black
Mo.
women. Okay, as far as I'm gonna be honest, this is my perspective. As far as the dating aspect
Okay,
of
whoa.
Wait,
We
hey
don't-
Stanley, he was hating on you too, nigga.
I
I'm snitching.
personally,
He was hating
I
on you,
pers-
Stanley. He said
I
he said he was
personally
a better son than you, nigga.
don't Solid Snake, don't bother giving your perspective.
oh man,
Your
You
perspective
remember
is
that
not
last night,
needed.
nigga?
yeah, man.
You said you want a better child than what Stanley got. You said you jealous of him. You jealous of
Yeah,
Stanley?
man. I did. I said it. Yeah, I said it.
Okay, so that's why T got mad at you because you said to her that Stanley had a white baby mama and you had a black baby mama, and so T was not happy about that. You know what I'm saying? So
Well,
yeah.
number one, I mean, technically, she wasn't a baby mama. She was my wife.
Yeah, but she was she was also white though, Stanley. That was
You
was
know
the
what?
thing.
And you know what?
That was he was saying. That's what he was
All
saying.
I think
He was saying his life and situation would have been better if he had a white wife, and that's why
You know
he
what?
was
And you know
not
what?
not
I
happy.
think I remember what I wrote in the chat when he said that. Your life would have been better if you just had a wife. White wife,
Yeah,
black
yeah.
wife. How about just have a wife?
But that may not be true, Stanley. Some of these
You
bitches
know
be
what?
taking half your shit.
None of it is true. None of it is false. None of it should have been said in the first place.
Well, it definitely was said.
Yeah, and you know what? You reap the consequences. You reap the whirlwind.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Maybe I have range because I understood the sentiment.
Well, you know what? You have the ability to understand that sort of stuff. I just expect better out of black men.
Now, mind you, I did condemn the fact that he said it, but I understood it. And,
Dave,
you know,
you have that soft bigotry of low expectations. So that's why you're
not at
able to
all.
kind of you're
Hey
able to.
Stanley, I was listening earlier. You got problems with Low? What happened with you and Low?
No, I don't have any problems with Lolo.
What'd you say? You said something stern. What'd you say?
The only thing I remember saying is I don't have a problem with Lolo. I mean, you know what? If I had a problem with her, I wouldn't talk to her at all.
So you sound like you running. You a coward, Stanley.
Yeah, okay. Well, all I have to say is
I ain't say all that, Stanley. That was him.
I'm not famous for I When I say it looked like they were carnies out on the sidewalk in downtown Charleston, it's nothing I wouldn't say to them.
Right? No, I feel you. I definitely say shit niggas to niggas face. I don't really give a fuck what they think. You know,
It's much more fun.
Hey,
I'm
Stanley.
definitely gonna tell you.
Hey, shout out to Latino for Trump. Welcome to the show.
Hey, Stanley, I got a request.
Latino to Trump. What up, nigga?
It's a quick request before the show is over because I know you got like an hour. But last time me and Tough Guy was on the panel, we was talking about how some of the best wives are a pimp's bottom bitch.
Wait, wait, hold it.
that was Tough Guy's stance.
I said that. Yeah, I said that.
That was Tough Guy's stance.
Wait, hold
So
on. I don't even know what that means. What does it mean?
Okay, so
It means like-
basically what
yeah.
I was saying. Oh yeah, go ahead. You can explain it.
No, you can explain. You know the game. Go ahead.
Okay, so basically what I was trying to convey is this, Stanley. If you got a woman from a pimp, then she knows how to treat a man, and she probably would be a great wife because she knows how to follow instructions, she knows how to listen to you, and she knows how to add to, she brings to the table. And I'm not talking about financially. I'm talking about using her brain. I'm talking about being attentive to what you need and your needs. And she's a team player. She's not going to be all selfish and about herself. So therefore, she's going to have a little bit of structure and under the tutelage of an individual that's going to have her have some type of class or some type of respect for herself, because that's what the game is about. The game is about valuing yourself, and it's not so much about what people think as far as just a sexual thing, but it's really about a woman valuing herself and her time and conducting herself as such, wearing nice clothes, being proper, knowing how to speak.
Okay, we get the point. So
He's selling it, ain't he? He's selling it real good.
Are you saying they would make a better wife?
I said
Yeah.
that they would make a good wife. I didn't say they would make a better wife. I said that I think that they would be a great wife for an individual looking for a woman. And usually the thing about hoes is that everybody want to hate on. They're still women. They still got feelings. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're still women, bro. And actually, those are some of the cleanest women because they take care of what they have to put on the line all the time.
Well, you almost sound like you're training geishas.
Yeah. Well, it's not so much
Well,
about training.
Well, Stanley, if you roll the footage, it's my response to his whole setup.
Okay.
Look as fine as ever. You free right now? I can pay extra.
You have me confused with someone else.
Nah, Star. I recognize that ass anywhere. Hope you're here next time I roll through.
What was that? World's full of crazies.
No, it's time. Let's go inside the fort. Come on. Mommy, you really gonna be here every night from now on?
Yes, Blue.
Is it true, Pop? Pop.
Yeah. What are we watching?
Wait a minute.
This is my first night living in this house, and you're acting like you don't want to be anywhere near me.
All I can think about is that guy we saw earlier, and how you might know him.
I knew it. I could feel you judging me the second we left.
So I'm right. It's a guy you knew from back when you was turning tricks. How come you ain't just tell me the truth?
What was I supposed to say? I don't want to talk about Star ever. I have spent every single day of my life trying to forget her. You think I wanted to be called out like
It
that?
ain't easy. It just be thrown in my face like that. I can't get that picture out my head.
We've both done things that we're not proud of. We're just trying to get by back then.
You was trying to get by on
He
drugs.
sounds insecure. He sounds
What?
very insecure.
You was horned to make money so you can get high. Ain't that what happened?
And you were stealing credit
Maybe.
cards and robbing
Nah,
convenience
two don't
stores.
compare. I did that.
Yeah, they do. It's criminal activity.
The two don't compare.
I could take
It's
care of
criminal.
it.
It's
Just only
criminal
thinking of
activity.
yourself. As always.
Is this
Let me put it to you this way: they're both things you don't want your kids to do.
But our marriage is
Right.
gonna look like us having the same argument over and over again. You cannot keep punishing me for my mistakes, Rafi.
I ain't punishing you, but it is what it is, dog.
I'm not that person.
Movie? Is this a whole movie or what?
No, it's almost over.
It's
like a skit. And I'm so tired
Who pulls out the gun?
Nah,
trying to convince you that I am not.
it's not one of my
You
fantasy
can't accept me
movies.
for the
man.
person that I am right now. I can't marry you.
Oh,
I'll sleep on the couch tonight.
she is can't marry him. How interesting.
See, tough guy. What I'm trying to say is, if I do attempt that and I go out and about, and some guy tries to pull her arm and offer her double the money for her services real quick, I couldn't deal with that. And just knowing that's in the back of my head that several other guys have tossed her up for a little bit of cash.
But this is the whole
Exactly.
thing. Let me tell you.
That's
This
not-
is, you know what kills me? This is what kills me with y'all squares. Y'all will pursue a bitch and y'all don't know how many type of miles she got on her. And she's fucking somebody.
I'd rather not know.
So but that's what I'm
I'm
saying.
Carl
is you
Thomas.
don't
Call
know,
me Carl
nigga.
Thomas.
See, that's the
Yeah, I'm
problem
dumb,
is you should want to know. That you should want to know. You should want
That's
to know.
bullshit now. Hold on. You want to give a damn about the body she got?
Not give a damn about it, but at least you know as far as your health, as far as where her health is
Why?
at.
Why would
I'm
you care?
telling you, right? Listen. I just told you.
Have protected sex.
Yeah, but if you are with somebody, you ain't gonna want to be having no condom every time, and you might want to
Yes,
get
you
married.
do.
So
Yes,
that's not
you do. That's personal responsibility.
the only.
Nah,
The
you
only.
don't be out here just making dick in every damn woman time. You don't make dick in every damn woman.
Solid snake, shut up, nigga. Let me say
Solid
something.
Snake,
Goddamn.
do I hear you giving out any sort of relationship advice at all?
Hey man, come on now. You know what?
I'm like, what in the hell is going on here?
Oh, come on, dog.
Hey, but let me tell you a hard truth right now. Most women nowadays are involved in the game somehow, some way or another. This is why Lo is mad at me because I told her she was trying to do a fundraiser with UJ, and she said she was gonna be wearing a bikini. I was like, damn, y'all bitches love the benefits of the game, but y'all don't know what comes with it. Y'all love the benefits of the game,
you know
but
what?
y'all don't really
That
want to
is-
go full throttle with it.
That is
That's
so
what this should be pissing
unfunny.
me off.
I would have just said, are you going to be able to find one that your narrow hips will hold up?
Yeah, hey, that's what. Hey, they got mad. They got mad because I was like, "Oh, my bitches look better," and then I put my bitch on screen, and it was like,
Okay,
"Oh yeah."
all I have to say is I think my joke is better than this story.
Yeah, I don't think that story is really like true or like. Let's say that happened. She could, if she had a game about herself, she'd be like, "I don't know that nigga."
You know what?
He must have got me mixed up with
Let
somebody.
her be. She doesn't
But
need
he
to
knew.
know all
But
about
this is the thing.
dick and all-
If you listen to the conversation, my nigga, he
Okay,
knew what she did.
I'm not. Why would I listen to a conversation I'm not remotely interested in?
No, Stanley. No, but I'm saying off of the skit, you heard him. He said you
Yeah,
used to do that.
he
He
acknowledged
he
that.
knew.
He knew.
Yeah, so he already knew, bro. You know what I mean? If you don't know, nigga, you don't know. And my whole thing is most niggas don't
That's
even
on
know.
you now
And
at
most
that
niggas
point.
is dealing with a bitch that has been in the game, has done something in the game, paid
You're
a
right.
pimp, something. Like, y'all niggas don't even know. Y'all don't
You're
know.
right. It happened to me. It happened to me before. I was walking the mall with this girl I talked to from a football game. She was selling like pizza turnovers. I was walking the mall. Now, mind you, I'm a young 18-year-old man, and we
would
was
never
walking the
know.
mall, and every other guy came out to hug her. Now she was beautiful, big eyes, Pocahontas hair, the whole nine. And yeah, she was beautiful, but it was like everybody in the mall was hugging her. Come to find
Yeah, I
out,
don't like that.
some partners of mine tried to tell me that, yeah, man, we had her. I'm like, the fuck you mean had her?
Alley-ooping.
See, but this is the whole
Yes.
thing. This is the whole thing about the bitch. You had her, but you don't have her. You had her, but you don't have her, man.
I'm
See,
I'm
this is the whole
18,
thing. She
bro.
might be with
I'm
you, but she's
18.
still with me. She doing what I
That's
told her to go
true.
do. She extracting everything from you and coming back home.
I respect the game, I really do. But when you're young and you're green, you just don't know. It's like, damn, all this stuff happened. Yeah, they had her. She was one of the girls that was in the bathroom during the smoke parties, and you know that cats was taking their turn for real. I didn't
Yeah,
know.
she got sent. Somebody was sending her, or she was sending herself.
Yeah,
Most women nowadays be trying to send themselves, but they don't know what the fuck they doing. You know what I'm saying? That's why you be finding them on OnlyFans or doing whatever instead of having your own website, understanding what it is when it comes to branding, understanding that most men want what they can't have. So just get into a profession where you're dealing with a whole bunch of people. And the game is omnipresent. You could fucking sell houses. You could be doing sales, selling insurance, and the game is right there. You don't got to be on the street corner. Niggas is stupid as a
Okay, well,
motherfucker.
now that we are, oh, this is interesting.
See, I
All
be
right.
giving away too much game.
let him
I be
play
giving
out.
y'all some
He's
game. Y'all
teaching.
niggas don't be listening.
Yeah,
I be
he's
giving y'all
teaching. Let
niggas
him
hella game.
let him go. He was flowing.
Was he?
Well, I mean, he might not
but
be
he don't
interested, but
he don't understand it. He don't get it.
Well,
I find it interesting.
no. Just whether I get it or not, we can do a whole show on the game. This isn't that show.
It's a
I understand
continuation
it.
of our show on the
But
game.
you have to
Okay, well,
understand
dude,
that the
you know
game
what?
is omnipresent. Did not say that,
The
Stanley. The game is everywhere. You
game,
can't. It's
the
ubiquitous,
game
bro.
is omnipresent outside
Yes,
of this panel.
it's
Outside,
ubiquitous. And I'm
unless
telling
this
you right now,
panel is about the game, then it is not omnipresent. This is a game-free zone.
that's not true because I'm here.
Yeah, he is the game.
Continue to see how people would accept me in the space. And so it went from that one video, and then we just continued to upload it, and then we blossomed into this beautiful thing.
So
Stanley,
Sister Elephant.
what have you learned?
Stanley, real quick, I got one last thing to say.
I bet you do.
Now she's beautiful and everything, right?
Who
If you
is?
get with her, you'll be happy.
Wait.
No,
Who are you talking about?
the one on the left,
Yellow,
your critic.
the one that just spoke.
No, you know what? She's a little bit too much.
Yeah, she a little
Okay,
bit
so
too
she's-
much, but Stanley, for one night only.
Dude, life is short, and my
Stanley ain't
nights,
never had a
Live
one
it up,
night
Stanley.
my nights are precious.
You had a one night stand before, Stanley?
No, hey,
Stanley, you ever had a
tough
one night
guy?
stand, nigga?
I probably had two, but I will say this: I have.
Yeah, you don't strike the guy to me to be doing
I
that.
have.
You seem like a boyfriend type of dude.
Generally, I'm not, but exceptions have happened. But I've been with a woman who is roughly her size. It's
About blew your back out, didn't you?
You know what? I don't like water beds that much.
I don't like big bitches either, nigga.
Me either.
Well,
Y'all seen the bitch I had? I'll bring on her, nigga. She's skinny.
all I
good,
can
though.
say is that I don't, if I want the motion of the ocean, I'm gonna be on a ship.
I'm not trying to slip a disc out here.
I like the petite bitches. Them petite bitches be taking dick, nigga. I don't give a fuck with nobody.
I don't necessarily like or prefer petite women. However,
You just
too
don't
much
like them
Ass,
heavy.
though. They gotta have ass though, like little small, but they get the ass is right though. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
too
you can
much
start
of
a
a good
fire,
thing is
yo.
too much of a good thing.
Yeah.
Okay, like I was saying, Stanley, she's beautiful and everything, but what are you gonna do with that?
I don't even think she's that. I mean, she's
I
good
don't think she's
looking, but
that
I don't
beautiful.
think she's
Right, yeah.
that.
Yeah,
she
see,
ain't
y'all fellas
beautiful
not
like that.
understanding what I'm saying, because Stanley think I
Well,
hate
then
black
say
women,
it.
Beer,
Well, then
beer
say it
goggles,
so we
beer
and I don't.
goggles.
say it so
I
we
don't.
can't understand
I
it.
don't. I don't hate black women. I think she's actually attractive. All right, but what you gonna do with that on your arm when the real exotics roll up on you? This fake exotic shit.
Well, what would you do? Just like get off
I just
my
avoid it.
arm?
I
Would
wait
you
on
tell
the.
her? Would you just tell her get off my arm?
Everybody done that argument when you was out with a broad and you seen another bitch and she was giving you a hell action and she was not. She was look way better than the bitch you was with, and that's how bitches are, man. Bitches like
Well,
you when
one
you got
thing,
another girl around.
one thing that I am, one thing that I am is I'm a one woman guy. I don't, I've never been able. I'm not a good multitasker when it comes to juggling women. I've done it a couple times in my life, but it's too much work.
Yeah, well, that's because you don't
It
got a
is
brain. I'm just fucking with you.
I wouldn't say
Stanley,
it's stressful, but
it's a
I
mind thing
like
though. It is.
I
It's
like
mind consuming.
if I
You gotta
like
be
you,
witty,
if I like
quick.
you, you're gonna have my attention, and it's hard, giving quality attention to more than one woman for me. Now,
You like looking at them in the
Hey,
eyes when you have sex.
well,
That's
people
what
might
it is.
say that, hey, you know what? You're a little intense, a little overbearing, but I think if you actually like a woman, she deserves your attention.
Hey,
Right.
you seen what happened when I brought my bitch on? You seen Mo? Like the next day, she was like, "You look really handsome." I was like, "Oh, now I'm handsome now." She's like, "I always thought you was handsome." I was like, "No, you seen that bitch, and now
You
you
know
like
what?
think I'm."
I'm betting she would remember it differently than you do.
Nigga, that's what happened,
Of
because I
course,
said it to
because
her. As soon as she said
Stanley
I was
always with
handsome,
the
that's what I
roasted,
said.
man.
I was like, "Oh, I'm handsome now, bitch," because you seen me with this bitch, and she fine. You know what I'm saying?
I can
That's the
tell
whole
you right
thing.
now,
If
Mo is
I was
gonna
with an
say
ugly
something.
bitch, then that
I
would be
can tell
different.
you,
But I was with a
I can tell
good
you right
looking woman.
now what Mo is gonna
yeah, she was
say is
activated.
I don't remember saying all that now.
That's what
Yeah,
she
she was
said.
activated. That's what happened. She seen that pretty woman, and she got activated.
That's what
Let me,
happened.
Dave, let me show you something right quick. This is why I don't think she had a BBL. I don't know if you can see that.
Jesus Christ. There we go.
Let me see, can I get a better
She
shot?
got that Aunt
I've
Jemima,
seen her in these skimpy outfits. She just does not look like she's had a BBL.
Miss Buttersworth.
You know what? I don't have a problem with this outfit.
Okay, let's see her move around with it. Look, it's not stiff.
Stanley, I don't have a problem with
I
that
don't
out.
want it
Wait
to
a
be
minute.
too
No, wait a
overpowered.
minute. I thought that
Now,
was
She got a nice little booty though.
good.
Yeah, Dave thinks she has a BBL. I don't think
Yeah,
she
She
does.
because
probably
certain
does.
clothes, it
Now
sticks out
into
like a
our
BBL.
flour.
It really does.
Okay, but it's not sticking out
Into
of this.
our
This is
flour,
skimpy. If she had
we are
scars
going
and stuff,
to put our
You can't
oxtails
see
that
it
are
because
now
of the
have been
clothes she got on.
cooled.
She would have to. There's a
These are
way to
wait,
quick.
actually
hold it.
tell
You'll
the
get a
difference.
good
All
shot
we
here in
wanted
a
to
minute.
do was make them
At
tender.
least I think.
Oxtail takes quite a bit
Yeah,
sometimes.
bookmark the time.
So
Yeah,
I
right
wanted
there.
to. There's
You
no
know,
Right
way.
there.
Stanley be on this shit. He got a little notebook.
Damn right.
All right, now to our
Hell
same
yeah. That shit jiggling. It look natural.
Yeah, that shit jiggling. I ain't no BBL.
Yeah, that shit jiggle natural, bro.
That shit
All
BBLs
right,
probably
all
got
right,
that
all right.
stiff.
BBLs be stiff like a dead body.
Yeah, they be stiff.
fire
Yeah, they
rack.
ain't got that. They ain't got that
These out.
wobble
We'll
wobble.
see.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shaky shaky.
y'all,
Drop it,
y'all,
drop it. So she can
y'all
take
too
it, take
excited. Y'all need to calm down.
Just a little bit of love. You don't want to
I
risk
seen the
that. And
wobble
this
on
is
that motherfucker.
actually
That motherfucker
keep
said whoop, whoop, whoop.
the if it's crispy enough, the crispy
A good BBL got wobble to it too, though. On some
Yeah,
real
well,
shit.
you must be a surgeon.
No, they be like real
water
burns,
pepper
dog. They be
concoction
like,
before I add any more.
I know a
No,
couple
that's
bitches
not.
that
That
got
is
them.
not a
Bites of
BBL.
this. Look at
And you
that.
can see the
Listen,
scars on their bikini line.
y'all don't know about my past life. I used to take them down there, boy.
Well, your
In a
Yeah,
past
yeah,
life,
it's just like roller skate girl said. We
in,
gotta check if she has the bumblebee body, bro. You
in
understand?
your
Little
in your
legs.
past life, you were a surgeon.
Okay, that's not too far from the truth.
We gotta see if she has that a Bug's Life body.
I can tell you right now. I mean, this is when she was young. She was probably hot as hell, hot as fuck.
Yeah,
That's why you got her on the screen now.
You know what? I think she's attractive.
Yeah,
Trying to get her out the discount, baby.
natural. But if you look at the titties look natural too, though.
Lemon pepper.
I can tell you right now, she's probably like deep in her 50s.
She's from the South or something.
If she were 55 and I was 60, I would be okay with this.
I'm gonna master it. I'm gonna figure it
She
out.
gotta like you too, Stanley. That's what, ain't that what she said? She gotta like you.
And she can cook too.
But this is wonderful.
Stanley need libido pills to keep up with that.
You know what? Doctor, give me the
Hell yeah,
medicine.
he like, hell yeah, I would. That nigga gonna take it twice a week, nigga, on that ass.
Yeah, you gotta keep up, Stanley. You don't get smoked.
Hey, I'm gonna go to the
How
gym.
long it was gonna take?
I do whatever I need to do to
This is
keep
why I
up.
got the cut.
Stanley said, "Nigga, he putting in that work,
But
nigga. He trying to put in work on that
I would
ass, nigga."
definitely
Shit,
have
Stanley
them a
Stanley
little
won't even
bit
come out the
larger
house no more.
than the inch, so that when it's
No, I'd
fried,
be
it
coming out the
gives it
house.
that more
Yeah, she had your ass on the
outside,
Xbox for
yet
days in the
more
house.
thick, nice piece of
She look
meat
like
on
she'll
the
suck the
inside.
shit out your dick,
But this
though.
is excellent, just as it is.
Like
She
she's
look like one
sucking,
of them
like she's
bitches.
sucking on
She look
these.
like one of them bitches
Very,
that be
very,
doing all
very.
type of shit to your balls and all
Y'all
that
already
shit.
know what I'm gonna ask
Oh my
y'all, or
lord!
tell y'all. Make sure y'all try this. Come back to the comments. Tell me
You ain't never had that happen. You ain't never had that, Stanley,
because
where a bitch
it
is
is
slobbing on your
really good. It
balls.
doesn't have to be
Yo,
just lemon
yo,
pepper. That
tough
orange
guy, you
pepper,
got me
that black.
coughing on my weed right now, bro. What's wrong with you?
He ain't never had that. He don't know nothing about that, nigga. When a bitch is choking, you know what I'm saying?
Let me put it
And
to you
she
this
got
way.
tears coming down her
I
eyes.
know enough about it not to be talking about it, to you.
Stanley ain't
Yo,
never experienced that. You know what I'm
yo, them tears mean she
saying?
put in some effort.
Yeah,
For
okay.
real. When
Okay.
the tears come out.
Yeah, that's real work, nigga. You be like, damn, bitch, I need to keep you around. A bitch do that shit to you, nigga. You be like, you know what? I'm gonna hit you up next week, bitch. 'Cause, man, yeah, I could definitely use that once a week, straight up. Yeah, man. That's all. You just need to have that experience, nigga. You ain't been with no real hoe, man. I'm talking
Anyway,
about bona fide
Yeah,
hoe.
this is
years
live.
ago,
This is
or
live.
a year ago,
Well, I'm
into
gonna
the
file that
WNBA.
last
She
one
plays for
away
the
as
Chicago
inconclusive
Sky.
evidence.
And since she's been in WNBA and she's had these eyes on her now, real basketball fans, the ones who actually watch the WNBA, they're saying, hey, this girl ain't as good as we thought she was. She misses a lot of shots.
Here comes
And it's
some
been a running joke
black
for over
for
a
you.
year that she misses a lot of shots, and her stats are kind of padded, especially her rebounds, because she misses a lot of her own baskets and she gets her own rebounds. So there's literally all types of highlight. I don't even know if their highlights are low light clips of her where she'll miss like 4 shots in a row and get 4 fucking rebounds. Like, it's crazy. Like, that's just stuff you don't normally see, especially at that professional level of basketball. You don't see that.
Not in the NBA.
Where you have players
That's
miss that
because
many
she's a
close
woman,
range shots
man.
and
They
get their own
always making
rebound.
exceptions
Usually
for bitches,
in
man.
basketball, that's kind of like a current
You see
terminology
Caitlin
is like
Clark be
Shaq
draining
Fu.
her
It's like
shit,
a
nigga,
blooper
with her
type of
white
play.
ass.
But she does this shit all the
Well,
time.
congratulations. She
She's
just
not
made
great.
the
She's
cover
not
of
good. She looks good.
2K26.
She got a fatty. We can say that. She'll probably
He
make more
did,
money
though.
modeling than in the WNBA if we're gonna keep it
But
a
I don't
buck.
understand why she
But
made the cover, though, because
she
if she
gets
doing
this
that,
kind of
that's
like
weird.
coverage because she's a black woman with popularity. So
Yep,
that's who
I
Angela
agree.
Reese is. She's a WNBA player who looks good. She's a young woman, and she's got a lot of clout. But what has become of this story is a racial narrative between her and Caitlin Clark. Caitlin Clark is probably the most famous female basketball player of all time, and she's only in her second year as well. The girl plays like Steph Curry. She can hit shots from anywhere on the court.
That's what I was saying.
Does she look good? Oh yeah, no.
I mean, she can. I've seen her dressed up. She didn't look bad.
I think that's how you
She
say
just,
it. Or
she just looked like Larry Bird
We
in the
know
face.
she's almost the goat. Angela looks good enough. She looks good enough to be put in that queen status. Social. But anywho, Caitlin Clark, who does
She
not
looked more like
she's just
Steven
your
Miller.
standard, regular, lengthy basketball.
She looks like a white man in the face.
She's a
But her
baller.
hair,
She's a baller.
body,
There's
she
no
alright.
denying it. She led the league this year in all-star votes. She literally has changed the WNBA. And since there's a huge racial narrative in this country, she gets a lot of flack. And you're seeing a weird backlash against her from the other players where she's been getting hacked like crazy. They are targeting her. They've been trying to hurt this girl. And she's literally their meal ticket. She's literally bringing revenue in for these ladies to really get paid and really have, the attention that they say that they deserve when it compares to men's basketball. But since she's a white girl, they attack her. And that shit is crazy. Hell yeah, speak for
I'm
show.
gonna be honest, man. WNBA got to be the most dangerous league in the
You know what? I'm about to get into Universal's chat and troll
threw me
him.
off, man. Let me know.
Oh, he's live right now.
But anyway, so there's this racial narrative between Caitlin
This is
Clark
live.
and Angela Reese.
There goes Stanley.
And even if you take race out of it, I don't think this is a good comparison of two basketball players. One, it's like comparing Steph Curry to, and I'm just gonna give a basketball player that people would know.
This dude is
I'm
all
not
of a
saying
sudden
she's
this
on
is
the same,
fucking
like, equivalent as far
ESPN.
as skill set. But it's like
That
comparing
motherfucker
a
Hey,
probably
John
never
John
watched.
Strawberry, man,
like
shout out to you for that. Yeah, Cunningham is a beast, and she's
two
beautiful.
different types of players, two different
Like I only got
Cunningham is another
but
beast.
there's been
I
this
only got two criticism of
whack-ass
Angel
narrative
Reese,
in mainstream media
and
and
that's
just
that's
regular
when
dialogue
Lisa,
amongst people that
who
one
was
is
it?
better
Lisa
than the other,
Leslie
and
tried to
there's
tell
really no
her that
comparison.
like she could teach her
Caitlin Clark's numbers on the court,
um
off the
to,
court,
All I have to
score.
say,
just annihilate
all I have
Angela
to
Reese.
say
But the
is
racial
Angel
ideology that
Reese will
people
probably
have
shoot
won't
several
allow them to
jumpers
be
over his
honest
ass.
and face reality about what's going
Yeah.
on.
Well,
Hold on.
It's
he's
almost
not a
like
basketball
it's almost
player.
like Jackie Robinson in the
This is just played
baseball
out
league
in my
back in the
real
'60s. You
life.
know, you see a white
So
girl
let
playing
me
in
Yeah, but at least
WNBA at
Jackie,
20,
yo, you can't
25
even
and be
you can't
racially
even say that
discriminated
because
in
like
the
I can't show the image because
level
Facebook took it down, and I tried to
is
Google
you can't
it.
even
unheard
say
of.
that
It's
because
damn egregious.
you can't even
Solid
say
Snake,
that because
Solid Snake.
Jackie
Look up at the
Robinson,
title of the show. Look up at the title of the show and read it out loud.
like you
I'm
can't even
sorry,
say
Stan.
that,
I
Snake.
agree with that. You think
The name of the
That's
show
a bad
is the name of the show is the Dumb Things
Caitlin Clark
YNs Say.
literally the baddest woman on the planet right now as far as basketball, and you got all these goddamn
You know what?
WNBA
You know
DEI
what?
hires sitting up there, and I'm talking about they so DEI they can't even understand the fact that in her we got 50,000.
Even your phone knows you're full of shit. That's why it's clicking.
I'm saying like your argument died when you try to make the comparison of her and Jackie Robinson. I'm like, dude, are you serious?
No, I'm serious. Jackie Robinson was one of the most.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's not. But like
This
you
is
can say
literally
that, but, like
this
Jackie Robinson
that
actually
Jackie
played baseball,
Robinson
bro.
thing. That Jackie Robinson thing is literally the Dumb Things YNs Say.
Like, bro, Jackie Robinson
Caitlin
actually
Clark-
stole bases, bro. Like he stole third to home plate, like that. Like,
Well,
shit
you know
like that
what?
was not
Why
done in those times.
why
bro. Like,
compare a legend to a
yo,
25-year-old
like this
woman?
guy's retarded, dude. Like, I'm sorry, bro, but like, nah, Snake, not on this one. I can't.
Solid Snake, take a sip of water.
No, I'm just saying, bro.
You know how hard it is to You know how hard it is to steal home plate.
She was named
Dude,
one of
he more athletic.
Not everybody
Think
can
about
do
it.
that in baseball.
Look at what Caitlin Clark doing on the basketball court. Look at what Caitlin Clark doing on that basketball court, man, by herself.
And I thought that was hilarious.
Man, stop it.
What I did
This
was
is
I just
WNBA, man. That girl out playing each and every damn one on that court.
Facebook, I have consistently shared these videos.
Come on, man.
and these little memes about Angela Reese not doing well. The last, and it's only been like maybe 4 shares, because I've been noticing this trend that there's a lot of people online that talk about how she's not that good of a player. So it brings up the question, why is she as popular as she is? So I seen the cover with the brick. I thought it was funny and I shared it today. Didn't write nothing, didn't think anything of it, just went on about my life. Prior to that, I've shared when her shoe deal came out, somebody said the Angela Reese ones, and they were shoes that were shaped like a brick wall, which was funny. And then I shared there's these guys who do betting, and this is how bad Angela Reese is at basketball. I keep calling
Is
her
it Angela Reese or Angel
at
Reese?
basketball. There's these guys that have created a
Probably
product
Angel.
that
Angel,
she will
but
miss her
How
first
do
shot in the
you-
game. And they
Is
created
Angel
a
short for
whole
Angela?
social media following
Probably.
at watching
Probably.
the beginning
Most
of the
likely it
Chicago
is.
Sky's basketball games, and until she shoots a shot. And these guys have been winning money for weeks on her missing her first shot of the game. Like, I think she finally hit her first shot of the game like literally like a week ago, and she's been on a run ever since, playing well, which I also said in my comments. Like, I'm aware that
Okay, her
she's
name
playing
is Angel,
well
not
recently,
Angela.
but she's still
Why is he
missing
calling her
so
Angela?
that was the
It's like a 5-year-old, Stan. Don't miss the point.
where you see the basketball
Dude, you
here,
fucking talk
that's
like a
where,
5-year-old.
Angela Reese,
Well, whatever. She played like a 5-year-old.
And you, as a grown 50-year-old man, Talk like a 5-year-old.
Let me show you all
Damn,
these
son.
screenshots of the butt hurtness from this.
You know what, Stan?
Now, I'm not
Fuck
going
you,
to
man.
spoil who this person is just yet. I'm just going to share the images, and hopefully I get them in the right order. All right. Yeah. So you can
I gotta
kind of
try his channel to get him a lot.
John, I'm trying
It's
not to
block my
troll him
face,
in his
but
own chat.
anywho, this is the comments from the post. There was only 2 people that commented. This person who's upset with me, which was a black woman, and then one of my homeboys who's actually on my channel, my homeboy Aaron. So Aaron, he goes, Angela has made a lane for herself and leveraged everything.
Yeah, it is kind of driving me
An
crazy.
effort player, which is beyond impressive, which I agree. She's an effort player, right? She can get rebounds. They just typically tend to be her own, which is weird. It's not normal. It's not a normal thing. So we have that. Is one of the issues that takes place, right? And then
But that's actually pretty impressive. She misses. She like, fuck that. I'm getting my
young
ball
lady
back.
that I know, and I'll tell the depths of how I know her in a moment.
Yeah, it's called Can't Play.
Do you? I always see negative posts about her on your page. Now, I just told you guys I've probably posted like 4 things about Angela Reese over probably like the last few months. I don't know how many. It ain't a lot. I don't sit there waiting for Angela Reese to follow my page. But if I see something funny, I share it, and I do that with everything. I usually am sharing either content that I create or stuff that I find funny or things from my organization on my Facebook page. So I write her back and I say, haha, I just found this funny. I'm aware that she has been balling over the last 2.5 weeks. I pay attention. I pay attention to sports. I like sports. It's the summertime. Ain't a lot happening. So WNBA will come across my sports timeline. So I know she's been hooping. All right. So the next part of conversation is not that one. Is this one. So then I post right after that. I post that, then I post right after that, and I say, my issue with I'm gonna say my issue. Also, my issue is with this. I missed some words there. I'm black. My issue is with this is the unnecessary comparison between her and Clark. They are not in the same league at all. All right. Then my female friend decides to say, so you decide to downgrade a young black woman, ... Okay. What the fuck? How do I downgrade a young black woman? Why I just shared a NBA 2K photo of her with a brick and a pair of shoes shaped as a brick and some gambling guys betting that she will not make her first shot of the game. I am now
Defending the board.
Black women. This stuff is getting out of hand, people. I'm telling you, it's almost to the point where a lot of these conversations that used to be online are starting to leak into real life, and you almost can't have conversations with certain folks at all.
I don't even know what to say about all this.
No, you know what? I do see online shit starting to not only leak in on real life, but I mean, it's causing havoc. There's a song by J. Cole called "Something About Humans" or something like that. It was pretty dope. Have y'all heard that? What
No.
happened to humans or something like that?
Nope, I haven't.
J. Cole, yeah, J. Cole got a song talking about, just like AI and stuff like that. It's crazy, man. Like that shit really is taking over. If you go out right now, you're gonna see everybody on their phone. And in a few years, everybody gonna be hunchback looking, man. Because they're always looking over on their phone. I was in the DMV today because I bought a car, right? So I was in the DMV and we all waiting in line. Back in the day, you just had to sit there and wait. Now you have a device. But what's really strange? Have y'all noticed that when people actually have a lot of time and they don't have a device or anything like that, like perfect example, people in jail, they're really creative and they come up with shit and they think about shit and they plan shit out better. Have y'all ever noticed that? I don't know if he could.
So you advocating everybody to go to jail?
Advocating everybody goes to jail.
You know, they got cell phones in jail, right?
Now they do. But
No,
not back
they
in the day.
always had them.
Well, now they do, but I mean, still, I mean, you see millionaires in jail. You see people that got bank accounts that got a whole bunch of money in jail. I mean, it used to be
Yeah,
like that, but
I
it was just like
jail.
it used to be like business owners, not just a regular random ass nigga, you know, that can trade and do stocks off of the phone that he has. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what niggas be doing. They be figuring out ways out in there. Like I said, they got time and hella time. they got plenty of time to figure shit out. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. It's just strange to me. I can
She
see
said,
that.
I'm glad this is over. We ain't doing this ever again. Me and her got in the car. I took her to Dairy Queen. We celebrated, and we just moved on with our life. That was a failure. My kid knew it was a failure. I knew it was a failure. I didn't complain about my kid, but I pointed out to her, like, man, know what your kids are good and aren't good at, because otherwise you may put them in directions that they don't need to be in. Now, the reason we try track and field for my daughter is because she's very athletic. She's pretty tall. She's got a very athletic body. And we were just trying out things. When I say we, me and my ex-wife, we were trying things out to figure out what was going to be her thing. Now, what we found out is her thing was last year softball. She was really good at that, but then she didn't want to do it anymore because her friend's not doing it. But now she's in Taekwondo and she loves it. So you just got to keep trying until you kind of figure out what your kids like to do. So I have shared the fails of my children, and I will. And my kids will also, because I've raised them in a specific way, they will acknowledge the stuff that they don't do well either. But it's like, what the... This is the problem we have with black people, is you can't even point out the obvious and the truth without people coming at you saying you're wrong and that you're hurting all women.
Listen to this anti-black motherfucker. Okay,
That's
again,
true, that's
no,
true.
it is not
Stanley,
true.
that's kind
Okay, dude,
yeah, it is.
you know
nigga.
what?
Just because this your show don't
Okay.
mean that you right.
Okay, well, God damn it, I know I'm right. I don't have any
I don't give a fuck
motherfucking
if you
doubt.
think you right.
I don't
nigga.
have any motherfucking doubt. Okay, you can't say there's a problem with black people. How about say there's a problem with some black people? All black people don't have the problem he's talking about.
Okay, do you know why it's all black
Okay,
people's problem?
motherfucker, I need you
Because the
to
black people.
acknowledge what
Why
I
don't you let
just
me
said.
talk?
Don't move on to the next topic.
Why don't you let me finish?
Motherfucker, I don't have to let you finish. Okay,
Okay,
what
right.
I need
Don't
you
ask
to
me a
do,
question then. You
what
dead
I
ass
need you
nigga.
to do is acknowledge that all black people don't have this problem.
Yes, they do. Do you know why?
Okay, motherfucker, then get your dumb ass off my panel. Fucking this anti-black bullshit must stop. The problem with some anti-black blacks is that you motherfuckers don't know how to use English. Okay, how the fuck do you get to his level and not understand how to think, how to be precise, and not make broad generalizations?
Are you gonna let me talk?
Motherfucker, no, don't finish. Just shut the fuck up and let me finish.
See? Okay, see, because
Yeah,
it's your
see,
show, right?
motherfucker, you knew this was coming. Don't be dumb on my
Don't
panel.
be an ass.
Don't be
Don't be an
dumb
ass.
on my panel. That's the requirement.
Nigga, I ain't dumb. Fuck you
Motherfucker,
heard.
I can't tell.
Nigga,
Yeah,
that's
man.
your opinion. You old ass nigga.
You know what? That's the best you're gonna be able to do. Don't make
All right,
this.
well, leave me alone.
This is
Leave
the
me alone.
problem
Leave me
is
alone.
people, these
Stanley.
anti-black blacks want to act like all black people suffer from the same problem, and then half an hour ago, black people aren't a monolith. Which is it? consistency
Oh,
of
you won't
thought,
even let me explain.
precision of language. That is the problem with some black people like you and Universal Jones. You don't know how to use the fucking language is the problem.
You be cheating, man. You be cheating.
I'm not cheating.
You,
I'm just
yeah, you
saying
do.
not
It's my channel, so you
not
can't
all
talk.
not all black people suffer your
Like, damn,
problem.
nigga. You don't even let me get off my thought, nigga. Why
You know what?
doing that?
I don't owe you
Yeah, you
let
do,
you get
nigga.
off
I'm on the
your
panel,
thought.
motherfucker. That's
What
why.
rights
That's
do you
why.
actually have?
I'm a panelist.
Oh, dude, you
What the fuck a panel is
that
for, you
might just
damn
be
idiot?
a temporary condition.
I can state my damn
No,
opinion.
you don't have to state it. I know you think that you are on T's panel. Motherfucker, I'm not T. I will have no mercy. I don't owe you kindness.
Why you bringing T into
I
this?
do
You got
not
shit to do
owe
with
you
this?
kindness.
Why you always bringing other people up? You always do that shit, nigga. They ain't got
Yeah,
shit to do with this
you're damn
conversation,
right.
nigga.
You're damn right. I
All
always
right, so
do it.
don't
And
bring up nobody, nigga. They ain't got shit to do. We talking
never
about me
learn
and you,
from
nigga.
your mistakes. You never learn from your mistakes.
I ain't make
And
no mistake. You
they are
did.
mistakes.
You made a mistake.
Okay, dude, you think I'm a tolerant son of a bitch.
You
That's
think
your mistake. I do not tolerate.
you think
I
I'm gonna
don't
just take
tolerate.
your bullshit
I
because
do
it's your
not
show, nigga. You
tolerate
know
people
better than
who
that.
talk shit and can't back it up.
All you gonna do is try to take me off the table.
All I'm gonna do is tell you are fucked up. Think better,
Hey man, that's your opinion.
motherfucker. And I feel free to state it.
Okay, so I feel free to state mine too, you bastard.
Don't feel free. I'm telling you, do not feel free. You don't have my
Well, I
level of
don't give a
freedom on this
damn,
panel.
nigga. I'm
Your
free to
freedom is
speak.
not equal to mine on this panel.
It's America, nigga.
Motherfucker, this panel is in America.
Where are you at?
Where are you getting this
you at?
weird idea?
Nigga,
This panel is the world.
I'm pretty sure the servers are.
This is America.
Me and you talking.
You got
Your
any
ass is in
area.
Georgia and I'm in California, nigga. That's America, you bastard.
Guess what? There is no look at the title of the show. It says "Dumb Things YNs Say." Don't be that YN.
That's you. You actually sound like a dumbass.
Don't be that
YN. You
YN,
talking about
sir.
somebody
Oh,
sounding
God.
dumb, nigga. It's you. With your old ass.
Both. Okay. And I have a lot of respect for this young lady. I haven't seen her personally since last
Stanley,
February.
you can't fuck with me.
24 at a Black History.
I know I can't fuck
luncheon.
with you
That's the last
because
time I seen
you're
her.
not that kind of girl.
And it's crazy. She's a Black party. I met her
Shut your
husband,
ass
I met her
up.
daughter. I
Yeah,
know her,
bro.
right? And it's funny that I just share a few memes and a few videos, and the racial idolatry leads her to having this alliance amongst Black women. When I didn't say anything about Black women, I was talking about Angela Reese specific. But this is what we're dealing with in our community. This
Yeah,
is
people
a part
like
of the
Stanley.
problem.
Stanley.
Not just the young dudes who are shooting.
Yeah, not just Angela Reese, but
People
Stanley.
like me. People like me.
No, don't stop it. He was talking. Go
People
back to him
like
talking.
me transcend your idea of what a
You
community
just had to
is.
say
Because
something with your black
I
ass.
don't feel the need to be like you. I don't feel the need to talk like you, think like you, look like you, or make the same mistakes with my life.
That whoop-de-wop.
Stop
you're not
acting
black.
like there's
You're not
stop
black, Stanley.
acting like there is
You're
a
not black,
similarity.
Stanley.
There is
You're not
not
black.
a similarity.
Stanley, you're not black.
There is
They took your
not.
black card,
There
Stanley.
is not. Dude, my black card has gold around the edges.
No, it don't, nigga. Where's that? Let me see it.
What the fuck?
So you in Universal,
Show me the black card with gold edges, nigga.
you in Universal Jones can talk about your version of being black or your community. Don't expect me to share in the ignorance.
All right, man. Don't try to bow out gracefully, nigga.
Dude, I'm not bowing out of shit. I'm telling you, your idea of what it is to be black is fucked up.
Because we're on your show, right?
And Universal's might be even more fucked up.
Well, maybe.
Okay, how is that? How is that bowing
I feel
out?
bad for
I'm
Square.
saying, how am I bowing out? I'm going to tell you bluntly. I'm going to tell you bluntly. I think your
You don't want no
version
problems,
of
man.
see, motherfucker,
It's okay.
you need to stop over talking me because I'm going to say what I'm going to say.
I didn't over talk you.
Motherfucker,
you
then
don't
be
want a problem.
silent while I get it out.
No, I ain't gotta be silent.
Dude, you will be silent one way or the other. Dude, your idea of what it is to be black is fucked up. Universal, this all black people have this problem. That idea of blackness is fucked up. And the bottom line is I don't bow out when I think I'm goddamn right. And I know I'm right. This isn't me theorizing. I have the life experience and the knowledge to tell you you're fucked up. I'm done now.
You just had to get that off. You just had to get that off.
Absolutely. And not only did I have to, I did.
Okay,
I
you
did.
bastard. Leave me alone, Stanley.
You know what? Stop
lose.
your whining. Stop your whining. You're starting to sound
You
like
gonna
12.
lose.
You're starting to sound like Solid Snake from last night. Whining.
No, I never could sound like that nigga. That nigga was drunk.
Now, I'm still mad. I got mad now. More Love and T said I ain't even relevant. They said fuck me because I said
what I'm trying to figure out is why was your phone working last night and it's not working now? What changed?
Because this phone is coming down from a hangover.
The phone got drunk from all the fumes.
I drank so much my phone broke.
Dude, you
That's
drank so much you acted the fool in front of two very good women. You
Beautiful. You called them unattractive.
all I have to say is don't ever
she was mad about that.
Please, for the sake,
you want a black woman, you gonna call us unattractive? She was like,
for the sake of black manhood, don't ever get that drunk in front of women again. For the sake of black manhood, do not ever get that drunk in front of black women again. You're making a bad name for all of them. You got so drunk that you made all black men in America look bad. Blue Jay, it is not a continuation of last night because I will go places.
And what was he drinking? St. Ives?
I will go places T and Mo Love would never go as decent young black women. I will crush you, motherfucker. I thought the behavior of Solid Snake last night was abominable.
Solid Slate.
it was solid Snake.
Well, his thirst was definitely slaked.
For real.
The behavior last night of a grown ass black man. Dude, you just gonna keep making the same dumb joke over and over. The behavior was abominable. And I'm not usually one to like really criticize a grown ass man, but I was shocked.
What did he do? Did he get on camera?
Oh, dude, you know what? I'll drop the link at some point. He showed out.
He was just, he did show out. He did show out, but it wasn't like he showed his ass literally or anything.
I don't think I've seen anything that fucked up on YouTube. Now, I haven't been doing it for that long, but I don't think I've seen a performance that was just shocking.
Damn.
Well, what happened? Did he do something when I left?
You were there the whole time. Maybe it wasn't shocking to you. Maybe.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna go grab something from the car. Go ahead.
Forget Snake's phone don't work because after what he did, his service feels violated.
Dude, they're wanting to just reject his account.
How do I sign out? I know you talk about how
The same. Try backing off the volume a bit.
Huh?
Back off the volume or stop putting the phone down your throat.
Oh man, come on, man. What now? I don't know why my phone acting like this today.
That phone wants a new owner.
That's that Obama phone.
Man, come on, man. Still sound bad?
You need to get that Trump phone now.
That T1.
First of all, this is the one.
It's the first model.
Maybe I should buy down tonight. I can buy down tonight. I got to fix the phone. I don't know why my
Solid Snake got that first model to be made in America.
Well, it's a OnePlus phone. It's made in the 50s.
He got that Chinese company, Huawei.
Yeah, man. It was a flash at one time.
We gotta watch this.
Bringing my Bahamian mummy to a Bahamian restaurant in America to see what she thinks.
Her mother's actually cute. I don't know why she has to do all this.
This is probably the most Bahamian restaurant that I've encountered thus far. From the music to the menu, the vibe, everything in here pretty much is pretty. How you feeling now? Islandy. So that's the goal. So the menu she is a quite nice size menu. You have fried fish, steamed fish, cracked conch,
Breast.
Has anybody here had conch?
salad. You also chicken in the bag, chicken in
Yeah, that's ceviche, right?
No, it's basically a shellfish, kind of like a
Yes,
giant.
it's ceviche.
No, I've had it fried. I've never had it ceviche.
rattler. So my mommy says she wants the rattler mango.
Yeah, it's conch or conch, whatever
We
you
always
say.
pronounced it conch.
If you don't know, this is mummy yolk. Yes. Can you see the resemblance?
I get it every time I go to the island.
So yes, the I guess the root to this.
Her mother looks really. They do look. You can tell they're mother and daughter.
Bahamian food in America. How does it compare to real island food? Yeah. So just because we're in America, does it separate us from the islandy quality of the food, or does conch crawl, which is where we are? If you don't know what the conch crawl is, so when you out or the divers go out and they dive for conch, the conch crawl is where they put the
Hear
conch
how she's pronouncing it.
That's her. She don't know shit.
Yeah, she. Yeah, okay, Dave.
Yeah, let me get some peanut grigo
Sweet ink ski.
with some conch.
Oh, East End. Grand Bahama. So that's the Freeport, Grand Bahama side. So the conch crawl is where the divers, when they bring the conch back to land, they actually put them in a
I'm back. What's going
like a
on?
little cage, but it's inside the water to keep them alive until the people. Oh, okay, yeah, I'll show that. So to keep the conch inside.
Damn, she should have had like
cracked conch salad,
Reach
the
a little
best way
bit
you
more.
can have a conch salad is straight out of the water. So the name conch crawl was very, I like that. That was very original. So that's where we are. We're gonna order up some food, and she's letting
Look
us
at
know.
Kelvin. She's got a strong jaw.
What you have?
I don't know, man. I'm craving some
Fried fish
chicken
and
breast right about now.
I have a recipe for you.
fried fish, fritters, peas and rice. You definitely have to try the peas and rice.
It's from the Seaman recipe book.
So I love the potato salad. Two sides, all Bahamian. But you need two
That
starters.
did not sound good.
So Bahamians, the only people I see that have 6 starters.
Well,
It's a
Dave,
Navy joke. It's a Navy joke.
Dave calls it chowder.
Fuck off.
Shit.
Conch chowder.
I love the peas and rice, the potato salad.
That's
It's
horrible.
the fried fish, the peas and rice.
No, it's the I believe it come with the peas.
Oh, I love the cabbage then.
See, I'm not this pushy. So she's gonna have the fried fish. I'll have the cracked conch, which is the snail. If you don't know what conch is, it's a
Well, Dave sure doesn't.
family to this, like, yeah, I was gonna say not.
Why me?
It's a mollusk.
You're describing all the chowders.
Sorry. Well, anyway, in that beautiful.
I'm not in that conversation. Man, this is why it's good for her to marry young. Like, once she starts showing them signs, I guess some of you dudes to go for anything, but
Yeah, but she got a wedding ring on, don't she?
oh, good. Oh, good.
We're gonna have some peas and rice. We're gonna have some potato salad, and I'll do the
Yeah, but she got them titties on the
Hey,
table.
Stanley.
But then we're gonna
Hey, Portia.
Is that Portia?
we'll do conch fritters.
Hey, what's up, Portia?
Hey, y'all.
What's up?
Hey,
What's
Latino.
up?
Is that Deacon? Is that Deacon Dave or
Yeah,
Nah,
it's
Naker.
Dave.
What's
It's
his
Naker.
name?
Deacon Naker.
Deacon Naker? Who's Deacon Naker?
You know what? He has no clue.
It's not Deacon Dave.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's
Deacon
Deacon
Dave.
Hey, Deacon Dave and Tough Guy and Stanley. So this lady here, she is married. She cooks quite a bit, and she's also like a hey Blue Jay, hey girl, hey Kelvin, hey everybody else. She cooks and she hunts. She's like big on 2A. She's all these things.
Well, not
So-
only that, she basically
They have like I think they have over 1 million steps.
it's 1.5. She basically got. Did you see the episode? We looked at her. Was it yesterday or the day before?
Yesterday.
She got tossed out of a Red Lobster. And
Why?
basically she complained about it, and they changed the filming policy. She got
And as she was walking in, you could see that BBL clearly.
she basically she had the CEO and another bigwig basically called her saying, "Hey, look, we're sorry for all this." She's a big enough YouTuber that she was getting a call in a text from the CEO. So she's actually apparently she's got a little bit of power there.
Yes, she does. She does. She's been around for quite a bit of time. So
Yeah, I've been watching her for about a year.
He's hooked.
yeah.
Hey, Stanley, guess where I'm
As a
going?
matter of fact, I thought she lived in Texas. She has this big fondness for guns, but she lives in Florida.
Yeah, and yeah, she does. And see, whenever I first saw her, I thought she lived in Texas also. And I was like, but if not Texas, then it had to be another great state, Stanley, in Florida. Yeah, it makes sense. It's
Shout
just-
out to Florida. I was just
Yeah, shout out to Florida. For those of you out there in Florida, shout out to Humble. You guys are insane, and we understand you guys are the Australians of America, but sometimes
The
y'all just be doing. The Floridians are the Australians of America, and it doesn't always make
So there are a
sense to
bunch of
everyone else.
prisoners. There are a bunch of prisoners that got tossed out of the country. Australia was a prison colony.
Well, Stanley, do you know that the emus, they went to war with the emus in Australia?
Well, they should. Emus will kill you.
Oh, they lost, Stanley.
I'll bet they did. Apparently, the kangaroos and the emus ganged up on them.
Stanley, the emus, they ran them a check and they cashed it. Okay, and the Australians couldn't. They couldn't, but like they have all of everything, but Florida does too. So I look at Floridians as very strong people. These are very strong folks, and God bless them, for their strength and all those good things. But they're out there in Florida. But this lady here cooks. Her husband, he is, like her. He films everything. I forget
Right.
the name of it. He films everything and all that good stuff. But are you gonna keep going? Because we're at 11
Yeah, I know
hours and
we're
50
getting
minutes.
close.
Are you gonna keep it
We're
going? Hey,
getting
Mo
close to
Love.
the end. Mo Love, we went back and looked at a little bit of the show last night, and I see that that Solid Snake has scurried off, but yeah, I poor Solid Snake. I'm like his behavior was atrocious, and I
Oh my
dude,
God.
it was horrible.
Stop it.
Come on, man. Don't talk about me like that.
Well,
Come on, man.
I did kind of set him off. I did
Mo
kind of
Love,
set
so
him
good
off.
to see you.
I was trolling from the chat, kind of set him off.
At least Solid Snake alone, nigga. You know that
Oh,
nigga crazy.
Oh,
she says she's still recovering from all the
oh my gosh, I'm
stupidity.
so recovering from that
Yeah,
stupidity. Oh, she's that's funny.
you had it was a battle last night.
Battle.
Oh, this was
He
last night.
was enjoying
You guys
himself.
been wait, y'all been cutting the
Yeah, what?
rug out here?
Cutting the rug.
Oh, you mean today? Yeah, I had no intention of going anywhere near this long, but we started watching stuff and just kind of
Here we
one
are.
thing
Yeah,
led to another.
I went that way.
Are you gonna do a show?
I wasn't planning on it. I might. I wasn't really planning on it, but maybe I can talk about a few things. I'm still working on like my pre-uploads and stuff like that. I'm trying to, get everything finalized on everything. But you know what? I'm just kind of in a space where I think I just should post it just to see what it looks like.
Well,
Then
apparently I'm gonna be the only, like, I see John's doing pre-uploads and all this stuff. It's I don't know. I don't have any.
I still always think like going live is always, I think it's good, right? But like, I know, like,
I don't.
different people, they have different personalities for going live, and they're better suited
Right.
for it. And I feel
Right.
like I'm probably better suited just for doing a pre-upload.
Right.
But I know, like, sometimes
Yeah,
whenever I go
'cause I
live,
mean,
like, there's folks there.
a lot of times I call audibles and don't do what I planned on
Yeah.
doing.
Well, if I may
Yeah.
suggest, Portia, maybe you could try
Thank you,
lives,
Mo.
but
Thank you, Mo.
there's a way to do things. Maybe you could there's a
Are you
strategic way to do
Are
lives
you
instead of like everything.
mansplaining something?
No, I was just saying. She was saying that she can't
I
do
think she's
lives. I
done a
said
couple
maybe
more
she
lives
had a
than you have.
strategic way to do it.
I
That's
think
all I'm
she's
saying.
done
It's
a
not
couple
what you
more
do, it's how you
lives
do it.
than you have. How many lives have you
Okay.
done?
I did like 3 on CTs, but that's it. Yeah. But what I'm saying is, I was just trying to encourage her, not discourage her.
Does
But
she
I guess
really
that's
need
how
your
you took it.
encouragement?
Maybe
Seriously.
not, but I
What
said
makes you
if I may suggest,
Love,
I did
man.
say
Hi, Toby.
Portia, how you doing, sweetie?
I'm
but
doing
she's a
just
grown
fine. How are
woman.
you?
I'm sure she could take up for herself.
You know what? I'm just gonna do it. Because I've been
Stanley,
on a roll.
are you gonna keep going? Are you gonna start another one?
I don't know if everybody wants to come back.
Yeah,
To be
we here.
honest.
We squeezed 10 extra hours out of your ass today. You was done at the 2-hour mark.
I
we
Okay, so we
did
got
nothing but give you energy.
Guy, Latino, Deacon Dave, and now we